exactly.
Well, how about if we start with just to refresh all of our.
When you're making some kind of a claim about something that has nothing to do with the category of what you're talking about. So, like, he said something to the effect like, why, like, what's the benefit of being an atheist? And I mean, it's kind of like saying, like, what's the benefit of believing Yoda is not in my basement? You know, it kind of misses the category, right? Like, the main issue is not whether your disbelief is useful. It's more if it's true, you know, like Andrew is in here, it's a true justified belief, right? It's the kind of thing that's supported by the evidence. I don't think atheism is something you adopt for the benefits of it. That's what I'm calling it. It's the result, which is not being convinced that whatever these God claims are that somebody has is true. Like, I guess if there was a benefit, I don't know, intellectual honesty, maybe, like being concerned with what is, what you believe to be that is, not pretending to believe something if the evidence doesn't persuade me. You know, and that's kind of what I was expecting. Something maybe to jump on, but it didn't seem anybody went into it.
Thank you. And I'm sorry. Well, please continue. I thought you were finished. Please continue.
Well, I mean, that's the main thing. I don't know if that point is agreed to by everybody else here, but that's kind of the stuff that jumped up to me. I mean, I can speak more, but I guess it depends if other people have things to say about it.
And before we move on, he criticized me for not answering the question, and I chose not to answer it, not because I didn't have an answer, but because of the time. I'll answer the question now before we move on. For me, the benefit of being an atheist is that I am not tied down in cement to the scriptures that are in the Bible or the scripture in the Torah. I am not going through life trying to reinforce what 2,000-year-old text says. I can keep my mind open and I can continue to reevaluate the legitimacy of God and the scripture with new information. I am not tied down to constantly trying to prove what was written 2,000 years ago. That is one clear benefit for me for being an atheist. Pro, did you want to respond to that before we move on? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to do the same thing too while avoiding what I think is the category, or I think you're trying to do it too. It's not what's the benefit. Like, he didn't ask what's the benefit of being an atheist. He asked what's the benefit of believing.
Wow.
And so the thing is, like, the belief part is the part that, like, the benefit of belief is not. That's the category. And it kind of reveals something. It's kind of like a question like that is saying that you think we, people who don't have that belief, is like a chosen thing because we're looking for reward or, you know, some kind of social utility or whatever. And I get that because I think there is a social negative if you don't, especially if you're in groups and stuff. And I think that's how. I think it's, you know, rather than because someone is just convinced by the evidence. And I kind of hold, like a lot of people do who are agnostic and so forth, that we don't really believe that you believe, because we just think that you're going, what your question reveals is some kind of reward for you or comfort or identity or one of these things. And those kind of people are making those kind of decisions, and maybe, you know, tacitly, maybe subliminally, like subconsciously or something like that, they're convincing themselves of the belief because they're recognizing the benefit first, you know, like, and then true second, you know, and it kind of gives people, you know, the meaning and the morals. That's what I think they're saying.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. If you're in the audience, and thank you. And if you're in the audience and you want to come up, now's a good time. We're probably going to run a little late. We had some technical issues. And Bro, by the way, if you weren't here in the morning, weren't here at the start of the show, we had a couple of guys come on that literally locked up the show. We don't know how they did it or whatever, but we had to restart the room, and I'm not sure if anybody took their names.
What does that mean?
They came on stage and prevented us from doing anything except closing down the room. Yeah, JCC.
Yeah, what happened was there was two guys with the same profile pic and name, Elijah, and I don't actually, and they were green characters, and they came on stage unmuted, and one guy had a noise, and I tried it. As soon as I clicked on their profile, it locked up my screen. And I had to leave and come back, so the only thing we could do was shut down the room.
Yeah, we tried to mute them. We tried to mute them in the audience. We were unable to access any of the clubhouse options to do it, so we had our only option left was to close the room.
Yeah,
pardon the pun. Thank God, at least we could close the room.
It's a new glitch, so I don't know who discovered it.
Yeah, it's a new glitch, so just be mindful of that when you run your rooms. And there you have it. Let's go to Cartman. Oh, by the way, my current queue is Cartman, Jerry, Pluto, and Emma. Cartman, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to... Unmute, and we're hearing a lot of... Yeah. Cartman once...
Steve, in case it wasn't clear to you, all three of those accounts are very close friends, so I can speak.
It was not clear to me, so now Pluto, you were first, and believe me, Pluto, I remember you redid your profile based on the vote of the people in the room.
Not only do I love this room enough to create one profile, but I have, there's now 3 files that ran by this room, but it would be piggish to have all 3 come in and take 15 minutes instead of 5. So when you see all 3 of those characters, Steve, you'll know they're only asking for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Pluto. Thank you.
So I want to, instead of addressing Woodland Hills, I want to address my second favorite topic, which is atheism. And so I'll just start off by saying I think all the atheists in this room are smart to be atheists. I think it gives them comfort. And there's nothing wrong with the people in this room who are atheists being atheists. But I have a moral objection to atheists proselytizing for atheism or even praising it publicly. I think atheism should be a private vice because I think atheism is terrible for 99% of the population. Atheism only works for people who have a very high genetic IQ and great self-discipline. If you have high genetic IQ and great self-discipline, you should be an atheist. But if you are raising children that are not in that category or grandchildren, I think I look at atheists like the people in this room exactly the way I look at heroin users who proselytize for heroin usage, right?
Ouch, that hurt. Please continue.
So I'm going to explain why. Imagine there's a person on stage who has discovered he could take heroin and it has no negative effects. It makes him happy, it makes him productive, and he takes a ton of heroin every day, and his life is great. And his first urge, you are such a person, you're taking heroin every day, your first urge is to come on Clubhouse and say, hey, I've got good news, I take heroin all the time, and it doesn't hurt me. And that person can be the most ethical, moral person in the world. And they could be honest and sincere, but they are hurting society because when they tell people that I take heroin and it's great, there's going to be idiots and retards in the audience that says, oh, that guy on stage takes heroin, he's okay, I should start taking heroin. And we know, we have ample scientific evidence, the overwhelming majority of people on Clubhouse that start taking heroin, it ruins the lives of their family. And so for that reason, I'm going to close by saying, I don't give a shit how happy you are taking heroin or meth. I don't care if it's helped you. You have an obligation to keep that shit secret. And it's exactly the same. If you're an atheist and being an atheist has helped you, God bless you, but you are an evil person if you praise atheism on Clubhouse. And I am done speaking.
This is a category error.
I definitely want to respond to that.
And that is a category error.
Yeah, I want to respond. And thank you. And believe me, I understand everything that you said. I understand your message, and more importantly, I understand the flavor of your message. I love it. That being said, this is why I run my Saturday show in Casa de Appel called Ask Uncle Steve, and why I run the Sunday show in the Atheism House, Ask the Atheist. This show is not about atheism, believe it or not. We've done many shows, Ask the Atheist, where for 3 hours the topic of atheism, believe it or not, never came up. This show is designed for anybody, especially you, to come up and talk about whatever you want. This is why we never put a restriction on content. If people want to come up and talk politics, we talk politics. If people want to come up and they want to talk about flat earth, although I'm going to grill the hell out of them, we'll talk about flat earth, which is why most flat earthers don't come here. If people want to talk about mathematics or racism or somebody else on Clubhouse, the show is designed to go in the direction where the people that come up. We don't preach atheism. In fact, the only time we talk about atheism is when you, the audience, bring it up. Then we don't preach it, but we give our honest, hopefully sincere opinions about it. I have never been about preaching something, but I'm definitely not going to shy away. If somebody wants to talk about it, if somebody wants to question me about it, if somebody wants to have a debate about it, or last but not least, if someone wants to grill me about it, I am up to the task. And Pluto, thank you for your comment. Let's go. And if you're in the audience, you want to come up, please do. Let's go to Emma. Emma, hi. What would you like to talk about? Hi.
Well,
Did you like that, Emma? You can say you have no preference. It's just Steve being Steve. That's okay. No problem.
what you said that I like.
Yeah.
I think that was fair. And
Thank you.
fair.
I try and be fair. I really do my best to be fair.
Well, when we first got here, the reason I came up onto this stage was because someone was saying something about like Christians or believers, not just anybody that believes in God in any religion, being insincere or disgenuine and
I remember
like
that. Yes.
Yeah, and I don't agree with that at all. So
Neither do I.
So I believe that, I know what I believe and I have reasons for my belief that are deeply personal to me and true. And I wouldn't be dishonest about that.
Right, which means no one's going to change your lifelong belief in a 5 or 10 minute discussion. We know that.
Right, but I don't ever endeavor to change other people's ideas either. If they don't believe or something like that, that's not my purpose. Yeah. So, that's why, places like this, I see them as a point of sharing rather than a point of, conversion. Yeah.
I never try and convince anybody that believing in God is wrong or that it's not logical, even though many people come up and try and convince me that being an atheist or not believing in God is not logical. My humble opinion is that whether or not you choose to believe in God or you choose not to believe in God, both beliefs or lack of beliefs are logical. There's nothing illogical about being an atheist or believing in God.
Right, because for me, there's things that I've witnessed in my life that perhaps other people haven't witnessed. So that's why,
You want to hear something that I personally witnessed. I've been thinking about when to bring this onto the show. And this is the perfect time to do this. Now, for those of you that have been listening to me for 5 years, I pride myself on being honest and sincere, and this may or may not blow you away. I witnessed my father's death recently, and the family and I were all around my father in and out of the room when it actually happened. Now, my father's had a dog, a Doberman Pinscher, for 8 years. And during the entire time that we were there, before it actually happened, when we were saying goodbye, and when the actual event happened, up until the time the actual event happened. The dog was running around saying hello to everybody and such like that, but hadn't, for a dog, said a word or barked. And then when my dad was finally declared dead, within 5 seconds, and the dog was outside, the dog started barking. Now, I'm telling you that this is 100% factually true and correct. And when that happened, it made me reevaluate, not change my mind, but reevaluate whether or not there is a soul and whether or not God existed. But I'm telling you all right now, 100% factually correct, that my dad's dog had not barked all morning, and then right after he was declared dead, my dad's dog started barking. What does that mean? It's just something I'll never forget. Emma, did you want to contribute any more, or are you? That's a true story, though.
Yeah, no, I see things like that as, I'm very sorry for your loss, first of all.
Thank you.
He raised a good man, so.
You're very kind. My dad was an amazing man, but you're very kind. Thank you for that.
This is Mother's Day, don't you think about it?
It is Mother's Day, yes. My mom passed away a couple years ago.
Sorry for both of you.
Very kind.
But when I see things like that happen, it means a great deal to me. I do believe in the soul and the spirit, obviously, for who I am and what I think. I think that animals are more sensitive to things, and sometimes I think that people that we love just want to let them know that they're I'm glad that you'll remember it. I'm glad you'll remember it.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Emma. Are you good for now?
I just wanted to finish saying,
Sure.
If there's a reason why someone thinks, I'd like to ask people here why they think that when they encounter somebody who's a believer, why they think they're being disingenuous, or why they think they're being, I don't know, deluded about it. Like, why is that their first assertion? Like, what do they think that Christians are getting out of it when they try to share that with you?
I'm sorry, Rick, I missed the first part of what you said. I'm sorry.
Why do people, why do any of you here feel like Christians are being disingenuous when they encounter you and they're just, when you ask them?
I don't think all Christians are being disingenuous. I think some Christians are being disingenuous. And I answered that back when that issue came up. I answered, go ahead and go on mute. I think you've got some water in the background. No, it's okay. And yeah, we'll come back to you to say goodbye. I responded, I believe some Christians are being disingenuous. I use the example of Christians on Clubhouse. How come when I go into Christian rooms, I never ever hear love thy neighbor? How come I never ever hear forgive them for they know not what they do, which based on my understanding, which of course could be wrong, are the main tenets, the centerpiece of Christianity. What I hear are people arguing back and forth about what 2,000-year-old words mean. And because there's a period, a comma, or a semicolon before or after a word, or what this means, or how the word was interpreted 2,000 years ago, they argue back and forth about that. That's where I find some of the that's where I'm confused.
I see.
That's where. And who was that? Was that Amon?
That's Alfonso, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Alfonso.
Yeah, just grab the mic for a bit.
Well, great. And a housekeeping issue, don't invite anybody else up. It looks like Colleen will be our last new speaker. We're going to go over a little bit because we started late on this. Go ahead, Alfonso, take it.
I'm glad you brought for the not preaching atheism and under atheism, because that's been my intention since day one. The reason I started running rooms here and created the Atheism House was to have conversations with people who disagreed with me and not being shoved to the goo. That's what had happened to me, and I wasn't even being aggressive. I think most people know me. I'm not someone who can hot and tries to prove everyone wrong.
That's why you and I are such great brothers from another mothers and partners. Your strengths are my weaknesses, and my weaknesses are your strength.
But the openness to talking and not, having the agenda for atheism is something we have in common. And so, yeah, I started running rooms again because I think for a while a lot of people really got on my case. They started to really bash me, and it was quite nasty to have people come in and just say that I was, being a horrible person just because I wouldn't allow people to yell and insult others. And that was even more horrible because I allowed you to run your rooms and, according to them, take over the Atheism House, which, from the very beginning, it was a community thing. It was, we all owned the house.
Right, and by the way, I have to, sorry, I'm very compelled to say this. When you and I were being bashed for me taking over the Atheism House, these people that were complaining still were leaders in the house. They had the ability to open rooms anytime they wanted. Go ahead, Alfonso.
And they still do. And we said you're going to gain your admin badge if you run rooms regularly.
Leadership badge. They were upset that I demoted them all as admins. I only wanted the two of us as admins, but they were all leaders and they could open rooms anytime they wanted to. Yep.
Yeah. And they had the chance of becoming admins, but they would have to, be consistent and open rooms. But instead of doing that, they just started to bicker and whine and complain that, you were just, was your little bitch, probably.
That I'm a ratings whore. Yes, it's true. I am.
Can we focus on not meta?
Yeah, you know what? JCC is right. Thank you, JCC.
I think meta is very much the topic right now. It is.
No, it was actually proselytizing atheism. That was the topic.
And so the Atheism House and the proselytizing of atheism is completely on subject, right? But also remember that you can talk about anything you want. You don't need to stay on topic if you don't want to. That's one of the basic tenets of Ask the Atheist.
Well, can I say something right quick?
You can when it's your turn, and we will call on you, and we will give you a fresh vibe, I promise.
Yeah, Lionel's next in queue.
Absolutely. In fact, after Alfonso, it'll be Lionel, then Colleen. All of you will get fresh vibes, I promise.
And so this whole situation, put a whole bunch of people against me, just kind of backfired, and I decided to go down and not run rooms, just hang out. But I couldn't even go into other people's rooms anymore. That turned into this sort of Alfonso witch hunt, I suppose. And so a couple of weeks ago, I started running rooms daily under atheism, and that was it was so refreshing to see that still have a community, still have friends who cared about having intimate, real conversations, not debates and bashing and insulting people. And so I invite everyone who wants to have a real, in-depth, kind, generous conversation to join my rooms. I'm running them every day. I will have a room under my house after this one. It was scheduled for 1 o'clock. I'll probably open at 1:05 when we end this one, or I might even step out a little earlier. But yeah, I'm really glad to be back. running rooms and connecting with people and having real conversations. So, yeah, just push on.
Thank you very much. Okay, as promised, Lionel is next. Lionel, you get a fresh five. Welcome. What would you like to talk about?
I'd like to talk about a statement that you made not too long ago.
Of course.
Yeah, so you made the statement that Earth is going to come in here because you would grill him.
I said that's what I think. Yes, yes.
Yeah, let me put that myth to bed.
Okay.
Allow me to give you
You want to speak uninterrupted? You got it.
Yeah.
As long as you don't say something completely ridiculous. Go ahead.
Right. So, the first time you came over in the Flat Earth room, right? You mentioned your Saturday and your Sunday shows. And I came over the very next Saturday, and I spoke about Flat Earth, and then the entire crowd, like, everybody just ran away from it. It was like nobody really wanted to engage in this topic. And so I concluded that, you know what? This topic isn't for everyone. Some people are scared of it. Some people don't know what to make of it. All right? And so I stopped coming over. I'm like, hey, I'm not going to force the Flat Earth conversation on the people that don't want to have it. So when you make the statement that, oh, Flat Earthers don't come here because, you know, I suspect that they know I'm going to grill them in, you know. So let me be the first to tell you. In terms of people who are in the Flat Earth community that have the conversation on the regular, we don't duck any smoke. We're more than willing to step into any arena and have the conversation, especially ones that are structured and are non-chaotic. We don't duck no questions. We don't duck no smoke. Most of the people up here have been in our rooms we've engaged with and have slipped away with tails between legs in this conversation. And so to characterize Flat Earthers as somehow avoiding this room is completely disingenuous. And anytime anyone in here would like to talk Flat Earth, just let us know. We're more than willing to come here. You don't have to come to the Flat Earth game. We're more than willing to come here and have discussion you want. That's enough to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move on, I'd love to respond. It is factually 100% correct that Buddy has come in the past couple of months to talk Flat Earth. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but in response to what you said, you and any and all Flat Earthers are not only welcome, you are encouraged to come on the show and talk about whatever you want. So when you say that you didn't talk about anybody else, you just spoke about yourself, have chosen not to come in because you don't think anybody wants to talk about it, my response is you and all the other Flat Earthers are encouraged to come in. We've been here every Saturday, every Sunday, 7 to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time for 5 years now. I encourage you all to come in. That's my response to what you said.
Noted. Be seeing you.
I love it. And with that, I'm going to give you, sir. And by the way, I do remember the first time that I came into your Flat Earth room. I'm giving you the very first class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Thank you. And let's go to Ben. Ben, you get a fresh five. Good morning.
Thank you. I don't often come here, but thought I just happened to tune in when sat in the car park of a shop waiting for the family, and I heard you talking about being there when your dad died. I got some idea how that feels, because I was in a very similar sounding situation when my grandma died many years ago. So I can remember the moment precisely. So I don't really know how to respond. One is with empathy. I remember my moments vividly, and sorry your dad died.
Thank you.
Then there's the whole dog barking thing. So, with permission, what I'd like to do for anybody listening who thinks that's about the soul exiting and the dog barking as a result, I'd like to invite a few other possibilities, if that's all right. And I'm going to do it based on face value of what the story. So you don't need to interject and say, well, the dog wasn't in that hay. Well, I don't know where the dog was. You said it was in the garden. So okay, that's fine. But there could be 1,000 other things from what I say where you could interject. We could have an interactive conversation, and I would have to just come up with new scenarios, which would be fine. But it'd be kind of boring. So let me just give you a bunch just with what you said. You will know that a bunch of these aren't possible because you were there, but nobody else will because we only heard what you said, right? So if you want to rattle through a few, this is how a scientific mind thinks about something like that, which is why I never end up at it was the fucking soul. Here you go. So you're in a very griefful moment. Grief is going to modify the way you lay down memories and the way you tell the story. The fact the dog barked soon after the announcement of the death feels meaningful. It's more likely to get shared, for example. Dogs bark a whole bunch. You don't remember the dog barking before your dad died, but there's a possibility you weren't filtering it before that. We would have to have a video, an audio recording to be absolutely sure. Stories like this will only get shared when there's something like this to share. Had the dog not barked, you wouldn't be talking about it. So there could be 100,000 deaths where a dog doesn't bark within a reasonable time frame, whatever that is often. Those stories don't stick, they don't get shared. It's a selection bias. The family may have moaned or cried or made some, reacted in some way that the dog then in turn reacted to when the death was announced. On the topic of the death being announced, that could have been any number of minutes after the death actually happened. We don't know. You just said when the death was announced, the dog responded to that. If it was many minutes after, then the death had no correlation. The dog had no correlation to the death. It had a correlation to the announcement, which may have been actually a reaction to people's reaction. Somebody may have rung the doorbell sooner or before or after. Only you would know that. I don't know whether the dog could see into the room. If it could, it would almost certainly be a pick up on the body language. Pheromones, they've got a very good sense of smell, even a directional sense of smell. There's a possibility that the reaction that this caused, either directly from your dad or the other people in the room, had a smell that the dog could pick up within, quote, a few seconds of the announcement of the death. I mean, I could keep going. I could make another 20 of those easily and just keep going. You could constrain those by saying, well, that one's not possible and whatever because of the actual circumstances. But the point I'm trying to point across is I could probably get to 1,000 before I even needed to take breath. Possible other things apart from the soul exited your dad and your dog was upset about it. So that's what I just want to bring to the table. None of those are as romantic or as interesting or as fun. I know which one makes better, I don't know which one's true, but I know which one makes better TV is the type of, I look at these things. So anyway, that's my super banal way of looking at it. And it's still on an emotional human level, it sucks. And you know when somebody's dead when they take their breath. And it's, I just walked out the room when grandma died and I just, I was fed the notice. I just said, I'm not coming, I never want to see her again. And that was that. And it was all quite peaceful. But sorry if you lost that. Probably wasn't a soul leave.
Thank you. I'm going to respond and give you a first-class escort to the VIP. I'm trying to the audience. There we go. Okay. Yes, your points are well taken. There were about 20 to 2 dozen of us there. None of us remember the dog barking during the few hours that they were there before the death actually occurred. That doesn't mean that the dog didn't bark. The dog may have barked. None of us may have heard it. You are 100% correct. But what I described is what all of us remember, but your points are very well taken in that we are not wrapped up in remembering when the dog may have barked prior to that, but all of us remember the dog barking shortly after the death was announced. And you're right. That's how all of us remember it. Is that accurate? Was it being recorded? No. Was it being filmed? No. Did somebody have their eyes on the dog the entire time? No. You're right. And maybe it is somewhat of romanticism that we all remember it that way. Those are very good points, and I respect you for saying so. Thank you for that. Colleen, you're next. Welcome to the show. You get a fresh vibe. Hi. Colleen.
Yes, hi. Thank you. First of all, I want to say I want to offer my condolences for the
Thank
loss of your father.
Thank you.
My mother died last year, and I just also lost a romantic partner of 13 years about a month ago. So
My condolences to you.
I know what you're going through.
Yeah, my mom died a few years ago, not due to COVID. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. So I don't know if I came up here for the right reasons or not, but when you described your experience with Christians on Clubhouse,
Yes.
I wanted to offer that. So I am a Christian. I am a member of a non-standard Christian church. It's part of the Independent Sacramental movement. So
does it fall under the category of non-denominational?
Well, it is. We have Catholic beliefs.
Okay.
And a number of us come from the Roman Catholic Church.
Fair enough.
But we don't recognize the Bishop of Rome as the Pope or the leader of the church. We are an independent church. But I just wanted to say that if I got into a group of people and had the experience that you described of, arguing over a comma or a period or, which word was used in which 2,000-year-old text, I would leave quickly. That is not what Christianity is about for me. We are very much about love thy neighbor as thyself, and what we want most of all is to first practice our faith. And I am in fact studying for the priesthood at this point. I'm also a member of a religious order, and we have worship every Saturday evening on Zoom because we're geographically dispersed. But we practice what we preach. Well, we don't really. The bishop preaches, but the rest of us follow, and we very much. Our purpose is, first of all, to allow people who have been injured by mainline churches to worship in their own way, and we welcome all kinds of people. Whereas the Catholic Church does not welcome LGBTQ people, we do. Polyamorous, that's fine. So we're very progressive in that way. We don't tolerate, we celebrate. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for your comments, condolences. Another first-class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Let's go to Emma. Emma, thank you for being on the show. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I thank y'all for letting me be here and talk, and I enjoyed hearing everybody's perspectives, and I'm very grateful for it. And I hope y'all have a nice weekend and happy Mother's Day.
Emma, thank you. Happy Mother's Day. Another first-class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. Andrew, thank you for contributing on the show once again. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, Uncle Steve, and I too would like to express my condolences.
Thank you.
I did not know your father had passed until you mentioned it during the show, and I know how hard that is. I lost my father.
I wasn't planning on mentioning it, but I did want to mention the thing about the dog, but I just wasn't sure when to talk about it. So
yeah, it's all it's just it's a part of life. We all know that. And somebody was asking about the benefits or not of being religious or not being religious.
The benefits of being an atheist is what
or not,
yeah.
or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But I kind of think too that there's a certain comfort that people find in that belief that there is an afterlife rather than just nothingness. Because we don't remember what was happening before we were born, afterward, or after we died. So I think there's a comfort in that, and that may be some reasons that people do. You know, I remember when I was diagnosed with RP, I did not blame God. I blamed genetics, because if my mom and dad hadn't met, I wouldn't be here first. And if they hadn't met, I wouldn't get RP, because they had to both meet and have children for that gene to be passed on. So I'm a receiver of that gene, as was my sister. We both went blind, 2 out of 4, which is actually a little bit against the odds. It's usually about 1 out of 4 if you're passing on this particular gene. So yeah, I did not blame God. And in many respects, well, obviously it changed who I am. It changed my life, the direction of my life, the way I thought about things. So sometimes I look at it more often than not as a good thing, because it's given me a certain amount of empathy that I may not have otherwise had. It's provided me an opportunity to be involved with other disabled people, and for that I am forever grateful, because I've met a lot of fantastic people in those communities, and I'm still meeting some fantastic people in those communities. So there's always, for every quote-unquote evil, there's a good, and you just have to find it within yourself or within others that may be assisting you, and just carry on. So with that, Uncle Steve, I'd like to again express my condolences, and I'll bid you adieu.
Thank you, and I will comment after I give you another first-class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. As Andrew knows, I am also afflicted with RP, retinitis pigmentosa. The most famous person that has RP is Steve Wynn, the billionaire casino magnate. He went completely blind about 15 years ago. RP, retinitis pigmentosa, affects approximately 1 in every 4,000 people. However, of the people like Andrew and myself that get RP, 25% go legally blind. I started being affected most
enforcing membership in the guild. And I think it was pretty, it was hard to become a member of the guild. Let's just say, for sake of argument, because there's probably many ways to become, but let's say you had to pay them a year's wage to become a member of the guild. And if you were to create jewelry and you weren't a member of the guild, they would come to your house at night and smash all of your hammers or smash your forge, the thing you use to melt metal. And the argument is that academia replaces the guild by insisting on regulation. So you can't be a jeweler unless you're regulated you have a license regulated by the government to be a jeweler. And then they provide the classes you need to become a jeweler regularly, right? They get to charge whatever they want for those classes, because you can't be a jeweler unless you take them. And in that,
the same way you get a trade today, you can't be an electrician unless you've gone to electrician school, basically.
Electricians are a part of a guild very often. So the argument is that academia is on the constant hunt for new things that they can monopolize it and make deals on. So it doesn't matter what it is. Like the Wright brothers, they were high school dropouts. They never went to college. They weren't part of any guild. They made bicycles by the grace of God, and they invented the airplane. And then academia came along and said, whoa, no inventing airplanes. You've got to come and take classes first, or you can be licensed to invent an airplane. And now...
Yeah, because if it's going to fly something, you'd want to make sure the dude that built it was qualified.
Well, that's the argument the guilds have always made, right? Is that
you're gonna make something, you want somebody who's good at it, or we're good at it. Because somebody else is allowed to do it.
You gotta engineer a plane. There's a bunch of math and science involved in making sure it's designed correctly. Like, sure, you could learn that by apprenticing, I imagine, but it's probably one of those things that you should learn through education. You and I, even though we didn't finish
Wait. Just to be clear, if you learn it by education, means you go to a special place, you pay a lot of money, you buy an expensive book, you read the book, and you read the formula, and now you know the formula. Also, you could have
But
gone
I'm
to
not
the
saying
library.
people didn't access that on their own. I'm saying in order to become good at that, you need a teacher or a mentor to steer you in the right direction. Otherwise, it's trial and error. No offense, I don't want an engineer building a plane and doing it through fucking trial and error. I don't want to get on that fucking thing. I'd like to know it's safe before I set foot in it. And at least for me, that means that an engineer built it.
What's the
Do you
debate?
think the seven? Good morning. We have two kind of fun debates going on. One is the title of the room, Math is Racist. I just learned this morning a lot of very important research has gone into demonstrating that mathematics is racism. Now that we know where all the racism is, we can just get rid of math and keep the world without racism. But the second is that academia is like a guild, and it exists to monopolize opportunity and insist that people pay the paper before they have the opportunity. So even though the Wright brothers
explanation.
Well, for you, Marshall, I was just wondering how people that you talk to in politics view academia, whether they they view it as an impediment to them doing what people used to be able to do without impediment, or do they view it as a debt-creating machine, an opportunity-generating machine?
So I would say two things. The first thing is to preface the second thing. You and I don't see academia the same way. Neither of us finished school, from my understanding. And you seem to really doubt academia, where I find a lot of value in it. I find the history professors I had to be some of my best teachers. My sociologist teacher was a card-carrying socialist, and he didn't force his views on other people. And he was a really good teacher. So that's the first thing. I just don't see academia in the same way you do. The second piece of this is there are a lot of people I know in campaign politics who've never finished school. But if you want to start out your first job on a large campaign in any sort of managerial role, you got to have a degree. My introduction was into running a small state representative campaign with a buddy of mine. The only reason I was asked to run it as my first job was because he needed somebody else, and we weren't going to win. The district was slanted for the current state rep, who's a Democrat, to win. So there are two thoughts. One, you don't necessarily need the college degree to get accustomed to campaign politics and do the job. Secondly, it really does help getting your foot in the door when campaigns look at resumes. They see you've got an education, they see you can do work and follow through. As it's been explained to me, that's what the 4-year piece of paper tells you. I can start a task, and I can finish a task, and I can do it in a reasonable amount of time. But if you go to school and say study political science,
nauseous.
You study political science, but not the political part of
My
science.
beautiful nauseous.
That part makes you much more familiar with demographics.
Good morning. How are you, beautiful?
Beautiful. Just came back, went to the beach,
Ooh.
had breakfast, met up with for Mother's Day, rode a little bit. It's the ranch right next to the beach. Came back, Met up with X for Mother's Day.
Paradise now.
He bought me diamonds.
Your boyfriend bought you diamonds?
No, my ex.
Oh.
The daddy of my baby.
Well, I hope you got a diamond tester.
Dude, this is my profession.
Oh yeah, you work in jewelry, you know.
And I think then at night, probably gonna go out, be a friend, my daughter. Now resting.
You know,
And my doggy.
my little doggy is my real love of my life.
I love my doggy. It's so smart, so cute.
So wait, is your ex-husband trying to get back with you or something?
Initially that was the case, but I got bored. Bro, I would never get back. I know he still loves me and all that.
But you just accepted his diamond, what was it, tennis bracelet?
Dude, he's always buying me stuff. No. He just bought me a diamond nose ring.
A diamond nose ring?
Stud.
Diamond nose stud. Well, damn, I mean, that's not a tennis bracelet. That's like one tiny little diamond.
No, it's one third of a carat. It's fine.
So I guess you're not getting back, but he wants to get back with you. I mean, you're the mother of his child. Why wouldn't he want to be with you?
He does love me. I won't get back.
Did you initiate the separation, or did he?
He did it. That's the thing.
He initiated the separation?
Yes, man.
Damn.
It was midlife crisis.
Damn.
It was a momentary lapse of reason. Didn't think about it. Kept using it. Finally, I didn't allow it. I didn't allow the gaslighting. I went headstrong. You were shocked. I mean, it's really like sick. You don't keep like threatening someone because you're going through a freaking midlife crisis.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you want this? You got this. I want it. I got it. I want it. I got it.
Well, that's ghetto logic, though.
What do you want me to do? It was constant. If this is the case, then this is gonna be the end. If this is the case, then this is gonna be the end. Okay, that's fine. I want it. You got it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, if I go out with like single mothers, you know, who are beautiful women, and they're like happy with their kid, they're happy with their life, you know, they'll say, I just want somebody that, you know, I can spend time with. And I'm like, well, what is that? Like, you want to have sex, you know, with a partner. So, I don't know. I just take it all with a grain of salt. Like, I don't even want to form a judgment about you, but I kind of do form judgments about women that have kids and ex-husbands because I'm like, you know, was it you? Was it him? Why can't you work it out? You have children. It's so important to be together to raise those children.
I tried, bro. 1 year I tried. Like, don't do this. What's going on? I don't know. I just don't feel fulfilled in my life. It was all about him. Like, bro, you have such a happy life. You have so much wealth, so much happiness. What a beautiful child you made. Why? This is the thing, right? For me, like, that was the thing. You had it all. You wrecked it. Never mind. Old news. Then I got with my BFF of many, many years. And then for a year and a half, we had like a breakup. Then I got back again a few months ago. I've known him for like 20 years now. I love him a lot. Everything ends up exactly how I think it is determined to. I'm a determinist.
Yeah, I mean, relationships are kind of crazy in a way, like, because if you have to like maintain it just for it to exist, and like, so it's like I don't want to have to like manipulate you to have you, you know, like I want because I'm totally happy being by myself. Like if I join with you, that's me taking you on my ship. It's not me joining your ship. Like we could pretend it's that way, but it's not that way because a lot of it just deals with housing, right? I mean,
No, not in this case. Where we both came from, like I don't know, I guess privileged backgrounds, and that wasn't the housing, or, you know.
no, I mean I'm talking about me personally, I guess, but like.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. What was housing for you?
No, I mean it's just part of the equation now, meaning that oh my, so crazy. I matched with this girl on Hinge. Like I changed my geolocation to South Beach, Miami. So I meet this incredibly hot Latina chick who has like 3 kids, and she's smoking hot. And every single Instagram clip is her working out, popping her amazing booty, and she never seems to work. She's always taking the kids to the beach, to the pool. She's always doing an event. Like she's just, her kids are her life. So then we're friends on Instagram, and then I start seeing what she's posting on Facebook Marketplace. And guess she's involved in some kind of criminal network.
Oh wow.
She's selling stolen auto parts.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like,
oh my god.
This is how this chick makes her money. She sells stolen auto parts that her ex-husband probably, buys or steals. I mean,
Good lord. So this is why do you attract this freaks to your life?
well, it's not like she's a freak. She's just a beautiful mother, but I'm like wondering, how does she support herself? And then I see, Facebook Marketplace, she's selling a $450 headlight for a Honda, I'm like, holy shit, that's crazy. Crime pays.
Oh wow.
So you only had 1 kid, right?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Early 40. 41.
So you're done. You're not having any more kids.
Yeah, I don't want any. I guess I can, but I don't want.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you'd have to it's a whole thing. It's like starting a whole new life.
Yeah. I could adopt.
Well, this app it's not, see, when people say this app, it's not this app. The app doesn't actually exist. It's just the people here. That's it. And so we're not really criticizing the app. We're criticizing the people and what they talk about, how they spend their time, what their opinions are, and it is what it is. It's like a format though. Like it is like talk radio where you have an obnoxious host who basically prevents you from fully distributing your propaganda. He redistributes his propaganda or her propaganda to supersede your frame. So it's like talk radio where people come on, they get abused, they get kicked off the show. It's that's why I like recording people, because like I'm highly blocked, and I'm blocked from certain rooms. And so like my only justice is actually recording what I consider to be bad takes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you like how we were reading Shakespeare last night?
I didn't hear it. I was out at the bar last night.
The fuck? We read like 50 songs at least.
Really? Oh, that would have been nice.
Yes. I used to do theater for 3 years a day.
What, in college?
And Shakespeare was a main blueprint upon which we build stories. I love the arts. I love culture. I look down upon people who are uncultured.
I don't look down on people. They just are not conditioned. They don't have the time. They don't have the environment.
They don't want to do it.
No, they would. They would, but they're conditioned and suggested with other art, which is like NFL football and NBA and college basketball.
That's not art. That's just empty.
It's just your opinion. It's just your opinion that it's not art.
Okay, fine. I don't want to be judgmental. Fine.
But what I think the complaint.
They don't read books. That's the truth.
That's the truth. I think the real complaint is that the economy doesn't make a greater category for artistic living, where instead of military and industrial complex and medical industrial complex, we should at least take like $1 trillion a year and just redistribute that to our people so they can do art projects.
Exactly. Oh my God, I love that.
Yeah, because art projects are like science experiments, and there's going to be great outcomes. And most people's lives, like, we're all getting cheated all the time. We're being filibustered. And this app is proof that topic focus is, or the debates, like it's like Uncle Steve in his room, the atheist. He says, this isn't a show just about atheists. Like, you can come up here and talk about whatever you want, but by making it a show about atheism, it forces the focus on a certain topic and category. And the funniest thing is that Pro Lyrical, he's like, I would call this a category error. And then I'm thinking, wait a minute, you just made a category error by claiming it's a category error. Like, it's your category error, not the person's so everything turns into a projection, and that's everything. And that's to me like the biggest takeaway from life is, okay, your ad hominem or your filibuster is a projection. And people can't see it. They can't see the log in their own eye.
Yeah, but they're also like, to be honest, like, I would never date anyone off of this app. Because this app is like psycho a little bit. Like, if I have to like date someone, I would never do it. I've met up with a few people. This is like years ago when it started off. And they're very cool people, I'm not gonna lie. When this app just started off, right, in the beginning. And a couple of years into it, regular friendships were made, blah, blah. And yeah, but now would I meet up with anyone, especially like for date purposes? Hell no.
There's just too many. See, it's not a dating app because there's just too many people out in the real world, and then there are dating apps.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pointless. Like, but people still, I think, do Peacock, and like there is like this sexual component to this app that people.
There is.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of guys that just are not talking to women in the real world, and so when they get to talk to you, they're like, "Oh, this is what I want in my life, and here it is on Clown House."
Exactly.
I think this app is really important for like helping people. For me, it's like, I love the fact that I can, like, I went out last night and there's so many people and I could talk to them, but they don't want to necessarily talk to me, you know? Well, just because I'm just another guy, you know, like, unless I can demonstrate some type of interesting magic, first, you know, otherwise I'm just not interesting. Like, I was at a bar once and I was talking to this girl. She, you know, didn't seem interested. And then I did a magic trick. And next thing I know, it was like her panties just fell down. I was like a different person now that I demonstrated value. So that's the thing about attraction, is if you can demonstrate value, well, now all of a sudden you're a valuable, you know, commodity.
Of the few relationships, and I know a few of them off this app, most have failed. I wonder why.
Because the relationship was based on Clubhouse dynamics. And, you know, a real good relationship is like quiet, you know? it's like it's self-contained and it's productive and it's joyful and it's erotic and like it's like if somebody says, "Oh, are you in love with that person?" It's like, well, I'm so physically attracted to this person that I can overlook anything, that this person might throw at me. Like to me, that's actually more love than uh, being in a relationship with somebody that you're not attracted to, but you're committed to out of duty or obligation or commitment, something to that extent. Like the physical attraction to me is actually real love in a relationship that transcends, the protocol of the relationship or something. Like if that makes any sense. Like without that really strong chemistry,
Yeah, I agree.
it can't be bound.
Most of it is a kind of show because there are people. You start off with people watching you on the sound, and then now you're kind of continuing on with that relationship for the people on this app, which are like a handful of people on this app. And so, I don't know if you know, I can't use names, I don't want to dox them. You probably have recorded them too. This is from like 5 years ago. This couple started off pretty passionately. He was a famous, and still is a famous cupcake maker in the US. Like he specializes in cupcakes, and I'm talking about bougie cupcakes. And she was from Germany. I was much into the spiritual practices of breathe in, breathe out, take a walk by the beach, that kind. And then she had a huge house in Germany, right? One of those magnanimous heirlooms, inherited. She sold that property, freaking vintage. I don't know how old that home was, probably, for the medieval times. And then both of them, he from the States, she from there, they moved to Italy. Freaking within a few months, they buy property by the beach in Italy, etc. Freaking the whole thing falls apart. I mean, these were extreme life changes, right? Made off of like two people on an app who hadn't spent time except for like just talking to each other and hosting rooms and things like that. It was so sad. And then I recently know of, of quite a few. One very recent one with a friend of mine on the app. You know her too, I think. So the whole thing is, I think, a sham. And relationships, particularly on Clubhouse, have not been successful, just from observation. And I wonder why. Perhaps because talk is cheap.
Mm-hmm. Well, I went out with a chick from here.
A little less conversation, a little more action, please.
Yeah, less conversation, more action. I mean, I dated a chick. I didn't date a chick. I banged a chick from here who gave me like COVID-19 in maybe like June of 2020. And she's a doctor, fully vaxxed up. She probably passed me all of her spike proteins. And like for 3 days, I was curled in a ball, and I was like, that was a mistake. But
oh no, John.
The sex was at least good enough to endure the 3 days of spike protein metabolic processing. And she was a neurotic. Like people might think I'm a neurotic, but I know how to shut up. And be quiet. Some people want that dopamine talk so bad that they're horribly obnoxious people who can't shut up. And you're like, you think we could get a little peace and quiet around here? Could you like not be annoying for 5 minutes? But I deal well with highly annoying people, and I'm more than happy to facilitate your annoyingness just for the sake of your company. But it's limited, and I have boundaries and duration limits that ultimately, I will separate and you can go on your way. And I know what to expect. I know people out there that are so obnoxious, so self-centered, so narcissistic, and it's hard to even detect. It's hard to know that you're actually being manipulated by, AKA, a friend. You know, and the truth is, like, friends, I like to say friends for life, but a lot of my friends aren't actually friends. They were, in a way, using me because of the novelty or the dopamine that I bring with me, and the intelligence I bring with me, the sophistication, and the ability to also attract, you know, beautiful people to the situation. And I don't know, some people are just like dead weight, you know? You realize, like, okay, I need you just for your company, but you're also dead weight. Like, you're not contributing to this equation anymore.
Right. Let's go for a walk.
I keep thinking, like, I keep looking at puppies, and I'm like, oh, I would love to have a dog, but then.
Oh my God, get a puppy. It's so cute.
I would, but the problem is, it's like when I get up, you know, there's A through Z things to do, and it's like, you know what, I don't want to add one more variable.
Yeah.
Because.
That was my mistake. I got her my kid. I got manipulated into it. Because the only thing I wanted my whole life. The only thing. Amongst the very many only things.
And you know, I also felt like a lot of like liberal girls, like they'll say on their profile, I am hardcore liberal. Here's my number, call me. And it's like, okay, well, the amazing thing is, you know, because of Clown House, like I've fully expressed and observed what I think is like all political content. And so when I meet somebody from a dating app and they say, okay, just tell me about your politics. And I'll say, I believe in equity and economics. And then they'll say, well, that doesn't say anything. And I'll say, okay, well, do you want to have like a 2-hour political debate or something? Like, do you want me to fully explain, like, how much information do you want from me? And are you going to give me any information from you? See, women are just so ridiculous. They're literally like parasites living, and my dad would be very upset if he heard me saying this, but like many women are just parasitic consumers living day to day, and they don't really care about you. They want what they can get from you in the moment, and they want to maximize it. Like one girl, I told this girl, I was like, yeah, I'll take you to dinner and give you a gift. She's like, okay, just send me a Venmo right now. Prove to me your love. And it's like, no, I don't do Venmo. And she's like, give me a check then at dinner. I'm like, it's so crazy that girls will go around and do that kind of shit.
Fucking messed up.
It's like filtering them out. It's like, okay, you're looking for some rich 56-year-old sugar daddy who's gonna literally write you a check, and you might not even blow him. You might not even F him, but you might. And you're like a 24-year-old flight attendant who's actually a prostitute on the side. It's wild. It's society now today is more complicated than ever before because women are fully liberated sexually, content-wise, financially. Like, women will never like really settle down with a man because their psychology today it's just not wired for that. It's been uprooted.
Absolutely. It's like, we don't need you now. We want you now.
Yeah. Women choose. Men, you know, men don't choose.
Cock.
Men cock.
Don't choose a cock.
I don't like that though. Regal, welcome to the Ayn Rand Bookhouse.
We don't need you now. That shit sounds like fucking coke.
We don't need you. We got everything.
Yeah, you do. You need us to fucking fix your plumbing, put electrical in your fucking house.
It's a
fix the
Halloween,
fucking roof,
darling.
paint your house. Work on all the infrastructure in the whole fucking neighborhood you live in.
The plumber is a phone call away. The free.
No, just like this is just something you're fucking wrong
is a phone
about.
call away.
Yeah, the cops are a phone call away, and that's a man too that you fucking need.
Why do we need cops?
Because you need them to protect you from the men that are fucking retarded. You know, but you need the good men to protect you from the bad men.
I'm sorry, what class of society are you talking about?
I'm talking about the United States. That's where I'm from.
So am I, but what class of society are you talking about?
What class of society am I talking about?
Who needs cops in a gated community?
Who needs cops in a gated community? I don't know. Does the gated community have security officers that have gun on their hips that are licensed to fucking use them, so they're kind of like their own police?
All the time. Yeah.
Oh, great. So, like, you're a dipshit that doesn't know what the fuck enforcement is.
Bro, we don't need it anymore, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, the fuck you do. And you guys are coping over it.
So I like the term cope.
What kind of medieval age does Regal come from, Alistair? Can you tell him?
Well,
Is it the Middle Ages?
No, I think his criticism is useful, because when I think of the word cope, in many ways I cope, you know, and the truth is, like, even talking about this topic is coping, and it's like it's not useful. It doesn't. See, the thing about leadership is leadership doesn't talk about what you're going to do. It does it. It's the doing and the action. It's not the talk. It's not the cope. Like this is cuckery. This is cuckery, you know, coping. And it is what it is. I mean, you know, but again, I think it's a fun conversation to criticize modern women, you know, but it is definitely coping.
It is. Also, like, Regal is a good Christian boy who believes in patriarchy. So, yeah, babe.
Well, you have to appeal to the benevolent patriarchy in order to enforce your rights as a woman.
See, John, look here. Listen. See what he's saying.
Wait, what was that again?
It's not like that anymore. The world has changed. What age are you living at? 2,000 years ago.
You're not in touch with the middle class or poor people, but these are the backs of the people that you stand on in order to live in your gated community and have the life that you have.
I am lower class compared to FU money, okay?
Who cares about your fucking money?
It is. It's FU money that we don't have. But most of America, I think, is kind of doesn't need men. Women don't need men to protect them anymore. We have police officers.
Men with guns on their hips for like all the
We have police officers. We have police officers who are women and men.
That's men.
No.
Yeah.
We have women police officers too.
Yeah, they don't join the police force in abundance because they're not interested in that work. So you have to appeal to the outlier, right? The outlier in the scenario instead of the average. You're appealing to the outlier, not the average.
Bro, any feminist in the room would find you like loathsome. I'm not even kidding.
Any feminist what?
In the room would find you loathsome. Like,
so? I don't date those types of women anyway. I hear how like John's always dating these types of women, and he's like, you know, he sees them for what they are, and he just doesn't have the balls to say anything about it. He just enjoys his time and goes about his business. I don't act like that though. I have like values that I stand on. You know what I mean?
This girl just texted me, John, what are you looking for? Are you looking for a sugar baby by chance? Or tell me what you're interested in. Then she sent me a photo, and she's like hideous. I'm like, well, you know, I could entertain a sugar baby conversation with a hot chick, but if you're fat and ugly, like, you know, sorry, but you've immediately gone to the archive folder. Zabu's like, you're so cruel. But, you know, time is limited. Regal is accurately calling out the cope. You know, anyways, it is a beautiful day outside. I have my garden being hydrated and watered. The flowers are pushing through. I just potted like 15 more pots yesterday. And guess what those fucking squirrels did? They turned over my shit and ate the fucking flower seeds. Those little bastards. So I have to change the position.
Little sons of bitches.
Squirrels are so smart. I mean, they're just unbelievable creatures. They're like monkey rats of a high degree. And I love squirrels. I love bunnies. And I love shooting squirrels or hitting them.
Oh my God, stop.
Well, I have a small business. It's controversial. It's called Squirrel Hunter Incorporated, and I have a slingshot with plastic pellets. They're not metal ball bearings to kill the poor squirrels, but when a plastic pellet flies past your face at 300 miles per hour, you know, the squirrels are kind of like nervous. They're like, what the fuck was that? And then they see me in the distance with a big shit-eating grin on my face with a slingshot, and they run like fucking hell. And then sometimes they don't even run. Sometimes they just strut away. Like, I'm better than that. Don't you dare fuck with me. And they just strut away. And then another fucking ball comes flying past their face at 300 miles per hour. And then that's when they're like, oh, fuck. I got to get the fuck out of here. That's called Squirrel Hunter Incorporated. It's actually a subdivision of a former company I had called Rat Hunter Incorporated, where you could actually go on like rat hunting safaris in Chicago with a pellet gun. And man, when you shoot a rat with a pellet gun, those fuckers can jump like 6 feet in the air and they can scream. They go, ah! You know, it's crazy.
Dude, I think the true story is your neighbors are probably watching you run out of the house with a fucking broom, fucking bat, and chasing them off your fucking lawn.
I just wonder what the people in the cars are thinking when they see me standing on my balcony with a slingshot shooting balls off my balcony. Okay, well, I'm going to quickly read to you one page of Ayn Rand. Are you ready? Because I think that...
Absolutely. I love Ayn Rand. Love you, Ayn Rand. Rest in peace.
R.I.P. I think that all books are magic, and what people don't realize is that Ayn Rand is actually a magician, and her book is actually a magic book. Hello? Controversial statement? Is that a controversial statement?
Not at all. Ayn Rand is magic herself.
Okay, this is the virtue of rationality. The virtue of rationality means the recognition and acceptance of reason as one's only source of knowledge, one's only judge of values, and one's only guide to action. It means one's total commitment to a state of full, conscious awareness, to the maintenance of a full mental focus in all issues, in all choices, in all of one's waking hours and talking on Clubhouse. It means a commitment to the fullest perception of reality within one's power and to the constant, active expansion of one's perception, i.e. of one's knowledge. It means a commitment to the reality of one's own existence, i.e. the principle that all of one's goals, values, and actions take place in reality, and therefore that one must never place any value or consideration whatsoever above one's perception of reality. It means a commitment to the principle that all of one's convictions, values, goals, desires, and actions must be based on, derived from, chosen, and validated by a process of thought, as precise and scrupulous a process of thought, directed by as ruthlessly strict an application of logic as one's fullest capacity permits. It means one's acceptance of the responsibility of forming one's own judgments and of living by the work of one's own mind, which is the virtue of independence. It means that one must never sacrifice one's convictions to the opinions or wishes of others, which is the virtue of integrity. That one must never attempt to fake reality in any manner, which is the virtue of honesty. That one must never seek or grant the unearned and undeserved. Wow, the DEI, social equity, justice warriors would hate this. Neither in matter nor in spirit, which is the virtue of justice. It means that one must never desire effects without causes. You see how valuable this is in terms of like contradicting the left? And that one must never enact a cause without assuming full responsibility for its effects. That one must never act like a zombie without knowing one's own purposes and motives. That one must never make any decisions from any convictions or seek any values out of context, apart from or against the total. integrated sum of one's knowledge. And above all, that one must never seek to get away with contradictions. It means the rejection of any form of mysticism. Any claim to some non-sensory, non-rational, non-definable, supernatural source of knowledge. It means a commitment to reason, not in sporadic fits or on selected issues or in special emergencies, but as a permanent way of life. It means the rejection of any form of mysticism. So, Ayn Rand rejects mysticism and believes in rationality.
No, that's not true.
No, she just said it.
Actually, yes, I know, but she, if you keep reading, like you figure out it's mysticism that is woo-woo. There is something called rationalist mysticism, right? Where you rationally evolve and rationally come to the conclusion of mysticism. This is one of the hardest things to do, but it is possible.
You cut off there at the end. What did you say, Narjos?
Say that again?
Can you say it again about the rational mysticism?
See, like, rationality is a foundational stepping stone, right, on which all is. Rationality is that which doesn't violate laws of logic, and that which at all times maintains coherency, right? So when what you're thinking, saying, feeling, and doing, are in contradiction to each other, that kind of mysticism, right, is a false mysticism. But then there's a true mysticism that is rational in nature. What I feel, do, say, and focus on, right, aligned with whatever source, whatever the heck you want to call it, or true to myself, that would be rational mysticism. Where nothing, like see, she's very particular about contradictions. Contradictions are truly like, that's hell. True hell is a contradiction. True hell is irrationality. It doesn't allow for pattern recognitions. It doesn't allow for being aligned with reality. And I've said this quite a few times, like, when a theist says that, the God of religion is an anthropomorphic God. The God of religion is, I don't know, like super me perhaps, right? This is why you're not aligning yourself with the reality of things. Because we'd like to imagine that. And this woo is what she's calling out. But all God is a set of all existence. Is that biggest set, that biggest grounding of all there is. To which we turn to in awe and in glory, right? Because it is its existence itself. That is rational mysticism.
Okay. See, I used to come on this app and try to disengage people, meaning like I would just say, okay, let's take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds. Meaning there's no reason to actually like engage in the conversations and debates that are happening here. It's all like this focused category error. It's just like I prefer the audiobook information distribution to like this broken, incomplete position that people present here. And it's pathetic. Like people here are pathetic. And I really like mocking them and making sure they know that I think they're pathetic and I've confirmed that they're pathetic. It could be a me problem. And I'm slowly moving away from all criticism and just getting into documentary, filmmaking, and just letting the audience decide without my interjection. I think that's the best way to do it. But I could also have, some people enjoy my criticism. And I've gotten compliments and people say, I went back and I watched your Instagram of me talking to all these people and I really enjoyed your feedback. and your commentary about how ridiculous it is. And I say, thank you. I appreciate you for appreciating me. And, you know, I called my mom yesterday on Mother's Day. That was part one. I told her I'd call her again today and we'd film part two. And, you know, she said, I love that for you. And I said, I love that you love that for me. And then she said, I love that you love that I love that for you. And I said, I love that you love that I love that you love that for me. And I love that you love that for me. I was like, you know, it was funny. And she got it. Because my mom is a chronic one-upper. And, you know, she realized what I was doing there. I was trying to show her that, you know, she's addicted to like one-upping you in conversation. And there's other people on this app like that. Like, oh, well, I got this and I did that, and it's better than what you did.
This is so cute. It's a cute relationship.
I think it's fun. You know, people liked it yesterday. People enjoyed my little 50-minute conversation with my mom.
What? You put it on freaking... You just put it on?
I mean, it was on Clubhouse and on YouTube Live.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure she knows that, like, when she calls me, I'm recording, but we never actually discuss it, you know? Because my mom has a flip phone. She doesn't actually even have a smartphone. She doesn't waste her time with all this internet reality. But I would suggest that the internet reality is the dominant form of communication. Therefore, it's so close to being reality that it's the only effective way to manipulate reality. Because all this political communication that gets pushed throughout Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and other platforms, that is the marketing content to try to influence people to vote for their leaders who are essentially doing all the handouts. Because we're so broke, there shouldn't be any handouts. There should only be debt service repayment. And a lot of politicians during, you know, the election cycle, they just post now pictures and videos saying, hey, I just brought in 1.3 million for this bridge, 1.3 million for this facility that does this type of healthcare. And it's like, okay, so Speaker Johnson gave you, you know, $10 million to divvy up across your district. And now you get to create content about where you're giving the money out. Must be nice. But the country's told him, and that's like the reward, you know, for the congressperson or senator to create that content and say, hey, I fought so hard to get this money for you. But really, the party loyalty is what's facilitating and funding that. And then they use it for their own marketing purposes.
Do you get irritated by like judgmental religious people on the South?
Oh yeah, they're extremely toxic and highly obnoxious. You know that one guy? He's like, I believe he's African, Coptic or whatever. He has a thick voice. Oh, you're the Antichrist. Oh, normally you're the Antichrist. You're the Antichrist. Like that guy is so fucking annoying. I would like to flog him. You know, and as he's like screaming, like, why are you beating me? Why are you beating me? You're the Antichrist. How dare you? How dare you beat me? And like, he would be like, he's, you know, well, I can't imagine flogging a highly annoying person and then like enjoying their torment because of like the torment that I've experienced listening to them.
So yesterday one of my friends, you know, Benny, right? Like he's getting interested in like narcissism, right? And it's a pretty nice worldview, I think. It's a beautiful way of like looking at the world. It's got like a perennial oneness sort of message to it, right?
Yeah, it's beautiful until you decide to go on a crusade.
Yeah, unless you decide to go on a crusade, but it doesn't allow for it within its worldview. So yesterday he was just positing his worldview. And then people I know, and you know, freaking, who I didn't ever think would react to his position like that, started freaking in some form attack him, like in just because he had developed a worldview that doesn't look like the way the majority Christian position, whatever the heck that is. And I was just shocked. Like, these are people I hang out with on the daily, every now and then on this app, right? Like, or at least use it in the background while I'm doing other things. And bloody, I was just unexpected. And I felt like, oh my God, is this how close you are to anyone who experiences a change in their worldview? By the way, a change that is also positive, in my opinion. Just because it doesn't look like your God or look like your views, like Andrew, if you don't believe in Andrew's God, you're an atheist, basically. That's what he's saying. And I called him out yesterday.
You know, it's funny is I actually like the hardcore Christians because, well, I think the obnoxious part about the hardcore Christians is that they're still basically Democrats, you know? And so the atheists, to me, are the more annoying ones because they're actually elite intellectual, homosexual liberals. That's really what they are. And I listened very closely yesterday in Politically Correct. Whenever a liberal elite Democrat gets cornered, guess what their bite back in response is? Oh, so you don't believe in black men, black women, and gay black men, gay black women? Like it's the same thing over and over. It's their position always rests on the indignity, not the dignity, the indignity of a black woman, a black man, and especially if you're gay. And to me, that's pseudo-intellectualism. So they are false prophets. They are fake intellectuals, and they themselves are elite homosexual liberal Democrats. And they're pseudo-intellectuals because the basis of your political position cannot be the disenfranchisement of black men and black women who are gay. And so they position everything, no matter what your position is, against that backdrop. And that is so fucking disingenuous and so propaganda. It's such propaganda, and they're ruthless, and they know what they're doing consciously. They know that they are essentially doing filibustering on the backs of gay black men and gay black women, and it's pathetic. And actually, it's really just their own projection because they are closeted homosexual intellectuals who are married and have children, and they could never admit that they're bisexual and that they are extremely predatory. So those are my observations. I think they're accurate. And that's why I film. You know, I am in my documentary filmmaking here on Clubhouse. I'm actually like in the jungle recording chimpanzees interact with each other. And it turns out that we as monkeys are so good at trying to subvert, hypnotize, and manipulate each other. It truly is the economy. It's really how everything is happening. And when AOC gets on stage and say nobody can make $1 billion, that's impossible. Well, that's because she's propagandizing eat the rich. And she herself is rich. She's very rich. She's worth like 40 million or plus. A fucking bartender, congresswoman who's unstoppable, and people eat it up because she's so goddamn sexy. You know, if AOC was an overweight, obese, disgusting pig, no one would listen to her. No one would want to look at her. So the physical beauty is the first step at magnetizing and hypnotizing. And that's what she does. She is a ruthless propaganda. And in fact, she's nothing but a CIA agent. She is a CIA agent or associated with CIA agents. So her background and her actual pedigree, it's not exposed. It's not discussed. I mean, it's crazy that we don't think that congresspeople and senators aren't like fully integrated with the CIA. And if you think the CIA should be shut down and defunded, you have no idea how many people are involved with the CIA and their activities. So, I mean, I'm happy to exist because so many people hate my existence. You know, that's what really makes me happy when people say, oh, you don't know who John Kitover is? Block this guy, kick him quick, get him the fuck out of here. That's when I know like I'm being successful, because everything has to do with apartheid, indigenous rights, neo-settler colonialism, structural white racism, and a whole list. There's a top 10 list of complaints, and philosophy is the compression of all those complaints. But when you compress all the complaints, they're not there anymore. But these people decompress the now into their history hypnosis complaint session, and it's because they're trying to essentially because they themselves are highly demoralized. See, victory and strength, the correlation between strength and joy is real. And I was talking to my mom about this yesterday. If you have great joy, that's because you have great strength. When your strength is diminished and goes down, your joy goes down. It really does.
Yeah, I agree.
A lot of it is perception and lack of action. Because when you actually take action, you realize that you're not really doing anything for the most part, unless you're actually pushing back and putting good content out there. Force is like a combination of action and like newness, because the new frame reframes the old frames, and every day new frames are being put on yesterday's frames of the previous frame. So, like that guy Brian in here, he tried to raise his hand earlier, and it's like, I don't want to bring him up because he's one of those chronic one-uppers. And last time I talked to him, he said he's going to kill me. And welcome to your new life, bitch. I know where you live. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to be friends with you anymore because, I know you have mental problems, and I'm okay with that. But like when you make death threats against me, and you don't issue an apology or say, hey, I'd like to, make amends. So I just ignore and I don't entertain and I move on with my life in joy and strength. I'm not going to entertain people who get wicked drunk and then make death threats on a social audio chat app. That's ridiculous. So I'm happy not having former friends in my life who I view as being obnoxiously toxic.
Wasn't Ron your friend? Was he reading like Aleister Crowley together with him? I remember he actually did read Pan.
Who, Brian?
Yeah, was it Ryan or Brian?
It wasn't Brian. Brian is extremely resistant to reading anything.
Oh my god. But why?
Because he just wants to talk. He's a talkaholic. He just wants dopamine from talking. He doesn't want to have any type of like plan or goal or outcome or alternative content. It's just he just wants to talk about whatever the fuck there is to talk about. He's yeah.
Sorry.
Do you know who Osho is?
Yes, I've been to his ashram. I lived there for 3 months.
I love like just how wild. I love like his outfits. Like he looks like a space traveler. Like
I know. So in that heat of Pune, so I studied the structures because my thesis in architecture was spiritual buildings, right? And his ashram is made of black pyramids, right? And at one third the height of those pyramids that they built, you can actually he's raised the central platform, right, on which like he would sit. Something about like at one third the height of the pyramid, energy is like probably like highest, and things. They've done some experiments like by putting apples and oranges and stuff, by making these models that are pyramids at that height. You see that no rotting happens, and I don't know, energies are different and stuff like that. Bro, Osho, like, so he believed in like orgies and stuff, right? So it's an experience. You have to go and see it. Then they have a spring festival that I went for, and you can basically dance any kind of style. I think a lot of it is drugs. I'm not gonna lie. But you could like tour there. Then there's like every week he dedicates it to one kind of ritual practice, right? Like the whirling dervish would be one of them, and he gives you they would give you like robes and stuff that you could wear or not. So he's all about the essence and everything being love, and he's also like he used to be highly hedonistic in a way that he sort of spiritualized hedonism. But you should know that love is everything. That's also for you.
Yeah. I love these YouTube clips that come up with him. Listen to this one.
Shows a significant fact that perhaps our love is searching for something else, and because we don't find it in our so-called lovers, the frustration arises. Nobody is responsible, just our direction is wrong. The real lover is within you.
See that?
Eternal.
This is the thing about these relationships. It's like if you know that if your real lover is you within you, you take your relationships with a much more like professional approach as opposed to like this childish love attraction, dopamine orgasm game of oxytocin, and that's why philosophy sets us free from like these carnal monkey mind activities that so many people engage in. And that's why so many people have so much suffering and why they have all these burdens now. I don't know. Maybe I'm just coping.
Lover is within you. Once you have found it, you are absolutely
Content with yourself. Okay, Brian, welcome to the show. Last time I talked to you, you said you were going to kill me, and that
I'll never kill you. I mean, that'd be too easy.
And you said welcome to your new fucking reality. And
Well, I mean, dude, I would sink the Lady Hawk before I'd kill you.
Oh. Well, you can't sink the Lady Hawk because the Lady Hawk is unsinkable because it's no longer in my possession.
Okay.
Can't sink a ship that won't float.
Yeah, well. Can't believe you bought that thing. At least you got laid a couple times.
Yeah, I know, but when you calculate out how much per lay, I might as well just have accumulated some sugar babies and paid the bill.
You ain't lying. I love me a good hooker.
All right, well, this is the Ayn Rand book club where we're going to read another page from Ayn Rand.
Are you talking about Ayn Rand, like a Jewish woman that wrote, like, Atlas Struggles?
That's it.
Struggles, yes. Atlas does struggle.
Well, who the fuck is John Gall?
Who is John Gall? I am John Gall, baby. I am.
Dude, I might be a dumbass redneck, but I mean, I have read a couple books.
I'm so proud of you, Brian, for reading Ayn Rand, or at least knowing of her.
Dude, Alice Struggle. Dude, I read like 3 of her books, I think.
My gosh, look at my.
I think it was Alice Shrugged, Atlas.
Atlas Shrugged, The Fountain House, maybe.
And yeah, but like, ultimately they ended up with the community that they were meant to be with. And the funny thing is, like, in modern day, like, they're talking about like all these scientists that are being just like they're like like vanishing. I think that that's Atlas Shrugged. These are the scientists that we need. I think this is like DARPA, like being ahead of AI. Well, AI is gonna take over. Like seriously. Yeah, I'm smoking a cigarette. I apologize. But yeah, no. Who is John Gall? What do we want from our future? We have to compete with AI as human beings. And dude, I was programming in 1986 when I was like 11 years old. I could type 16 words a minute correctly, and I would program pretty damn proficiently in BASIC with logic. But now we're in a whole different realm. Like, and these computers are thinking faster than I could have ever thought. How do you compete against them? I mean, I get it that I can do it abstractly, but logically, you can't compete. What do you want from your future for your kids? What do you think 2050 is going to look like for your kids? I mean, I heard a baby in the background. What do you think, like, 25 years from now is going to look like? Because 25 years ago for me was 1995. And everything from 95 to here is crazy as the front door. But you're talking about like what you're trying to get with AI and computers and all the distractions and devices to your kids. And another 25 years from here to then, good fucking luck. I'm being dead the front door serious. Dude, I'm about to take my fucking wristwatch off and blow my whistle. That's my boondoggle whistle. Bro, these kids are not gonna know how to fucking take care of themselves. None of them are gonna know how to do it. None of them will know how to start a fire. None of them will know how to like volunteer and like be in the woods. If there are, it'll be the exception of the children. It won't be the rule. What do you think, John? I guess you don't want to talk about it, John? What? You want some vittles? What about cornbread?
Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, I just repositioned my sprinkler.
I I'm about to feed my dogs. I'm listening to birds chirping in the background.
That's a nationality. That's not a race. India is not a race.
Why do you always like
Identify being black. What is wrong with someone's
noise? Why do you not communicate on a normal level?
Because I'm not beholden to any type of strict rules or format here in this matrix known as the internet.
But you don't want to like connect with your friends?
No, not necessarily. I want to like push through to what I'm trying to achieve, regardless of what people and friends I happen to that happen to flow by.
What is the thing that you want to achieve? I mean, I know your mom is gorgeous, and like I know your dad. I know like things you've done, and dude, I would love to see you be the mayor of Chicago. That'd be the funniest shit ever. But,
well, it's not going to happen. But the whole thing is, it's like being able to communicate ideas, but really the AI analysis of like uncovering fraud. Like I found this hospital that's billing Medicaid $130 million a year, $130 million for illegal aliens. It's so illegal.
Bro, like you want to know the sad part to me is, like if you look at 2025, we spent $3 billion on homeless veterans. We spent $9 billion on illegal immigrants. Like, how are you spending 3 times the amount for illegal people versus the people that actually literally went to like war for our country?
Well, I know how to answer that question.
Please tell me.
Well, I went to this dinner party with like a very successful gentleman, and all these military officers were there. One of the guys is actually in charge of like the Pacific Fleet. Like he was the admiral of like the Pacific Fleet or something. And he was an African American, and just incredible presence, military presence. And somebody asked him, "Are you gonna run for politics when you get out?" And he started laughing. He's like, "Absolutely not." And they're like, "Why not?"
Look at Colin Powell.
Yeah.
Like Colin Powell would have easily been a president had he run.
Yeah.
I would have voted for him.
I think it's just a question of, do you want to experience it? Even if you know you can win, do you want to experience that? And I think the answer is no.
No. Do you know what kind of sacrifice it takes to do that job? Like, seriously. Like, I'm being, like, completely 100% sincere. Do you know how hard that job is?
Yeah, you can see it on people's appearances.
Dude, like, every president that goes in, they look young. When they come out, they look fucking old and gray. Like, they're put through the ringer. I don't know one of them that got out, like, safe.
Yeah, a lot of the guys that I trained with at the Citadel, they didn't make it back, or they made it back, but they were, forever permanently damaged. And
like myself, yes.
Yeah, it's very sad, because you would imagine that there would be political and military alignment of priorities, but there's just not. And so, I mean, in many ways, I'm like a fascist, that I believe we should actually be a military society completely. And that
I'm authoritarian when it comes to certain things.
Yeah, and it's so disappointing. I think that's actually why a lot of veterans become hopeless and have despair and ultimately, commit the S word, because they.
Oh yeah, dude. No, yeah, you're right. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. It's like you feel like you've been duped and that the whole sacrifice.
Like it was like a faux pas the whole time.
Well, meaning that like if it
was a farce.
if it was real, well then it would have been real here too in America. It wouldn't have just been real for that exercise.
When I came home, I didn't feel real. I felt like, everybody kept saying thank you for your service, but honestly, I didn't know what my service was for.
Yeah, I like to, when people say thank you for your service, I say, please never thank me ever again. Take it back. And then I want you to thank all the dead people who were obliterated, and you can look at their pictures on a poster. Don't thank me, because when you thank me, what you're really doing is thanking yourself. Don't project your thanks onto me when you shouldn't even be thanking me, because look at me. It's like you're trying to downgrade me by saying thank you. No, just don't thank me. Never, ever thank me, because I'm here breathing, talking to you. And so what did I sacrifice to talk to you right now? Nothing. The people that are dead are the ones who gave all so that you and I could sit here and I could complain about you thanking me. And then they say, oh, well, I'm sorry I ever even thanked you. And I say, exactly.
Well, the thing is, like, all games gave all, and like I've helped them when they died.
Yeah.
And I know what it's really about, John. Like, seriously.
Yeah.
Like, I know what the sacrifice really is. And like, I don't think most people understand the level of sacrifice that it takes to secure our freedom of speech.
Well, see, protecting freedom of speech versus actually knowing what speech should be protected is really the conundrum, because most people have never actually experimented with radical speech that could get you in trouble. So that's the thing. It's like, let's not talk about protecting. Yeah, let's not talk about protecting it when we haven't even identified what's so controversial to be protected. People are so fucking stupid and political. They're horribly hypocritical. And I'm glad that I exist to essentially document what I would call the elite liberal Democrat, and especially the gay elite black liberal Democrat.
I'm not gay, but I am a Democrat.
What makes you a Democrat? Is it like the history of Democrats in your area?
In 1993, I had to sign up for selective service. They asked me what I was.
Mm-hmm.
And I was, in 93, I was 18. And like Clinton was the president. And I'd been reading books in civics and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I was reading about like classical liberalism from the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
So I picked Democrat, but a 93 Democrat is not a 26 Democrat. You know what I mean? I didn't leave the party left me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I don't know if I'm like moderate or progressive or any of it. I mean, I like the fire station. I like the post office. I like, feeding kids before they go to school, and so they're not hungry when they're in class. Like, these are socialist programs that I do care for. But that doesn't make me a communist, though. You know what I mean?
Well, what does austerity mean to you, and how long would you expect the people to sacrifice their well-being in order to right the ship? Because if a lot of people claim they're capitalists, but our system is actually socialist. It's not capitalist, because we print 7 trillion.
No, I disagree.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you could have a socialist society within a capitalist society, but you could never have a capitalist society within a socialist society. So I disagree with you.
Mm. Well, then the thing is, I've had so many conversations that ultimately I go back to what is economic theory and economic philosophy. Our primary goal efficiency and overall utility and equity? Are we trying to optimize? And do we believe that deficit spending is optimization? And if we didn't do deficit spending and we paid down the debt and we optimize our spend, wouldn't that be the better long-term solution as opposed to these short-term fixes?
No,
Why not?
because, like, the reason within capitalism that we do what we do, like, if you make a boondoggle and I make a boondoggle, necessity is the mother of invention, and, like, we know how to figure out how to fix a problem that, like, everybody got. That makes us we came to the forefront first, and we get patent that. We made our boondoggle our thing that made us important within society, and if you took that away from society, why would you ever make a boondoggle if nobody ever gets to own anything within communism? You're not going to get anything. If you made the boondoggle that made millions and you get none of it, why would you invent the boondoggle? Bro, I grew up in a very fucking militant family. I'm sorry. Does any of that mean anything to you, dude? Or are you just gonna sit over there and try to get a beer and put an orange in it? Damn, John.
Brian, what I'm saying is, like, if we were to run an equation, a model, a simulation on, future alternative realities based off of economic philosophy and theory, that it's my opinion that, if we, it's my opinion that the equations and models we're using right now are inefficient, self-destructive, and unfair completely and entirely.
What models are you specifically referring to?
The $7 trillion that we spend every year.
Dude, my thing was, when I got out of Iraq in 2010, our national deficit was $12 trillion.
Yeah.
Right? It took us 200 change years.
Yeah.
To make 12 trillion as a deficit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it from 2012 to now, which is 14 years? Did we go from 12 to 36?
I know. The people are saying that we.
How do we do that? How do we do that in less than 2 decades when it took us 2 centuries to get to 12?
So the thing is that money was created and distributed, and it's still out there. A lot of it, though, is now outside of the U.S. Is outside the U.S. control in offshore banking. And so if we wanted to claw back some of the trillions, well, it's out there. It's sitting in people's bank accounts, and we could claw it back if we had the will to do it. I mean, I think you're right about the boondoggle theory. But I am, as a self-opportunist or a self-promoter, do you know who Benjamin is on this app? He has a room open right now called Math is Racist.
How is logic racist?
Because in an inverted,
Math is racist. That's literally saying logic is racist.
well, they can make, see, this is the thing about making arguments for things that don't exist. Like, as the participant in their experiment, your observation, your quantum observation, is what gives their ridiculous sentiment any credibility. It's like, were you in? I don't know if you were. Anyways, a flat earther came into Steve's room today, and he's like, "We are ready to debate you. We're ready to debate you at any time, anywhere, any place, and we've got the receipts." And it's like, and you just kind of feel bad for some people how that's their area of focus, which is just fantastical thinking.
Like straight up, and like if you could circumnavigate Antarctica and always turn left and go around Antarctica, and you have people that say there's an ice shelf on the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
How can you turn left when everything makes you turn right on the flat Earth style? There's an ice shelf that goes all the way around. You'd have to turn right the whole time when you're talking about circumnavigating left. If you can't counterclockwise your ice shelf, you'd be on a flat Earth. But we can literally circumnavigate. How many times? It's been done 150 times. I think Captain Cook was the very first person that ever did it.
I mean, isn't it just basic geometry? The space between point A to point B is a straight line, and
trigonometry, side angle side, angle side angle.
How can you just not use your mind's eye though and visualize? How do you just not visualize it in your mind's eye? How can you think that if I want to go from point A to point B and there's not curvature to that line, how do you not see that in your mind's eye? I just don't understand how people can't see that from just a plane perspective, flying a plane. There's curvature to that movement. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Dude, I completely understand. The point being is why does people that deny the comprehension of truth?
Yeah, I think that's their content though. But the irony, and this is why I think mocking people is fun, important, maybe a waste of time, but there's just so many people worthy of mockery, and it's almost like they have a language comprehension and a language deficiency. That's really what's happening. I think they actually don't have the words to describe the concept that they're.
That was a bad joke.
Well, that's why I say it's not. Flat earthers are actually a philosophy. It's not some kind of mathematical or geographic science or something like that. It's what they're really trying to express as a philosophy, but they don't have the words to really describe what they're thinking or feeling. That's what I've told them before.
Bro, dude, when I'm telling you that we need to worry about the shit, I'm not even fucking kidding you, bro.
We don't need to worry about them?
No, we totally need to.
Oh, why do you say that?
Because I served with all I know a bunch of them are fucking lifetards.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean by that?
No.
They're fucking out of their mind.
Is that projection or accurate diagnosis?
No. I mean, dude, I'd rather kill them than be able to deal with them.
Mm.
But I'm not allowed to. But bro, these Shia fuckers, you understand what they're trying to do with Shia law?
Mm-mm.
Look at Dearborn and look at Texas. I mean, they're trying to enact Sharia law.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I mean?
I understand the sentence.
Bro, I mean, but do you understand what that means to, the First Amendment?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, we have to know what controversial statements we can and can't say based on First Amendment, because everybody's always so concerned about First Amendment, but no one here on this app actually identifies what are the controversial concepts and statements that you can't make because they'll gaslight somebody.
Agree.
But see, it only goes one way, because if you're appalled by abortion, if abortion is appalling to you and you think it's murder, well, then everything that people say in defense of it is really offensive to you. So we live in this double standard, hypocritical environment.
Like John, if you were literally like, pro-choice and I was pro-life, like it wouldn't like deter me from talking to you.
No, I get that.
The problem is people would make that like, oh, we're so different, and they would no longer talk. You and I can have completely opposite views. It wouldn't bother me.
No, I think people that can express their opposite views peacefully is where the best outcome comes about, But the problem with the left is that it's not like that for them. They literally say on these stages, I feel like we should be having this debate, and that we should control the communication and content. That's what they say, because they feel that it's dangerous.
You said the first thing was I feel.
That's what they say, and they say it's too dangerous to have conversations and debates about this because they can't let their position or propaganda be compromised.
Your feels are subjective, and I don't give a shit. And everything I want to talk about is objective. And if you don't want to talk about the objective reality, fuck your feelings.
So subject, object, subject. They say that the synthesis happens when the subject and the object, mix, and that's the secret. Synthesis.
Like your object is shit you can measure and you understand your reality. Your subjective is like once you figure out your reality, how you feel about the reality that you're within.
Yeah.
And like if you're trying to make your reality more important than mine, I'll tell you to go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm. That's the way it goes.
No, I mean, dude. Do I sound dumb?
No, I think you're 100% accurate. The problem is that in the world of like green beans and control, and then, the push down of content from media corporations, we're just living in a highly programmed communication that's literally pushed down top to bottom communication. Oh, we got Mountain in the man.
I'm glad I've known you for half a decade, bro.
Mountain is here. Mountain, yes. Mountain was just in the math is racist room.
Matt is an idiot. I'm not an idiot. Fuck you. You're an idiot, bro. No, I said Matt is an idiot. Oh, okay. What are you guys doing, though?
We've been talking about various topics, but
shooting the bubble.
Yesterday Mountain and I had a lengthy conversation, and at the end of the conversation, guess what I told him?
Well, you don't get it. No, he doesn't get it. So I literally have tried to explain to him the reason why I troll, the reason why I don't get too serious in this app is because I feel like it's not healthy and I don't have the self-control to stay away from it. So I try to not be part of a club. I try to get myself banned occasionally so I'm not part of the table. And then but then John goes, if you don't behave yourself, you're not going to be part of the conversation. You're going to be part of the table. Like, that's the point, bro. That is the point with this clubhouse. He said that to me many a time. Like, I've known John since 21 when my mom was still alive on Instagram. Yeah. Like, the only reason I'm on Clubhouse is because of Edmund. Like, you want to talk some shit. Don't start no shit. Won't be no shit.
No, it wasn't.
But I guarantee you, I'll come to Chicago and tell him how to sail a sailboat.
I wasn't. See, Mountain likes boats. Mountain is a boat builder. I was just making a joke saying that, like, you know, I told you about the time I fired this African American kid from
That was so funny.
yeah, and he's like, "Why the fuck you want to fire?" So it's like, you're just too much of a liability to bring back on the facility because you can't behave yourself because you think that it's unhealthy, and so then you make it more unhealthy by trolling just to get kicked to preserve your time. Like, that is madness. That's not what you're looking for. You're actually like, you're just going about it the wrong way. We got Bao here. Bao is a very funny individual. Bao, do you want to come up and say anything? This is Michael Braunstein from Miami. Welcome, Bao. Bao here. You know, I haven't seen Jeff Green or whatever his name is on here for a while. You know, his rooms in the mornings and stuff, he usually holds like a full day session while he's doing whatever. Haven't seen him for a while, or maybe I just blocked. Who knows? This is the Ayn Rand book reading room. Bao, have you ever read an Ayn Rand book? Bao is also a teacher, yet he comes on here and doesn't really ever have anything academic to teach. He never reads a book. And I always criticize people here who don't take the time to at least read one page a day. And it's just my belief that a book is more valuable than you, unfortunately.
Which person I seen as that Rand Paul is actually the doctor.
We know.
Yeah, but you know that he was named after Ayn Rand. There's his father.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Michael, your life must be going great if you're on Clubhouse saying bow wow wow. So happy for you. Must be getting the stress must be getting to you, the anxiety of failure. Uh-oh. A beautiful Sunday in Miami. He's got a phone. He's looking at a cellular device and saying bow wow. That's Michael Braunstein's accumulation of life in 2026.
I'm over here with my gun in my hand and drinking a beer.
Oh, wow wow is right. So Rabboni Shalom, we're going to read a page. Now, many of you don't read, so just let me do the reading for you. This is the value of knowing somebody who reads a book on Clownhouse. This is page 29. It's called The Virtue of Productiveness. And productiveness is interesting because a lot of people think that what I do is not work or productive. But I just say, if I'm a politician, well, then I've already mastered the art of doing nothing and being highly productive.
Well, that's only because you speak one way and it's not dialogue. It's just you giving a directive.
Rabboni Shalom.
The real question is, did you file taxes this year?
Rabboni Shalom, yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's all that matters then.
Did you?
I did.
You know, I met a girl at the bar, and she's like, I haven't filed in 6 years. And I was like, you haven't filed your taxes in 6 years? She's like, nope. I was like, you think it's going to turn out well for you? She's like, I don't really know, and I don't really care. I was like, well, I love your attitude, but good luck.
Well, I mean, I haven't filed my taxes in longer than that.
Shit. Why not?
Because I've made $0 since the last time I filed.
Yeah, but can't you still get a refund even if you didn't earn any income?
I've never tried.
Oh, well, you ain't part of the community.
No, I mean, I like 7 years I haven't made money.
Yeah.
At least that the government can get a hold of.
Well, if you have nothing to take, I don't think you have anything to really worry about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, but I'm still a millionaire.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, you're about to actually experience page 29 from Ayn Rand. This is the virtue of productiveness.
Who is John Gall?
We're going to find out in just a minute.
I'm the guy that has the electric bicycle company. I'm not sure I'm on their level.
The virtue of productiveness is the recognition of the fact that productive work is the process by which man's mind sustains his life, the process that sets man free of the necessity to adjust himself to his background, as all animals do, and gives him the power to adjust his background to himself. Productive work is the road of man's unlimited achievement and calls upon the highest attributes of his character, his creative ability, his ambitiousness, his self-assertiveness, his refusal to bear uncontested disasters, his dedication to the goal of reshaping the earth in the image of his values. Productive work does not mean the unfocused performance of the motions of some job. It means the consciously chosen pursuit of a productive career in any line of rational endeavor, great or modest, at any level of ability. It is not the degree of a man's ability, nor the scale of his work that is ethically relevant here, but the fullest and most purposeful use of his mind. The virtue of pride is the recognition of the fact that as man must produce the physical values he needs to sustain his life, so he must acquire the values of character that make his life worth sustaining. That as man is a being of self-made wealth, so he is a being of self-made soul. Atlas shrugged. The virtue of pride can best... Let me finish this page. The virtue of pride can best be described by the term moral ambitiousness. It means that one must earn the right to hold oneself as one's own highest value by achieving one's own moral perfection, which one achieves by never accepting any code of irrational virtues impossible to practice, and by never failing to practice the virtues one knows to be rational, by never accepting an unearned guilt and never earning any, or if one has earned it, never leaving it uncorrected, by never resigning oneself passively to any flaws in one's character, by never placing any concern, wish, fear, or mood of the moment above the reality of one's own self-esteem. And above all, it means one's rejection of the role of a sacrificial animal, the rejection of any doctrine that preaches self-immolation as a moral virtue or duty. Okay, gentlemen, you've just read one page of Ayn Rand. How do you feel?
I am burned. Her name was Ian.
Ayn!
You said Ayn Rand. That's crazy.
Some say potato, some say potato.
And some people kick people right in the fucking mouth.
Hello?
It's not my fault I'm this angry.
It is your fault.
Nah, it's the world that made me this way. Check out Ashwagandha, bro. I've been recommending that to my fellow man. Check that out, bro. It's been really good for me. Ashwagandha. Matsikati Yino Shawari. I don't know it. No, this is ashwagandha. It's like it's a natural. I know. I was showing that to you, which is the dialect of the area. Yeah,
You've probably seen her on.
It's not my fault. You don't understand. Like how you doing today, my friend? Oh yeah. Bro, how about you? How are you? Hi. We're good. No, I'm high. Good. Smoking big blunt or what? Hi, how are you?
So Michael Bronstein, what's new in your life? Damn.
I totally need more weed.
What a life.
Well, I mean, fuck you, motherfucker.
Hello?
Hello? One line to one line?
I think
I'm going out for Mother's Day.
I'm the master of my universe? What?
Where you taking mom?
Well, my sister.
Hey, happy Mother's Day. I'm glad your mother is gorgeous. I wish my mom was still alive, bro. Like, shut up. For real, for real.
We're going bowling, dude. We're going on a bowling alley.
But dude, he went with his mom to the, like, you know, like, determining this, like, motor cars. You know, that was a cool video. Remember the reality of life.
Rabboni Shalom. Where are you taking mom, Michael?
Bowling alley.
The bowling alley? What do you roll these days?
Fuck do I know. I think I used to roll, I think, 120s or something back in the day.
Shit, I'm 250 and up.
Something like that. I owe 120s or 40s. I don't know.
There is no God, but that does not mean that I'm atheist. Certainly, I'm not atheist. The atheist says there is no God also. But when I say there is no God, when these people say there is no God, there is a tremendous difference between my statement and their statement. Because I say at the same moment that there is no God, but that does not mean that I'm atheist. Certainly, I'm not atheist. The atheist says there is no God also. But when I say there is no God, when these people say there is no God, there is a tremendous difference between my statement and their statement. Certainly, I am not atheist. The atheist says there is no God also. But when I say there is no God, when these people say there is no God, there is a tremendous difference between my
the slightly dissonant third, and they were really into consonant thirds, or the sweeter third, and the somewhat dissonant fifth, which would sound weird to us today.
Yeah, I think people should listen for like just intonation, like any way they can listen, like a pure third or a pure fifth. Every perfect fifth, every power chord that you've heard all your life is out of fucking tune. People, you don't even know it. You're just used to it. That's why it's convention. It's just like it's all like artifice, convention. You know, hundreds and hundreds of years of this shit. You know, and you still got the fucking the polka dot duo playing the microtonal music, right? What are their guitars? Yeah,
I mean, like I said, just some of the wonderful thing.
If you wanted to do like Persian tuning, classical Persian tuning on your fucking one of your synths there, could you? What software do you use?
Logic Pro, you customize the tuning. You go into Logic Pro, and then in the tuning panel, you customize it.
Oh, right.
Following the discussion right now.
Yeah.
I still would love to know how many races there are.
I think they're like 7. Like when you fill out the forms, the government forms, like which race are you? Like Pacific Islander, fucking Mongoloid, whatever.
It was suggested that there were, I think.
So, I guess I'm standing on my back porch right now. You want to hear what it sounds like?
Children. Yeah, try to herd cats all day and see if you don't lose your mind, Regal. I mean, I bet you that if you were sent up in a system where you had to...
Did you just say herding 8 cats and like a fucking animal? Like,
yeah. Regal, the organization I run right now, has a fleet that I have to manage and do the asset management plan for the whole
where do
thing.
you do that from, Cora?
Well, I have multiple locations. I have
Do you
different
have an
office sites.
office?
Excuse me, I have 3 different office sites, and I work from home.
And you sit on your ass when you do this work, right?
No, sometimes I go to the fucking garage maintenance facility.
Bro, it sounds like that. It sounds like game. You ain't acknowledging game, bro. If she got to where she is and she's comfortable and she ain't doing hard labor, that's a skill.
I appreciate that, right? And that's what women tend to do. They gravitate towards that. Men usually tend to gravitate towards.
You don't want to do hard labor. You don't want to do labor. Just go to school.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. But then she's not conceding to the point that it's like men do all the jobs that they take for granted, including going down into the sewers and fucking
I
scraping.
don't think she's taking men for granted. I don't think so.
So why can't she concede that? Why can't she say, "Hey, I appreciate it"?
Cora, are you saying men ain't about shit and they aren't integral to society?
No, I'm saying that women participate in that too. Maybe it's smaller numbers, right?
Thank you.
But,
now you're admitting it. Now, see, she's admitting it.
There are certain things where you act like women, like in the construction industry, right? I'm telling you right now, there's far many more female engineers that are coming up, right? They work in the project management side. They work in the materials management side. If you almost admit, right, when you show up at the site and there's a pallet waiting there for you, there might have been a woman on the other end.
Female engineers, that's no doubt about that.
But they're not that many.
What? I mean, they're a double-digit percentage.
That woman is drunk. Who the hell are you to talk about it, Rico?
I mean, when it comes down to hard labor, when it comes down to workers or laborers, that's mostly men, without a doubt. But when we're talking about managers or technical skill or any of that, women are involved in all that.
And I'm not even an engineer, and yet there's a cul-de-sac in the downtown area of my little neighborhood, right, that has an experimental drainage design that I came up with. And it fucking got built. It cost $2 million fucking dollars.
Find enough time.
I fucking saw this.
You are an engineer. You are an engineer.
And I made it happen.
How do you do all this stuff and manage to be on the staff all day long?
I did that like 15 years ago. She's I literally did that 15 years ago.
You drunk past, haven't gotten there, and you're jealous of women. We did it all.
I don't think he's that. He just wants the acknowledgement that men, get down and dirty. They're usually involved in a lot of the fields that women typically aren't seen or don't really have a representation. I think that's true without denying that women are involved in managerial
I can't believe you can just walk into this conversation and see it for what it is. And these chicks over here are so fucking prideful they can't admit it.
It's the way you're coming at them, bro. It's like you're trying to bite their heads off for what?
I don't care how I'm saying it. It's what the fuck I'm saying. Pay attention to it.
You're East Coast. Where's the West Coast? This is West Coast. You're talking to West Coast people.
And then I'm talking about all the colleagues that I've had. I had a colleague at the consulting.
West Coast and East Coast, we have our issues because we don't see things the same way.
And management, and worked in LA and was in and out of all of that shit. Like all the time.
You see how proud she is? She's like
doing
doing
all
herself
that
right
stuff,
now.
right? I have multiple friends.
It's all about vanity, dumbass self.
You can tell just from the way Laura speaks and articulates.
And free
She's
drinking.
a highly technical person. She has high skills, so you should be able to detect
Other
this.
high-skilled women, and I know that they exist. Whereas Regal, right, who's up on roofs, can't see them.
Like if there is a thing that needs to be highlighted,
Or he just can't see him while he's on top of the roof. He's like, where are they next to me? All he sees is a bunch of births and a bunch of, I don't know. Which is fair. I think women should give that to men. Like, labor is our thing. We take care of that, no problem. I personally wouldn't do it unless I'm paid very well. But, other than that, I wouldn't engage in labor. But
Because we're from the West Coast. We don't do.
But women, you gotta understand. Like, women already understand that they're not gonna be the best fit for these environments. They're not gonna be able to keep up with men, so they focus on other career avenues. So they go technical, they go STEM, they go admin. So it's just fair, and we wouldn't have gotten through World War II without women. Like, you understand that, right?
I'm sorry, Illumi. Maybe you're right. I have to talk to children and be like really calm in my tone and act like their daddy.
I'm sorry. Let me be a self-righteous, high-striving human being who looks down upon others because they're not patriarchs like my religion allows for.
Lady, I look down on you because you treat me.
Why are you all adding here to see? Like, just let it. It's already landed. Like, why continue the shit talk? He is East Coast, West Coast. Y'all understand how they are.
Yeah, exactly. Now coming to know actually in a way. I didn't know them. They're like from the Middle Ages.
This is
They're all about HR. They're all about.
Live on the East Coast, I can't deal with this fucking shit. Like,
I didn't even know people existed like Rico, to be honest. It's so far away from our world.
Because you think that men are fucking feminist cucks, dude, and you really don't care about what men like. You really don't get to know them. You don't know what they're like.
Energy. I would have been lying at this moment.
At all. It's all about you. It's all about holding the door open for you and then being like, I don't need it because I'm a boss bitch as an engineer. I'm going to be in a competition with you, and then, fuck that, dude. I wouldn't.
It's really not like that.
You're the one that...
We open doors. A woman opens doors for men. Like, if you're ahead of someone, you open the door to the guy behind you. That whether it's a man, whether it's a woman, whether it's anybody. That's just how it works.
No. I'm talking about, the expectation, the fucking social contract. Men are supposed to be...
If you're on a date...
be charming. You're supposed to...
Yeah. That's the least you could do before you...
there's so many things that you have to be, right? Okay. What inherent duties and responsibilities do women have? Why do they get so many entitlements?
Because they know how to make men happy. Because they know how to make men happy. She's going doggy style on you. That's why.
Send me to war based on their vote, right? But then they don't have to sign up for the draft neither. That's a privilege, don't you think?
I'm good. I don't need them on the battlefield.
Okay, great. Neither do I. But the point remains is that they're so entitled to have.
They can be on the battlefield. They're nurses. You want to be cutting off people's legs?
They tell you every day how they can do all
down, screaming men.
They don't want to join the military like that.
They do. Women are in the military. What are you talking about?
They don't.
Supply chain management.
I was in the military. There are women in the military.
I want my equal right to sign up for the draft and let it be automatic as soon as I fucking register.
There's a lot of women in the military, bro.
There's not a lot of women. There's no feminist organization out here today saying, I want my equal
rights. Honestly, I don't want women in the military personally. I'd rather just be
You're still not dealing with the fucking point, dipshit.
Okay, guys.
They're already drafted. They're already in the draft. Women are in the draft.
They want to live vicariously through this fucking equal rights movement. Then how come they equally don't want to be able to sign up for the fucking draft?
Well, they're already signed up.
Why don't they want that equality, bro?
What, you got a consensus from all women in the United States and their positions?
You asked me this question before, Regal, and I'm like, I would like to see something more like the European system where you could do
so you guys have no explanation for that, but there's the one right that you guys have not have, right?
You know?
You guys don't want that equality.
Sure, you wouldn't be talking about
And then when I ask the question, what inherent duties and responsibilities do women have as grown adults in this fucking country and to society, you can't tell me not fucking one. One of my duties is to sign for the fucking draft, dipshit.
Inherent duties, Regal.
Yeah, it is an inherent duty. I'm forced to, because men with guns will come to my fucking house and arrest me.
Not an inherent duty.
Yeah, it is an inherent fucking duty. As a United States citizen, as a man in this country, that you don't have to fucking do, because you're privileged.
Are you not privileged? Is that what it is?
Actually, there's a lot of men that prefer women not be on the battlefield because, and
we're talking about women not wanting to be on the battlefield. We're talking about women who want equal rights to men, that want to do the things that men do. How come this is the one thing that they don't want to do?
You right now are saying that you yourself believe that women are not.
Do rights come inherent with responsibilities and duties?
It's a contradiction.
Bro, I'll tell you right now, I don't care what government shows up. I don't care who shows up. If I have a wife, and she's called for some sort of draft, it's gonna be over my dead body.
Generally speaking, most men that are, and I've heard this from a Marine, they said they don't want women on the battlefield with them because it inherently they will go and.
No one cares about anecdotal stories. I don't care about anecdotal stories.
This is the truth. Women just can't keep up physically. I don't expect her to drag my 200-pound ass by the collar if I'm fucking hit. Like, I don't see how she's gonna do that. I'm not saying there aren't women who aren't capable of that. It's just very few, and the exception doesn't change the rule. They're just not physically built for this kind of environment. Not that men are necessarily physically built to murder each other. So it's not a great place. You don't want to be a part of that. Women can stay as support roles, admin, medical, the officers, so technical officers, stuff like that. Not as a combat. Definitely not combat. And I think prime example is October 7th. Like, you saw that it wasn't pleasant to see when you're dealing with combatants who are females. It's not a good scene.
Whenever we talk about our contribution in laborious jobs, we actually ignores the fact that we are physically stronger, and it's a gift from nature. It's not something that we earn.
You have more upper body strength and more bone density. Women actually have quite strong legs, so we can compensate for some things.
That's true.
It's done. Yeah.
It's not one is better than the other. We complement each other. Our natures are meant to unite and bring about the full human dynamic, and that's what keeps us going. When we try to do these black and white lines, it's like, what are they, a different race or species? Like, no, they're of us. Who are we criticizing? Our mothers, our sisters, our aunts, our daughters? And who are they criticizing? Their fathers? Like, which woman is going to say, my father didn't support, my father wasn't expected to be responsible and provide? No, obviously.
So, you want me to kick it off again?
Tony Carter's this guy's about, I don't know why you freaking hang out with losers all the time.
What do you mean? You hang out with them more than I do.
Well, it's a cutthroat society, man. Like, women got to go out there. They got to have some sort of security. They have to go and get an education. They have to go, and if they don't, they're screwed. Like, time isn't in their favor. You understand? So women got their own problems. And again, the only reason all of this is the way it is because the men in this country allowed it to be this way. So whatever, make America great again. I don't think you're going to reverse the
I don't
hands
think
of time.
allowed is the right verb. I think it's the men preferred it to be this way, and they oppressed and took over systems and made it like structurally this way. And now they're getting mad that women are saying, "Hey, the structure doesn't work for everyone.
Nobody's getting mad, Cora. We're not taking away your rights. No, you guys
Get off the screen, go out there.
As a chief,
World War II. Get off the screen, go out there, be ambitious, make money like we did. Be self-made like us.
Do women need to be in factories? No. Do women need to be making tanks? No, but that's what we decided, and we wanted to continue that. I believe women should be spouses and should raise children and educators and all the fields that you need a female in the field.
See, the problem with this is that
right. So that's a duty and responsibility to society that women have to give us back, right? The replacement rate for the human beings we have in society, and they don't do that, and they're not compelled to do it neither.
Hello?
I'm still compelled to go into a draft, right? And they can vote for a president that I don't like, that could eventually send me to war that they don't have to go to, and that's my duty and responsibility to my fucking country as a man. So what inherent duties and responsibilities do you ladies have? So you guys want all the freedom, all the rights, but you don't want any of the duties inherent with the responsibility that comes with it.
Hello?
That's a big issue.
So no, the issue is that you guys are actually doing binary watermelon logics, meaning that when I see a woman, I don't think woman, girl, I just think beauty and intelligence. And so what we're doing now is actually what mankind has always done, which is just respect intelligence, not gender ideology. That's the problem, and that's why so many people are acting in a non-dual or a dual manner. You have to, if you read the, what's that famous book? It's like the Hermetic Tablets. One of the axioms about life is essentially the gender, male, female, this binary dualism. Without it, there is no synthesis. The opposites create reality. So all I'm saying is that if you think women need to give us babies to make up for the birth rate loss, like, bro, it's not women's fault. It's the COVID-19 ZAV manufacturers. It's the abortionists. Hello?
Right? But that's part of the entailment of duty and responsibilities, right? As you put it, with children. But they're not encouraged to do it. They don't have to, and they can opt out of giving birth to children. The point is I can't opt out of going to fucking war if I'm drafted for it.
I know, but in a real war, women would be included in the real war. I don't understand your point.
And that's the duty and responsibility inherent as a man that lives in this country, right? But what their inherent duties and responsibilities, now I made this clear, they don't have to have children. But it is kind of automatically assumed that when we go to war, the men and the women stay
Well,
back,
that's
right?
the American way of doing it, but in other countries, women also go to war.
Women and children go on the lifeboats, right? This is kind of a genuine thing. This is an egalitarian thing, part of the patriarchy that's been around for a long time, but then we all ignore it because we want to talk about all the bad shit, about how we don't need men, about how we can do it all by ourselves. And then at the same fucking time, they depend on their fathers, they depend on their uncles, they depend on their friends that are in their DMs to keep them company.
Are you Regal? Regal, are you?
The guy who will take them to, and none of them have responsibilities to these people.
Regal, are you a black American?
What is the inherent duty and responsibility of women? That's all I'm asking.
Regal, are you a black American? Are you black? Because I hear black men saying the same thing. I hear black men in black rooms saying the same thing all the time. I was asking you if you're a black man because your complaint is very similar to what other black men complain about. Is this your cope? You accused me and Narges of coping. Now it sounds to me like somebody's coping. I think Regal is coping. This is a cope. Oh my God, Regal, my cope detection system is going off. Coping! Someone is coping!
Yeah,
not sure how the beard would look.
Is that Benny Adams?
That's Benny Adams, Cora.
He's a beautiful, beautiful man.
Right?
Yeah, he's handsome.
I mean, that was a while back, but yeah, that is me.
Benny, I love you. You're so hot.
Damn. Benny, we look alike.
I wanted the sunglasses because he had like these sunglasses. These are not Oakleys though.
Benny, you shave your own head, right? Like, how much do you love not having to go to a barber? You don't go to a barber, right? You do all that yourself? Really?
Yeah, it's kind of like
It's a military thing.
yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, I actually really appreciate doing it all myself.
To be like sculpted. We like that. We like the
I would not.
I mean, I do it once in a while. I don't do it like every fucking day.
Yeah.
Answer my question, or like are you just gonna evade, buddy?
No, you're coping, Regal. There's no reason to entertain your question when you're just coping. It's just a cope.
Okay, evade my question. Nigga.
Okay, cool. It's a cope. I don't care. You know, I got things to do today. I mean, do I really care about the question on a conference call? It's just a public conference call app.
Women that you can't get a fucking like a consensual relationship with. You can't even get a committed relationship with the women you talk to, John.
That's a projection. It's all projection. Life is all projection on this app. Stop projecting on me. Stop projecting on me. You're projecting on me. You're puke projecting on me. This is puke.
A fucking chick that wanted to fuck you, bro. Have you ever said no? I don't want to fuck you. Have you ever said that?
Yeah.
He was literally just telling
Do you know how to tell women fucking no? Do you know how to set boundaries? With
Yeah. If I'm not attracted to you, I don't want to fuck you. It's pretty simple equation. This chick at the bar came up to me and she was like, I think you're really hot. And she started massaging my thigh. And I said, excuse me, I'm sorry, but I'm in a relationship. And she said, fuck you. Yeah.
Cora doesn't know how to do that. No, just burp.
Did you get your Venmo bucks today?
Hello?
Ever burped a baby, Cora?
Yes, many times.
Probably did so more than you did.
I have a niece and a nephew and lots of friends with kids. Like, they're not babies anymore.
No maternal instinct kicking it?
What are you talking about? Yes, I always wanted
Where are
to
the babies, Cora? Where are your babies at?
I'm not able to have children.
Well, Benny, I'm sure you haven't tried the Semitic.
The Semitic injection?
She's gonna she's ready for it. I haven't do it yet. She just wanted to beat a debate with me.
Mhm.
Just beat her pride, and then she still didn't adopt it yet. Years later.
Bring babies into this world, bro. You're gonna
Yeah, you should adopt them. Why can't you adopt them, Nargis?
What do you think, Benny Adam?
You have to be.
خد البنت البيضاء أنا بجيبها وبنجتمع مع بعض.
لا لا عفوا حبيبي. لا عفوا حبيبي بتيخة. حبيبي بتيخة. بتيخة. بتيخة حبيبي بتيخة. نعم أنا بعرف شوي عربي حبيبي. وين ما حطت الحجاز؟
Just come with this look. Come with this look. Don't whatever the fucking look you got going on right now.
All right. No, I have a much thicker beard right now.
This feels scally. You belong. You look like that.
Dude, I was like 22.
facial hair, please.
Oh fuck! You could tell. Like I thought this was 30.
You see, the problem with California is people move to California thinking they're going to achieve some kind of enlightenment, as if they're going back to something, like going back to Cali. It's not true. It's a wasteland of elite liberals. That's it. Elite liberals. Elite liberal Democrats. Oh, I'm an elite liberal Democrat intellectual. I'm an intellectual elite Democrat. Listen to me. I am your leader. I am an intellectual elite liberal Democrat. I am your leader. Listen to me. Do as I tell you to do. Hello?
I'm talking Austin, Texas at this point.
Austin is so like.
Say no to Rigo. Everyone say no to Rigo.
I know it's COVID, but like
I went there during COVID, and it was brand new. It's like a freaking everything's brand new infrastructure, heavily geared towards tech. They have a waterfront. They have this river thing going on.
I've been to Austin. I would if I were gonna.
And it's all Californians.
Go to San Antonio, like.
Well, that's what it's all about. Austin, San Antonio. That's your like, a Bay Area or Tarrant County.
Look out, everybody. Regal is sending 2 cents to everybody. I think he's trying to say something.
That's at least 1,000 coins.
Did I get 2 cents? I didn't get 2 cents.
Girl, a woman, he has to suck up to us.
So let's talk about the patriarchy versus the new matriarchy. Because if you can't have a patriarchy, you can only have a matriarchy. And all I got to say is that the matriarchy, without the patriarchy, is not an archy. It's not a party.
Not an equivalent.
Yeah.
Well, Rabbanu Shalom, I'm very excited that
Ungendered leadership.
it turns out that Israel...
Ungendered for the win.
It turns out that Israel is annexing Gaza. I don't know if you saw the news, but they're going to forcibly remove all the Gazans. No, it's in the news today. It's crazy. And guess who's doing it? The spy, Jeremy Pollard.
If he has a big old beard,
That's a reproduce humanity.
but like the beardless, I don't like facial hair very much. So
No?
So what? You want him to? You want a moose on moose? You want a razor?
Well, I don't mind the.
Damn, she likes
I just
19-year-old
don't like long beard hair.
Got a fantasy for that. How do you not like facial hair?
It's disgusting.
I've been growing
The
my beard for like
autism
6
thing,
months.
I just don't.
I don't get when women tell me like get rid of the beard. Like they like it, but it's just like
No, I don't. I literally
y'all don't like it. Y'all don't like it.
Yeah.
No, they don't like it because it intimidates them. Like masculinity intimidates.
I appreciate it. I totally get it. Men that I'm not interested in being intimate with, I'm like, go have a beard, whatever. It looks good on you, right? But the thing is that like because of my like sensory issues with my autism, I can't stand the feeling of it. Like it doesn't work for me.
Like what are we talking? Soft or coarse or?
I don't like little hairs touching me in places.
Like okay, so you don't like a short beard. You like a longer one.
I don't mind like the shadow. That doesn't bother me.
I like the shadow a lot. Yeah,
it's like when the hairs can like move, and I don't know how to explain it. It's sensory overload. Yeah.
Well, Narja's is cleaned head to toe.
Longer than a shadow is too much for me.
A shadow is gorgeous, but anything longer than that is.
Yeah, she just doesn't like beards.
PTR, look at my beard in my PTR and tell me, how does my beard make you feel right now?
You wouldn't be able to get near me with your face, no.
Well, if you knew that I could play the...
Well, my beard is far longer than that.
Just imagine what I could do down... Just imagine sitting on my face and imagine me playing the harmonica on your pussy. It's true. It's kind of gross. As you're eating a pussy out, you're actually like maintaining the saliva in your mouth because you don't want to swallow a mouthful of pussy juice. So you're kind of like letting the juice just like sit in your mouth, and then you're like, spitting it into the hole to like, anyways, I'm just saying it gets very wet, as everyone knows, and there's a methodology to the madness. Hello?
Wow, John, this fucker's crazy.
How the hell do you do that? How do you do that?
What the fuck is this nasty crap? Like, why do you even do that? Why do you even go down that? Other ways.
Yo, are we done talking about Muslims? I think we're done talking about Muslims, right? Do we need to like
I don't think we should just go down that road anymore. Because honestly, man, we're just being lied to.
What else are you gonna talk about? Just like theology.
I'm gonna retire, man.
I already had this notion that it's coming down to this, but I believe this already happened before, and y'all just, and I left, and then I found you back to square one. I know I've done this.
Yeah, when you leave, you mess up the whole, I can't say it, like the whole, let me get a word.
Ethnicity.
Yeah, the synchronicity, the pattern, the cycle.
Well, don't worry, Martha. I won't be departing until I drop the full last.
You guys are patterning. You guys are just redundant patterns.
Look, we have agents now, so I don't have to go through the whole. Guess what? It's doing it right now. It's going to compile every one of the narrative divergences.
Hello?
And we're going to go through them. It's just.
Okay. You're going to start taking notes.
To understand symbolism. So
got it.
Now that they've all been highlighted.
When do you start reading a book?
Right. No, shut the fuck up, John.
I'm just asking, when do you read a book?
Hold on, John. We're in the middle. Read the book all the time.
When the fuck do you read a book?
You know who's the real man in 1 second, Megatron? You know who the real man is in all of this? It's Megatron. Surrounded by 5 most beautiful women. For you, Megatron, I shall give you.
Yeah, I'm gonna focus more on other stuff. I gotta find another topic to get obsessed with.
I can give you 5. The Icarus hand. They can have history, which would include divine providence. Previous revelation. There are the Vedas that showcase clear motifs, themes in the Abrahamic tradition. There's also what Cora was talking about last night with the Greek mythology. So previous tradition. So we went history, divine providence, previous tradition.
Oh my god, it sounds like a book club.
From your stance, it would just be the Bible.
It's a book club.
Hold to be the final revelation, and based on that,
It's always a book club.
You're gonna have to understand that this would be a divine revelation.
Oh my god, it's a book club.
Until the end of time.
Calm down, John.
I'm just saying, it's always a book club.
That would be 3. You got your natural science, your physics, and you got your metaphysics.
Oh my god, it's a book club.
No metaphysics, natural science.
You pick a book, you read the book.
Divine providence, history, and your chosen final revelation. So this is what you're going to base your axioms on.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen in the end? All your scriptures are going to get debunked. Once Cora takes on,
It's a book club.
takes on the Greco-Roman, I take on the Vedics, Megatron takes on the Bible.
You don't have to take on the Vedics. Like, why haven't you? Please provide me the project, create a consolidation file, and a PDF so I could download and provide for my AI.
How many scriptures will be debunked doing this?
Because I already have project like Vedas on, but I can give you the outline if you want the full like structuring of what
It's
that
a
project
book
looks like.
club.
I can already give you initial data that showcases symmetry or highlights clear motifs shared. So we can do that. I already have a preliminary on this. But like I said, it's someone who would be more familiar with that branch that they would understand better and probably be able to read the original language or within the same family tree.
Otherwise, a good evening to everyone on this platform. My name is Mukenjo Wafula from Uganda, and I'm the senior member of this platform. Just wish to send greetings to you people, and we really appreciate the great work you are doing on this platform. Thank you. Let us keep on discussing issues. I'll join with my view.
Great work. So you didn't see like 3 days ago.
Let me give you a good example of what I think is a biopic that worked, in part because it wasn't cradle to grave. And now I'll do one that you blacks likes. It was the Tina Turner one.
That was good.
It's not a cradle to grave, and so what it really is the eye gears, right? And that's what I'm saying. It's just the eye gears, and it isolates
is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing light I wear. By my robe I invoke mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the new vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so I after thee in thy cloud of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Music in the song that I made to the flaming sword, from child and conquering Lord, glorious Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am Can A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open. I am awake. The serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken I am born to death, reborn on the hunt. I under neon skies where the starlight hums. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. On place, it's alive, it's still. Delivered from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow. Clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, no tether, just a beat and sink. Every way perfect, to the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect will. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. This way is the life, it's still. From the I walk alone where silence hums. No shadows chase, no voices come. The air is thick, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of sunshine fills my veins. Souls of rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my The gift of health, it lights my way. Contentment blooms where I choose to stay. Trust is the bridge where hearts align. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my No fire burn like passion world. No losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Shadowed friend, each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every ache, every quake. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, it's constant cling. But oh, to know the truth, sing the waits. It sets us free. No flame is fear, no chain is tied. This body's war, this endless fight. But higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I
Like, no problem, bro. Like, I can just tell me high school level. What do you want me to speak it?
Can't you see by my profile picture that I am in solidarity with the black community of Clubhouse?
I'm sorry, Manville. It is Jewish month this month, so you know.
For the children.
Let's stay focused.
Every month is Jewish month.
See, apparently Trump declared May.
Good going, Manville.
Good boy.
May is Jewish month, apparently. The Star Wars month, the Mother Day, they gave it to the Jews.
So I just want to point out that if you are a Gnostic, well, guess what you can do? You can go to Grok AI and you can say, write me a Gnostic poem about this or that. And then you can take that poem and put it into Suno AI and make an incredible song in any category of music you want. It could be jazz, could be choir and orchestra or opera. And when you experience that Gnostic flow of union through music and AI, it's just incredible. And so, you know, these are things that I've been working on, and it's really just artwork. So Gnosticism is artwork, and it's all a big book club. And if part of being a Gnostic is shutting the fuck up, because if you use this app 7 days a week for dopamine and conscious awareness attention making, you're a schmuck. You should just do what I just told you to do and call it a day. Go to your garden, jerk off, sit in the sun, pop a beer, smoke a little joint, and just relax. It's all gonna be okay. Hello?
Crazy girl.
John, can I make a suggestion for a book?
Yeah, I mean, it's a woman, bro. Like, come with me,
He gets a
bro.
lot of women. Yeah, you don't.
I'll take you to TJ. We'll get rid of all this crap that you're going through right now. Rewire you.
He does have enough. His supply of women are like infinite. John, can I suggest a book for you after? He does. He went to the bar last night. I was there. I saw him.
I was there. I saw him.
John, could you read We the Living after this read, please, if you don't mind?
Well, just read it yourself. I'm busy over here in a Gnostic meditation. Hello?
Manville, keep talking, bro. Just don't let this man talk. I heard you're a sheriff now.
Maybe.
That's good. Although I don't know. I could see you pulling me over and I'd be like, Manville, you need to chill, bro.
Show me your bag.
Yeah. I'll be like, sir, I'm a veteran. You're gonna really do this? You're gonna give me a ticket?
Oh, dude, that's the best. We used to go camping. We used to take my boyfriend at the time. His dad had Purple Heart plates. We were like driving through Montana, you know, like fast as we could. And yeah, made the truck bulletproof, those Purple Heart plates. No one fucked with us.
Little did they know that he got scalded by some water out of the microwave that some fucking specialist left at the barracks.
No, he actually lost his leg, and he after he got back from in World War II, and after he got back from that, he became a prosthetics engineer. He made prosthetic limbs for other people.
But he wasn't on the trip with you. You were just borrowing the car.
Well, Rabboni Shel Olam, I am deep in a Gnostic meditation, and interestingly enough, there's over 15 different types of Gnostics. You got the secret Catholic Gnostics. There's even the Order of the Knights of St. John. There's so many different Gnostic cults or sects throughout the world, and they go by many different names and traditions, but they are all essentially trying to do the same thing, which is be one with the one. And guess what happens when you add 1 + 1? You get 1, not 2. 1, not 2. Hello?
Narcissism, aka neoplatonism, is a good solution to one, the problem of evil, to the problem of one and many. Like, it explains some of the most important philosophical questions that human beings ask.
Really?
I think what's important.
It's not 1 + 1, John, because you're already part of the one.
It's only one.
Aware of it.
It's only one. So it's the rule of 1. 1 implies 1. All that comes from 1 can only be 1.
But are you banking on the?
What are you banking on?
Your ass.
Well, I just would like to contribute a little more to this Gnostic meditation and encourage you all to take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10, not 11, 10, not 9 seconds.
Fuck you, motherfucker. Who put Maxwell down?
Well, why did you do that?
Megatron, why did you do that? Should I bring him up? Come on, Michael.
Oh, I did that by mistake.
What the fuck was that?
Sorry.
Ah!
Bell ringing.
Oops! Oops! Oopsie!
So what's going on, man?
Oopsie!
Georgia. God's country.
God's country.
That's right.
Are you up there in the panhandle or what?
What are you guys going to start talking about the weather next? This is a Gnostic meditation. For a group of Gnostics, you guys sure don't know how to be very Gnostic. Sorry for ringing my bell, but sometimes I like to ring my bell, ring my bell, ding, 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 ding. So the first step in initiating a Gnostic invocation is to shut up and to listen. And use your ears to listen. That is the first part of all meditation, is listening and shutting the fuck up. So take the deepest breath of the day and get ready to use your ears and shut your trap. For years, you come on here and you just generate your dopamine talking to talk. You know, not very Gnostic of you. Hello? You know, try to quiet the inner voice in your head to a minimum and just shut up and listen.
Hello. Anyways.
Brother, how old is your mother?
You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. That's what I call a black woman's Gnostic meditation.
Do some PCB.
You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone.
I'll go down there.
You know what you need to do is probably open a book and shut up. And maybe try to create an audiobook. Read a book for 2 hours and record yourself reading it. And then come on Clubhouse and just play the 2-hour recording of you rereading the book. That would be your audiobook. And you could shut up. No one would have to listen to you anymore talking. Because you're wasting other people's time with your talking. You're not meditating yet. You're not doing a Gnostic invocation. You keep talking, but you're not listening. And your ears are the source and the center of all your Gnostic meditation. You know, you guys just keep talking every day. 8 hours a day, you come here, you talk. You're just like birds in a tree. Hello?
Oh, anyways. Yep. So, PCB, bro?
What the fuck was that?
He just does that.
Hello?
He needs to get laid.
It's true.
Not practicing that generative principle, bro.
He is a Jew. Hypocrisy's kind of their theme.
Not Jewish. I'm a Gnostic.
I miss the drive going down to Georgia.
You know how neo-Nazis allegedly stole the OK symbol?
No, I don't know.
Well, it turned into this thing where you got a bunch of fucking lefties go, oh my god, he used the OK supremacist, whatever. Right?
The OK symbol.
Yeah. Like, okay, with your hands. Apparently it stands for white power now.
Oh, Pepe the Frog shit. Okay.
So
Used to stand for 666.
bringing back the Seal of Solomon, abandoning the swastikas, and bringing back the Seal of Solomon on our armband would be fucking hilarious.
Hello?
Hold that quiet. Can you hear the birds outside? Can you hear the clocks ticking on the wall? Release your breath. Slowly release. At a ceremony at the French National Assembly that would recognize winners, our government ministers, MPs,
No chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. I believe that we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no regret. I believe that. jagged claw. The beast emerge as the gods withdraw. The storm of silence, a broken law. Open, be open, be open. I am born to death, reborn on the horn of the unicorn. By the mystical union, the fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. The secret communion of hearts left unsown. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tone. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream.
This is his fine.
The Ottomans had a compass.
Hello?
It's knowledge, yeah.
Wait, Samantha, how's your Georgia?
Can I just say that statistically, there are certain people on this app that no matter what, when you come into a room, they're always the ones talking. Why is that? Hello?
Because we're more interesting than you. Meanwhile, all you do is like, we need to read a book. We already know you read Rumi. You already know.
Are you trying to sell us a book, bro? Is that what do you want us to buy your book?
Is that what this is? Do you have a site you want us to buy books from? Do you have an Amazon account?
Amazon wish list?
No, he just wants you to read the book for his YouTube account. John, why don't you go on Discord and try to fucking rape everyone there?
Jesus, Abby, you're hanging
Serial ear
on
rapist?
months way too much.
Huh?
You're hanging around Fatima way too much.
Oh my gosh. Just because you saw us in one room doesn't mean we hang out all the time. Cool.
Oh, you're actually quite similar to Fatima.
Not at all. Just because you're European, we're not together.
No, it's because you're both very nice.
You Turk? You Turkish and fake?
Shut up, Bolivian.
Hummus is not fucking European.
It's not part of. Shut up, you guinea pig eating Peruvian.
Make me a big fat fucking hummus platter.
I will make you a big fat guinea pig dish. Anyway, how is your ass Georgian? Like, you're from the state, but you're not from the country.
Where's Bill?
You're literally less
Because
than American.
my father's lineage goes back to Georgia.
Okay, so what about your mom's?
She is Magyar.
Okay, I usually say we should go
the Georgians of the West.
Right around Buda and Pest.
Banana, did you watch this? Wow, pretty fresh, obviously. Where he hops out of the tank. Israeli soldier with Lebanon, so it's hilarious.
Why do we got to explain to Abby how people, Virgin Turk who lives in the Netherlands but wasn't born there?
You know, I don't know. Manville, you work in law enforcement and policing. You meet highly disagreeable, highly annoying people all the time. You know, people here on this app, I believe, are primarily highly annoying people. Actually, what you would call it in the psychiatry industry, borderline personality. And you know, really, they just come here to talk, to get the dopamine. They go, I've even heard people say, I'm saving $400 here, you know, as opposed to going to my psychiatrist because I'm getting all the talk therapy that the psychiatrist doesn't want to do because they don't practice psychotherapy anymore. It's all just pill, you know, distribution and, you know, moderate conversation if you're polite and nice. But if you're a highly annoying person or you're even violent, well, now we've got a problem. And so Gnosticism is really nothing more than meditation and art for relaxation purposes. And hopefully your comprehension goes up and you actually change your personality. You actually become a nicer person. And by being a nicer person, you're nicer to yourself. It's too much. I am complete.
What makes you say that? Just because I'm here to raise your mother and your father.
Yeah, you see, this is exactly what I'm saying. There's a big gap between being a nice person and what you do, right?
You love it though. You love it. You want me to be mean to you. You're listening to me.
Sure.
Money.
I mean, sure, if it makes you feel
You're
better.
literally cash-apping me.
But if you really wanted to be nicer,
Do I have to post the Cash App money you sent
Yes,
to me?
post it.
Okay, I will do it when I'm home.
Post it,
I'm
yes.
almost home. Give me 15 minutes.
I'm in Canada. We don't have cash out.
No, PayPal. I mean PayPal. My bad.
Oh, okay. Now you're changing your story. I don't even use PayPal.
But I'm sorry, PayPal. People cash at me all the time to be mean to them. I'm sorry.
I don't send you shit. What the fuck? I'm gonna waste my money.
Dude, stop being shy. Why are you
Show
being shy
it.
for?
Prove it.
I will when I'm home. I'm literally biking right now.
No, I'm way too cheap to pay for something like that.
You love it. You tell, oh my God, please. And if I ask you to show you so people prove, please don't do it. I will give you another $500.
I don't understand. If people are paying you to be mean to them, why are you so mean to people
it's like
for free?
Therapists.
Exactly. Why would I pay for something?
Yeah, why are you doing it all the time for free then?
I don't. I get money for it.
You're saying every time you're mean, you're getting paid? I mean, that'd be impressive.
Not every time, but most of the time. I have to give them a free trial, right?
Manville, what do you think of this Operation Epic Fury?
Well, in order to secure the strait, we're going to have to invade now.
Oh my gosh.
What are you talking about? It's closed. Nobody goes in, nobody comes out. The street is closed.
But
No, the strait is kind of old.
the plausibility of that happening,
Just like the
on the ground, do you think that's possible? I don't know.
Every day the traffic in the strait is reduced, the likelihood of that happening increases, and it'll be really expensive. Can we do it? Yeah. Can we do it and do other things? No. So if we do it, China might finally move on Taiwan.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
And then
we would not have the manpower to stop it.
But no, do you know what we're gonna fucking do if China's about to seize Taiwan, right?
Gonna go nuclear?
We're gonna nuke Taiwan.
Oh my god, it's gonna get all
That
these
makes
fucking
sense,
entities.
Yeah, we would steal Taiwan.
Why nuke Taiwan?
To deny
fucking Trump voter.
To deny them an asset.
To deny them the asset.
It's not the greatest asset. I mean, all those batteries are like the most important thing in Taiwan. If they're designs from America, they won't be able to do shit without America.
No, we can't make the chips that they're making. They're more advanced than us.
No, TSMC gets their designs from America.
If we destroyed the factories in Taiwan, and then
you can destroy the factories without nuking them, bro.
Into building the factories, but we want to deny China having the base with which to launch operations in the Strait of Taiwan and the South China Sea.
Gentlemen, I hate to interrupt you, but as a end user of over 100 cell phones, I just got to say that Taiwan and the cell phone chip manufacturers, ultimately, it's guys like me that are buying all these semiconductors. And so I find it kind of amazing that you guys would be willing to go to war to prevent guys like me from buying all these cell phones to sit here and record people wasting all their time on Clubhouse. That's the end result user of the Chinese and Taiwan semiconductor manufacturers. It's guys like me buying all the cell phones. It's amazing. Hello? Hello?
That's not how you engage, John. I don't know how you get this old and you don't know how to engage.
Why don't you talk about the UFOs? Hey, son.
I mean, hey, you asked what would happen. That's a likely fucking scenario.
Dude, you nuke Taiwan, you know what you're gonna get? You're gonna get South Korea and Japan at the very least. China.
Those are not threats to us. Those are not threats to us. China,
so you're gonna forsake Taiwan entering the Chinese economy in exchange for giving them South Korea and Japan. Some of the most prosperous and technologically advanced nations in the face of the fucking earth. Yes, they would.
Why?
Of course they would. How do you think South Korea and Japan are going to react to the Americans firebomb or the
not joining with the Chinese? Not joining with the Chinese.
100%. I'm going to join with the Chinese.
No. They have their social grievances.
God, you don't understand.
Put those grievances aside.
You have zero fucking understanding of the Chinks. First rule of the Chinks.
Of the Chinks. Fantastic.
Just let Manville do his thing.
If we
start to look like Fatima.
slaughtered tens of millions of Chinese people living in Taiwan, the only reaction from the Japanese and the Koreans would be to buy marshmallows to roast over their bodies and make cutesy little anime cartoons of them all roasting alive. They hate those motherfuckers.
Yep.
Not Taiwan. No. It's not that bad. Not Taiwan.
Taiwan is different. Taiwan's different.
Yeah, Taiwan and China and Japan and South
Korea. But you were talking about Japan and Korea, Bonanza. You were bringing up South Korea and you were bringing up Japan.
That's what I'm saying.
We went and Japan is...
Yeah, Japan and South Korea are heavily integrated and have good relations with the Taiwanese.
Right? They hate each other.
No, not the Taiwanese.
They're still Chinese. They're still Chinese.
Yeah, but they have decent relations with them.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. I mean, North Korea has good relations with China, and they're fucking Korean.
But you think Japan and South Korea are going to die for Taiwan?
I think Japan and South Korea are going to realize that their future is with China, not with America.
if America fucking nukes Taiwan in order to prevent China from getting
in a million years. Never a million years integrate with the Chinese. They hate them more than us.
The Manchurian candidate.
Clinton indicated that
They do despise each other.
Have you ever heard of Unit 731?
They despise each other more than the one country that we
America
Japan and Taiwan at that point?
Yes.
The weapons that America is sending to Ukraine cannot be used to invade Iran. And China and America.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, the weapons that we're sending to Ukraine, now we can use it to bomb the fuck out of Iran. I mean, how does that make sense?
What, the fucking, the tanks and shit?
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It's allocation of resources.
What does Ukraine have to do with anything?
China, Trump is going to China in the next couple of days.
Okay.
He's going to make a deal with them, right? He's going to make a deal.
He's civilian, bro.
Hold on. Let me paint a fucking picture for you, okay? The United States is going to send 3 carrier strike groups up to the Gulf. The United States Marine Corps is going to come onto the beach out of amphibious assault ships, while the 82nd Airborne and the rest of the Army and the Army rain on top of the Iranian little cop seize all of the roads. They're going to seize all of
Yeah, they're going to cut logistics.
Major routes of munitions.
What the hell? What's going on, huh?
No, he's making sense. He's explaining it to you. You guys should be listening.
And fucking hovercrafts and take the beachhead.
They're gonna get plummeted if they go like that. They need full force, bro. Like
that is full force. That is full force, you dumbass.
Now, while this is going on, those ships that the amphibious assault ships arrived with are going to be launching hundreds of cruise missiles, completely eliminating their ability to shoot back at any like anti-ship kind of weapon system. Any vehicle on the road, right? And the road between the Iranian military bases and the Iranian fortifications along the coast is going to be littered with bodies and burnt out husks of any vehicle the Iranians own. And then after that point, after we've established the beachhead with I don't know about 250,000 Marines who are pissed off, haven't fucking jacked off in a week, were made to like clean fucking little brass things until they were mirror polished with a toothbrush. When
in a Middle Eastern sun, under a Middle Eastern sun.
Under nicotine withdrawal and fueled by fucking meth-laced caffeine drinks, they're going to be unleashed on every Iranian town in between the mountains and the coast. And once they are done doing what they do best, which is fucking ugly women and murdering people, the Iranians are going to try to fight back. And the only thing that the Iranians are going to be able to do is get in little groups, hide in the little civilian population, launch a little drone here or there, attack some soldiers at a checkpoint with a car bomb.
Iraq. It's going to turn into Iraq.
It'll turn into Iraq. And the whole thing in the street, the entire situation in the street, will be fucking every ship in the world coming in and out of there with complete fucking impunity, paying zero fucking tolls to the Iranians.
That's assuming we can actually secure that LZ to begin with, and they're not huddled underground and willing to fucking Gaza.
Do you realize what it takes to close the straits it has nothing to do? Listen, all
we can do it. We can reopen it.
Is a guy with a rocket launcher close by, or at the very worst, a bunch of Shahid drones.
It will take a lot of it.
They can send Shahid drones from all the way to the northeastern part of the country, right into the Straits of Hormuz.
The Iranians will fuck you up when you start going.
We would just need. He's right. Are you guys doubting the American military's ability to secure
I don't think you understand what it takes to secure.
Iran is not exactly Omaha Beach, okay?
Dude, what does it take to close the Straits of Hormuz? Hold on, Illumi. What is it?
No doubt, I understand. The Iranians are
No, it's actually the opposite. It's that they could attack the streets.
I understand it's a 33-kilometer.
Hundreds of kilometers, bro.
The choke point is 33.
No. I'm saying they can send in suicide drones.
I get it. I get they have Shaheen. I get they have drones.
Okay, so how the fuck are you gonna stop them from sending them?
I guess we don't have interceptors. I guess you've never seen our gear.
Yeah, interceptors are, even if they'll send 100, one gets through, they'll have to close.
Have you ever seen a Sea-Whiz?
They don't know what the
insurance companies are running on insure countries. Ships that are trying to go through straits that are extremely hostile. It's just not gonna happen. They can close it whenever they want.
Hello? Whoa. You know, the United States could launch an intercontinental ballistic missile system at any point on the Earth, at any moment that it wants to. It could destroy anything at any moment with a nuclear rocket from outer space, basically. Let's just do filibuster hypnosis and waste our Sunday in a Gnostic room about your imaginations, because that's really is what's happening here. And let's be honest, your geopolitical analysis or foresight it's not going to come true. The mere fact that you're here even saying it is indicative that it's never going to happen. And you're really just stroking your non-existent ego by projecting all the time and never shutting up and not using your ears to meditate on what is right now. Hello?
Do you know what the United States merchant mariners.
She took up her stand in brilliance resilient. Her fire does burn, a goddess of spring. With fire left to turn, with fire with drudgery, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows are flinging the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know.
I would just like to remind everyone that if you want to become a Gnostic right now, you can do it just by simply turning your phone off or just lowering the volume and using your ears to listen to the truth of the earth, which is right now illuminate.
And get the Marines to do it. We're not saying there won't be casualties. That's the worst part, but we can secure it. We can secure it.
I don't think so.
If you got 100,000 Marines, you're going to take on 100,000 Marines.
Listen, man,
with
you
full
can
air
secure
support.
beachfront. Listen, America can secure beachfront. They can maybe go a little bit deep into the country. But to get all the way to fucking the borders of Azerbaijan on one side and the borders of Turkmenistan on the other,
We don't need to.
you kind of need to, yes.
Why?
Or you need at least every major city in that whole area and all the major mountains with weapons depots and all that shit. That all needs to be clear. Because otherwise,
we'll just
they're
secure
going to send cheap
the
drones or missiles or like just the cheapest shit possible to try to shoot both.
Yeah, we see that with Israel. And they don't even have to target any of them. They don't even have to hit any of them. Just the sheer fact, just the sheer fact that there's rockets being fired at the Straits. No one's saying it won't be costly. No one is saying that there won't be casualties.
He's trying to make the point that if you pick at the scabs on your face and pop the pimples on your face enough times regularly, well, you're going to have some scars and irritation because you got really bad oily skin on your face and you don't take a shower anymore because you're on Clubhouse.
America's not going to invade Iran. It's just not going to happen.
No, if they do, it's a fucking disaster.
If she got a bottom of her head, she will tell.
Yeah, but where do you think this is going? Obviously.
What are they going to get out of invading it? That's the point, right? What's the outcome of that?
Gotta open the strait, bro.
It's for Israel. It's all for Israel.
It's not about that anymore. America literally said international law. We're international law. If we take an L on this one.
Say you threw international law.
Yeah, I'm quoting.
No, you're Palestinian. So don't expect Gaza from every place, okay? You're miserable, don't make others miserable. Yeah. Illumi.
I don't know what this has to do.
You're miserable, you don't have to make other nations miserable, okay? You don't have to make, you don't have to make Gaza on everyone.
This is still strategic analysis. This is geopolitical strategic analysis.
America does not.
If you want to be emotional, I don't know why.
No one's emotional. I know your intentions. You guys are mind fuckers. Jews need a state. Jews were right to get a state of their own.
What are you flipping out over?
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Jews have to see if this is what Palestine looks like. Who wants misery for others? Why is he sitting and contemplating about what should happen to Iran?
Yeah, but Nargis, to be fair, like everybody from any nationalist from any country will be miserable.
No, this is American interest.
Put me in the audience.
I don't know why they did that.
Hello. Yeah, Nargis, this isn't like a unique thing to say that. Oh, as a result, Jews need a state. Like no.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a reason why he's on this fucking earth, and not all of them have a state.
We've seen this movie 1,000.
Yeah, 1,000 times.
We did it in Vietnam. The same shit in the Gulf. Same shit we did in Iraq. There's going to be a fucking invasion. The excuse is going to be that we have to open up the strait.
Yeah, we fucking learned our lesson from Afghanistan and aren't going to go in that situation again.
We did.
This is insane, man. No, we didn't learn our lesson.
Any other weapon destruction incursions? Because any other war that is hard, the event for Syria. Illumi was the event for Iranian country.
As an Arab, I would love to see the disintegration of Iran into various ethnic states.
And so does Illumi. You motherfucker.
Actually, I'm not.
Every fucking Iranian was right who said, why the fuck did we support them?
Yeah, that's fine.
Every Iranian was right. Why did we support them?
The Iranians actually killed Syrians. They didn't support them.
Should have destroyed you all.
But wait, hold on. But Nargis, let me just finish what I'm trying to say. I would never. Hold on. The reason why I'm opposing Mando on this is because I'm looking at it from a Western mindset. From a Western mindset, this is the.
Now you become Western from Syria. How convenient do you move? How conveniently Illumi moves from Palestinian to America.
When I advocate for my country to do something, I don't do it as a Syrian. I do it as a Canadian. Because I am I'm not gonna place the interests of Arabs above the interests of average Canadians. I'm not gonna lobby my country to do something that's bad for it, but good for my ethnic group. That's fucking
That's Jewish. That's Jew.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't do that. When I'm talking about what Western nations should do as a citizen of a Western nation, I'm speaking at it from Western perspective.
Exactly.
It is not in our interest whatsoever to be in Iran right now. This whole issue with the Strait started because we started this war with them that was unjust to start with, because it was done for Israel, right? This is and we could have gone back to the status quo. Now that we have to fight and die and spend blood and treasure
we're gonna keep fighting and dying
for something that we had before, which is the opening of the fucking straits. This is retarded. No. These are my citizens. These are my countrymen.
Go fight. Instead of sitting there getting all the benefits of Canada, instead of sitting
He's
there.
not saying that Canada should go fight. It's just where we are right now and what is in the interest of our nations. That's all.
Our nations. When did you shift from Palestinian to American?
I'm an American. I don't know where
you motherfucker, you were Palestinian just a few days ago.
I'm Palestinian American. It's called Palestinian American. It's called Irish American. It's called Italian American. It's called German American. Your daughter is
right.
Exactly.
You were right.
Virgin American.
Iran supported the Palestinian movement.
Welcome to America.
Yeah, now you're American. Fucking living on welfare in America.
We've always been Americans. Never think we
Look, all this will stop if Iran will just transfer all of their assets into Jewish banks. All of these hostilities will cease immediately.
Exactly. So, Manville, how do Iran close the strait? What capacity do they have to close the strait? How are they closing the strait?
They have bases and bunkers in the mountains with anti-ship missiles and MLRSs, mostly self-propelled. And they're able to fire. Mainly, they have two zones. They can launch from the actual choke point at the entry of the strait, and they also have another base that they've been firing at the refineries over on the Kuwait Gulf side. However, they can move this stuff within their complexes, but the vast majority of their capability to fire on the strait side of the mountain range. And so if you push the Iranians back over the mountains, then you severely limit their ability to interfere with ships coming in and out. And that would be the main objective of a land force, would be to push them back up over the ridge and then shell the shit out of them.
Okay.
Yeah, if you think we're not just gathering logistics right now and figuring out where they're positioned and all that for that scenario, then you don't know. But if it doesn't go through negotiations, it's gonna be an invasion.
You know what else we did during all this media bullshit? You know those big bunker busters that we use? We only built 16.
What?
No, the drones are too small. The drones are not
but the point is that
equivalent to
the
rockets
down
missiles.
If you take one ship out, right, in the strait, it's gonna increase a panic, right? So wait, let me finish. The only way to guarantee the strait gets left open is that you have 0% of chances of an attack on any ship, right? So if you take one ship, the insurance will go back again.
No, when
our church is already sky high.
Listen. When a carrier strike group protection package, the subs, Arleigh Burke destroyers, the cruisers are pretty much out. But when a few Arleigh Burkes are sitting in the Gulf, the Iranians couldn't fucking send a pigeon with a grenade on its foot over the fucking Gulf without us shooting it down.
Well, that's costly to America, right?
Yeah, they're like $80,000.
So you're just going to be the world police?
All those, just being at that level of deterrence cost America a lot of money, right? Who's going to pay for it? Right?
They are
money and sell the T-bills to the Bank of Japan and the Jews so that we can pay fat Americans that drive big diesel trucks to put missiles together at Raytheon in fucking Massachusetts. That's what we do.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's too costly. It's better that the trade is open
money that goes back into the economy.
I'm saying the only way you can guarantee the trade to be
We print money. Do you not understand?
But what my
We don't exist anymore. Your land is ground zero right now.
You're on security, right? At the end of the day,
You're a nobody with no identity.
the easiest way to keep the Strait open is by having Iran
Try reading a
control
book.
its side of its border, right? You need Iran to keep the place secure. Period.
No.
So this idea that America could ever open up the Strait is just fool's errand. It's solely based on what Tehran is going to do.
What? You don't think of the less than 100,000.
What's going on right now, right, is that Trump is holding that card when he goes to negotiate with China. Because who benefits the most with the Strait open? Where does all the oil and gas go from the Strait? Into Asia. Asia's the one who's the most hurt by the Strait.
And Europe?
Europe somewhat. They've pivoted.
That's not like they're our allies or anything.
And Europe already now succumbed, and they're going to make a deal with Russia. So oil from Russia and gas from Russia is going to.
Where are the pipelines? How are you going to get fucking oil?
It's about long-term security.
The pipelines go through Ukraine mostly.
The Ukrainians are not going to allow it.
The Ukrainians won't. No, they're gonna. The Europeans are not gonna do this without the Europeans.
What America is putting on Iran in a box.
Never trust
They
the
basically lost the
Palestinian. Never trust the Palestinian.
Dude, the Ukrainians are recruiting like 60-year-olds for their instruction courses. They're frogs.
I've yet to see them wave the white flag.
Yeah, they're gonna come to a concession with the Europeans.
So you're practically talking about the capitulation of Zelensky.
It already happened.
Yeah. I mean, he might stay on as like a figurehead or something. I don't know. Like, point is that they're gonna.
Basically, Europeans are gonna make a security guarantee with Russia. America's stepping away from it. And we have 3 years to achieve it before Trump gets out of office. Because if a Democrat comes back, everything can change again. Because you can't rely on America. It's foreign policy. It's out of control.
Not saying anything crazy. I'm saying we have the ability. It's not going to be cheap. It's going to be costly, and there are going to be casualties, but it can be done. It cannot be done.
Listen, you guys are just a bunch of Democrats. You guys are complainers. You're like Democrats who come on this app and say, when things go back to normal, you can't trust the foreign policy of this government. When things go back to normal, things are never going back to normal, gentlemen. I hate to bring the bad news to the conversation, but you guys are all just projecting, and you don't know the future. You don't know what will happen, and you're wasting your time here, wasting everybody else's time. I am complete.
Such a
Yeah, so you can't go into the sun. Come on.
such a bitch, bro.
Your mountain.
Yeah, that's a projection coming from what I was just ad hominem with. That's all projection. That's ad hominem projection. Everybody here knows who the real B word is.
Just complaining. That's all you're doing.
Can we have mountain speak, please? Thank you. Mountain.
So Jen, do you see like what's going on, right?
Yeah, the Palestinians, but you can't trust them. I'm telling you.
We can't trust them.
Especially the Syrians, once so.
It's like we have power to make any of these choices.
And then when they have no control of their own.
The only country that ever supported
They started like whole
100% was Iran.
Yeah, they have backstabbers. Yeah, yes, yeah. We should not help them.
Well, you learned your lesson.
Helped us.
Well, they're not the only country that supported.
Helped us for what? I'm gonna let Benny Adam answer this question. Benny Adam, do you believe that Iran assisted the Lebanese resistance against the Israelis or the Palestinian one, or any Middle Eastern one?
What would the Lebanese say?
Never help a
For
Palestinian.
altruistic principles. Do you believe it was for altruistic principles, or do you believe it was national security?
Never help them.
Listen. First of all, of course not. Even Hamas leaders have always said, going back decades, that yeah, this is not like an altruistic thing. This is their interest, like whitewash Shias. They said that, not
national security.
But the point is, well, whatever. The point is that even when it comes to Hamas, it's not a huge deal of support that came from Iran. Actually, the support came from Qatar through Israel. Like Israel knew that they were going to shit up.
Yeah, Iran gave us certain technical skills. They showed them how to build these tunnels and bury that's all. And then some equipment. That's it. Which most of the gear is not from Iran. It's from Libya and Sudan and Egypt. But we're not denying that there wasn't gear, but that mainly came by floating little gears, through the water. So a lot of that also, we never got it or was intercepted by the Israelis. No one is being ungrateful. Iran doesn't care to bring us you are interested in a unified Iran. This would just be very powerful.
I think that's where you guys kind of.
Both are backstabbers.
Yeah, it looks like Iran and Israel
were backstabbers after what happened in Syria.
So look,
The only way to stay out of it.
Honestly, if we wanted to cry like these people, like holy shit.
But Iran is
honestly, the thing is, Hamas they actually wanted to.
No, we're not. We're fighting. We're fucking fighting. We're fucking fighting.
All the time.
We already won too.
Dude, you have no land. What are you talking about? We won.
Just go. Y'all all gonna be fucking eating your words when the international forces enter in 2027 May.
You've made a lot of prophecies out of that.
For Israel to control it?
This is not a prophecy. This is part of stage 3. This is stage 3.
Gaza is Israel now.
Once Iran is out of the way, there's no stopping the Zionists. They're gonna conquer every land.
Let them.
What manpower? With what manpower?
They're gonna push the Arabs back to where they came from.
Yeah. Which is nowhere.
Where else? Are they from India?
What a bitter Eritrean, bro.
I'm all for Iran.
All in.
Yep.
Yeah, no, thank you.
You're right.
And by the way, Iran is not the only one.
You were right.
Israelis already started talking about the Turks.
This kind of talk is the talk that is serious.
Against Iraq, a country that we knocked over in 5 fucking days. Iran, great country, couldn't even fucking beat Saddam.
We won.
They didn't have it.
We won like that.
Oh, that was like
We won
50 years ago.
Yeah, it's a different ballgame now. But I understand what he's saying.
We want the Jews to live with us.
Yeah, Saddam when he was at his peak, and Iran when it was at its weakest.
Well, I mean, they are reducing Iran right now to a Saddam level, probably even at this point. I don't know.
They've invested quite a bit.
Did they destroy all their main military commands?
With open arms.
America their supremacy on Iran, no problem. Right? I'm not saying they can do a lot of damage. I know. And they can maintain that for a long time.
We already
I'm not saying they can do a lot of. Yeah, and they can do a lot more. How many civilians? How many people have died in Iran so far?
I don't know.
What, 3,000?
I love these numbers to be confirmed. I mean, I'm interested as well.
Around 3,000, right? They could do a lot more damage if they really wanted to in a month now. Come on, this is America. But the point is that there has to be a long-term strategy. Long-term strategy, either you occupy the country, you change its regime completely.
We want to be occupied,
right?
don't you get it?
Or, yeah.
We
or
want
you
the
fuck off
Jews
and you
with
make
us.
a deal.
We want the Americans with us, don't you understand?
Yeah.
We want them. Because we love them.
Who is we? What are you so
We
fucking
the Iranians, you motherfucker. We know I'm not. I'm not a communist.
Not all the Iranians.
You're just being bitter and Nargis. Stop it. You're being fucking personal.
No, we want them. You fucking Arabs are
shouldn't be in fucking politics.
fucking Arabs are backstabbers.
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, so the
When the time
casualties
came,
in
when the
Iran
time came, you
are
backstabbed.
She's being fucking emotional.
I didn't backstab shit.
You got principles. If you believe you're so secure,
Always wanted the Americans.
go put it in an AI page and deliver it, just like how Martin does it. See how Martin does it up there?
Happening with each other. Okay.
Sure, everyone here's
I think I'm going to see that.
But so the best estimate for the casualties for the Iran conflict at present is like max something like 7,000 casualties. Pretty low.
It's not low if it's your family.
Low in terms of a conflict from two military powers of these size. Yeah, it's pretty
If I
low.
killed your family and said that was low, that's just like
Dude,
3 or 4.
it's a population of
Yeah,
like
it's still
80,
people
90 million. Yeah, it's a population of like 90 million people, 7,000.
Okay, so if I kill
Yeah,
your family,
it's-
that's only 9 people. That's pretty low.
No one, dude, you can't be analytical.
Yes, in the
Why are
greater
you
scheme of
being
the nation.
emotional? Like, we're not
Listen,
denying.
in the greater scheme
Well,
of the
he
nation,
wants to bring the whole conversation down to his level.
in the greater scheme of the nation, 9 people, even if they were my family, is not.
Dude, we're not doing that though. We're being we're doing it. Analytics. That's what we're doing.
Right, you're just no compassion.
All right, bro.
Yes,
All right,
absolutely.
Go get a clean.
They have no compassion.
They're listen, man,
They've been
they're not
talking
Jewish.
about the
They're
destruction.
not Jewish, so they're not God's chosen people, so it doesn't really matter.
Right, so
One
if
is
I
100,000.
see you on the side of the road and you're in help and need, and you say, please help me, I'll just remember this talk.
Well, it depends if I was a goy or a
It'd be weird if you held it against his head.
I'll remember.
Anyway, yes.
I'm just saying that'd be kind of hypocrite then.
Well, just remember, it's not that many people that died. Only 7,000.
They've been talking, Jimmy, they've been talking at the
Actually, I don't know where
the
you got that
destruction
number
of Iran, right?
If the estimate we got.
These two, any other
Around
country,
zero,
I know it's like 3 or 4,000. Come on.
any other who hold the revenge of Syria, you mean
No, I don't.
right?
I'm literally advocating to make a deal with Nargis. If I was being no. Listen, if I was coming from a place of revenge, Nargis.
I'm getting from Reuters and everything.
Okay,
3,000.
let's see who's right activists in Iran.
If I was
I don't know where you guys got 7,000 from.
Well, that's
Yeah, it's
adding up
like
to the region. It's really more like 4,000 within
Oh,
Iran.
if you're including non-Iranians.
Right, then it gets to 7. Inside Iran, it's roughly 3.5.
Okay, great. So listen, Nargis, if I was being like vindictive, right? I would
and
advocate
so
for.
is this dumb
Hold on. I would be advocating for.
of 19 million people in Iran who's looking forward to it. He's joyfully saying, oh, like Iran. Kid, watch it.
Now, you said the numbers of Iranian dead was lower than what they were from Palestine.
Of course.
No, we're going based on the Iranians themselves. They say 3,000 plus.
You guys
Yeah, 3,500. And then 2,700 in Lebanon.
I'm sorry, Nargis, you were in the middle. I apologize.
That's okay.
I wish
Did
they
you
did.
see? Did you
The
see the background?
girlfriends.
No, I've seen it. I've been trying to tell you that for how long now, Nargis?
Yeah, the
For
background.
several months now.
Do you guys have girlfriends? Go give them a hug.
Jews have been our friends. Actually, all of them.
I think now.
Calm down, Jimmy. If I can keep a collected head and talk about this and talk about Gaza and provide an analysis without getting emotional, then an Iranian or anyone who hasn't been in Iran in more than 2 decades can do the same thing.
Does anybody love you in your life? Can you please get some
Nobody
love?
loves them. He wants bloodshed and destruction.
Keep all the love to
I
yourself.
guess the Jews actually preferred the Sunnis over the Shias. The Shias were far more aggressive.
Like that.
Like
Would
you
you
guys, listen, man. At some point, the Persians at some point, Iran made a law that Jews were not allowed to go outside during the rain because the rainwater would be collected. Or and we couldn't have these fucking people like poison with their stick. This was your policy, right, towards the Jews that even Sunnis didn't have. Okay, so yeah, get the fuck out of here.
You came from a woman, from her vagina. Call her. It's your mom. Be nice.
My mom is dead. I can't call
Oh, you think we're faggots like you? We need a gay to fucking hit up our mothers? Like, hey, get out of here with this shit.
Wow.
No, exactly. Persians or Arabs? Who would you live with?
Persians.
I would choose Persians.
Why are you guys so...
No, hold on. Persians in Persia or Arabs in Arabia?
I don't think I'd be allowed in Arabia.
Arabia, yeah, you are allowed.
I didn't have an Arab country,
like Syria, Iraq, whatever.
I mean, like, listen, to be honest, I haven't been exposed to like Arab-controlled regions or Persian-controlled.
Yeah, but Zed is pretty white, bro.
What would you expect? What would you expect?
What would you expect?
Dubai or Tehran?
You will always be.
I would think obviously that Dubai is nicer than Tehran, but that's
I respect Tehran.
Would you rather live in Dubai or Tehran?
Tehran.
I
want to live with these fucking guilty
Those are my types of places.
Well, shut the fuck up, you're a Mongoloid.
I know.
Those places don't interest me. They don't have the infrastructure.
You don't even know what a Mongoloid is, dumbass.
So you are.
I prefer to go to Tehran because at least these people are real and not fake. I don't need a fucking golden toilet in my bathroom to feel secure.
I'd rather
Because it's stupid.
Iranians are all about
See, that just goes to show that I know you've never tried it. It's actually pretty cool. You know, sitting on a golden toilet makes you feel like
You fucking. This is why you're an Arab.
Listen,
You cannot think.
self-esteem. That's fine. It's good for you.
You can help.
It's healthy.
Benedict, take a shower, bro. You stink.
Like, instead of having a golden toilet, you can help your community. This is what people from Tehran would do.
Yeah, they do that too.
Sounds like someone's jealous of the golden toilet.
They do that too.
No, they don't. Arabs don't fucking.
Can we not do this? We're doing a simple analysis of the current theater. That's it. Like, this is nothing. No one is dismissing any suffering or any casualties or any of that.
I think the hardest thing to predict is how China and Russia are going to move based on America's like that's harder to figure.
Gaza is going to be given to Israel, and that's just where it's going.
Yeah, so it's the.
Given by whom? The Palestinians?
West Bank is also going to give.
Fuck up, bro. Just shut the fuck up. You're trying too hard. You're trying way too hard to insert your fucking black ass into this. Keep your Ethiopian ass out of this, bro.
Keep your Ethiopian ass out.
Y'all all the same. Y'all all the same haplogroup, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, haplogroup trash.
You wish I was Mongolian so I can rape your mother and your father at the same time, Benia.
What is up with this woman?
But listen, I don't have a problem with Mongolites. I actually respect them.
Yeah, I know. Fuck you too.
Yeah,
With my fist.
I don't know what you have against Mongolian. Think about it.
I don't know what your haplogroup is. Oh my gosh.
Like, take pride in your heritage. It's a beautiful heritage.
Imagine running away as a man from your country.
Yeah, I know, right? But I don't do that.
Embarrassing.
I think Benedict likes.
I don't believe this campaign is in the interest of the United States, just to clarify things. I'm agreeing with Manuel. I'm agreeing with Manuel in the sense that we only have two options. Either we invade or we take an L, and the L is going to bring us down. It's gonna be the beginning of the end. So we're just between a hard place.
Because that's the way I like my penises shaped to the side of my ass. I'll take an L.
And only you thought that was clever, nigga.
Only you thought that was clever.
I said, alright, bro, like, I'll go shit on you.
Hang out too much
Where the
with
fuck are
Fatima.
you
Why do
from,
you say
loser?
nigga?
Where the fuck are you from? You're just fucking an emotional bitch. All I hear is emotional bitching. All I hear is someone who can't analyze anything strategically, someone who hasn't done a push-up in his life, someone who can't fucking take off an M16 into pieces, someone who can't clean a gun, someone who's gonna be a crying pussy when the day comes when you need to fucking feed your family. No, bro. No need to hurt your feelings. You're just a bitch. That's all. Oh my god. He's gonna talk in a little fucking sarcastic voice. Oh my god. Let me bring up a little bit. That'll be my name. This loser is fucking a triggered moron who can't do any analytics. Can you do calculus? Can you analyze strategy? Do you watch the news? Do you go around watching around a fucking hippie peace sign on your fucking back of your fucking Prius? Is that what it is? Are you a loser? Are you someone who can't keep a cool head and calm and collected? Maybe you wear a tampon. Is that what it is? Perhaps you wear a tampon.
No, I'll hurt other people with my voice because I
hurt other people? I'm sorry. Are you just speaking nonsense? You're talking shit even though in front of me I would squash you like a bug. Fucking civilian pussies, bro.
I went to the war and people made fun of me and hurt me.
War? The fuck war? War is your asshole against the BBC?
Yeah, Illumi never went to war. He's just being a dick. Stop being a jerk, Illumi, okay?
Yeah, what the fuck do you know about me, bitch, before I flip my dick in your mouth?
You got nobody friends with me, turd. Stop.
I've fucking seen war. What the fuck have you seen?
Stop, Illumi. I don't know what's got you in your little mood.
Shut the fuck up. Don't talk to me as if you fucking know me.
Yeah, we've been friends for years on this app, okay? It's me.
We're acquaintances. We're acquaintances.
Respect your mother. Understand? I'm your mommy now.
Oh, shit. Okay, mom.
Actually, he's more pussy than you are, so he's more of a pussy.
I miss some breastfeeding. I'm Lizzie. Like, what the fuck you got me, bro? Versus what? Versus a godless fucking humanist? Versus what, Mr. Humanity? You can't even justify anything. What are you gonna justify your ethics right now, Morale? You're a moron. You're a moron, bro. I drag you intellectually and physically, bro.
Pussy! No intellect! Pussy!
Cool, bro. Someone get this guy a clown face.
Why, so you can fuck it with your pussy?
Is that what you want me to do?
Yes, I do. I want to see that big pussy.
Alright, fucking put a clown face on.
I think you're gonna have to make that in the premium chat.
Well, fucking loser. I don't know what he's fucking trying to prove right now.
Oh boy, I don't know what he's trying to prove right now. You big fucking pussy, stop it.
You're a bitch, bro. You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking loser, bro. You can't deal intellectually. Justify your fucking ethics right now. Justify your morality.
They'll bomb whatever city you want for 25.
What morality? All your morality.
Love. Compassion.
Morality is bullshit.
Justify it. Go ahead.
Right? Why did you get people on 7th of October?
Because they deserve it.
Hey, I'm calling your mom. It's Mother's Day. I'm gonna call her and tell her what you're doing.
He'll spit at your face.
Sweet lady.
Don't give him any sandwiches for lunch, okay, mommy?
This guy just trying.
So, now that you have a little compassion, you can be a human being. Go ahead. Talk about ethics.
This fucking moron. Justify your ethics, retard. Where do you get compassion from? Why are you saying everyone needs to adhere to compassion?
It's called being a human being and being a nice person.
Really? Okay, no. Implying what? Is this the objective morality? Are you implying an objective moral framework in the world? Really? How do you predicate that? What's your epistemology?
I don't need epistemology.
Are you a theist?
I don't need theism. I don't need the Bible.
No, you're just an irrational fool. You're an irrational fool as allowed in emotions, a bunch of hormones and chemistry to fucking literally override their intellect.
What did I just walk in?
Nothing.
Someone getting flayed.
Nothing. The guy has about as much compassion as
he's an emotional bitch coming up here. We're talking about geopolitics strategy, and he's coming in here and thinking we have no compassion because we're not crying. We don't have a box of Kleenex next to us.
Hey, but I heard you guys. I thought you guys were talking about morality. And then,
he's coming in here and he's saying compassion, as if this was like something he could justify.
No, I'm saying if 7,000 people die, those are human beings that have real lives.
Amazing. Who said they're Martians? Who said they're Martians?
Wait, now just listen for a second. Be a good person. Treat others the way you want to be treated.
Yeah, exactly.
And you'll have respect.
All right. And how did we mistreat you, or
By existing.
why don't you answer that question? Anyways, Grandma. You're gonna learn the hard way.
Illumi, I've just been curious because it's a bit confusing. Are you a Muslim or a Christian? I don't carry the way I get mixed signals from you, it seems like.
How far you want to go with this question?
Just surface up.
I thought I told you it's Christian.
Well, it's not funny to believe that, but
this app is so cute, bro.
Not really Christian, but it does seem like he's wrong. I just want to ask him though directly.
Can we just define real quick a Christian?
He's gonna lie to you. It's Christianism.
Well, no, I see where he's going.
Sam, shut the fuck up.
A follower of Christ.
Exactly. So Muslims are what? The opposite?
Treat other people the way you want to be treated, and then you'll be having a good time on Clubhouse. Try it.
Muslims are deny the divinity of
Make sure you have a good time on Clubhouse blocking your ass.
Christ, the way, the truth, and the life.
Indeed, he is the way, the truth, and the life.
So do you follow both Christ and Muhammad?
Well, as Muslims have to acknowledge all the prophets that came about.
Following false prophets is
that
a sure
includes
way
Christ.
to
Very Christian.
be misguided. You should return to Christ. You should pray to Him.
We venerate and we revere Christ. That's it.
But you
He's
deny the
Messiah,
divinity of
he's the
Christ.
Illumi thinks
That's okay. Manville is actually a calm and collected person because I've already done a breakdown of all of this. So if you're interested in going through the Trinity, I don't mind. Manville. Because I know you're someone who can process. So what you're saying is that we're denying divinity from Christ. Let's just go look at the Trinity for a second. God. How is God defined in the Trinitarian framework? And is this equivalent to Allah, or the colloquial sense of how people reference God?
Before we have this beautiful conversation, how about you evolve just a little bit more?
One God, three persons. The entire structure of the universe is Trinitarian.
I don't deny the metaphysical triad. I don't deny the metaphysical triad. Muslims don't deny the metaphysical triad. We believe in the metaphysical triad. There's a triad. There's a Hinduism, the Greeks, the Muslims. It's all over the place. Everyone saw it. Like I said, past, present, future, absolute, actual, actualized, potential, actualized. That's my version. There's someone, body, mind, soul. There's several of them.
So you're devolving.
Yeah, but even pure physics can't escape it. Every physical building block is Trinitarian in structure.
Special, general, quantum.
Well, even just the parts.
What, you mean you want them to talk about flat Earth or something?
Yeah, the universe is Trinitarian. Oh my God, protons and electrons.
Jesus is uncreated in the Trinity. It is the truth of the Trinity.
Why is it negative and neutral?
What is a proton made of?
Trinity?
A proton is made of 3 quarks. 2 up, 1 down. Or 1 up, 2 down.
Trinity.
There's some quarks that have
3 is all the way down.
Some that have 5.
Anyways, so with the Trinity, man, well, God would be described here qualitatively, so it would be something you can't give a plurality to. You can't say gods. God here would be category and type. It would be, that's why in the Bible you can see translations that say divine. They interswitch between divine and God because you can. So what it's saying is divine reality or timeless divine reality. Or the divinity. You could just say the instead of God. So the divinity consists of the eternal dynamics, the Father, the Son of God through the Logos, and the Holy Spirit. So the Father being the absolute nous, the rational awareness, the eternal experiencer, the one bringing forth what? The actualization of the Logos. So he is actualizing what he knows. And the structure of reality, the way that he has set it up. So he has set his seat. So God sets the seat, and that is what the Logos is. And he actualizes this Logos to bring about the ordering principle, which is the Son of God. So the Son of God is an eternal archetype disclosure that is brought forth into reality for the Son of Man, the anointed Son of Man. So the Father actualizes the anointed Son of Man via the Holy Spirit to fulfill this archetypal disclosure. So in hypostatic union. So the Son of Man in hypostatic union with the Logos brings about the Son of God to the Son of Man, which is us. So we may follow an example. So that's all it is. Now the issue of Islam.
Also salvation. One caveat to add to that is salvation, because redemptive versus prescriptive theology, there's a schism between the Orthodox and the Roman churches, the Protestants that came from the Roman churches on this. However, the Orthodox view is that Christ rising from the dead, right, and fulfillment of redemption of sin, right, Christ's fall and rise was something only possible through his humanity. Right? And as Christ rose,
One second. Yes, so it's absolutely necessary and in alignment with the ecumenical councils to preserve and maintain and even be axiomatic about the humanity of Christ. So Christ, as the Son of Man, he is fully human. All the attributes of the human nature are human. To replace any of them with divinity, that is, you're going to fall to Nestorianism or Apollinarianism or modalism or worse, tritheism. So yes, the humanity of Christ must be maintained. I agree that it is necessary for salvation to believe in Jesus Christ. All Muslims believe that, by the way. So at that point, when we recognize the ecumenical councils and we emphasize the humanity of Christ, you come to understand the Son of God as a hypostatic union, fulfilled by the Son of Man, not an eternal awareness that goes through some sort of transfiguration or transmutation and becomes, takes on a Gundam that is a human, structure.
Now let I speak.
Yes.
No, it's fine. Excellent points on both sides. I just want to say that first. And I'd like to also add, I might have been late in the conversation, but you guys do know that the Trinity isn't anything hope, and the Trinity isn't anything that was ever a part of the original Bible. But the Trinity is something that man concocted, and if you know a little bit of the history of Christianity, when Pontius Pilate, when he collected all the people from all the different regions, and he told them, bring these pieces of what you got in your...
What's the part up?
I don't know. Regardless. Hopefully then that explained it.
There's a rule called the Trinity is more a reflection of man's.
Hold on a second.
second, Mansville. Give me 1 second, Mansville. I'm gonna let you start over. There's a room called Chillism, Brandy. They would love you in there. It's a bunch of people just like you, exactly like you. Mel, aroma, how would I say it? Pheromone, all that stuff. They interested in hearing all that Pontius Pilate stuff. His name is Nate and Knowledge. They love people just like you. Okay? It's called White Belts. The room is called White Belts. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you for stopping by, sweetheart. Thank you so much, Brandy. What were you saying, Mansville? Talk to me.
The representation of the Trinity is a structural reflection of man's relationship to God, and rather man's inability to process the completeness of God, rather than a accurate representation of the structure of God's nature in the universe. It's our limitations that creates the Trinity's relationship.
I believe the Trinity, there is no mystery in the Trinity. The Trinity is pretty coherent. That's been my biggest thing engaging with people on Clubhouse these days. But I am moving on from that because I don't see, anything else that needs to be elaborated on. It's just the notion of the nature of Christ. As long as the nature of Christ is maintained as a human nature, and then a divine nature is contained to the Logos, and the Logos is not given a rational awareness. The Logos is not a divine experiencer alongside with the Father experiencing in a different, distinct way. So there's only one experiencer in God. That is the Father. The Son of God is not aware until the Son of Man shows up and he fulfills the Son of God.
Now, there's passages in the Bible of Christ's awareness prior to his creation.
Yeah, he's aware of himself.
I'm just going based on the ecumenical councils.
Well, the awareness thing, I don't know what the awareness thing is about, though.
You can say noose if you want.
Yeah, that's fine, but the awareness stuff starts going to
I only use that because it is the strongest
term. If you're causing an argument that's not no one's positive, you say, well, just don't do this. Well, wait till they get the argument first, then you say, then you have that.
Well, because person, as we define it in the modern sense, leads to rational awareness. So that's what you would say, an experiencer.
Yeah,
versus person in the Trinitarian framework could be subsistence or a subject, not in the sense that this who can it's just like this is a distinction. It's a real distinction.
So wait a second. You have to remember. No, I'm going to ask you a question, really quick, and I expect you to look this up. This way you don't make these mistakes, right? Does the Father speak? Does the Father ever speak to anyone besides the Son?
Yes.
Who? Don't mean scripture.
Whomever he wills to speak. He
spoke to Moses. Stop this.
He spoke to Adam. He spoke to Gabriel.
That never was those the Father.
Huh?
Never were those people were spoken to by the Father, only through the Logos. So this is what I'm asking you. This awareness that you speak of, how could you match it up with Scripture? Because the Father, you only know the Father through the Son. We don't say that just because it sounds cool and fresh.
God is ineffable. God is ineffable until Revelation.
But you're doing the skit. I want you to
I'm doing a skit.
All right, so I want to give you some scriptures Benny Adam, can you?
You can't switch to Sola Scriptura. You're a
I'm not
Catholic.
going Sola Scriptura, bro. This is why the councils were there, so that it matches up.
I have the card.
We're not matching up with some hypothetical, metaphysical.
Nothing I'm saying is hypothetical. Here are the councils. I already put a chart for you guys.
Yeah, no, your theology doesn't match the council.
Man, no, you can copy this chart.
Bro, please, can I speak, man? I don't understand. I can't hear you. Benny Adam, please read them. John 8, 16 and 17. John 8, 16 and 17. I don't know how to answer
anything in the Bible.
This is the problem. You're saying stuff.
You can read anything you want in the Bible. I'm just going to adhere to the councils.
And yes, if I do judge, my judgment is true, for I am not alone, but I am with the Father who sent me. It is also written in your law that the testimony of two men is true.
Yeah, keep going. Keep going to 8 to 17.
Okay. I'm one who bears witness of myself, and the Father who sent me bears witness of me. Then they said to him, "Where is your Father?" Jesus answered, "You know neither me nor my Father. If you had known me, you would have known my Father."
Oh, do you see that there's two awarenesses here, right? They're showing here that the Father is distinct from the Son in order for there to be two witnesses. So when you speak of an awareness, he is aware of his judgment, and so is the Father as a witness. And they bear witness with one another.
Okay.
So when you speak of these things, right, and you talk about, you can't be aware, and the Son of Man, and the Son of God, and you start doing that stuff, it doesn't match up to the scriptures. The Son is handing over.
They come from the ecumenicals.
What do you mean?
We can bring up the ecumenical.
Yeah. We could bring the ecumenical.
Oh, you really want to do this, Benny Adam? I don't mind. I slam both of you right now.
Yeah, bro, you listen. How do you?
Because I have ecumenical on my side.
According to your understanding and your metaphysics, you put the metaphysics of one awareness in this verse. Explain that to me, brother.
Yeah, this is not talking in the pre-eternal. This is not saying as long as there was a Father, there was Jesus witnessing and basking in his glory, and there was two distinct rational awarenesses that can act and behave differently, even if they're aligned in will and reason.
You just said the argument is if there's two awarenesses that we're going against.
That's your claim.
Well, I'm telling you, I don't understand how you're getting any. He's saying, I am the witness of him, and he is of me.
Okay, no problem. This is in the temporal sense.
The rules that the Logos set, which is Christ, is that you always need to have two witnesses.
Yeah. Okay. And so what? Are you saying there are two witnesses? In the pre-eternal?
Two witnesses. Yes.
In the infinite past, there's two witnesses.
Yes.
There's two rational awarenesses.
Yes.
Okay, so again, no problem. I understand your position. Now with these multiple rational awarenesses, are we saying they are all one rational awareness? Because there is an ousia doctrine. So how are you unifying here, or are you going to maintain distinctions?
Just go. This is why I went to John. This is a verse.
You can't use the verses.
Bro, can you let me speak? Because you're doing this like you just don't want to.
Why? Are you a Catholic? I shouldn't even be having this discussion.
I want to be able to finish a sentence. Can I finish a sentence, please? I use this verse against oneness. Anyone that spits a oneness doctrine to me and tell me that the Father is the Son, I go to this verse and I ask them, how is the Father the Son if the Son is bearing witness with the Father? He cannot be the Father. He must solely be the Son. Right? So now, right? I gotta put these people in the audience. Like I'm having like really really like difficult time talking on this app because people just say random shit. I'm asking you, please match up this counsel that you are abiding by with this verse. If you don't, we could go to Isaiah 48, and we could start from verse 1. I did this with Muhammad all on Friday. So we could go to Isaiah 48, we can go to verse 1 to verse 15, and then I can ask you, who is the rational awareness speaking in verse 16 and 17? But since you don't like to read the scripture, and you just want to build a metaphysic from what you think it says, this is the trouble you're going to go against. Like, it says here, I have never been in secret. You have always known who I am, who I was from the beginning. This is not the Father. The Father only speaks to the Son. So, and like you said, the burning bush, the Adam and Eve walking through the garden, all of the physical representations, wrestling with Jacob, all of these is the logos and knowledge of God to his people. The Father is the distant God that does what the Son does. The Father does what the Son does, or the Son does what the Father does, because the Father is always working, right? And he's always doing what his Father does. This is how it is. The Father doesn't speak to anyone. He has a voice that the Son, that he hears from the Son, and that is it. So I'm not sure. You see, this is what I mean. Like, you have this model that you're saying you're getting from the councils, and it doesn't exist. So I hear you out. I listen.
Why don't you ChatGPT that?
I don't need to. I can go to the councils and I can go to the scripture.
Yeah, but just like how you provide these little packages, just like another page where you break this down for me.
You want me to break this down? I'll break this down for you.
Yeah, just on an AI.
All I'm gonna do is, does the Father speak in the Old or New Testament?
That needs to be highlighted in the notion that you are predicating two rational awarenesses to the divinity.
I don't know what's this predicating two rational. I don't know what you understand.
Because the whole debacle is only two rational awarenesses.
How do you bear witness?
Okay, I already wrote the response to that. That's just the legal thing.
Okay, so then there needs to be two witnesses. Two rational awarenesses.
There needs to be two witnesses to the creation of the heavens and earth.
Alright, so there's a judge and there's a redeemer. This is why you need to read Isaiah 48. Because Isaiah 48...
I understand in the context of humanity there needs to be two witnesses, but we're dealing with the divine reality. We're not dealing with humanity.
The only time we hear the Father and the Son speaking is about his creation. Other than that, we don't.
Well, he's God. Everything is from the top bottom for him.
Who's God? Who's the first cause? Who's the first cause?
The Father.
No, wrong. No ecumenical council. Not one ecumenical council will tell you that the Father is the first principle without principle. The first cause is the Logos, the Son, the Word.
What? By first cause, what do you mean? What do you mean by first cause?
The Father is...
I'm talking about austerity.
Alright, so the Father is... You're adding all these words that I'm not saying. So you're confusing yourself. I'm not confusing you.
Bro, where are you trying to... You're not going to stop him.
The Father... I'm using...
Just go on the ChatGPT, bro. Just go on the ChatGPT.
Alright, that's fine. But you keep cutting me off and it just makes this longer.
Not at all. I'm telling you, let's cut it short.
The Father is the first principle without principle, meaning that the first cause is the Son, the Logos.
What do you mean by first cause?
Everything, creation, all things are made through him, for him, by him, through the Logos.
Okay, is the Logos a necessary existence?
I don't understand what that means.
Is the Logos cause? Is the Logos cause?
Yes. Whatever comes from Father is the first cause.
Okay.
Father itself is uncaused.
Okay, so that's what it means. All right. So he's not meaning the one, the agent who causes in the first act.
Yes.
The agent who causes is God, is the Father. That's going to be the Father. It's going to be the
I
Father.
said it's the Son. It's the Son.
Well, then who brings about the Son?
The Father.
Okay, so is that not an act?
It generates from him. If he doesn't act upon it, he is the Son. I'm embarrassing myself.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It is within Father.
It's a timeless act.
It's a timeless act.
Sure. No one will understand that. That goes without saying. Listen, man, just lay it out on a ChatGPT page, and I'll respond to it.
I am. I gotta make myself a coffee first.
We already came to a resolution on how we would decipher these differences.
My God, Father always was, is, and will be.
I understand that. Thank you very much. I understand what aseity means.
And needed generation from Father in no time is Son. Son is intermediary.
Again, I don't know who you're explaining to. What are you agreeing in what he's saying?
Intermediary is necessary.
What are you agreeing in what he's saying? Stop wasting my fucking time.
Your mom doesn't look like what it's all to anybody.
Stop wasting my. You focus on the ChatGPT, bro.
Well, when I finish my coffee, I said I would. But okay, you gotta listen to.
I can do this in a voice right now. You go to ChatGPT.
I could do this in person.
Just explain everything you just did.
I could do this in person. I just did this with no ChatGPT.
Okay, predicated on councils. Go ahead, predicated on councils.
Predicated on councils. Oh, Nicaea.
All right, what about Nicaea?
The Son is uncreated.
The Logos is
uncreated. What does that mean? Yes. How can it be created? It is God.
We don't believe it's created. Just like Muslims don't believe the knowledge of Allah is created.
I don't care. This is before Islam. This is way before.
It's the same metaphysical framework. It's the same.
Allah at this point has 3 daughters. So there's no point in bringing up Allah.
Attribute distinction.
I'm just letting you know. Right now, no one can say
Never I'm too confident to be poked on this stuff.
Well, you can be. But think of Jesus saying, Allah, Abba is my Father. He would be pointing to him having 3 other sisters. He would have 3 other sisters at this point. So Allah is only Allah in the 6th century, not before. So Jesus can't be saying his Father is Allah. He would be saying his Father is Allah.
I can't believe the time has spun to the point where I am a traditional. I hold to. I totally understand
you guys always do this grandstanding thing.
Why do you performance to be taken care of?
Oh, I'm right. And you start laughing.
I'm waiting. I'm coming at you as a Christian.
When also Nicaea says light from light, true God from true God, very God from very God. So what do you understand?
I understand it as the Trinity, the fulfillment of the Son of God via the Son of Man, a human nature.
So true God from true God.
As divine as he is part of that.
True God as true God.
Yes, he is the divine dynamic. He is a subsistence that is eternally brought forth.
Yes. So he's God.
Without separation, without division.
In the Trinitarian sense of God, yes, he would be God, but that is not what we're talking about. We're not saying that Christ is not a divine subsistence or he doesn't fulfill a divine subsistence. But what we're talking about is whether he holds to multiple experiencers in the pre-eternal. I love Islam for teaching me this word.
What does that even mean?
Pre-eternal.
A pre-eternal is an Ash'ari concept.
I always give credit where credit is due, so I'm ungrateful.
With Father.
Even though I slapped Nizam in that debate, but he did teach me this word.
Jesus is never separated from Father.
But in my fair defense, everyone didn't really understand pre-eternal, and it's a hard term to continue to jig around. I'll just say in the infinite past.
He cannot stay on one subject, so don't talk about anything else. Don't do side notes. What is the Council of Nicaea saying?
Give me a ChatGPT page, bro.
Bro, we do this from memory. This is the reason why God Logic and Same Show are
You're getting crushed, bro.
No. This is why I don't need AI. Me and Benny Adam, we don't need AI. We just need a Bible, and we need to know the councils. That's it. literally give you the verses, when I give you the verses, I'm literally playing out the council. Because the council is explaining what the theology is without confusion. So when these verses come up and he's saying the Father is sending the Son, the Father sending the Son, that means he's, whatever you want to say, pre-existent.
Which one, the Son of God or the Son of Man? The Son of God or the Son of Man?
That is within context. Remember, that is brought up in Daniel to show how much of a fuck up Solomon was. Right? Solomon was given all the wisdom of all the... he's not a prophet for us.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, he's not a prophet.
Doesn't matter.
Solomon failed the prophecy. He did not fulfill all of God's laws.
You believe in a Messiah that
kingdom and his king. Why do you keep changing the subject, bro? Like, let's stick on one thing at a time. You bring up the Son of Man. The Son of Man is brought up after the throne of David, right? So Daniel comes in way after Solomon. The temple has been destroyed, right? There is no temple. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Like, we're in. You have to try to understand the Bible within.
That's my Patrick McAfee. I got all the historical data.
You don't have the historical data because when do you think Daniel's happening?
You don't even know about the Jewish Civil War, the Iranian Civil War, all the events
prior. The subject again. You keep changing the subject. Let's stick on the subject.
You don't take into account the historical academia. You don't take anything.
This is what I'm saying. Like,
bro, I'm on that ChatGPT page, bro.
I don't need ChatGPT. I'm doing this.
Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid?
I know without a shadow of a doubt.
You really want to do Apollinarianism? Like, you really want to do Apollinarianism?
Don't be disrespectful and call me a heretic. I'm not a heretic.
You're the one who's giving the Logos a rational awareness.
So Nick said, go to your ChatGPT and punch in John 6. It says 16 and 17. And what did it tell you? What did it tell you?
Two witnesses does not equal two rational awarenesses. It means twofold testimony within revelation. The Son is sent and the Father bears witness. Legal distinction and mission does not equal multiplied divine consciousness.
Which one's in space time?
The Son of Man.
Well, the Son of Man, bro. The Son of Man is a divine figure. The Son of Man is a divine figure.
Human nature.
Listen to me. I'm gonna read this to you.
Oh my God.
Who comes in the clouds? Who comes in the clouds?
The Son of Man.
What does it mean to come in the clouds? That you are God. That you are literally God.
Well, no, I think it's
Pay attention. Does Allah come in the clouds? Nothing. Does Allah come in the clouds?
Oh, it's a different model.
Wait, Marcus, stop. I'm not in. Does Allah come in the clouds? Chapter 25, 24 through 25. Bro, don't do this. This is what I mean. Like, guys.
Bro, just bring me the AI.
When you speak to people, listen, when you speak to people like me that are very Trinitarian-ish, I'm only reading the typologies and basically the motifs that Allah is using and stealing from Jesus. Every single motif in typology. What did I say wrong?
Just bro, like, why are you trying to antagonize right now?
Bro, I'm not antagonizing you. If Allah is saying He is the first and the last, Allah saying He's the first and the last, Jesus says He's the first and the last. The Son of Man comes in the clouds. Why is Allah coming in the clouds? Because coming in the clouds, according to the Abrahamic faith, means that is God.
Not doing a proper internal critique. We are analyzing the framework of the Trinity. We are not doing a comparison with Islam.
Quran is not giving us new language about God.
You're not going to impose on me an understanding that stems from the Quran. You don't believe in the Quran.
So wait a second. No, I believe that the verses of Jesus are true, except for obviously it was made to appear so.
You cannot point at this Quran anywhere that this is a lie or couldn't come from Allah.
Does Allah come in the clouds, bro? Come on, man. Like,
I don't know that.
Allah doesn't come in the clouds. This is talking about the Son of Man.
Hold on, don't angels also come from the clouds?
I'm sorry, how was Jesus actualized into the world, the Son of Man, Beni Adam?
You gotta give me the verse, bro.
How was he actualized? Just Beni Adam, please.
Sorry, what?
How was the Son of Man actualized?
He was from eternity past.
I'm talking about Beni Adam.
Emanation of the Father, from the Father.
Who was the agent that brought him forth?
Father.
No, there was an angel that showed up to Mary.
Oh, you're saying in the incarnation? No, I was thinking.
That's the actualization of the Son of Man.
Yeah, sure, in the carnal sense, sure. There's no.
Okay, it was via the Holy Spirit brought forth by an angel, which we believe is Gabriel. So that's what took place.
Actually, hold on. Megatron, you're right. Clouds is representing God's presence.
Yeah. Of course, I don't need
God and the clouds represent.
Oh, he's trying to say the Son of Man is God.
Yeah, sometimes it says generally speaking,
the Father.
Angels would not be, but yeah, basically.
You said angels are not coming in the clouds, correct?
Generally speaking, not.
Okay, but you want to know something? Moses, right?
This is heavily symbolic.
He was in the clouds, right?
God.
I'm gonna say that he was with when he was speaking to God in the mountain. In I think is it Deuteronomy or Exodus? I forget which one it is. Moses is in the clouds. So it may seem as if what it's saying is that he's within like the midst of God, right? He's speaking to God because he's up so high in the mountain that it's above the clouds, right? But Moses himself is not, riding the cloud. Or what word did they use? It's a specific thing. No, but this is what it says in Scripture, so I don't want to be saying, oh, but Moses was in the clouds. No. This is what we're saying. Moses, in this explanation of it, is that he's up on a mountain so high that the clouds are in with where he is. Okay? So he's in the clouds. But it doesn't mean that Moses is God. But when we use it in a specific way, it's giving the presence of God. So if the Son of Man is coming in the clouds, what do you think that means?
Well, I see here in Ezekiel 1, it says, immense clouds with flashing lights out of the center of the fire emerged a cherubim moving alongside the intercession.
What are cherubims?
Cherubims are the angels.
That are the throne.
Cherubim, yeah, they're one of the highest angels.
All right, so they're the ones at the throne. Did you know that the Messiah has more knowledge than the cherubim on the throne?
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, it's not only for the God, but, like, it would be, like, more higher incarnation, basically closer to source.
There is no, if you're coming in the clouds, then you're God. There is no other way to see it. If Allah comes in the clouds, he's not using a motif that says that he's the Son of Man, correct? Hoping that Allah is not the Son of Man. Because what Alumi's saying is that if you're like the Son of Man, you can't be God. But yet, he's standing in front of the Ancient of Days and coming in the clouds and standing before the Ancient of Days. Who's the Ancient? Not the Son of Man. These are two distinct figures. Distinct. Remember, absolute distinction. Right? We can't use the same sort of like, metaphysics for dummies with the Quran and think that you're gonna get like the Trinity or other metaphysics of the Torah in it. You're not. You're not. It's completely dumbed down. There's so much mystery when it comes to Allah that he doesn't have. He's one person. He relies on creation. He's literally no other unknown thing about him. He's just incarnated in creation. He can do nothing without creation. But he's basically the incarnation. There is no other way to look at it. Unless you want to like...
Oh, David. Thank God Almighty, bro.
Unless you want to, like, you know, I don't know what you want to do. But I don't think you're
I want you to fucking get on the AI before I revert back to Cynic again and give you the belt, like DL likes to say. So, you came into a room. God doesn't like hypocrites. You came into Andrew's room and you were crucifying him right next to me. So don't come in here and act like everything. I understand that we're all playing some game theory here, and you wanna apply some pressure points, and I welcome pressure points in what I'm articulating. I never said I was infallible, nor do I say Olumi archetype synthesis is a one-to-one. Obviously, I am going to insert language and I'm going to modernize a lot of these frameworks so everyone, the layman of today, can understand. But like I said, everything that I am espousing is granted by the councils, and not only that, logic. There's necessary induction, deduction happening here. If you're going to predicate more than one rational awareness in God, well, are these real distinctions? Is there a unity between them? How do we deal with this? Whatever. Or you're going to have to agree with the councils. You're only going to give the Father a nous, and the Son of God is not a knower, is not aware, is not an experiencer until the Son of Man actualizes and fulfills the Son of God through hypostatic union. I'm not the one who brought forth the concept of hypostatic union. This is your councils, so just submit. But you want to be a monophysite, you want to be a monophysite. I'm not going to call them myophysites, they're monophysites. And if you want to be that, just go ahead, go do it. Go join one of the Oriental churches. Why are you in the Catholic Church? You want to be an Apollinarianist? Well, that's a heresy, according to Chalcedon and Constantinople. You want to be a modalist? Well, that's a heresy too. Two natures. This doesn't mean Christ is God or is a non-human in the infinite past, and only in the temporal reality or space-time does he take on a human vessel, which is just like if you ever watch Men in Black, and there's an alien in the freaking, the human is the humanoid is actually a robot, and you got a little alien. No one's gonna believe that. The Logos is not just a news embodying what appears to be a human nature or a vessel. That's where you end up with distortion or with these guys who showed up
basically it's just this public shaming. Everything is designed to just make it so that you stand out as this shitty fucking low class person who does not deserve the same rights as everybody else because you're a Christian. And the Muslims, they've always been like that.
Okay, so again, like I want to I'm like Googling this just to check. Okay. So during the Caliphate of Muhammad, Christians paid a graded yearly expense level 1, generally ranging from 12 to 48 from payments, offering protection in exchange. Okay, so then my next question: this is tax to protect for a protection tax for non-Muslims.
Oh, this is going to be a breakdown.
Assumed is not healed, dude. I am gonna
Daniel 7 introduces a heavenly messianic figure who shares God's universal rule and receives divine style service from all nations. The New Testament openly identifies Jesus as that figure. The Quran rejects Jesus' divinity, yet still preserves many of the same Davidic categories: university authority patterns, eschatology supremacy, divine pejoratives, life-giving power, heavenly significance, and judgment association. Islam removes the theology expansion while preserving many of the theological effects. So the Quran denies the conclusion of Daniel 7.
What are we talking about the Quran?
Because I'm telling you that the same exact motifs that are given in Daniel 7 to the divine figure of the Son of Man is exactly the same exact divine ship that Allah has in the Quran. This is what I'm trying to explain to you.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether,
you keep saying
dude, we're talking about rational awareness. We're talking about whether the Son of Man is aware prior to the incarnation or the actualization of the Son of Man.
He's in front of the
which you're arguing for. You're arguing that there is a nous, a divine nous that represents Christ as an experiencer prior to. Okay, that's Apollinarianism. That's Apollinarianism. That's called Apollinarianism.
You're stuck. You're stuck in this.
Define Apollinarianism.
I don't care. I'm not an Apollinarianist.
Define it, though.
I'm reading the Bible. I'm reading the Bible.
No, I don't do sola scriptura. We don't do sola scriptura.
I'm not doing sola scriptura.
Yes, you are. You're Catholic doing sola scriptura.
You gotta realize something. Don't you realize that none of the Protestants, many of them do not use the Protestants. They read the Bible and they understand it the same way the Catholics do. Okay? The book of Daniel, the Son of Man, receives things that belong to God's universal kingship. But the Quran repeatedly gives the same Davidic style or Daniel style directly to Allah, while simultaneously denying the divinity identity of Christ. This creates a massive theological tension because the Quran unintentionally preserves divine language patterns associated with the exalted heavenly Messiah.
That's great.
So, Daniel 7:13 and 14. Okay, dominion, all peoples, all nations, all languages should serve him, which I don't understand why the Quran is saying
you're killing us, bro.
He's not. So now, the important part here is this man that's given dominion comes with the clouds.
I can't you just define Apollinarianism?
All nations serve him, everlasting kingdom, enrollment besides God. This becomes one of the central Christological passages in the New Testament. Jesus applies this to himself.
They're going to come put sense into this kid.
Serve worship problem. In the Aramaic, the word in Daniel is what? Service given.
It is a waste of time, I know. I'm about to walk out of my room and just let my recorders record them wasting all their time, repeating themselves in watermelon logics. Cyclical rotation are never ending. They're just repeating themselves every single day. It's such a huge waste of fucking time. Do you see what I'm saying to you? They are repeating themselves and they are using all these technical terms to talk about nothing. They are literally retarded. Especially Megatron. He is so pathetic. He is on here all day talking all the time. He doesn't work. He's not the family. But he is always here talking all the time. And same with Lumi, but Lumi has no family and he is probably withering away. His body is probably pale. He stinks. He doesn't work out. He doesn't clean his toes. Lumi is probably dirty, stinky boy. Because he's here all the time using all and just reading ChatGPT. Let me ask ChatGPT. That's what he does all day.
Then you already know that you.
Now he's doing the voice.
That is why you don't want to define it.
No.
Go ahead and define it.
I don't have to.
That's all right. I will read the definition of Apollinarianism.
Ancient of Days gives dominion to the Son of Man. Father gives authority to the Son. This is all in Matthew. Authority, judgment.
Apollinarianism.
Universal submission. Directly
proposed by Apollinarius of Laodicea, which argued that Jesus Christ had a human body and sensitive soul, but not a rational human mind. Nous, which was replaced by the divine Logos. It was condemned as heresy by the Council of Constantinople in 381 for failing to acknowledge the full humanity of Christ.
Okay, so that's the heresy.
Do you deny this heresy?
Yeah, I don't believe.
So you deny the notion of a divine Logos having a rational awareness or a nous.
No.
That's what Apollinarianism says.
I don't know why you keep. Why don't you read the council directly instead of your AI doing this?
What?
Just read the council.
Like, do people think that councils have like a newspaper or something?
Yeah, they do. Just read the Wikipedia.
That's the problem. There's no problem.
Just read the Wikipedia.
Yeah, I got you.
So the Old Testament
What do you think I just read off?
is a divine attribute. This is an example in Psalms.
Wikipedia, Apollinarianism, Christian heretical belief. Apollinarianism is a Christological position proposed by Apollinarius of Laodicea that argues that Jesus had a human body and sensitive soul, but not a human rational mind, the divine logos taking the place of the Latin. It was deemed heretical by the first.
You said he did not have.
But not a human rational mind. The divine
You're saying it does not. No, the heresy means that he did not have. Read it again.
Yes, no problem.
From the Wikipedia.
Yes.
So then he does have a rational mind, correct?
Apollinarianism is a Christological position proposed by Apollinarius of Laodicea
That doesn't have a rational mind.
That argues that Jesus had a human body and soul, but not a human rational mind.
Exactly. Not a human rational mind.
That was a comma. That wasn't a dot. That wasn't a dot. That wasn't a period. But not a human rational mind. The divine logos taking the place of the Latin. It was deemed heretical.
So there's one rational awareness, correct?
That is the Son of Man. That is the news of the Son of Man.
So Son of Man is the divine figure, right?
The anointed Son of Man.
When was the Son of Man anointed?
In the eternity past.
No, you're wrong. It's at his baptismal. And this is in the Old Testament.
Wait. You think God literally was like, right before the incarnation? Who should be the Son of Man? Let me guess here.
Pick one.
Which one should I choose? Of all these Israelites, all these Jews, all these Samaritans, who should I choose?
Pick one. Which one you like.
Yeah, you're killing your own Christology.
I'm not killing any of my Christology. You're just not explaining it.
If you're saying that God decided temporally who should he anoint as the Son of Man, then you're killing yourself.
You're doing more of this Muhammad Hijab, like sort of like making fun instead of actually sticking with the argument. You're doing like
What are Muslims are already like literally disassociated from me. Like I did all this for you guys, and I brought you.
I'm trying to explain.
He did all this for you guys. Hey, you guys!
Towards the truth, and this
Illumi is the truth. Illuma retarded. Illuma retarded.
You keep saying the Son of Man, right, is not a divine figure.
Does the Logos have a pre-eternal nous? Is there a nous the Logos has, and where?
The councils don't.
Just a question: is the Logos aware? Does the Logos have an awareness?
Yeah, it's one God.
I said if it has an awareness distinct from the Father.
Why? It doesn't say aware. Where does it say awareness?
Mind, nous.
Yeah, he has in order for him to have a human.
People have left the room in droves, but there are new tards in the audience thinking perhaps they are listening to something which is not redundant.
Okay, now
this is why books are superior to Illumitards.
The Logos, there's no he. Who's aware
Hello?
The Logos.
Who's the Logos?
The pre-eternal Christ.
Oh, Dr. Sam is here. Mathematics is racist, I see.
Okay, so there are two minds now.
There's one mind.
But you just said it's distinct from the Father, bro. Speak English.
He's aware of himself. Remember there was two.
That doesn't answer anything. Are there two minds, or is there one mind? Is there one mind? Is there one experiencer? Or is there two? Bro, you just gotta take the L, bro. Take the L, bro.
I'm not taking an L. You're not reading the councils. You just explained to me what the council.
Then go give me your AI. Give me your AI. Give me your AI.
I'll just keep letting you say wrong shit.
Yeah, link your AI. Why you pussying out? Why you pussying out?
I'll put the Son of Man here.
Just go ahead and do whatever you want with your AI.
The Son of Man motif.
You ain't gonna do better than me. You ain't gonna do better than me.
I don't even need AI to know these.
No. Go ahead. Conjure all the humans. conjure all the humans. Allah, if you gathered all the humans and all the jinn, it's not going to help you.
And Jesus are equal to each other in every
gather them all.
way possible.
If you gather all the jinn AIs right now.
The kingdom is only given to Allah, and the kingdom is only given to who? The Son of Man. He's eternal.
So this is what you want to give me here, right? Yeah. All right. So this is what I'm responding to.
Everything that's in this.
And so this is an exegesis of Daniel. That's not really what we're discussing. But no problem.
We're talking about the Son of Man. You keep bringing up the Son of Man.
We're talking about whether he has an awareness prior to the incarnation of the Son of Man. So that's what we're talking about. But since you want to do this, this is barely anything. I don't know what this is. This is a fucking passage. Daniel 7 introduces a heavenly messianic figure who shares in God's universal rule and receives divine style service from all nations. The New Testament openly identifies Jesus as this figure. The Quran rejects Jesus' divinity. It still preserves many of the same Daniel categories: universal authority patterns, eschatological supremacy, divine prerogatives, life-giving powers, heavenly significance, judgment, associations. Islam removes the theological explanation while preserving many of the theological effects. Or even shorter, the Quran denies the conclusion of Daniel 7 while accidentally preserving much of its frameworks. What does this have to do with the Trinity?
So your divine figure, which is Allah, is Jesus.
Oh, this is a whole thing. How do you start out here? This is actually one of the most devastating, blah, blah, blah. And the Son of Man receives things that belong uniquely to God's universal kingship. All right, who's freaking, like, what's the issue here? What attribute do you want to give the Son of Man that we're going to deny as Muslims, since you want to talk about Islam?
So, right here.
So Daniel 7, 3-13, 4, I saw in the night visions and behold one like a...
Jesus also receives universal dominion in the Quran. He also receives from her.
We have a hadith that literally says...
Several echoes this, right? Jesus is the Messiah, the Word of Allah, the Spirit of Allah, sinless, life-giver, creator of birds from clay, healer of the blind lepers, raiser of the dead, and sign of the hour. Especially in 4361, many classical tafsirs interpret Jesus as the sign of the hour, as the colossal judgment, and returning divine figure before the resurrection. That's very close to Daniel 7, apocalyptic Son of Man imagery. The given authority pattern now compared. Daniel 7, Ancient of Days, gives dominion to the Son of Man. New Testament, Father gives authority to the Son. This is also in Matthew, and all this other stuff. The Quran accidentally preserves the same framework. Quran consistently insists Allah.
It's like we're talking past each other, bro.
Allah alone owns the kingdom. Yet Jesus exercised divine function, participates in eschatology authority, performs the creative acts, raises the dead, is called word and spirit from Allah, returns in the end. The structure starts to resemble God sharing divinity prerogatives with the heavenly messianic figure. That's exactly what Daniel 7 already looks like. The big problem with shared divinity prerogatives, Jewish monotheism, certainly things belong uniquely to God. Divine identity markers, ruler of all nations, judging mankind. I wonder who's judging mankind in Islam.
I don't know, they're completely irrelevant, bro.
Who's judging mankind? Who's judging mankind?
You sound like John Kitover right now.
In the preserved hadiths. Who judges mankind?
We're dealing with metaphysics and you're arguing something completely
I have to give you the verses, because the verses, that's the reason why
I don't know what you think. Can you just give me a clear statement that you believe we're bringing about a negation to?
Listen, I'm a monotheist. I only believe in one God. So I don't know why you're splitting up the Godhead. You gotta take the
I'm the one who's split up. I'm the one who's talking about three hypostases.
Hypostasis is an understanding. Do you understand
I don't deny, just understand it properly for what it is. You wanna continue to commit to Apollinarianism, that's your choice, bro.
The
You're just
invisible
committed
God
to
that we know nothing
Apollinarianism.
about is the Father. So that invisible God that only speaks to the Son, that's the Father.
Just explain yourself in light of Apollinarianism.
Just tell me, when
How are
is
you
the
not an
Father speaking to
Apollinarian?
anyone?
Just answer my question.
When is the Father speaking to anybody in the Old Testament? Or the New Testament?
He spoke to Adam. He spoke to Adam.
Prove it.
Literally
Use
in
the
the garden.
counsels.
You have
Use
it in
the
the garden.
counsels. That's not the Father.
That's not the Father. Who's that?
That's not the Father.
Who's that?
Give you one guess.
Who's that? Jesus?
Exactly.
Are you saying it's Jesus?
He's
Okay,
walking,
well,
right?
that's called Apollinarianism. That's called Apollinarianism.
Are you saying the Father is a man? Are you saying the Father is a man? You're saying the Father is a man?
Just okay. So we say God, Abraham walked with God. We say Abraham walked with God. So what? God got 2 feet now.
So who do you think
God got 2 feet?
Yeah. Who do you think that is?
Bro, you think you're anthropomorphizing God big time.
What do you mean I'm not? Yeah, that's Christ. That is Christ. That's Christ.
Okay, now, no problem. Megatron, no problem. Now go to your councils and substantiate that.
You want me to prove to you with the councils that the person walking in the Garden of Eden is Jesus Christ?
Yep.
Okay, no problem.
Yep.
You make a new thread here.
And their understanding in light of the councils.
With the councils.
David, I already backed you guys up.
Explained why it is.
I changed all of Clubhouse, bro.
Jesus is walking.
I did what you Unitarians failed to do.
And Eve in the Garden of Eden.
By the way, you Unitarians, I was hoping for you, David and Zero, to show up because I wanted to set you guys straight because I have questions for you. How do you not end up collapsing into monism and removing the distinction between God and creation? So I don't agree with Arianism. I don't understand Unitarianism in light of the Trinity. Are we saying the Trinitarian metaphysics is incoherent and you're positing another one? Or is Unitarianism simply in alignment with councils? So like Chalcedon and Constantinople. So if your beef is with Nicaea, then wouldn't that make you an Arian? Anyways, that's a question for them. I was actually hunting them down on X or TikTok, but I couldn't find David or Zero. I know I had you guys. It seems like maybe you guys stopped doing rooms or something.
Okay, here you go. And this is a big shout out to all the Muslims that are that don't believe that this stuff actually makes sense. You guys just think that we all speak the same language, making this shit up. Okay, this is for you, Arban, because they love calling me a pagan. Now, right here, I'm gonna read this for you, and I put this on the top. I have no problem, and it goes down the councils. Okay? And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. Genesis 3:8. The question became, if the Father is invisible, transcendent, beyond all created sight, then who is a divine person repeatedly appearing, speaking, eating, walking, being seen throughout the Old Testament? The councils didn't invent this idea out of nowhere, Arban. They inherited it from early church fathers. Like, I'm talking to Arban, Justin Martyr, Arrhenius, or however you say his name is, and how do you ever say that guy's name? The Father is unseen, incomprehensible. The New Testament repeatedly says, no one has seen God, John 1:18, and no one has seen the Father except the one who is from God, John 6:46, whom no man has ever as the fathers, as so, fathers asked, how then did Adam hear God walking? Abraham eat with God. Jacob wrestle with God. Moses speaking face to face with God. The visible divine manifestation where the Son, the Logos, revealing the invisible Father. The Son is the revealer of God. This is the council, first council, Nicaea. You want councils? I got you. Centered happily on John 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God.
I was denying
All
that.
things were made through him.
You're saying the one who spoke to Adam in the garden is Jesus. That's all I'm asking for you
Christ
to
did
prove
not
that.
begin in Bethlehem.
Which
The
church
Son
father in alignment with council?
The Son eternally existed. The Son was active in creation from Genesis onward. So when God appears in a visible form, the fathers often identified the manifestation with the Logos. This became the standard Nicene theology. The Father remains transcendent. The Son reveals him. The Spirit manifests divine presence. Why specifically the Son in Eden? Because Genesis describes movement, speech, interaction, rational presence. God walking. The fathers connected this with later verses, like he is the image of the invisible God. Colossians 1:15. I mean, I've read that to you so many times. Oh, here we go. John 14. You guys like using this for Muhammad. No one comes from the Father except through me. Especially no one has ever seen God. The only begotten Son has made him known. John 1:18. The reasoning becomes if anyone truly encountered God visibly, they encountered God through the Son. The council said the Trinity. The council is where it's defending two things simultaneously. Jesus is truly God, not a creature, not a lesser being, not an angel, but eternally divine, yet the Father and the Son are distinct persons. So the Old Testament appearances help explain this distinction. God appears visibly, yet also speaks of God and mediates with God. Fuck your Apollinarianism.
Bro, all you have to do is showcase how you're distinct from Apollinarianism. Because you think this means Christ, and I'm like...
because Apollinarius was saying that Christ had a divine will, but not a human one. Right?
Had a divine... What? He had a divine will, not a human one. I mean...
Yeah.
Apollinarius would include anybody who would take a human attribute and replace it with a divine. But in accordance to Apollinarius himself, he gave it the news. He replaced the news with a divine news. So
yes. So if you look at further ecumenical councils,
later on, the will and the modality of the will.
That's because that's where it comes from. Now, if you want like early church fathers to suggest that it was Jesus that was walking in heaven with Adam, there actually are. Not that many, but there are, especially early ones.
Talking about Constantinople and post-Constantinople and Chalcedon.
No, pre.
No, I don't need pre.
Yeah, pre is more important.
No, post, because the matter has been settled.
Okay.
So any exegesis has to come post, or from any of the church fathers presiding over these councils.
No. The exegesis of the councils came as a direct result of the exegesis of the early church fathers. They literally took their words.
Okay, so then there wouldn't be a problem with you highlighting a church father and exegesis post Chalcedon. Constantinople. So we're looking at exegesis post 5th century. And again, he needs to highlight how he's distinct from Apollinarius.
He is distinct from Apollinarius.
How so? I'm
Because
just asking for
he's
an
saying Jesus
explanation.
has a divine will and a human will.
Yeah, what about the mind?
Yeah, will comes from mind.
Again, these are two different terms. So the mind, the will, I don't know why you're bringing in will as if this is going to win you anything. So regardless, is it either you're giving the logos an awareness, a mind in the pre-existent, or you're maintaining the full human nature of Christ. It's one or the other.
Not necessarily, because Christians would say that the mind is shared with the Father. They have one mind.
Okay, but that's not what he's highlighting. When I asked him, does the Logos has a distinct mind from the Father? He said yes.
No, I agree. What he said at the beginning might be true. I don't know what he actually believes, but I can see how that was challenging. But generally, the Trinitarian doctrine is that there's one mind between.
Yeah, there's only one mind. Yeah. As the Logos is there. Now to highlight this, because some people translate mind to mean reason. That's not how I'm using it. I'm using it as a rational awareness, an experiencer, a center of consciousness. Are we saying that there are multiple centers of consciousness, multiple experiencers, or the Logos is a unique experiencer distinct from the Father as an awareness or an experiencer?
What does ChatGPT say?
Well, I mean, that's Apollinarianism. Right? That would be Apollinarianism.
No, it wouldn't.
How is predicating the Logos with a rational awareness not Apollinarianism?
That would be anti-Apollinarianism. Apollinarius didn't believe that he had a rational mind to start with. Or sorry, a human mind to start with.
Yeah, because
they said
the humanity of Christ, they're not maintaining the full humanity of Christ in the key category, which is the mind, the awareness. So they're saying, no, the appearance of the human is just an appearance. This is the cognition of this being is pre-existent. So Jesus is eternally aware of things. He's originally non-human. That is what is being said here. They're saying Jesus is not originally a human.
That's what the councils are saying.
That is not what they're saying about the Son of Man. The Son of God is divine, but the Son of God is not an awareness.
No, they both have rational minds. That means they are both.
But there's only one mind.
There's one mind between the Father and the Son.
So that's
and the Holy Spirit. But there is not morals.
So you're saying there's one rational awareness that literally goes cosplaying as three who's?
No, it's a shared rational awareness.
Shared means there's only one rational awareness. So I'm a rational awareness. If I decide to go on and pretend to be three different who's, that's just modalism. That's personas.
Think about it like I don't know, like
I don't even think about it. Metaphysically, it doesn't allow.
Yeah, like three servers, connected to the same system, supporting each other, and like that system's functioning.
Okay, so are we saying the awareness? Are we saying the awareness of the who, of the Father, is literally predicated on something that isn't aware? So you're saying the mind of God is emergent?
I don't know how I said that.
That's the implications.
I don't know how you got that.
Because you're saying there's one irrational awareness that is shared by three who's.
Okay.
A rational awareness is an experiencer.
Okay.
So you're saying there's
it's an experience. No. It's an experience, or it's a set of experiences, actually.
What are they experiencing? Or what is the rational awareness experiencing?
So that one rational awareness is
that's modalism. You're saying one rational awareness is experiencing multiple functions.
Yeah.
That's modalism.
So how come you guys make that knowledge discussing the human mind with God? Isn't that means that God himself looks like a human to me.
Yeah, so here, the modalism is by saying that that God is a single person who appears in three modes, either Father, Son, or Holy Spirit. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying God is a single person. God is three groups, having one experience through by the three of them.
Yeah, but why not 4 or 5 or 6?
Because this is what we have.
So it's possible to be more than 3.
If you want to be included, sure, why not?
Well, everything being equal, then it doesn't make any sense. If 3 is similar, like to 5, 6, 7, 8, it doesn't matter.
What he's saying.
I hope you're here to stay, David. I would like to move on from these Trinitarians to the Unitarian.
If it works for more than 2, why not 2 trillion? That's the thing. Once you make it work for 2, any number can apply. But if he told us, no, it's just 2 of us up here, then we'll take it in faith because he told us so. The thing is, has he told us so? No. Me and my Father are one, and we took it from there and stretched it to infinity with our metaphysical garbage, Greek gymnastics. Come on, people.
Metaphysical garbage. Well, first of all, you're throwing Ibn Taymiyyah under the bus. You're throwing in Arabi ibn al-Qayyim, al-Jawzi, al-Nawazi, Ibn Sina. All of them are being thrown under the bus.
Yeah, they're self-indulgent people. They just want to feed on their own support.
You don't care about the Greeks either. You don't care about St. John Chrysostom. You don't care about St. Athanasius.
Aristotle standardized logic. The reason we're able to figure out like different positions and discuss right now is because someone decided, hey, let's all cut through the bullshit and let's figure out exactly what are the rules of coherency and let's line them out, and everybody must agree to this before engaging in these discussions. And then what the Greeks did.
Islam too.
And only also in our Islamic tradition, the Greeks are complemented. So the Greeks have the mind, the Arabs have the tongue, I believe the Chinese have the engineering, and I forgot what the West is popular for. But this is either a hadith or it's in the tradition as a popular saying.
I think in Islam too we find credit like Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Why Quran uses 3 names for God? Like why it didn't say Bismillah or Bismillah Ta'ala? And monotheism are clear, but we said Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It's your 3 names. Why?
There is no problem. You need to understand the Trinity when they're saying God in accordance to that Greek or Greco-Roman framework. Their metaphysics, they're not saying the God is qualitative. So it's a type, a category, just like you would say like human. So in that sense, it doesn't mean Allah. Allah qualitative. Or quantitative. You can go and pluralize. You can say Aliha, there's only one Allah. So you can't say really there's only like one God technically, like versus like 2 gods. The term doesn't apply. So if you try to say there are 2 gods under the Trinitarian, it's a category error. Like this wouldn't allow. It's like saying there are 2 cereals. There's 2 category cereal. No, there's only one universal cereal.
Yeah, but how do you categorize God? I mean, is God
God just means divine reality in the Trinitarian frame. Divine, absolute divine reality.
So it's something that we don't know.
We know. We say Allah, Asma'i wa Sifati. So we say God's names and attributes. These are distinct from the possessor of the attributes. So Allah is the possessor of the divine attributes. They are not created. They are real distinctions from the essence. Now, we're not applying some sort of concrete, that they are like substances, like kind of where the Ucio went wrong.
So
They
how
tried to
God
like
gets
substance.
So does that get angry?
Allah yaghlab ala man yasha if he wants to,
So
if you
he's
incur the wrath of God.
He's a human.
This is your anthropomorphism. You're just understanding anger to mean that which is a human quality.
Bro, just give me one sifa, one attribute of God.
الخالق المميت المحيي المبدئ المعيد. All these names are exclusive to God.
Please let me finish. Give me one attribute that is not taken from humanity, from human attributes. Because I believe
the Alpha and Omega. The Alpha and Omega.
All God's attributes are human.
الأول والآخر, these are human attributes.
Yeah, number, when you get it.
I'm sorry, humanity knows itself to be the first?
Yeah, like in the tradition, we believe in Adam, so that's not.
Adam is not the first among creation. There's the angels, there's Iblis, there's Allah.
So there are numbers.
Huh?
Then God is a human.
You're weak, bro. Just go take a break.
No, seriously.
Well, this isn't complex. There's nothing difficult here. The Trinity is coherent. It just needs to be understood, and you need to hold on. Apollinarianism is a bad one. Why modalism is a bad one. Why tritheism is a no-no.
Nobody's talking about apollinarianism.
Yeah, as long as he continues to predicate a rational awareness to the logos or implying that there is a...
Dude, that's the opposite. Even if you were to say...
How is that the opposite, bro? Do I need to get you to hop on a ChatGPT as well?
Yeah, because what Apollinarius was saying is that he doesn't have a human one.
Talking about the noose.
He's got it backwards. I've been telling him he's got it backwards the whole time.
How do I have it backwards?
I gave him now the ChatGPT link.
No, you didn't. It had nothing to do. Literally didn't even bring up Apollinarianism.
Well, he said
you refuse to even touch it with a 10-foot pole. Bro, I will literally concede right now. Because I want to get to the bottom of it, because I hate arguing in an empty circle. Just go ahead, go with your ChatGPT, present Apollinarianism and showcase how you're distinct from this, and I will take the fucking L.
I'm not looking for you to take the L.
Bro, this is cowardly. This is cowardly. This is cowardly. Why are you trying to knock me down, bro? I mean, whose mind are you doing this? Whose scoreboard are you fucking trying to keep up? Bro, all you have to do is I'm giving you the nail to the coffin, bro. Go ahead. I'm going off the Wikipedia definition of Apollinarianism. You said go off Wikipedia. Went off Wikipedia. Go ahead. Just go. I don't care. However you want to define Apollinarianism. You want to stick to your AI's definition or whatever plausible definition you can provide that the AI would approve of. And you present how you are distinct from this in light of what you're saying. And I will fucking take the L. But I just don't know why we're doing this because, like, I've already built you up to a level of coherency that you accept what I'm saying, and now it's like you want to bring yourself back to a collapse, and I just don't know why. But it must be ego. I don't care. I mean, that's the sunnat al-hayah for us to...
In theology, there's no right or wrong. I think you are both entitled to your opinions. Because in theology, you cannot prove it.
ما انتش فاهمك فقلت الثلاثة قديش يا زلمة؟
أنا بفهم في ثلاثة يعني.
قديش قلت الثلاثة؟
30
30 الله يعوض الله. قلت الثلاثة 30 و90 ها؟
قلت 3 1 من 3 صح؟
شفت الثلاثة واحد يا حبيبي واحد
ايه واحد من ثلاثة.
لا 9
شفت الثلاثة 90 يا زلمة. أنا the best thing I like about the Arab world أنت قديش مخلص درست علمي ولا أدبي وقديش المعدل بس هالسؤالين خلص انتهت conversation. أنا ما يهمني الجامعة. I don't care. Anybody can go to college and get it, and as long as they commit, they can get that degree. But in our world, high school, the tawjih is what showcases what you're all about. If you get a high score, depending on which category you decide to go into, STEM versus humanities, that's where you're going to get ranked, and that never goes away.
Well, I don't like math. That's why I didn't go for the scientific things. I went to study history. I like philosophy. I like even theology. I read it as a historical, I see how human mind evolves, and it's funny how theology destroyed an entire empire. Just look at the assembly.
What empire? What empire was destroyed by theology?
Byzantine and Catholic.
The Roman Empire.
Yeah, the Roman Empire. Yeah.
So how did we destroy the Roman Empire due to theology?
Yeah, because
we didn't destroy the Roman Empire. We became the Roman Empire.
Yeah, so when the Catholic Rome sent some armies to save Constantinople, they went to Constantinople and destroyed it.
Who destroyed it? The Catholics. They sacked Constantinople.
Yes. And then, that was the end of the empire.
Which, I mean, they have grievances. I mean, the Greeks did kill like 70,000 lions.
Well, all religions kill each other. I mean, that's...
Oh, no, this is just retaliation at the end of the day. I mean, some emperor sitting in a fucking walled-up city gonna go and tell the Western church, which they already know the history. There's been a history since the 800s, even before. And they're gonna go and tell them, oh, by the way, you go die and fight the Muslims, the Saracens. And meanwhile, after you guys all die, and all the cost of this on you, you guys go deliver the lands to the emperor in Rome. Yeah, go fuck yourself. That's what they told him. They just wanted to be nice, like, hey, we're not gonna come, but they wanted to be stupid. They want to think like the entitlement of the Greeks.
No, dude, that's not how it happened. That's not how it happened.
That's how I see it.
No. The sacking of Constantinople was actually denounced as a heretical act by the Roman Church. All the people that participated.
My ass, if the Pope didn't approve that.
No, he didn't.
That's.
They were Venetian and Genoese. No, dude, they were Venetian and Genoese mercenaries.
I understand he condemned. But if you go to ask Baptizer right now, you think he's gonna say like, the Pope didn't? Yeah, he
didn't. He didn't.
I'm not the one who brings up the massacre of the lags. They bring it up.
Dude, the story is actually quite simple. It was Venetian and Genoese mercenaries that were hired to ferry people across to the Holy Land, and then something happened and it just didn't work out. They were left up in Constantinople. There was a coup, and basically they didn't get paid. So they're like, hey, fuck it. If you're not gonna pay us what you promised us to pay us, we're just gonna sack the city and take our fucking money. That's what happened. The Catholic world was revolted by this.
But I think there was animosity between the two based on theology too.
There was, but it doesn't justify sacking the biggest city in Christendom. And the royal city, like a holy city.
So, Benny, can I say something?
What's up?
Okay, so the three, right? The Father, Son, and Holy Ghost have been
Oh, was I off? Was I on mute?
Yeah, can I just finish?
I don't know. Who did you read from?
I was reading the Massacre of the Lands.
No, I heard everything you said.
Well, which part did I finish?
Okay.
Okay, anyways, exact number contemporaries suggest the Latin community was largely eliminated, cited number 60,000. Slaughter was indiscriminate, targeted women, children, and the infirm, and even attacking patients in hospitals. Cardinal John, the Pope's legate, was decapitated. Economic tension, political fraction. This is 1182. Long-term impact. The event deepened the animosity between Western and Eastern Christians, making the 1204 sack of Constantinople during the inevitable, which was seen by many as revenge for the 1182 massacre. Well, fucking rightfully so. Like, I mean, shit, you go do something like that, it puts a lot of context, you know.
I don't know. I think it was just the mercenaries. That's the story I know.
Yeah, those guys are the guys who got massacred in 1182, the Genoese.
You know, that's my problem with the religion.
Oh.
It changes humans into tribes, you know, like each religion.
سوسو انا باجي بقتل اولادك وبقتل اهلك وبغتصب نسائك وبسلب اموالك وانت خليك زي النعامه، خليك زي البسه وتتفرج عليها.
شوف عندك الفرق هو لا شيء. يعني اذا واحد من مدينتك ارتكب جريمه، اوكي، انت تروح ترتكب نفس الجريمه في تلك المدينه. هذه عقليه بدائيه، عقليه متخلفه جدا.
انا ما بحكيكش بالكولكتيف اور ذا individual، انا بحكيك بشكل شخصي. انت واحد بيعمل فيك العمايل هاي، تاخذ طارك بتستند وتطلب الدم او الفديه او خلاص بتسكت وتقول والله هذا غباء الدنيا.
هذا خد يعني ما اعتبر الناس بهاي.
خلاص تاخذ طارك صح؟ بالضبط.
يعني انا مؤمن بالقانون. اذا واحد مجرم
هم كيف ما نفذوا القانون؟ العين بالعين.
يا ما هو هذا قانون الغاب يا حبيبي، هذا قانون.
انا معك، هذا قانون الغاب، بس في حيوانات ايش بدك تعمل؟
هم حيوانات يتعاملوا زي الحيوان، هذا موضوع اخر.
انا ماليش دخل. هم بصراحه يعني حتى لما نهبوا القسطنطينية ما قتلوا، ما عملوا زي ما عملوا اليونانيين في اللاتينيين.
يا حبيبي الاثنين زي بعض.
ما سلبوهم.
ما فيش فرق، ما فيش فرق.
احنا عادي بنقول
واخذ الراهبات، واخذ الراهبات.
والله
ما بعتقد.
ما بعرف. اظن يعني the Genoese they did that.
No.
I don't know. Let me look into them.
The church.
ليش انتوا دائما بتبعدوا يعني في صلب الموضوع؟ يعني مش فاهم.
عن المسلمين اللي عقدوا قمة الدنيا.
No, we're talking about the Latin, Greek. We're talking about the sack of Constantinople. Now, are you saying they took nuns, or are you saying that when the Turks took over?
The church did.
Or not even the Ottomans, but yeah. Let's check. Nuns. How about the nuns? Nuns during the sack and when Ahmed conquered.
تعرف ان قانون العين بالعين والسن بالسن كل هاي الاديان الابراهيميه اخذتها من حمورابي.
من وين حمورابي اخذها؟
حمورابي هو اخذ قانون، هو قانون متخلف جدا. يعني لا تقراه كانسان.
فاهم، انا فاهم.
متخلف جدا يعني.
You might think that way in the context because you're not experiencing the context of those times, but regardless, what is our narrative? We believe there is, just backed by science, the Semites have an origin in Sumeria, and then we expand from there in some sort of catastrophe or fall of civilization or whatever happens in Sumeria, and then we begin to expand, and that's where we meet the guys in Mesopotamia and the Akkadians, and we form the Assyrian Empire, and then from there we form the Babylonian Empire, and then from there the Achaemenids show up. And so that's where the Semitic discontinuation, when we lost, there is no Semitic Empire anymore. It's not until Islam shows up until we get another Semitic civilization again. So, Hammurabi would be what? Semite, right?
Yeah, what's so great about the 18th century?
Wallahi, the more I learn about our accomplishments, the more I'm like, dude, everything. We're literally the sons of God to the sons of man.
No,
that's what Jews say, bro.
Dude, I don't disagree with them completely.
The law of Hammurabi is super.
Think about it. Why are you hating, bro? You should be taking. This is you as well.
I think God cares more than
أنا ما بحكيلكاش عن God ولا مش obviously we're not going to bring this up. We're not going to bring this up in Holy Spirit. This is brought up in the notion of different civilizations or competitive. لما نتكلم العربية فهو من العرب.
Joe, what are you? Turkish?
كردي تركي كيف هاي؟ أبوك إيش؟ الوالد إحنا ما هذا. الوالد كردي أنت كردي.
ولكن أنا اكتشفت أجزاء أنه هذا الدين.
ليش ماخذ DNA تحليل؟
ولو من الكتب أنا اكتشفت من الكتب أنه في القرن التاسع عشر أجزاء كانوا مشايخ أذربيجان شيوخ الطريقة السنية وهربوا من الغزو المسلم إلى إسطنبول، وفي إسطنبول الأمراض سلطان العبد الثاني كلفهم أن يستلموا الدكاية البنش اللي كانوا عاملوا مشكلة معاه، فبعثوا إلى العراق وهكذا. نحن البشر كلنا هكذا، نحن مهاجرين. We are all immigrants.
من عاش بين العرب وتكلم بلسانهم وعاداتهم وتطلعوا من العرب.
إذا تكلم صار
They're Anglo.
وأنت فارسي، أوكي؟ جنوبي، حمار، جنوبي إذا حمار، وأنت
Why did Paul's run when he told them to give us his positing of Apollinarianism? Like, what was the whole point of that? Like, was he trying to one up me on what? Like, bro, there's a lot of topics to one up me on. Just why God is the one you want to play around with? No, it is because I spoke to Bart. He's he's on the same page. Like, he's doing this for me. He's a Catholic at the end of the day. He also believes what he's gonna say.
No, actually, the church's position is not that. It's that there's one shared divine rational awareness experienced by people.
If you're talking about Thomas Aquinas and Thomism, that's not what it's saying. It actually goes. I don't see how they can be reconciled with the Trinity and Thomism under absolute divine simplicity because real distinctions are rendered conceptual. So at that point, how is this not monism?
It's not monism. Absolute divine simplicity is a monist.
It is monism. Alright, highlight explain it to me.
What is it?
There is no real distinction between God and creation. We got that. Now, in light of the Trinity, how is ADS compatible when you have a system that relies on real distinctions between the subsistences? Exactly. Thank you. Now you can go, Benny. Let me see what I do to these people.
So Benny Adam, this is why I want to break it down fast. Allow ADS to be here.
That's the story, Benny Adam. No, listen. So the distinction is real. They continue to reference relational dynamics and without referencing the who's, the subjects of these relations. So in relation to the subjects or the subsistences, in light of the Trinity, which says it encompasses three subsistences, or there are three eternal dynamics or subsistences. In light of ADS, which says there are no concrete distinctions or real distinctions. How do you maintain the Trinity? Yeah, that's what everybody says. Okay, so what is ADS? Don't give me classical theism principles. I already know that. I was like, why are you getting angry? I'm not being refuted. What are you talking about? Only in your mind. What you have to do, again, ChatGPT, lay out everything, and that's it. You just don't understand it. You don't understand it. You're just telling me the Trinity. You're just expressing the Trinity. We're asking, how is ADS, which holds to no real distinctions, compatible with a framework that highlights real distinctions? You clearly said it's not compatible. Thank you. That's it. That's it. It's over. You've reached the same conclusion.
ADS only works with like condition.
That's why it's monism. That's why they accuse them of monism, modal collapse, identity collapse. Identity collapse. I'm still got it. No, you don't know what is the nature of the soul. You don't know anything about that. No one does. Personally, I don't believe there is a soul that is like the physical. I believe the soul is emergent, and that is the butterfly. So the butterfly cocoon, and this is the caterpillar or whatever you call it. Caterpillar. And that would just end up. This is what this life is. You reach the cocoon, and the soul is the butterfly. So it's not like the butterfly is always there, even though you have the same kind of creature. It's something that emerges and then ends up taking its final form. So I believe that is what a soul is. Yes, they're one thing. loaded. So the human, during conception, when an egg is fertilized and then you have the days, what is it talking about? It's talking about the development of awareness. So that's what it brings up, which matches, it's not a one-to-one, but the science pretty much around what the second one, third one. We're talking about the fetus. When does the fetus have mental capacity? When can they hear? When can a fetus hear? When can a fetus process with their brain? When can they see? This is the soul. We're talking about the soul. If you remember as a child, for some reason I've been remembering a lot as a child, but there is a moment, I looked into this, where we are just like you almost feel like you're not running your body at that age, and then all of a sudden you're in control. You notice the steering wheels in your hand, and I remember as a child I was uncomfortable feeling as in I liked not steering, and it was a weird experience, but I was aware of this moment. Like I went from back seat to front seat. But this is a real thing. You can look this up. The development of consciousness in children. I've been looking into consciousness a lot. It is a layering thing. And so, it's just layering. So you experience, there's a memory, there's a just say I'm a monist. Just accept it. Like, what is so wrong? Don't use the word how. Don't use the word how. Use our words. Don't use our words. Use our words. How can only be revealed from the how? That's it. Probably God's greatest gift. Say that in their programs. But you don't have the epistemology. You can't justify there being no God. At best, you're agnostic. At worst, you're a saboteur. You're sabotaging our Semitic civilization. That's why you should be dealt with. Yeah, I now believe in the necessity of executing apostasy. It's like treason. That's all. Because, even if you don't believe, you understand that this philosophy, this view of reality is in our civilization and its expansion depends on it. Justify killing apostates. Apostates? Oh. You either exile them or you execute them. Which is just what the military does. This is UCMJ. This is in the military, so if you execute it, it's executed. Yeah, it's not treason. This is not treason. If there is a civilization, and what's the difference between Islam and Muslims are a nation? They're a nation. Okay, so if someone decides, if someone is Canadian, and now this Canadian decides, I'm going to go assist Trump in taking over Canada as the 51st state. All Canadians. Are they? No. What should be done with that person? Would you send him to prison, or would if someone, if the judge said we should execute? Yeah, sure. But that's a specific case. I understand there are instances in which it's all people. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not saying no judicial. I'm not saying there aren't circumstances, but as a general rule, you would hold to execution being a valid punishment for treason. Yeah, you're not going to actually have
just said, like, yeah, it's. They tried. If Muhammad was a Muslim, they should have succeeded. No doubt they should have succeeded, but he wasn't. That's why everyone believe in Prophet Muhammad, because they tried. It's not from the lack of trying.
Yeah, he was lucky.
Lucky. I mean, listen, man. There is you don't have a proper understanding of reality. There is no such thing as lucky. There is no such thing as choice. You have as much choice as zebras have when a predator shows up and they decide to bolt into a herd and they do a stampede. That's as much free choice you have in all this. You get to just choose if you want to align with the stampede or you're going to do a fuss and you might kick the zebra behind you and fail. At the end of the day, a zebra is going to get eaten, and the herd is going to move in the pattern that the herd moves in. There is no escaping the nature. So when you say Muhammad, when you say Christ, when you say this, when you bring up religions, everybody thinks that humanity had a choice in any of this. This was always going to be inevitable. We're always going to follow the human nature. There is no escaping the human nature. How are you going to escape your own nature? How?
Genghis Khan too was successful. So what is this?
أنا بقول لك عن الطبيعة. إحنا بنناقش في الطبيعة. هل تستطيع أن تغير طبيعتك أو
يا حبيبي جنكيز خان said
إيش دخلنا في جنكيز بليز؟
محمد زي جنكيز خان.
كيف محمد زي جنكيز خان؟ جنكيز خان قتل زي 10% من البشرية. إيش مالك؟ كم محمد قتل؟ آلاف. ليه؟ هاي عندنا الغزوات يا.
Yo, keep it in English.
No, he's talking about casualties during the
I know what he's talking about, but other people don't.
Well, I'm translating, motherfucker. Like, what do you want me to fucking do?
Just speak English.
Yeah, I understand, but I gotta give people context since now we're including them. Jesus, like, I don't know why y'all trying to show yourselves off. So, what do you believe? Give me an estimate. Give me a range, because I already know the numbers. So you tell me how many total casualties. Like less than 5,000. In total, from what we know of the battles, it was barely like 3,000.
From Al Qaeda to ISIS to.
Barely a scratch. Oh, now you're going post Muhammad. Ahmed, you understand there is no bringing this world. Humanity will never experience a utopia. Our very nature requires strife, struggle over resources, animosity, war, conflict, disease, all of this. So it would bring about understandings that we necessarily have to have, like virtue. How can you understand virtue if there is no loss? If there's no sacrifice? How are you going to understand honor?
You're a spark of God. You would act upon that.
You're just getting educated and you're getting angry.
Yeah, you're a jahil.
That's fine. Like, I'll take my jahil ass out of here. I'll just go to it.
It's kind of right. Like, it's very much part of our nature to struggle. Very much part of our nature to, like, strive and to have to achieve and to.
In order to, like,
that's the purpose. That's the purpose.
That's all. In order
Yeah, so it is
to bring the essence into existence, that's all. Because we are contingent. For that reason. It is necessary upon us. But to say that we will act karma and we act that's all. Why do we have so that in times of oppression we can show justice. So that in times of freaking hardship we can show mercy on others. He's saying it's in our nature to be like.
It is in our nature.
It is in our nature to be horrid, but we are above our nature. Do you just not see that?
We can be. I don't think we are.
We are. This itself is the very.
Even the odds, yeah, but in reality, we're not. Most of us are not.
In reality, most of us are not.
Yeah, I think they're fast, about 99.9%.
Yeah, correct. Unless that 0.1% are those that become those guides, those messengers, those that light, right? That shines brighter than ours. So it's gnosis. It's only gnosis that gets us close to that goal. The knowing, the knowledge.
Gnosis, sola gnosis.
Sola gnosis. That can come through salah, through meditation, through prayer, through alignment, through awareness, all of that. The Trinity is not Tawheed. How many times should we explain this to Mikhail? No matter which model you take, there's enough academic work. Dr. Caesar has done that whole verse. Neither begins nor begun. He's done a good paper on that. I've told him so many times, just read it. It doesn't align with. It's not just that it's saying not to use the words. The model doesn't align with the model of neither the Jewish Maimonides nor the Tawheed of the Quran, nor Ikhlas.
Yeah, for sure.
You just need to accept that there's no marriage between the two.
This is why.
I don't know why he's so trying.
Well, I know why. I have a theory.
Why?
So it's because he read through the literature, he read through all of it, and he realized the primary focus of the Bible is to have this sort of connection with God, and he realized that that's the primary thing. So he's going to favor explaining away the things that don't align with Tawheed. He wants to be like, he wants to move the conversation to somewhere else. So that I think he's using that as a justification to do that, right? And I challenge him on this. He tried to compare. He tried to compare that to Tawheed. I'm just like, nah, dude, it's not. God is a Trinity. Like Allah is a Trinity. And he's trying to just go move forward towards the narrative and just discuss the narrative of how it's this amazing story.
No, man. Rahman, Rahim, and Allah not. If they are distinct,
Yeah, it's a Trinity.
If they are distinct, yeah. But if they're not distinct, if they're the very essence of God, then no.
Who's they?
The Rahman, Rahim, and Allah. I know, so him.
They don't
see it like that. I didn't tell you to say Astaghfirullah, not the Tawheed. I mean, come on, it's pretty much clear in the model.
The worst part? The worst part is Bart now thinks he has an out. He thinks the logical probability has been solved.
Bro, he refuted him today like anything. He said we don't need it. Bart did right now.
Well, he refuted Lumi?
Yeah,
100%.
He's been peddling what he's been saying. He's an uncle.
He didn't know.
Mikhail understands. Why don't you Islamic?
Islamic, you know what it is?
What?
Ilumi wanted to get away with the word created, okay? Trying to make it look like freaking Tawheed. I'm sorry, no Christian in any council throughout history will grant you a created Jesus, and then it'll always be.
I'll grant you that yours is like us. We'll grant you that ours is like yours. That's basically what I'm saying.
I created
Finally, Megatron understands. Megatron, man. He's been peddling what Lumi's been saying for trying to convince me that he's correct, right? Or convince me of that, and now it looks like he switched sides. Okay.
saying basically all the councils as they evolve in the formation of the concept of the Trinity, right? At some point in the end, seems like the Council of Nicaea too, okay, is saying that Jesus, the Council is saying that Jesus is created. Okay, no, it's not saying Jesus is created.
Now, I have been clear from day one. I believe
he's created as in holding flesh. In another sense, he's not created as if he contains a manifest divine nature at all times. So the model, you must be true. I think one should be true to each model. If you're
No, you know what it is? He was initially, when he was talking about it, he was merging the Son of Man and the Son of God.
Yes.
Right? And saying that, like, yeah, since the Son of Man is created, therefore the Son of God is created.
It's also created.
When we caught on that, now he's splitting them too much. Now he's saying there's the Son of Man and the Son of God, like different people, except of like historians.
Like the historians. So yeah. Prior to the Euphrates, right, that came before the Chalcedon, there seemed to be a confusion between Son of God and Son of Man, right? Euphrates came and said, no, they both are whole the same, they're the same people. And when it came to Chalcedon, it says no separation, no division, and no confusion. These are the three words the council used clearly, establishing that all of it is an uncreated thing. It is the one God that comes in flesh, demonstrates whatever. That flesh is temporal. Reincarnated.
no. It's when he becomes flesh. It's called the incarnation. You made me forget too now. My goodness. Incarnation.
So like just be true to each model. And if anything, the historical Muhammad, peace upon him, came to say, bro, don't use three, don't use one, don't use words beget and begotten. Because we're going back to the original God that was there. Okay? This is creating confusion amongst us. This is hard to explain, even if it's a monotheistic model. This is what he's doing for his people. Right? So let's just for whatever reason you can say it's wrong. That's what you said yesterday, right? The noble lie. Yeah, the noble lie. That's all I'm saying. The noble lie is something that is a necessary component. Again, he started this process.
I'm just saying, like, that's the natural person. The prophets were sent to lie. Why did you?
Body is not intrusive. So
why are you treating the prophet?
The noble lie is not intrusive. No.
Okay, so they did.
The noble lie is a necessary truth.
Oh, it's necessary.
Necessary is a necessary truth.
Okay. No, the noble lie is a necessary truth.
The noble lie is not a lie.
It's a lie, is
a noble lie is that which doesn't know.
It's an untruth.
For example, I'll tell you what it is. If I have to use, I don't know, a hard equation, say physics, right? And if I have all the thing, if I have it all, if I have the equation with, what do you call that? How do you what do you say when you are coming?
A noble lie is a untruth or fabrication, knowingly propagated by authority to maintain social harmony, order, and advance.
Yeah, you're saying that.
No, I'm just reading the fucking dictionary definition, I guess. I'm sorry. If you want to believe in prophets that are sent to lie to people in order to maintain order and advance the greater good, or whose greater good? The needs greater good. Then you are a follower of the Archon. No, you're really just a follower of the Archon. Sorry.
The prophet was not propagating the Trinity. If that is what you're thinking. He was not propagating the Trinity. He's saying no to the Trinity.
But whether he was or was not, he was still involved in a noble lie.
Because you're assuming the Trinity is true.
No, because I'm assuming Gnosticism is true.
Yeah, Gnosticism is true.
Yeah, but that's not what's being taught from the Quran.
It is that. Tawheed is
no,
very
there's source is not the source that created. It was the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and told people to
He is that God. He's the same God.
and went down and slaughtered Sodom and Gomorrah and killed that boy because he had potential for evil. That's not the God of Moses.
Who's talking about God of Scripture? I'm talking about just God.
Yeah, the God of where do you get your understanding of Scripture from? God. From God.
That's the name of that class. If you want to do that,
I'm not gonna cherry pick the law.
if you, I'm not asking.
It's the cornbread first.
Mm-hmm.
Forgot to buttermilk, and it's a Sunday. So the only thing I had in the refrigerator was yogurt. The plant.
About it. You know, I was just asking, like, you know, how's everybody's Mother Day going?
We're all fantastic. And our moms are fantastic.
I too resemble that fantastic comment. Hi, Mandy, what's up?
Yeah, Doc, respectfully, please shut up. We're trying to enjoy Mother's Day. So, yes, please respectfully shut up.
Jeez.
Alright, I'm pretty sure I'll stop enjoying Mother's Day because you said so, Adams.
I need someone to tell me to get up.
As long as you're shutting the hell up.
Get up, Liberty, get up. Get up, Liberty.
Thank you. That's what I needed. I'm getting up. I have to clean this house before Shannon gets home.
Okay, how much work do you have to do? Because now I'm invested in helping you clean up.
Yeah, grab a broom, girl.
Well, no, I'm going to be the cheerleader.
Well, that's not exactly helpful now, is it?
Of course. I'm going to be witty and entertaining, so the desk collects automatically.
I just need you to, like Snow White style, sing a song that will gather a flock of birds and squirrels and forest animals that will help me to clean. Can you do that? I bet Kristen can. Okay, she's got the voice for it. Getting to know you, getting to know all about you. Oh, here they come. Uh-oh.
Getting to annoy you, getting to know all how thou to.
Yes, but keep going. It's good. Don't eat the garbage. Yeah, their rabid fury will make them be even faster with their clean. Nicely. What are you saying, Mojo, in chat? I don't know what you're saying. I can't invite you up anymore. It said I sent you too many invites. You've been pushed down too much.
It's totally fine. We all just can change the settings to hand raising not needed, but
he's the reason we had to put it on.
right. The movie Enchanted, where the cartoon princess is called into the real world and she calls the creatures to help her, and it's the pigeons and the rats and the cockroaches. Sorry. When she said Snow White, it kind of triggered that memory.
Exactly! Yeah, if I was singing that song around here, I'd get 90% woodchucks. That's like all I've got around here. Woodchucks and stray cats.
Okay, this episode of Monica being engaging and charming is over. She's reached her maximum capacity. She's turning it over to the professional. Serendipity, take it away.
That's Mother's Day. So what's name a couple of things that you got that you were surprised about serendipity or extra special?
I got some special sandals that I've been wanting to have, like that are this really good foam. They're good for walking.
There's our CEO of Google. Say something ridiculous.
Vibration. Okay. Vibration plate.
They're that. Hold on 1 second.
You put it. It's like this little plate you put inside your underwear.
No.
Hi.
That okay, the governor might be involved. Okay, desalinization of the little fish. I just don't know about that. I'm sure there's got to be some way to get water in a pipe without killing the fish. Okay, and then you take that water and you boil it and you desalinate it, and there you go.
No, I completely support that. I think that would be absolutely fantastic. However, we have such a fire risk. It just rips them all.
Okay, but Palisades was, you're talking about the Palisades. Palisades was not an overbuilt neighborhood. It was a very low density neighborhood. It was built in an outlying part of the city.
Built at a bad spot.
And so what you're talking about there is that when you have low density, the ability that the reach of city services becomes a problem. Okay, and what you're describing there is really the inefficiency that is due to low density. You have an outlying development. It is integrated with forest and grassland. All right, so it's very flammable, and that is very unsafe. And then that puts a lot of pressure on fire departments to be able to address that. So you're calling that overbuilt. I think you just are. It's almost like you don't understand what that word means. It was not built up at all. That was the whole problem with Palisades. It was very low density.
True.
Yeah, we also have we have a lot of dry grass. Yeah, that is something. And Palisades, I mean, I've been through fires where it's been up in the hills, and it's just as destructive. Except there's not as many houses there, so it breaks through and it doesn't destroy as many houses because there's not really houses up in the hills. But it completely rips through and is much of a problem and it's hard to stop.
Well, what about not living in the hills? What about not living in the hills? What about living close to the city center, in a city center that has a fire break between it and the hills? You know, but you can't do that without density.
Well, the hills are where you have the $100 million houses. So.
But that's their problem. Okay, people can, but there are lots of people living. There are not lots of people living in $100 million houses.
Alright, well, let's drop it down to like 25, and then you've got lots.
There are not lots of people living in $25 million houses.
Have you looked at the real estate of Los Angeles lately? Look up a place called Hidden Hills.
Most people are living in apartments, Mexico.
Oh no, most people are not living in the hills. Yes, but good.
Okay, that's so. This is again like.
What is your issue? I mean, thesis. Can you like? You're just going round and round. I mean, the cycling in circles. And what is your thesis? Can you state your thesis?
That it's Los Angeles is a very fire-prone area, and we have it's actually having desalinization would be probably the best thing for it for various reasons. That's not something that we're doing.
It's for yes, it is for. It is because of degrowth ideology, degrowth policies. People wanting to keep their nice view of a hill or something like that. And the thing is, that's just not good from a city management perspective. Okay. And the city can, yes, squeeze those people and approve higher far higher floor area ratio and higher heights of buildings and all that kind of stuff. Yes, the city can do that, in fact. And in some cities all over the world, the city government has approved things that are good for growth and not good for the people with the $25 million homes in the hills. All right? And this delusion in California you guys have about being progressive and everything else. We actually have very regressive housing policies that are transfers of wealth from working people to a reclining landed gentry, basically. And it's just wrong, okay? But also it's bad policy. It leads to all the problems that you guys have in California. And in California, who do you blame for it? You blame the productive members of your community. Okay, you blame the productive businesses. You say they're the ones who are the problem. That's why our housing prices are high. And it's just completely distorted and despicable.
As a productive, in Los Angeles, feel free to go to a city council meeting and bring it up.
Wait, as a productive member of California with a great credit score, and who has never missed a payment of anything, I want to say, Jason, you are wrong. It is the Republicans' fault, and I'm done.
Yeah, you're
It's the Republicans' fault. They don't manage the damn state.
Right.
Okay. Like, it's like blaming Republicans in California is like Dan Patrick and Governor Abbott blaming the Democrats for why Texas politics is so fucked up.
California is fucked up because of capitalism, and the right wing in this country has kept capitalism alive.
Yeah, that's not my point. My point is it's a clearly all blue state, which is solidly blue, down to the city councils, and if they're choosing to do dumb things, that's not Republicans. Just like in Texas, when the Texas legislature decides to do really dumb fucking stuff, like not winterize the power grid when it gets told 5 separate times by the state legislature over a period of like 15 years, right? Like, that's not a Democratic problem. That's a Republican governance problem. In the same way that, like, not taking care of the underbrush or like moving stuff out in California is the vast majority of the time blue issue. Like, from what I understand California, and correct me if I'm wrong, Boo, but like Bakersfield is like a pretty strong Republican place, but that's like basically about it.
That's the biggest shithole in California, right? Bakersfield, Modesto, Fresno, Central California.
Southern California, Los Angeles is about the only kind of blue. You have San Diego, you have Orange County.
Big problem with California. So, then the Democrats in the state have just gerrymandered the ever-living hell out of the state in such a way that the Republican representation can't get through.
Oh no, it's getting through. Our chance of having a Republican governor is pretty high. So.
Well, that's yeah, no, like one Republican governor in the state has been controlled by the Democratic Party high and low for the last like 30 years. That's an outlier, right? Like, I don't like to. I find when I'm a partisan hat, people listen to me less. So I'm not being hawkish. I'm just being honest. If Texas has problems at the state level, it's a Republican issue because the Republicans govern the state. If California has issues at a state level, that's a Democratic problem because the Democrats govern the state. Right? Like,
look, I think Marshall, I think you're a very smart guy.
Am I oversimplifying it?
No, what I'm getting at here is that I think there's a misalignment of or epistemology here, one could say, right? In that
teach me the right vocabulary. Always down
the right wing does not think in terms of systems and structures and mechanisms and processes of systems and structures that lead to potential outcomes of society, right? Instead, the right wing thinks in terms of conspiracy. You have many conspiracies on the right wing. The right wing is nothing but conspiracy theory.
the most famous, you had QAnon, where they literally believed Hillary Clinton was eating children,
drinking their blood. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm quite.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, why would we want non-systematic thinkers to run California, and why would we want what is generally regarded in America as the less intelligent party, the Republican Party, to run California?
I mean, I'm not suggesting they do. What I am suggesting from your comments is to blame Californian politics on the right simply isn't true, in the same way that to blame Democratic politics in Texas is untrue, right? Like, yes, at a local level, they're probably more red, but the big suburban centers overwhelm the countryside all the time, right? So how does that function? Right? Like, that doesn't seem like it's a right-wing problem. That seems like it's a Democratic problem at the state level, and that it's been gerrymandered in such a way that it draws out heavy Republican municipal areas. And if that's the truth, because Texas is drawn out Republican districts or Democratic districts, then in some way the Californians are no better than the Texans, right? They gerrymandered the ever-living hell out of their state to make sure the one political party had overwhelming control. Like, that's no better than what the Republicans did in my state.
No, Marshall.
Okay.
Californians don't want to be better than Texans. In only one sense are we. We have the Pacific Ocean.
No, I'm not saying Californians claim that. I'm saying
I know.
The idea that California politics and the outcomes are somehow in the laps of the right makes no sense.
Well, it's sometimes, I mean, it's whoever's in charge you're following. I mean, kind of, like Texas has had this things where they haven't weatherized their electricity grid and it goes out every winter.
Yeah, that was not what I took umbrage with, though. I took umbrage with the analysis that Californian politics is the right wing's fault.
We're spending a lot of time on it. It was just a joke.
Oh, I didn't catch the joke. It went straight up.
Ah, it was a joke. Right?
May I start comment on a new topic?
What would you like to say?
So, has anyone here seen the TV show King of the Hill? It was
Yeah, I fucking love it. It's a great show.
Has anyone else here seen it, or only Marshall and me?
Why don't you tell us what you
So there's a character on the show, Dale Gribble. And Dale Gribble is a conspiracy lunatic. And Dale Gribble, Richard Hanania, who I despise actually, wrote this great essay on how the Republican Party is the party of Dale Gribble. And so, one should completely throw away the nonsense of the Republican Party. They're not systematic thinkers. They're not structural thinkers. They do not understand mechanisms and processes and how they lead to potential outcomes. How potential inputs lead to a wide variety of potential outputs. And so I do think we should shame people who are right-wing. And I would also like to make another comment. That is to Gumby.
Thank you. I'm listening carefully. Thank you.
Me and Gumby had an interesting conversation. And I guess this is what I mean when I say the right wing is full of conspiracy theorists and low IQ people.
Is this what you talked about earlier, where you said don't take everything he said with a grain of salt?
Yeah, so I'll just repeat it for the new people in the room. So me and Gumby and a couple of other people, we were having a conversation. And during the conversation, Gumby keeps bringing up this supposed MIT paper that completely backs up his argument. Now, of course, everyone would know you're not supposed to cite the institution the paper is from. You cite the professor, but I guess you didn't know that. But nonetheless. And so I asked Gumby, the supposed MIT paper, he studied in detail, he's read a lot. Can he summarize it for us? Gumby goes, it would take a lot of time, and I don't want to waste the room's time. I'm like, okay, that's quite odd. Can you at least tell us the methodology? This was a scientific paper about genetics, and, you know, as everyone here knows, Benjamin is back. I already told the story, so I won't tell it again because Benjamin's back. But yeah, this guy's a complete.
Would either of the
hold on 2 seconds. All I gotta say, he's not a sample of the majority of people that are conservative and not extreme right wing. Gumby tends to do this thing where he makes broad, overarching claims and then cites stats that are not really accurate. That's, at least for me, Labubu, those aren't the people I work with at the local level, and they're not the people I have to interact with at the state level. They don't act like that. Don't get me wrong, we have plenty of crazy people in our party. I would never deny that. But I don't think Gumby is a representation of moderates or conservatives. Maybe he's a representation of the conspiracy far right-hand side of the aisle, but like, at least from my work, I don't, and it's limited in geographical area. So like maybe what I see is not what everybody else sees, and maybe what you see is not what I see. But like, I don't find that I deal with many people on the right who do stuff in the GOP that are like super big conspiracy theorists.
Well, Marshall, I'll respond succinctly as I always do. You're completely correct. I don't speak for anyone. And the success of America is mostly because we have the retards are divided between two parties and the conspiracy theorists are divided between two parties. And in some countries, they're all in the same party. So the wonderful thing about America is the responsible people in both parties are usually able to defeat the retards and the conspiracy theorists. And God help America if the retards and conspiracy theorists all wind up in the same party, because they would win and screw the rest of us. And I'm done speaking.
Teacher, you're new, and for some reason I have a mod badge, so I decided to poke at you and see what you had to think of the topic you were just listening to.
Oh, I just got here. What have you been talking about?
We were talking about California urban management, like why low-density areas have higher prices, I think. And then we got onto this tangent about the right, and Labubu was making the example that somebody like Gumby represents a portion of the right. He never said substantial, and he never said a key portion, but a portion of the right, which I don't disagree with, but I don't feel like it described the people I work with in politics, who are moderates and conservatives. It describes the craziest of people who I have to throw out of politics in my area. But I don't I live in a 95% Hispanic area. Like, it's a unique area, so maybe what I see is not what everybody else sees. So that was kind of the general trend of the conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll say this. I think Ezra Klein has a good thing on California building costs, housing, rail. I heard that Texas, the cost to build like a square foot in Texas is like 4 times less than California. And from what I saw watching Ezra Klein, it has to do with like the regulations in California and like the special interests. So because of the regulations, you can get into this like perpetual suing hell.
It's the cast of California Democrats, they use racism. I'll be honest, they use racism to hide their caste. And what they want.
I don't know about that.
Well, they use their power wherever they have it to enforce laws that make it difficult for people who are poor to get ahead. And then they turn around and pass another law that makes it easy for somebody.
I disagree with that, considering I live in the South where a majority of black people live, and they're poor,
black people are poorer in red states than blue states. So objectively, less education, poorer, worse health outcomes. Look at Alabama, Georgia, Florida.
Do you know poverty line stats off the top of your head? Or do you have to look that up? I'm just asking, because the question it raises in my head is, like, in the South, what majority of black voters are lower middle class, and what majority of black voters are upper crust, upper middle class, like lower middle class, and like what percentage is below the poverty line in these states? Because like I'll give you an example where I live, poverty line is $21,500. We're the poorest area in my state. And I'm sure that in places in East Texas that have black populations, they experience poverty as well. I just don't know the number for it. Do you?
No, not for Texas.
For where you live, do you know the numbers?
Georgia, Alabama, 20 something percent.
Below the poverty line?
Yeah, or at or below, I believe.
At or below the poverty line? What's the stats on saving? Right, the vast majority of Americans can't afford a $500 emergency. In the African American community, is that stat even higher or is it lower?
They can't. Most Americans can't afford a $500 emergency, but they got a $1,200 phone.
Yeah, but look, in all fairness, when I was asking the teacher, I'm asking specifically about where he lives. I'm curious about the numbers he knows. Because I don't know those numbers.
I think the definition of poverty in America has changed a little bit. I think the definition of poverty in America is that you have to borrow somebody's Netflix ID on your iPhone.
No, I mean, colloquially, if you're having a conversation, maybe it's changed, but the measure hasn't changed.
We have kind of lost sight of anything substantive here already, don't you?
Well, let's tie back to something substantive. Would you mind tying us back to it?
So, to back up, I think Maxina had a lot to say about the cost of housing in California, and I guess all I and Hanson were arguing here was that, well, I mean, if you look at it from a policy perspective, it makes sense. The real problem in California is the policies that the government has chosen there, and that's why housing is expensive. And expensive housing makes people poor, and that's bad. And but you know, government the right people. So I don't know, just makes you have any objections.
Ben, you've been pretty quiet. What do you think of all of this?
What do I think of all this?
Yeah, you've been listening for a while now. Like, what do you make of the conversation? Where do we get things right? Where are we overlooking shit? What shit did we not even bother to consider?
I'm trying to find construction cost per square foot. I can find a bunch of different things on here, but I'm trying to find it on a state-by-state basis. It's very hard to determine based on, you can get it on a zip code, but getting it across the state, because there's so much variance in states.
But you just pick a major city in the state, you pick a comparable area. If you
Sure.
do this,
Sure. But I found the conversation really fascinating, and I think that is like, we have these conversations, and I think the cost of housing, I think, is the biggest driver of so much of what we're talking about. Like, again, I'll speak for the areas that I've lived in, but particularly here in Maine, there's so many empty houses and there's so much open land. It's not a densely populated area compared to a lot of the country, and yet there is so many people here that struggle with housing instability. Like, it's a little wild. I think that there's a variety of different reasons for it. I think the fact that we threw Airbnb out there just the way that we did it, and it completely jacked up the rental markets in a lot of areas, kind of had some effects that I don't really think were properly accounted for.
Again, this is the whole thing. It's like been like using housing, having accommodations. It's not a problem. It's like Airbnb is not a problem. Okay, it's just another use of accommodations. And supply is accommodations that people need. That's why they pay for them, right? And then, but why is that supply in tension with other supply of accommodations? Because it is too difficult to build the accommodations.
Sure, and that's where I would agree. Is like if again speaking for my state, but like if I wanted to radically drop the cost of accommodation here in the state of Maine, I would blow away most barriers to entry when it comes to regulations. When it comes to I would make this a very, again, similar to what Texas is doing. And I've talked to people in the real estate development field, and they're saying, why would I dump my money into Maine as opposed to Texas? We're also seeing this in terms of how difficult it is to be a landlord. And look, I'm all in favor of tenants' rights, but like some of the protections here in the state of Maine are absurd. And like what you're able to do as a landlord versus what you're not. And I have some experience in this field. It's just like, it's crazy. Like the cost of getting people, bad tenants out is like, it's crazy. Like it's just like, and again, tenants' rights are a good thing. Those protections are in place for a reason. A lot of them are, but the people that know those laws the best oftentimes are the people who are taking advantage of them. And so you're basically making it like you're taking away a lot of incentive for people to build with the intention of renting.
I mean, it depends, right? If it's easy to build more units, then maybe you don't care. If there are like some tenants you have to write off or some tenants you have to write off. You know? Like,
no,
and especially if the cost of building the unit is lower.
But if
the cost of maintaining it is lower.
If I'm a private property owner, let's say I'm not a developer or anything like that, let's just say for the sake of argument, I want to buy a 10-unit property, an apartment building, and say, okay, like one bad tenant, basically cut out most of your income potential. Like it's your margins are decent, but they're not amazing. And so you're seeing a lot of quote unquote property management companies come in because a lot of people just they don't want to deal with the hassle of having the lawyer up and go through all of these different procedures if they get a bad tenant. And there's a lot of bad tenants. It's just the nature of the beast. So if I'm looking to invest in a place like Maine, I might be looking at it here and going, I'm not really sure that this is where I really want to put my money.
Well, okay, but this is just repeating what you're saying. What you earlier said.
I mean, it is, but I was trying to answer your point about like why it's like if you're able to own a bunch of units, then you're maybe not as worried about a bad tenant. My point is, if you have a bad tenant, it doesn't, unless you're talking on a large scale, it doesn't really matter how many units you have. It just, I guess it increases your...
Unless it's at large scale, right?
Right. That's my point.
Yes, but that was what I was saying, was at large scale you don't care, right?
Right. But again...
Okay, and then that is a way that people can be supplied with housing. Okay. So, like, we don't have to make everything, like, super favorable to the businesses. You know?
Well, no, but what I'm saying is, like, okay, so a lot of your investments are coming from out of state, and a lot of your investments are coming from your big...
Okay, but those are things that are done at scale.
Right. So again, I'm trying to make life better for Mainers, right? Like I want to increase prosperity within my community, drop housing prices, but also encourage people who are here, and I want to increase.
But dropping housing prices does not increase the wealth of the people there.
No, it does.
Drop the
yes, it does.
Then the people who are there have lost housing value.
Yes, which isn't going to increase the wealth because housing is not worth anything. So the allocation of money to housing is a misallocation. And also the people who own houses are generally weighted toward people who are not working anymore anyway. So like housing value is a bad thing. Housing should not cost money. Rent should be low. Okay? This is not a productive asset. It's just a place that people live. You want assets in the state to be freed up for productive purposes. Okay, factories, buying a car, okay, people buying tools and things like that. So yes, the people who own housing will take a haircut because they have put a lot of money into a non-productive asset. And we keep delaying that reckoning all over the country, and that's a problem. Okay, that's a problem. We cannot keep delaying that reckoning. The value of housing has to go down, or the more general way is it has to stand still for like 20 years.
Right, and so again, and what you're seeing in a lot of these areas is not necessarily. This has always been the case. And Marshall, I'd be curious, or anybody, quite frankly, I'd be curious to know your experiences or the numbers, etc. on this. But like, it seems to me as though the wages have just not caught up with the cost of housing and these other areas, right? So
no, it's come to a place where healthcare, housing, and I think like bare necessities like groceries are starting to make up between 15 and 30% each. I'm not sure of the exact statistic though.
Well, so it used to be housing was 20%. Like that was the golden number when it came to rentals. It was like when you were renting, say 10, 15 years ago, the golden number was 20, where you didn't want to spend any more of 20% of your gross income on housing. Now it's 30%. That's a very, very significant margin, especially if you're talking about what you're able to put away for savings to, potentially save up for your own, to put down on a down payment, those types of things. It's a huge amount, especially when, again, your wages are increasing, but they're just not increasing at the rate that you're seeing groceries and gas and these other things increase.
Yes, yeah. So you're talking about a very real problem there, but unrelated problem.
Well, no, it's related in the sense that I agree with you, Jason.
No, please let me explain. Okay, it is not really tied to anything to do with housing. It is tied to do with the relative allocation of productivity improvements to capital versus labor. Okay, which is a different problem. But housing itself has experienced this big price increase relative to other goods, and that's because of all these protectionist policies.
Okay, I want to spice this up a little bit. I feel like we've been in first year doing really labor some work, and we got to make this a little more snappy, a little more interesting. If you're in the short class, you got to make an effort, get on the edge of your seat, pay attention, try to understand things on the first pass.
We do have some pieces of how we get to review. It's both Rice and Zeleny, right?
Let's see what we can do with that. Zeleny, what are your views on the Democratic Department of Homelessness and Heroin Addiction? You think the Democrats? I figure that the best way to predict what the Democrats will do going into an election is they will increase homelessness as much as possible, and they will increase heroin use to the highest level possible, probably in the city where they hold the Democratic. What do they have every year? Political convention.
It's not fun,
Someone's
yeah. Wait a minute, we gotta figure out what Nun's doing just by listening.
It sounded like air hockey.
We need stories. It's not quite air hockey.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying, was that off mute? So my bad, guys. I was just like, okay.
Yeah, it's either cooking or air hockey.
I think she was probably like killing the goat or something.
Exactly.
Is that a euphemism?
No, just like getting it done. Okay, Derisive is here, Zeleny is here. Zeleny, I'd like to know if you think there's like a more obvious thing the Democrats can do. Now, they might make Mondani, promote him to some senator for the midterm. That seems like it has a reasonable proposal, and then they'll have like a Palestine Gaza Islam march with Mondani at the front, a stack of drones going through New York. That could be one trick they can do. My theory is they've got a trick up their sleeve to lose the midterms, and we just don't know what it is yet. And I'm just looking for guesses, people who could kind of imagine what the Democratic Party will have to do. So they can load up the subways. That's what they should do. They should load up make the subways a heroin enforcement-free zone. I bet they could get maybe 20 heroin addicts per subway car. Like maybe so there's just no extra seats. 3 seats per addict. What? So I invited you up. You got a better idea to loading up the subway cars with heroin addicts?
Okay, but
Where's the primary? Because
heroin isn't even available anymore. It's all fentanyl.
nobody can afford heroin anymore, right? It's all shooting fentanyl.
I don't even think it's not produced anymore.
I'm booming here. I'm not like a boomer. To be fair, all the kids in my class died of heroin addiction.
I was gonna say, you know,
It's definitely like 90s and 2000s coded, but the Democrats don't need a trick. Like Bill Maher said this on his show the other day. The 3 I's, which is Iran, inflation, and ICE. Those are 3 issues that Republicans are extremely unpopular on, and that's their name.
No, I understand. If the Democrats could just like hold still and not fuck up, they could probably get through the primaries in a pretty good order. But here's my guess.
I don't think that's the Democrats. To be frank, I don't think it's the Democrats' issue nationally. They're focusing on how bad Trump is and the Jeffrey Epstein files, when what produced wins for them in special elections, which was so extensive that they went down to the county level for the first time since 2010 for Democrats, was affordability. Hey, Donald Trump's full of shit. He was going to make the economy better. The inflation is worse. The oil prices are worse. This is worse. Your healthcare prices are worse. Right? And that produced them big wins. Sticking around with Epstein, sticking around with the Iran war. Well, the Iran war is probably not a bad thing. But, the economy was the thing that had the most success with.
Yeah,
so
I like
pursue
this.
the economy,
I like this
they'll be
theory.
successful. If they pursue a hatred of Donald Trump, the Epstein files, and some sort of other weird shit, they probably won't be as successful as they could be.
Well, I mean, they're going to follow the economy, right? Like you can almost see the ad. In fact, you're going to see the ad.
Yeah, but the ads, I'm saying this because the ads write themselves. They're sure.
The ads certainly write themselves, and you have a good narrative, right? You have, Donald Trump. Gas prices are at $7 a dollar a gallon. Fucking Donald Trump talking about his goddamn ball ring that you pay him $1 billion. You have. You just juxtapose all the things that are hurting Americans in their real life and juxtapose it on the bullshit this administration is actually focuses on, like wars in the Middle East that we're supposed to not have it, and you have
how much faith do you have the National Democratic Party will actually take those lessons and not jump onto some obscure hobby horse? And I only say this, and maybe you heard me say this in the back room, but I was in DC several months ago, and I got to go to dinner with the chief of staff for Republican Congresswoman and the chief of staff for Democratic Congresswoman. And the Democratic Congresswoman said to me, "You know what the Republican saving grace is?" And I said, "No." And she said, the Democratic Party. And then she gave an example of a meeting she was in with some activists. And this is the example of the kind of stuff she's talking about when she says that. So she was at... I'll let you get right back to it, because I think this is valuable to what you're saying.
Oh, I agree. I was just going to answer it. I was just going to say, I have all the things in the world. The professional apparatus will follow my advice. I have absolutely.
Brett was under the misguided assumption that we needed to hear from Brent and not Marshall.
I like him when he's answering my question.
You were telling a story about conversation in the back room.
Look, I like Brent. Brent and I know each other. We have a rapport. It's okay. Sometimes I interrupt Brent too much, and sometimes he interrupts me. It's okay. We've known each other for a while.
Why don't you finish your story? and then you can invite Britt back. How's that sound? I want to hear your story.
So she was in a meeting, and they were sitting around talking, and she, like a staffer, was not snapping to. And she said, "Are you slow or something?" Not like, "Are you mentally retarded?" but like, "Are you having a hard time? What's going on here?" And the activists in the room spent the entire meeting talking about why that phrasing was the wrong way to do things. So it gets to the end of their meeting and nothing is fucking accomplished. Not a goddamn thing. And like the chief of staff's point was, this is the thing that happens to the Democrats. They perform well. They can't seem to get out of their own way, right? In the same way that Republicans in some states have that exact problem. But I thought that was very valuable. That as bad as the Republican Party is saving grace to the Democrats, because they distract themselves from the truth, which was my point about talking about the economy over talking about a thing like Epstein or something superfluous, right? If they bow to the petty picking instincts, they will pick, "I hate Donald Trump." If they go with the smart play, they'll look for the pocketbook and say, "Hey, this is about the economy. Donald Trump didn't tell you the truth. He fed you a lot of bullshit and everything's more expensive." And they'll win. They'll win on that because I'm running into voters who that's their top issue, right? But I don't think we needed to kick Brent, but I can understand why.
I didn't kick Brent. I just
No, I think he left because we moved him down twice.
All right, he won't be missed. Trust me, he will not be missed. So, Caleb, wait, I'm gonna invite Caleb to join me in this festival. I don't know, Caleb. I'm looking for. You know what? I think that Caleb can speak to this. I think the Democrats have lost their way when it comes to Israel, Palestine, and Islam, and they are just not gonna. So they're gonna come out and say we are against the war in Iran. And they're going to stand there with their hands together, outstretched, with 13 people named Muhammad, and say, "We support the Islamic Republic of Iran." And this is just going to be the end.
Well, and what is the problem with that, Benjamin? What is the problem with that?
What is the problem with the visual?
Yeah, what is the problem with the Democrats? No, listen. What is the problem with it being the end for them? What is the problem? This is not a problem. It means that we will continue with the foreign policy of Donald Trump and the policy of Donald Trump, which will be good. Okay, if we get 4 more years of that, it will be a positive thing. This is not a problem. I don't understand what you're worried about here. You should be telling your Democrat friends, stop trying to help your Democrat friends win an election and ruin the country. Okay, they're just going to be delaying the hard work that has to be done to make this country great.
That's certainly one view.
Yeah, so what's the problem?
I mean, didn't Democrats do that a couple of years ago when they were all the money they stacked behind specific Republican candidates that they thought were easier to beat? Is that kind of what you're talking about, Jason?
No, I'm saying I don't see what is the point of Benjamin's complaint. Yes, the Democrats are going to do this thing and then they're going to lose. And so what? Is that bad? Is there a problem here, Benjamin, that you're trying to solve? Because let's say they win, what policies are they going to implement that you actually want to see them do?
Well, I would kind of prefer the government were run by somebody who wasn't a pedophile.
Is there anything else? Is that it?
Again, as I said,
No, Marshall, hold on. Is there anything else, Benjamin?
How is that not enough of a preference?
But is that it? Is that all? You don't have any policy preference that is important to you?
I think that Donald Trump is corrupt in self-serving ways.
Okay, but what about policy preferences? Is there a policy that from the Democrats that you want? As I hate to break it to you, you don't know. You honestly don't know the people you elect, what kind of criminals they are. Whether they're Democrats or Republicans. And the biggest criminal is usually the one who gets to be the nominee. I mean, that's just sort of finding the biggest criminal that they have.
Jason, don't Republicans want to persecute the LGBTQ plus population? So
Only some people. I don't, for example.
In Texas, they're trying to make it illegal to identify as trans. It would be a felony. And so, Jason, wouldn't that be a
Wait, hold on a second.
He asked me.
Oh, sorry.
And Labubu, okay, that might be yours, but I asked Benjamin what is his, right? And Benjamin has nothing, right? Do you see what I'm getting at, Labubu? Like, he's like, well, there is a big problem if the Democrats lose. And I'm like, okay, what's the problem? What is the problem? What are you going to be missing out on if the Democrats lose? And he can't say a single thing. He can't say something about Ukraine. He can't say, okay, the trans thing or anything else. Okay,
I think Donald Trump is not offensive about the Ukraine.
That's not. That's not appealing to the national. It's not appealing to the national or state electorate, right? Like, I just finished saying, if you tie yourself to Donald Trump is bad, you lose those elections.
They want to vote themselves a cheaper price of milk?
No, that's not my point. If the Democrats sell their position to vacate Republican leadership as Donald Trump is terrible and he's a pedophile, they will lose. Because that's not what the American public broadly cares about. The American public broadly cares about overwhelmingly from like 10 or 15 different studies, not studies, research, that they're worried about the economy. Again, the Democrats' most success since Donald Trump has been in office has been, it's the fucking economy, stupid. It's not talking about Donald Trump being a pedophile. Like, to be frank, if the Democrats want to talk about Donald Trump being a pedophile and want to talk about Trump being an awful person, I will ride that all the way to a victory, and I'll be fucking happy about it because the Democrats couldn't bother to get out of their own fucking way.
Excuse me. Can anyone explain me where is the proof that Donald Trump is a pedophile?
There isn't any, but this is also not consequential.
Because I've been hearing that for a little bit of a long time now.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that. The point of the comment was he thinks that's what people should vote on. That's not what people are voting on. They're voting economy, inflation, the price of gas, the price of medicine. That's what they're voting on. And so for the Democrats, who are almost certain to sweep one of the houses of Congress, the best thing they could do would be to argue about how Donald Trump lied about the economy. Hey, you thought we were crappy. You thought we were crappy under Biden. But by God, look at this dude. He promised you a better world, and what the fuck is he giving you? I don't hear those arguments. I hear Donald Trump's a pedophile. I hear he's an immoral man. I hear he's an authoritarian. Like, I don't hear the logical argument.
Can I ask you a question, Marshall?
Yeah.
So, let's just say for the sake of argument, and by some miracle, this war in Iran wraps up in the next month, or even 2 months. That would put us at mid-June, mid-July. So let's just say by mid-July, this war has wrapped up. I think you and I both agree, because we both followed American politics for long enough to realize that the American electorate, not you and I necessarily, but the average American voter has a very, very short memory. Like, I think we could both agree on that.
No, a memory like a gnat.
Right. So with that being said, so let's just say that this war gets over, and I'll even just say 2 months in July, mid-July. And then all of a sudden the gas prices take a major shift down. I don't think that the Republicans. I still think I agree with you wholeheartedly that I think Republicans lose one of the houses of Congress. I think that if Donald Trump if gas prices take a serious downturn and shit suddenly becomes a bit more affordable, I don't think that it's doom and gloom for Republicans. I still think that they're going to lose. I just don't.
No, if affordability somehow turns in our favor, and it gets back to low prices in a booming economy, and your healthcare is not taking up 30% of your paycheck.
I just mean with gas prices. I think the gas prices in themselves will do enough to get people to.
Yeah, dude. I think if gas prices calm down in more moderate districts, you'll have an easier time. But I also think the midterms for the Republicans are going to, in particular, depend on how closely they tie themselves to Trump. So two things. If the economy remains poor, the members that nationalize their race and say Donald Trump's the shit, he's the guy, they're going to be running on him and they will probably do poorly. But if you're a congressional member and you're running on your district or your state and closely tying your campaign to locality, you'll probably have a better time winning while the economy is poor. Now, if the economy goes well for some reason, and if gas prices shrink and if grocery prices shrink, then you have a situation in which maybe you do partially want to tie yourself to Donald Trump because he's brought back the economy. Right? A little bit of pain, like a year and a half worth of pain for 3 years worth of gain, if that's what it turns out as. But you could sell that. You can't sell a shitty economy. You can't sell a shitty economy if the other side really argues about the economy. If the other side argues Donald Trump's a pedophile and he's a shitty person, well, then the Republicans will probably maintain some control. But that's just because, the American public gets really tired of hearing, well, my party has some problem. It's really shitty, so you should elect my party. Well, yes, mass groups kind of bow to that, but the individual American voter, when they get in the voting booth, they don't tend to think about that stuff. At least my experience is they don't.
The reason I asked Marshall is we have a very hotly contested Senate race here in the state of Maine between long-term incumbent
Susan Collins and Graham Plattner.
And Graham Plattner, who was most famous for having a Nazi tattoo that he just got rid of a couple of months ago.
No, it was the SS Deadhead skull.
Right. So you can't turn on a TV or go anywhere without seeing a Graham Plattner ad. And
you guys are gonna be ready when that ends.
Yeah, no doubt. And Susan Collins is all of her ads are touting her record for all the things she's done for Mainers. And Graham Plattner's entire thing is, I'm an oyster farmer, and he doesn't talk about democratic socialism. He doesn't talk about any of that stuff. But he's extraordinarily radical. He signaled to the base that he is a democratic socialist, and that's the route that he wants to go.
He's done what Tallarico did.
Correct. Exactly.
Well,
but he's running his entire this very kind of more redneck, basically a more redneck bearded James Tallarico is kind of what he's modeling, like you say, modeling his campaign after. So it's very, very interesting in a state like the state of Maine, which.
People consider his stuff to be more genuine. Now, when you corner him on the Gaza stuff, you corner him the approval rating just dropped like a fucking stone. There's nobody believing that Columbus, the billionaire shit belongs to me because I don't like the fact they have it. And Texans don't tend to like being involved in international affairs in that way. They want you to talk about the state. So, where he succeeded over Jasmine Crockett was that he talked about the state. He talked about what he could do for Texas. And he hid his progressive craziness inside of, I'm a former preacher, I've been a legislator, listen to me, I'm the calm dude in the room, right? Where, again, if you corner him, the perception of him gets a lot different. But when it's at a 30,000 foot level, people tend to like him.
I wanted to say on the Tallarico Blattner comparison, they are not comparable at all.
Why? Why don't you think they are? What am I missing?
Grant Plattner is an actual socialist. He's actually radical. He actually has these like revolutionary ideas for society. If you listen to his speeches, he actually does lay out his policy initiatives, such as abolishing private health care in America, not having options for public health care, but abolishing private health care as we know it in America. Another thing I noticed about Grant Plattner in his speeches is he uses actually a lot of Marxist terminology. He will constantly be talking about the material conditions of society. Your regular politician does not use such terminology.
His speeches go.
Let me just finish, Ben. Can I?
Oh, sorry.
He's progressive for Texas.
It's respectfully, like when you say this, I'm looking at this he's not again, as who's just fighting for Maynard's. And again, Susan Collins is running on record, right? She's running on and saying, I'm fighting for Maynard's and I have fought for Maynard's, right? So like, I don't think the comparison is necessarily on platform. I'll let Marshall make whatever, he's more than capable of defending his position. The point that I'm making is Grant Plattner is very, very much like it's the style of campaign that he's running, not necessarily the policies that he's pushing. I don't think the policies pushing. I don't think he's not running on the policies that he's pushing. He's running on the image. That's my point.
I would agree with you on that. In that, although he does lay out his policy initiatives, he's running on anger within American society. He's running on the discourse of American society. The structures are thinking.
These people have the exact same discontent as Trump is.
Combat veteran, Marines and Army, friend of working Maynard, foe of the oligarchy, husband, candidate.
Andre here at River Park.
I'm Sarah.
He would be full blown, like out there on the way left, progressive in Texas. Lububu was riding one circumstance. Grant Plattner and
Tio and Jorge are still making traditional wineskins to transport wine. It's all ready now for us to fill it with wine.
We start with a goat skin. As you can see, it's the whole hide,
don't like it.
with the neck and the legs still attached.
The wineskin maker's popular sewing technique is the same for every piece. Double thread reinforced with pitch, crossed and knotted for maximum security and tightness. Now we'll fit the ombriguera. A piece of boxwood or beechwood that is placed here on the skin, so it stays in place.
Are not usually
now we'll take the cord to tie it off.
Interestingly enough,
all right,
where I live,
we are tying it up now.
On the Democratic side of the aisle,
just wrapping it around. Now we tie the other one. Valentine must ensure that all the natural openings in the goat skin are sealed tight. Now we are going to shear it. We have to create steps so the pitch can grip. We make these grooves so the pitch holds later on.
So like they're
Done. Now we turn the skin inside out to start scraping, and then we inflate it with the bellows. That's it. Now to pump it
The kid
up.
is a full-blown socialist. Stands a decent chance to win. Now he's got money. Like most of his money's come from Austin.
Now we start scraping.
And
this stuff we're adding is gypsum to dry out the flesh. We begin the scraping, which is the dressing. This tool has to be as sharp as a razor blade.
To get back to the point, like I think what people would write are
We put it in here.
progressives, and I didn't.
It sits for 20 days, and once it's been in there, we take it out, redress it, and then put it back in the tan for another 20. What we're going to do now is pour the pitch into the skin once it's dry. Be careful that the pitch isn't too hot, so we don't burn ourselves or the skin.
Because Democrats on a national level have an incredibly.
Now we release the air and spread it around before it cools.
They just don't know how to handle it. And if they can find a guy like a Talarico who you can attach radical
The
policies.
distribution of the pitch inside the wineskin must be uniform to ensure it is completely waterproof.
Then I think that helps them hugely.
When the pitch is well spread and gripping the hair
You
grooves,
still get your
it's time to fit the nozzle and the mouth of the skin.
like that brand.
We measure the midpoint so it doesn't end up crooked,
Tim Walz as kind of like I'm a football coach and all that.
making sure that if
It didn't play at all. Like it just did. So I don't know. I'd be curious to know your thoughts on that, Marshall. Like, do you agree with me that Democrats have a masculinity
There are
problem on
wrinkles.
a national level?
I think there is too often in my perception of where I live. I can't talk about where you live. I can't talk about where Pro lives. I don't talk about where I live. My perception is yes, the Democrats do have somewhat of a masculinity problem on the state level, on the local level. Please tell us how they masculinity. What I should say is, like, if you with the handshake and I said there's masculinity business. Where I live, I find less about the masculinity in the local party. At the state party level, there seems to be a little bit of a lack of it in my perception as a party. So now it's looking in, you said they do have a problem. Yes, there's possibility. Yes, these people like it's just like they have the focus people that make you 5 points and plays over. I hate that also. So, take a watch it. Little farm station, that's what this is. My area, no, my T-Store stuff, the Hispanic culture is like ingrained into our politics.
So this is an Amazon worker, and she is a perfect illustration of how Amazon is going to robots instead of human beings. She's getting fired. Check this out.
My perception
I would associate very aggressive towards us, targeting her off property at this point. We got and then she started pushing our team. She sort of names on Tyler, like I just like off property. She like fired something and all that. She's gonna be not officially she's suspended. I just don't know. That's her. She's being pretty aggressive.
There's some of that. I think there's a little bit of that, but I don't. I'm not strong citizens.
Young lady, what's your name?
Really curious something like
you need to calm down.
I
And I'm a young woman. And I have a right to say anybody else. What's going on? I'm shooting at him. And see my last 3 years? Let go the joke. Let go the joke. Can we have a... You see everybody the joke. Let go the joke.
Can we talk? At corporate speak,
brings upon its own logic of how to deal with politics. And you would also find that logic just engulfed the Democratic Party for a while. And what Graham Plattner is doing is he's getting out of that logic of corporate grammar and going back to a more populist logic and a logic based on anger, right? A logic with...
Like Julie P. Long from Louisiana.
Yeah, a logic that directs anger at the political class instead of trying to satiate the masses on behest of the political class. I think a female could have easily done it. It did not have to be Graham Plattner. He simply used the verbiage that is in vogue for the times.
Forget it. They are trying to show off.
Male Democrats, most of them don't speak like Graham Plattner. Even the machismo Latinos, right? They don't speak like Graham Plattner. African American Democrats don't speak like white people, white Democrats don't speak like Graham Plattner. With the contemporary logic of the Democratic Party that has been contemporary for at least the last, since Bill Clinton.
That's interesting.
It is similar to Trump, though, in that Trump broke with the grammar of the Republican Party, right? Which was the language of Jeb Bush at the time, or it was symbolized by the language of a Jeb Bush type. And Graham Plattner is doing that for the Democratic Party. The only difference is that I don't think Graham Plattner is going to do a crypto scam when he gets into office.
I don't think he will either, but I also think he has to be very wary of the state that he's running in. And I don't think that there's a lot of progressives in Maine, but I question whether or not, and again, I don't think that he's not running on progressivism, let me put it that way. At least he's not doing so openly in his television ads and that kind of thing. He's running, I wouldn't say away from it, but he's certainly not running on it. I just don't think that style of Democrat doesn't play in the state of Maine. It just doesn't. I think it does to certain demographics of people, but not to the average Mainer. Maine is still a pretty independent state. It really is. Again, Susan Collins is the incumbent. She's a Republican. She's not a staunch Republican, but we just had Paula Page as our governor not too long ago. Paula Page was basically MAGA, right? So, I don't know, make with that what you will. Maybe he does. Maybe he has his cake and eats it too. I think, like Gavin Newsom, is trying to do that in California. I think Gavin Newsom, for all the criticism I have of him, and I have a lot of him, knows what positions are popular and which ones aren't. And he's willing to signal on certain policies, and he's not willing to on others. And he's trying to play the shrewd politician role. I get it. I think it's a smart play from him. He clearly knows how to play politics. That doesn't say that he's a good leader or any of that stuff. I think he's a horrible leader. I think he's been an awful governor in the state of California. But with that being said, he knows how to play the game.
Jason, you're typing away pretty fast.
Yes, yeah, you guys are giving me a lot of good material.
For Big W.
But, so, look, guys, I guess I just don't understand why this Benjamin cares so much. What does he want to see happen?
I don't know. I often run into that problem with Benjamin. Half the time I can't tell whether he's being serious. Half the time I have trouble following him.
I was on a stage with him a couple of weeks ago where he was trying to argue against child labor laws and saying that we shouldn't have child labor laws.
Yeah, dude, he argued in another room. He argued in another room that America didn't spend the better half of the 20th century fucking around in Central and Latin America. Like, going to war, overthrowing their governments, assassinating people. He was like, nah.
See them doing the actual penetration, not having sex. The actual penetration. Yes, if that person kills, there's no accountability. And by the way, there's no one ever caught in that scenario in the entire history, so it just doesn't apply. You can't find 3 men seeing your wife getting fucking.
Yeah, but every time they get penetration, they get killed every time, though.
Well, it is something that even in the court, any court would understand that if you, for example, you see your wife, which you don't have any wife, but if you have a wife,
what happened to every single one of those killers?
Go crazy.
What happened to every single one of those killers? What happened to them?
Accountability.
There is none. Because this bomb is a piece of shit bomb.
No, there is. There's no death penalty, but I'm pretty sure there's like some sort of accountability. So it's not like, okay, you killed your wife, that's it, goodbye. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but you should get the execution. You should get
look, the death penalty.
You murder somebody.
Anything agree with death penalties. Like, I personally believe mainly for the pedophiles.
You know, for Muhammad shouldn't. Kill Muhammad.
This has
He's a pedophile.
To the pedophiles.
Well, you're a prophet. You're a prophet.
Castrated.
But you're a prophet with a pedophile, though.
Yes. Look, this kind of religious debate, you can't just trigger that. So
No, it's not a trigger. It's a fact. But hold on. I'm not pushing it. Your prophet was a pedophile. You cannot admit.
Look,
because you're dumb. It's not about respect. I'm not disrespecting nobody. I was stating obvious. It's stating obvious. No. It's stating obvious.
I grew up in a very civilized culture, full person.
No, you did not. No. You never connect yourself with the Persian culture. Never. So explain to me, was Muhammad a pedophile? Yes or no? The answer is either yes or either no.
I have no idea, but just explain.
Hold on, Rafi. I did not claim it. It's in your own source in Islam. Most reliable sources. I did not claim nothing. It's in your own source. So now the answer that I would like to hear from you is either yes or no. Was he a pedophile? You can say no, you can say yes.
Well, it depends. Like, if Jeffrey Epstein Ashkenazi Jew,
I don't think, he was a pedophile. Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile.
Is it the same Jeffrey
So what?
Ashkenazi?
Jeffrey Epstein is not a prophet. It doesn't matter.
What's the Ashkenazi?
Your prophet is a subject. Alright, guys. I need you guys to be quiet. It doesn't matter. You asked me about Jeffrey Epstein. I told you, it was a pedophile. So it doesn't fucking matter.
Ashkenazi Jew. Do you condone the fact that he was an
Every
Ashkenazi
terrorist. Hold on, Rafi. Rafi, hold on. Every fucking terrorist groups are Muslim. So should we call every Muslim a terrorist? So shut your fucking ass up and answer the fucking question, you piece of shit. Want to be here, right? Was Muhammad a pedophile? Yes or no?
Which Muhammad are we talking about? Muhammad
Your prophet. Alright. Well,
he's a piece of shit.
Your prophet. Was he a pedophile? Yes or no? The answer to this question.
The
answer to this question is either yes or no.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I did not know.
Well, I don't know. I'm not interested about religious theology. Unlike you guys, I'm not interested in that talk.
You're interested in your mom getting fucked in the ass, or what are you
I'm
interested
interested
in?
about today's pedophile, an Ashkenazi Jew from New York called Jeffrey Epstein. I'm more interested about
There's millions of Muslims raping little girls in Europe every day.
We can look it up together.
Every day. Every fucking day.
Which
Yeah, every day.
people actually
Every day. Muslims.
These are Muslims.
So are you gonna answer? Are you gonna answer the question? Was your Prophet Muhammad a pedophile? Yes or no? You can say no. You can say yes. I don't give a fuck. I want to know what you think.
I don't know about these kind of topics. Do you know?
What do you think? No.
What do you
Why the fuck you give them the opportunity to think?
I'm confused.
You have to ask them a question. If they don't answer the question, get the fuck out. Suck my dick all fucking day long. That's it. How you doing, Drew?
Yo. True social. Let's invite code creating one. Yeah. Not related, but I came to Norfolk, Virginia, and the hotel doesn't have parking, so I had to park down the road, and then they're like, oh, your parking expires at 2 a.m., so now I gotta go move my parking. It's so ridiculous.
The hotel charges for parking? Is that?
Yeah, they charge $30 a night, so I park like down the road where the mall is, like literally down the road, and they're like, oh yeah, it's paid, but it's only $10. And but it expires at 2 in the morning, so I gotta move it somewhere else. It's ridiculous. Or I gotta go back there and renew it. So dumb. Why do they charge so much for parking? It's incredible.
Right, it makes sense if you're like in downtown Chicago or Manhattan or something. But is Norfolk, Virginia like that dense?
No, it's just they do it because they can, right? You have a car, right? We can make some extra cash. I mean, like New York City, if I stay at the Marriott Marquis downtown, it's $72 per day.
Right.
But that makes sense, right? If I go to a garage, it may be $35, $40, but it's a couple of blocks down. But, that hotel convenience is worth it. I mean, in this case, it's a little bit of a walk, but I mean, who cares, right? So, just this is the inconvenient part of it.
I'll be right back.
Guys, now that serendipity's gone. I'm just kidding. Monica, happy Mother's Day. Damn, she's back.
I told you so.
To his brother, right? And as soon as he gets to his brother, that horse, when he gets to his brother's horse,
leads him right to the finish line.
I told you 100 times that half of them are rigged.
Yo, that's crazy. And then she gives him the full purse, $300,000.
Can you imagine? What is the first prize? They go in millions. They don't go in hundreds of thousands.
The trainer gets a purse of $300,000, a percentage of the 10 million or whatever it was.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so she didn't even keep the purse. She didn't care.
Why should she? 300,000 is like $300. In her world, his world.
Where is she now?
Is Daniel around? Daniel Nero?
I'm still confused what that guy was trying to say.
He's just saying, like, how great mafia is. And yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You love mafia?
I don't love mafia. I don't hate him too as well, because I don't think like it is so much necessary to go there, which will create chaos.
But it happened now.
The thing is, like, for me, whatever is necessary to become a Muslim, to be on Iman, that's it.
Yeah, there are two ways of looking at this. You're either with Ali or you're against Ali. If you're with Ali, you are a If you're against Ali, you're a kafir.
I'm with Ali. Doesn't matter.
Then you're a kafir.
Doesn't matter. Was not a normal man.
Like food there, they're cheap. I mean, it's like $1, $1.50.
It's how much house I've been to Canada. It's beautiful. Their food has no GMOs. Their food has absolutely no chemicals, super processed.
Okay, yes, I do agree. Certain foods are not, but I would say meats are not great.
I want to ask JD this question. JD, do you support Israel?
I honestly, I don't really care. I think we should just keep apart from everyone else. Not keep apart, but like we shouldn't give them money. We shouldn't give anyone money, and I mean that by everyone. So I don't really support them.
Okay, do you think Israel has a right to exist by ethnically cleansing Palestinians?
I mean, that's their business. I don't think we should be involved. We shouldn't give them missiles. We shouldn't give them bombs. We shouldn't give them intel.
America was the first country to recognize Israel as a country in 1948. Up to 2018, was giving them aid. That Israel was the only country that could cash in the aid money and use it for their personal expenses.
Yeah, and I'm against that. I don't think we should give them anything.
I know, but the question is, I'm talking about the entity. I'm not talking about the Jews. The Jews, Christians, Muslims have lived together side by side prior to 1948. Does Israel have a right to exist by genociding Palestinians. But I'm talking about the entity.
I guess what they're doing is just my opinion.
It's not that they're doing right now. It did not start 7th October. It started a long time ago.
Yeah, no, it's been going on for thousands of years.
No, it's not thousand. Not thousand. We're talking about the establishment of a state called Israel. All right, the modern state. We're not talking about the biblical because I don't believe in the biblical. Okay.
Okay.
I don't think you believe in the biblical. Are you evangelical Christian?
No, not at all. But I know that there hasn't been peace in the Middle East for a long time. I'm just saying there's peace.
There's no peace in the Middle East is due to Israel.
And so what I think it is, and I totally acknowledge that they only exist because of America funding them. But I'm saying we shouldn't.
Not just America funded them. 1947,
NATO.
Harry S. Truman received letter bombs by a stern Jewish militia gang from Palestine. All right, and Harry S. Truman still went ahead, became part of the UN partition plan, and twisted other nations to be part of the UN partition plan. That was supposed to be a recommendation, but what the Jews did, they shoved that down Palestinians' throat, and they forcefully did the ethnic cleansing and established their disgusting state called Israel. So what I'm telling you, prior to 1948, they were living side by side. There were skirmishes prior to 1939. In 1939, British came out with the white papers, and they said no more Jewish state, no more Jews buying up the land, no more migration of the Jews. What did the Jews do? The militias, they started doing a bunch of terrorist attacks against the British mandate because these fuckers even approached Hitler. Hey, can you come and help us get rid of the British mandate? And then the Nazi said, no, fuck no, we're not coming. So my question again to you, my question to you, okay, just listen to the question. We're talking about the entity. Does Israel have a right to exist by ethnically cleansing Palestinians? Does it have a legitimate right to exist in the Middle East?
Okay, so your question is on the premises of morality or strength? Talk about
morality from Palestinian perspective, from their lenses, from everything, even from my own perspective. Does Israel have a right to exist by ethnically cleansing Palestinians, by starving children, by killing people, by genociding people, by not just genociding Palestinians, killing massacres in Lebanon, killing people in Iran? Okay, go and answer it. No, right?
So what I'm saying is, morality's sake, no, they don't. But the world doesn't work on morality. It's like natural selection and kill or be killed sort of thing, which is not morality. That's just how it operates. Now, I will say the United States has a huge role in the fact that they do exist, and the fact that they have strength and weapons and wealth to do so. So we're not innocent or absolved or apart from this whole entire morality thing. But the fact that they do have weapons and have capability, it sucks. It just sucks from a humanitarian perspective. I don't want people to die. No, not at all. But, are you going to try to argue that they have strength? Well, of course they do. But why do they have strength? It's because the U.S. keeps giving them money, which I'm totally against. I'm totally against giving every other nation money, too.
Yeah, you just gotta say fuck the Jews, bro. That's all.
We don't have the. I don't have the problem with the Jews. I have a problem with Zionist scumbags. And yes, there were Jews that did the ethnic cleansing. These were Zionist Jews, by the way. And yes, those are problematic. Same thing with Zionist Christians and Zionist Muslims and Zionist. Anybody that's a fucking Zionist scumbag.
I think anyone.
Well, the problem with that word Zionist. Yeah, the problem with that word Zionist is they spin it and just say, well, we just want our own Jewish homeland. I think it's better to say globalist Jews. That's pretty good.
So the Zionists would mean that you're talking about Zionists, which means the people that believe in the establishment of the state, people that believe in the state for the right to exist, people that that support the state of Israel, people that don't look at genocide as genocide in Palestine, people don't look at that this is a colonization project, people don't look at it as apartheid system. So people that live in fucking denial and Delulu, they live in a fucking la la land. They're Zionist scumbags. So even the one that serves the fucking idea that genocide in Palestine is Zionist Jews.
Yeah, there's like a second definition.
I'm adding Jews to the Zionists. That's Zionist Jews.
I just say fuck Jews.
we don't have a problem with the Jews. There's good Jews, there's bad Jews. There's good Christians, bad Christians. There's good Muslims, bad Muslims. It's not about it's not about targeting one party. But we have a problem with people from Jewish paradigm or Christian paradigm. They believe supporting the state of Israel. That it's called Zionism, and this is political Zionism. It's not religious Zionism. But evangelicals, I don't know where the fuck these people came from. They pretty much corrupted the whole book. Like, how is this a fucking holy state? It was established by ethnically it was established, by atheist agnostic motherfuckers. Didn't even believe in scripture.
What do you say to them Jews that are like, well, I'm a Zionist because that just means we want Jews to have their own homeland?
Yeah, that's called believing in political Zionism. Political Zionism we have a problem with. But the religious Zionism, I don't have a problem with it. They can believe in whatever the hell they believe in. But the political Zionism is the one that's massacring people, genociding people. The political is the biggest problem we have right now.
That's fair. Yeah, it starts with the Federal Reserve in America that's owned by Jews.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of this thing.
It's not even, they say federal, it's not even actually like our government entity.
Right. I just say we keep all Jews out of power in general.
I mean, I don't think
that's that's not. There's about I would say there's about I don't know, I would say probably 10, 20, 30% of Jews are anti-Zionists. But they're small numbers. But we can't just generalize that they're all Zionists. Religiously, sure, they're probably all Zionists, right? But then you have a lot of even inside Israel. You got 1/3 or 2/3 of the population. They're secular Jews. They don't even really practice the religion. They don't believe in religion.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Okay, so atheist Jews, secular Jews, they like communism, right? And then you have the religious Jews who also want to enslave mankind. So in general, Jews want to enslave mankind. They're guilty until proven innocent. So just keep them out of power. That's the answer. The National Socialists did a great job of that.
I don't know, man.
I'm not a huge fan of just generalizing people to, you can't do this because that's segregation essentially.
Hey, you could add Zionists to it because that's the problem. That's what we have to address him. Because if you go for the Jews, then what about the Jews that are siding with Palestinians? Well, what about the ones that are anti-genocide? What about that are anti-Israel? What do we do about those?
I'm sorry, what?
There's Jewish folks out there, they're protesting, and they're anti-Zionist, they're anti-Israel. What do we do about those Jewish folks? Huh?
When their whole religion is... Yeah, but that could just be a facade.
No, but how is it a facade?
Position.
Bro, you're talking...
Just to say, oh, look, hey, we're
you need to go to different McDonald's, bro. Go to a different McDonald's, man. Go to a different Starbucks or some shit. Go to a different Starbucks. Yeah, go to a different Starbucks and then we can have that conversation, man.
He just seems to be a hater of Jews.
Yeah, he is. He just. I told him that.
Yeah, not all tigers. Not all tigers are dangerous, right?
Not all tigers are. Oh my God.
It's the same thing.
Go to a different Starbucks or McDonald's, bro. The Wi-Fi ain't working, bro.
I mean, you can do that. The half measures aren't going to get anywhere.
Okay, him, just be quiet for a second. Honestly, you're making a fool of it. You are honest.
Use like a group of people to just.
JD, we understand that. We understand that.
It's pro-goyism. It's pro-goyism.
Can you stop making a fool out of yourself right now? Okay.
I mean, you guys can keep getting smoked in Palestine and talking about, oh, we're just against science.
You're definitely a goy. You're definitely a goy.
Well, we're all goys.
I'd like to say something. Okay. I have personally lost family, property, people I love due to this war and many wars above, and I don't have the views that you have. You're just a bigot. You are a bigot. It is disgusting, and I won't stand for it. It's absolutely disgusting.
Neither would I stand for this kind of garbage.
It's garbage, and it has nothing. And you have no right to talk like this at any time. It's absolutely disgusting.
Imagine, like,
bro, you need to go to a different McDonald's or some shit, or Starbucks, man. We can't hear you, bro. Go to a different McDonald's, man.
this is the problem. It's a half measure.
Well, go to
Not all
different
tigers
Starbucks or something. Oh my god.
Oh, we're back to the Tigers again?
This guy, man, go to a different Starbucks. Go to a different Starbucks, man.
Starbucks is too expensive.
Just for Wi-Fi.
Starbucks is too expensive.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Oh, just for Wi-Fi? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm driving.
Hey, your internet's not good, man. No bueno.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now, though? It should be all right.
It's going in and out.
No, we can't. We can't. You should just stop.
Okay, I'll get it. No problem.
Yeah, see if you can fix the internet and then come back. No problem. What's up with the dad check done there? You okay?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's your situation? Because you're Iranian, that's what you hear? You don't love me?
Yeah, I'm here to ambush the pride.
I thought you respect me and love me. What is this?
I'm here to ambush the IRGC supporters. That's all I'm here.
Sam is definitely IRGC. You can go up to Sam.
I am an IRGC for the purposes of the AI
Look at his voice. Look at his voice. Look at his voice. Sounds like IRGC.
I am not IRGC. USA.
Anyways.
Can you hear me?
See.
No, we still can't hear you. Stop trying.
No, you're alive. Okay, so I'll just say this. Just look at National Socialist Germany. They took care of it. It was no problem. That's the solution. And I'll just mute up.
Good idea. 16.
Al Jazeera is reporting on this, right? So Al Jazeera is reporting Donald Trump slams Iran's response to Washington peace proposal as totally unacceptable. And you have Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates say they detected several drones in their airspace, while Qatar says the commercial cargo ship was targeted by a drone in its territorial waters. Iran's military has issued a new warning to the U.S. and Israel, saying that if aggression resumes, they will certainly face other jeopardizing options. Israel's bombardment of Lebanon continues as Hezbollah claims more attacks on Israeli troops. The baby killers, 2 Lebanese medics, and a civilian are killed in an Israeli attack on emergency response centers in Bint Jabal. So, how do you say it? Bint Jabal. Bint Jabal. Sam, you can do it, man. You speak Arabic.
Bint is bad?
La Jbel.
You're the bad of them. You're giving us the bad. Live tracker. Okay, we got the state media. Okay, Iranian state media says U.S. plan meant Iran surrendered to Trump's greed.
Oh my God, they said the word greed.
Yeah.
Oh wow. This is Al Jazeera?
Yeah, Al Jazeera is reporting from the Iran state. They're reporting it from the Iran state media.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's Iranian, yeah, the talk.
Yeah, but Al Jazeera is not saying.
Left the whole, practice of a hardcore like Islam.
Like the Baha'i and all that. Yeah, Baha'i is on the other
Baha'i, they went their own way. But even the Ismailis,
Ixnay on the info HMA.
What? Sharing information about you.
I'm just remembering recent conversations about oversharing.
Not hating Trump.
Yeah.
And and let's look at some of the things Trump has done. People say he's not doing a lot. We got, SCOTUS rules against the racist maps, right? We got Dems losing those racist DEI seats, like all over the place. New GOP seats in Florida, Tennessee, Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, South Carolina. The Democrats' rigged map in Virginia was tossed out. It says, I guess, Somalia fraudsters. Remember that, man? Them fuckers are getting raided, including Ilhan Omar. I think she's getting fucked next. Dr. Fauci, he's probably going to get arrested and indicted soon. Comey has been indicted, which is pretty awesome. Act Blue is under investigation. Southern Poverty Law Center is indicted, and they're fucked in the ass. John Brennan is under investigation. Fannie Willis under investigation. I'd say the fucking Dems are like on life support here, bro. Yeah.
I think they're sinking. I mean, I can look on X, and I keep
Is he really gonna resign?
Yeah, I guess supposedly because he got crushed in the election. I don't know.
He did, yeah. He did.
Yeah, he sounds like he's gonna resign, but what was I saying? Just that the Democrats, I keep being told by the opposition that they're not doing anything wrong, that they're above board when it comes to elections and corruption, it's all on the Republican side. I go on X and I'm like, dude, every day there's a new person that's under fraud investigation or child pornography or whatever. So it's like they think it's one-sided. It's not. Both parties do this shit. Yeah. I don't know. They keep those lines up doing that,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. It's kind of wild, dude. It's gonna be. I don't know. Here's something I'm kind of disappointed about. Okay. We have the left pretty much on the run here. We have them against the ropes, bro. We're winning all over the place. But then we got these dumb fucks who supposedly are on the right, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Pepe and Nick Fuentes, who I think personally was being funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center. I think Nick Fuentes has been a plant the whole fucking time. This is what I'm getting at, I guess. We're making so many strides here. We got the left on the run, yet we got these fucking idiots who want to die on this Jewish hill, who want to die because they hate Israel and Jews so bad. They're ruining the movement. What the fuck? We have got these assholes on the run. We're trying to make a difference for the country. Look at the bigger picture. Yet we got these idiots like Pepe and motherfuckers who are so worried about this Jewish Israel fucking shit and don't even want to admit that at least Israel is defending our interest, unlike our allies who we have our other European or our European allies who we have asked for support. They don't want to do it. The Jews, Israel is actually fucking coming to bat for us. So I just wish, man, that we would focus on the bigger picture of saving this fucking country But no, as soon as we get a win, we got idiots like Pepe who want to fucking die on this hill and ruin the whole movement. We get, I think it's fucked up, man.
Well, the left and the right have a J word question problem, and if you listen to the left, like they go deep into J word conspiracy constantly, and it doesn't really matter what the topic is: indigenous rights, neocolonial things. Like they have their list of grievances, and then they say, "Oh, so you don't stand for gay black men?" Like if you listen to Isaiah or whatever his name is, Goat or Ban or whatever, everything ultimately becomes, oh, so you don't support black women, you don't support gay black men. Like it's the same filibuster hypnosis. It's entertainment. But the scary part is the size of the audience. If you look at that politically correct room for the past like 2 days, 3 days, huge numbers. So clearly, like the left is top heavy, and the right is it's just not dense. There's no density in it. So that's why I think Donald Trump has to truly MAGA America, and
it's all the same people in that room. There was like I counted probably a half a dozen new voices that new people, and that's being in the hallway pretty high up there for hours, So I wouldn't say that it's completely like a complete like
no, it's not an echo chamber. Eventually they mellow out. But did you listen to the movie? Because that guy was fucking hilarious.
It was a shit show.
Can I piggyback on what Matt said, though? Really, like, John, I know you said, like, yeah, there's so many more leftist retards than there is people on the right. That's not necessarily true. It's just that a lot of people on the right have got values and don't waste their time on this app arguing with a bunch of nonsense. And so I feel like I'm one of the few people on the right who does entertain that. And I shouldn't, but there's a lot of good valued people on the right who just won't fucking waste their time with this app, bro. And these people on the left who sit there and bitch and cry every day about, oh, we gotta change the system. It's a good dopamine hit, but they're never gonna do anything. I mean, 5 years fucking later, they're talking about the same fucking shit, bro. It feels good. It sounds nice.
Well, I heard them admit that they're actually completely engaged in propaganda creation, and they know it. And they say it's dangerous to have these debates. We shouldn't have these debates. It exposes us. It's dangerous for us to even talk about these things. So they know that they're just ruthlessly, creating echo chamber propaganda. And that guy did the movie, fucking, oh my God, it was so funny.
Well, the thing is, that guy is supposedly on our side. So it's like, how do you, it's like we have to, I mean, I don't think we have to agree with the shit show he is. Like, he was just completely didn't know anything. But he also is, like, I don't know how to describe it. He's kind of like the vestiges of, like, just fighting back. I don't know, John. Like, if that's how I could describe it. I don't know, like, we're still at that point where we're fighting retardation with retardation. Does that make sense at all? I don't know.
No, because it's an Isaiah show. It's a goat show. Like he is the energy. He is the audience. Like it's his show. And then you have First Lady who chimes in with her ridiculousness. The whole thing is it's just a show. Yeah, it's entertainment.
It's not too much on First Lady though.
She's like, she worried they had nobody in their room because Goat was in Hurricane's room. Hurricane had like 80, 90 people, and they had like 20.
Yeah, Goat is definitely the voice there. And what's funny is he's supposedly the smartest leftist there, but if you do your research well, you can fucking make that guy look like an idiot. Which, I have done a few times. So.
I know. Scott, welcome to the week. It looks like you're new to the house. We're perfectly okay for opposition if you have a different opinion. I don't know if you wanted to speak, but I just wanted to welcome you.
Hi. Yeah. Can you hear me? This is the first time I'm using these earbuds.
Yeah, you're fine. Yep.
So I'm from Washington State. So I'm basically on the far left, I think.
I'm from Montana, bro, so I'm not far from it. I'm from my family lives in the Spokane area, so.
Okay, yeah, well, I normally don't focus too much on political stuff, but I know it definitely has an effect on everybody. So I think it's definitely good every once in a while just to get involved and, share your opinion and, your thoughts and stuff because we're all in it together. So.
But you raised a good question. Like, I've always kind of wondered, like, if we didn't pay attention, would it really matter that much? I mean, I don't know. So you're saying that you're kind of dipping back in. Have you ever been involved in it or not, first of all?
I think just like personal life experiences, I wouldn't normally draw a direct connection between, political activity and government stuff. But my fault, I come from like a military family, so, it affects sort of the way, we move around and, look for work and stuff. So in that sense, yeah, it's definitely scary, looking at the situation and stuff, and it's almost like a roller coaster ride, right now it's like nobody knows which direction things are gonna go. So
See, I felt that way with Obama. That's how I felt with Obama. Like, I don't know why people are so fucking shit scared about Trump. Like, I feel like we're in good hands with this man. Like, Obama, bro, I genuinely felt scared. And then Biden, I really did. I knew that fucker was not in charge of nothing. So, I don't know why people you can't let the media convince you of this uncertainty, bro. That's what it is that they've been trying to convince people that he's Hitler, that he's fucking shit up. They've been trying everything, throwing everything at this man, trying to kill him, including. So I don't know, man. But I don't think we're out of the clear. I think Scott is gonna put a butt on this and give us his opinion on Trump here in a second. As you are from a very left-leaning state, so do you want to just get to it and just give us a little bit of taste?
Hey, there's some music there. Well, I mean, the way I was raised. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, yeah.
So I guess the way I was raised, I actually have family who's not from this country. I'd say like half of it. My mom moved here from the outside, so she's basically, she's been here a while now, but I think she's still considered a foreigner. So I guess that in that sense, it always weighs on my mind, which way things are going to go. And I think because of that, though, I'm more of like a passive or, like just a follower, you know what I mean? Because in my situation, I don't know if I'd be comfortable rocking a boat and, standing up and, making mistakes and stuff and doing the wrong thing, you know what I mean?
So you said most of your family has voted for the Democrats. Is that what you said? Yeah.
I think most of the time they don't stay out of it, but I do come from like a military family, so we're familiar with obeying, the rules and the regulations and stuff, and accepting the president and just, going with it and trying to accept people.
That's probably true. A lot of the military families probably don't want to play the political angle of things, just because you always just stand behind the commander-in-chief at the end of the day. So I hear what you're saying. That makes sense.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, I always had this feeling in the back of my mind that, like, fights and arguments could escalate and stuff. It's like, I really don't want to start any type of conflict, especially with all the stories going on. I don't want it to be part of my life.
Hey,
I don't want to be.
Scott, if I may, are you Asian, bro? Like, I'm just curious because, I've never known anybody to be so, I don't know, I don't want to start any fight. Like, I'm just curious. I'm serious. No disrespect. No, you're Asian.
No disrespect. You know that you're definitely smart, and I'm half Asian. I can
almost maybe tell by your voice, but also just by your demeanor. Like, Asians tend to be calm and collected, but I know Asians can fight because, the Vietnamese, the Chinese, the Japanese, the guys are nice and smart, and calm and collected when you need to be, but when you need to fight, you guys can definitely fight. So, but I could just tell. So that's cool.
Yeah. I was always raised to just obey because they're familiar, at least on my mom's side, she's familiar with a lot of bad stuff going on, and she always told me, look, you really don't want to go down that route. So, just stick with it and do the best you can and stuff, and hopefully everything will just work itself out in the future. But
that's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we need more comment people on this app. It gets too much.
Have you seen this Spencer Pratt and the California poll numbers? Because it's like, I just read an article about it, but California's polling numbers are like trending Republican, and Spencer Pratt's campaign looks like it's crushing it. So if Karen Bass,
Have you seen his videos, John?
Yes.
He's absolutely crushing it. Whoever his campaign dude is, man, he needs to do that for all.
Do you remember Spencer on reality shows? Because I remember when he was on reality shows.
Yep.
I remember when he was young, and he was always fighting with his girlfriend.
It's crazy. I don't know.
But hey, good for him. He became an adult, and he sounds like exactly what LA needs, dude. They need someone to take that city back, and and that's awesome.
I put my ballot in today. I went for Steve Hilton only because he's for governor, only because he's actually tied, and we just need to push him over the finish line. But there was Eric Swalwell still on the ballot. I'm like, what is going on around here? And actually, Barack Obama was on the ballot too. Now, that's a different story, but it actually is a different guy. But I'm like, what is Barack Obama doing on the ballot? Isn't that his name is Barack Obama? But what's the name on the ballot? I thought he resigned or whatever. What the fuck?
He did, apparently. He's not even in the... Yeah, they just maybe can't take him off the ballot or something. I don't know.
Right. He's there to suck away votes from somebody. It's so stupid.
Maybe, yep. Exactly.
He's saying that if he gets elected,
funny, man.
he's issuing a.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Joe.
I was just gonna say, Spencer Pratt said he's gonna do a 3-week warning where if you're not in compliance, he's within 3 weeks there will be full enforcement, and he will basically raid the city, and they're talking about cleaning up Skid Row and developing it, and there's a major fire downtown Los Angeles right now, and he's saying that because of all the DUIs and how they have to allocate fire and ambulance resources, they can't even fight their fires. So it's it really is. I mean, this is a big moment, and I really hope they take LA. This would be very exciting to get ready to
That'd be great. It'd be great, man. I want to see these people cry. Apparently 2028 is looking even better. That's why I like that picture you got there, Matt, and your PTR. I mean, 2028 is going to be even better for us. So.
Hell yeah, dude.
But we want to but just as far as the Republican landscape, it's just funny because, I was in that fucking room with Goat, and he's trying to gaslight people up, and man, that just seems really political. This just doesn't seem right. And I was like, dude, of course. And then I started looking at the history of it, man. The reason the term gerrymander came from a Democratic Party. Yes, and it came from a Democratic Republican, which is funny. It was literally a party that was a Democratic Republican. So I don't know. Technically,
they're not a party. They're still an existing party. They're currently the Democratic Party, which is why the term is Democratic and not Democrat, because the line of the party is the Democratic Republicans.
You always got that specific info, Marshall. Appreciate that. Yeah, but we've been kind of
break down the gerrymandering part. Where did that come from? I heard somebody. I think maybe it was you, Mark.
So Albert here. I think he's New England or a little below New England, and he drew a district that looked like a salamander.
I have it here if you want me to read it exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought it'd be kind of good. So, All right, so I started. What I put in the Claude was who started the redistricting fight, the Democrats or the Republicans? And it says the honest answer is both parties have done it throughout U.S. history. But the current redistricting war of the mid-decade, one happening right now, was started by the Republicans, they're saying. But it was started by both. But let me just go to the history there. Elbridge Gerry, is a fascinating and somewhat forgotten founder. Here's a rundown. Born in 1744 in Marlborough, Massachusetts. You're a smart dude there, Marshall, you know. He was a wealthy merchant who became one of the more prominent and complicated figures of the founding eras anyway. So, what he did here, the gerrymandering district. The oddly shaped district his party drew to pack Federalist voters was so contorted that a Boston newspaper cartoonist drew it as a salamander-shaped monster and dubbed it the gerrymander. The name stuck permanently. So, yeah. But, you know, they were both, I guess Gerry was a Democratic Republican, which was the party founded by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. So it's kind of wild.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But
gerrymandering's been around, like you said, since the beginning of the country. And a good portion of the 20th century, the Democrats gerrymandered their states. They gave them overwhelming control of Congress for like 40 years, or at least the maps were set so they had an advantage to control the House for 40 years. The most recent spate of redistricting in a partisan fashion started with the Republicans in 2010 in Texas. The most recent spate happened in Texas, which there should be a note of caution for Republicans. These things could easily turn into dummy manders or get struck down as a racial gerrymander accidentally. Or if you're Louisiana, get struck down as a racial matter intentionally. Louisiana had some maps. They went to the appellate court. The appellate court was not enough. Per the Supreme Court decision, you can't draw districts based on race, and this was clearly drawn based on race to disfavor black people, and you can't do that. So,
but here's the thing, though, man. It's like, it's wild. I'm looking here, and that says that basically through the 1960s all the way up to the 1990s, the Democrats dominated this. They were kicking ass at gerrymandering, but it just changed. After the what? We're kind of cutting out there.
I said, yeah, that was my point. Gerrymandered the ever-living hell out of things for something between 50 years.
Yeah, it says after the 1960s elections, Democrats controlled redistricting in 21 states, covering 220 seats, while Republicans controlled only 7 states, covering 61 seats. That Democratic advantage held through the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, and they used it aggressively. But in 2010, the GOP launched a deliberate strategy called Red Map, specifically targeting state legislators and census years so they control the past census map drawing. It worked. In 2011, the Republicans held trifectas in 17 states, covering 200 seats, while Democrats control only 6 states, covering 44 seats. Historic low for Democrats. So.
Right. So wait, there's 2 things. One, I thought I heard a while ago, there was an effort by, maybe I'm thinking something completely different, of the Democrats, doing something for the long term, maybe like a 10-year plan, turning, you know what, it's the sweet state stuff. So Colorado blue, you know where I'm going with this, Marshall. You remember that plan? I forget the name of it, but it was a devastating
something out, Ryan.
What is it?
It's called Plan. Yeah, I think it's called Plan 2029. And it's the Democrats' response to the Republicans' quote at 2025, like it says it's 2025.
Yeah, I think that's it. So I gotta look that one up again too. By the way,
here comes this Jew-hater Pepe.
Here's my question. You know how we're always told if you live in a blue state and you don't like it, you can move to a red state. I'm assuming people can just move around in districts, right, Marshall? I don't see
that is unless your state is so gerrymandered that most of the districts are one party. Right, like the way the Democrats were going to draw Virginia, one district would have been Republican. The way the Californians had gerrymandered
California, there's like one Republican seat. The way Texas is gerrymandered, there's like one or two Democratic seats. And at least for me in Texas, I think it's going to turn out to be a fucking dummy meander. Because when we made the maps, we based them off of 2024 turnout. And here's the problem. In midterms, you never receive as high a turnout as you do in presidentials. You just don't. Which means the turnout in the Rio Grande Valley, which voted red for the first time since 1960, is not a reliable metric to make maps by. They should have used midterm years to draw the maps. Years. As a consequence, it could very easily end up in safer Democratic districts and more competitive Republican districts. Like the congresswoman I'm working for, she's running against a guy named Bobby Poliza, went from a district of 7 counties to a district of 11 counties, and it's one of the most competitive races in the country. It's in the top 5. So, like, gerrymander. You're gonna get what you deserve when you gerrymander.
Okay, so you said in Texas they based it off the last midterms being
presidential.
Presidential.
They based it off 2024 because the Rio Grande Valley turned out like all our counties, and now it was about to Aaron will see a storm. We turned out for Trump by as little as 51.5 and by as much as 57.8 for the first time since Richard Nixon in 1960.
I'm going to check for sure.
If you ask for the districts, they use the data. That didn't account for like being on a presidential term, like having people like not think your was good. It also means that you base it on the high turnout without considering midterm turnout.
I know they had to consider Texas data. I also lost their realization. Is that part of it too? Like I know that was based on the state.
Census data comes once every 10 years.
Yeah, I heard that. We did based on that.
My friends in the doctor's office, the map guy, told me that's how many times they do decide how many Congress people you get based on
God says in Isaiah 41.
The same thing now? I don't know.
No, Texas gerrymandered to get like 2 to 5 additional districts by shrinking Democratic representation in Texas.
It is in general, a general version. Right, I got you. Okay, that's true.
Yeah, but here's the problem: the reduction of Democratic districts to Republican districts was made based on the thought the next election would be as high as 2024, and that's just not true. It's never true. But I've been running to Todd Hunter in a decade. If I ever run into Todd Hunter again, the first question I'm going to ask him is, why the fuck did you use the 2024 maps? Why didn't you use like 2022? Which would have predicted, which would have shown you low turnout, but would have showed you where you were in a midterm year. So that when you redistricted mid-decade, it would have made more sense. Now, I'm sure somebody probably looped that data in. Right, somebody told Todd Hunter, hey, you should consider this. But for my friends that work for him, they're like, nah, he mostly used 24. And that's just like, that's not responsible for the Texas Republican Party. Like, the Texas Republican Party is massively mismanaging itself.
So is it fair to wait? Okay, so did nobody see this coming? I mean, like, it seemed like just kind of just came out of nowhere, and obviously it sped up quite a bit with the Supreme Court ruling. But did everybody see this coming, that this, like, a redistricting, basically war would take place, or no, Marshall?
I think post 2010, people were thinking about what the next shooter drop was. After you got Gilvey Whitford, which was the case where the Supreme Court said, we will no longer decide political gerrymandering cases. If a racial gerrymander comes before us, we'll absolutely decide that, but we won't decide a political gerrymander. And that tended toward Republicans like most state delegations and most legislatures, so the change acts in their favor. To a certain extent, we did exactly what the Democrats did. To another extent, in certain places, we didn't use the right numbers in Texas, and in places like Louisiana, it was blatantly racial. That's why the mask got struck down, because they disfavored African Americans. Like, they took not a majority minority district, but like, it's called packing and fracking. So say you have like a city that's got like 43% black population, and it would make sense for that city to vote on its own, not because they're black people, but because it's a city. And you want somebody to represent the city, and you want somebody to represent the rural, so you get both of those representation. Well, if what you do then is take that population inside of the city and chop it up into 6 places, you will be accused of racial gerrymander. And this is being appealed, so we'll see what it's being appealed for the second time. So we'll see what the appellate court has to say the second time around. It's not going to work out for them, Marshall. They're clearly doing gerrymandering this shit off of race, so it's not going to work. No, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work either. I think the court's going to strike it down and go, hey, we told y'all you couldn't racially gerrymander, you couldn't draw communities of interest or like majority minority districts, but you also can't like draw all white districts. So neither one is acceptable. Of course. We know that.
It's like vote seeking. I mean, I don't know.
It's politicians choosing their voters instead of the voter choosing their politician.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, I'm not saying the right doesn't do some fucked up shit, here and there, but I think the left clearly, with them, the gerrymandering, the fucking open borders, let all the, the amnesty, just the, they want votes, bro. They fucking
by the way, real quick, good point. I mean, that was really the big point of letting in a lot of illegals was eventually
for votes
to totally change this whole the way the map looks. By the way, a lot of the ways.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Because all of a sudden you have to make sure everybody's represented.
Well, I don't think it's
disagree with that a little bit, but
no, I disagree because I think it's about resources rather than people voting for Democrats. I think if you get the resources
go to Democrats.
What are you talking?
No. What I mean is, so like the Rio Grande Valley, we live right next to the border. We have a population of people who are here in this country legally. We just do because we live so close to the border. But in a census, those people are always considered. So if you bring in 13 million people and you divide them amongst the states, they chime in on size of districts and the amount of money the federal government allocates to each state. So I think it's more that than like they're going to go into a voting booth and vote for the Democrats.
No, I think it's clearly that because they've done their research, man. Like I was just about to say, for most immigrants when they first show up, the first generation immigrants overwhelmingly vote Democrat because they believe these are the people that brought them there. They're not going to like though that like Hispanics are actually very conservative people, and second, and third, and fourth generation Latinos and immigrants are not so democratic.
But I'll say,
listen. But what I'm saying is here is I'm just
Latinos. Mexicans are a lot different than Puerto Ricans.
Yeah. Okay.
a lot different than Guatemala and Honduras.
Yes, but people that are Catholic, especially. But listen though,
they're all mostly Catholic.
But as far as like no voting ID, that is absolutely so they can get votes. Mail-in voting, that is absolutely so they can get votes. Open borders, immigrants, that is absolutely so they can get.
You do know mail-in voting was pioneered by Republicans in Washington State, right? And we did it as a way to win over the Democrats on the West Coast.
Well, mail-in voting was ramped up during
majority states like New Mexico, for example, that are reliable Democrat. It's basically they have an old Democratic machine there. I mean, they are reliably a blue state for the most part.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the migrants are always going to vote for Democrats.
No, but this is and here's the difference between New Mexicans is New Mexicans have been there for close to 500 fucking years. These are most of the people in New Mexico are not the descendants of immigrants. They literally were part of New Spain.
Natives, right? Hopi. It's Hopi.
Well, yeah, you have Navajo. I think is probably.
But the Hopi Indians that speak in New Mexico.
I think the largest.
Oh, I know they're
Navajo stretches into New Mexico. And so yeah, I think
What's the matter with your internet, bro?
Yeah, Marsh, you get some fucked up internet, by the way, bro.
Yeah, we can't really hear your ass.
Scott, I saw you come off mic. Do you want to get back in or no?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna ask if gerrymandering is like is that like a monopoly or
like a monopoly?
Yeah, no, I'm not exactly familiar with the term. I was hearing you guys using it a lot.
So gerrymandering means I draw a district in my political favor. So if I have legislative control and I'm a Republican and I want to gerrymander the state, it means I'm going to arrange it in a way where Republicans have more of a say than Democrats do by arranging voters in districts in such patterns that Republicans are always the majority.
I guess you're saying like premeditated or like just control.
Exactly. You said you're from Washington State, Scott? Is that right?
Yeah.
Marshall, they're not doing anything, right? Not that I'm aware of. They're not doing.
No, I'm not saying that. My point about bringing them up.
No, I know. I'm just saying general that you haven't heard them wanting to do anything. Washington State or no?
No, I mean I haven't heard anything. Look, like mail-in ballot. I'm a really big fan of like the time, place, manner clause of the Constitution, which derives the ability to like hold elections in states. Now, I can get on board with a national ID because we got one in Texas, and I really don't have a problem with it. And I think it's patronizing to tell people they can't get IDs that are too poor and stupid to be able to figure it out. But I'm opposed to nationalizing things in terms of election issues aside from the ID. Like, I don't think Washington should have more control. In the Constitution, they can if they pass a law, but I prefer the states to have the control. Now, that's going to mean that you have a state like Minnesota who decides not to do ID, and a state like Texas who does decide to do ID, or you have a national law that only does ID, and then everything else is still up to the states. Like, I think states should be allowed to run their own elections, and I think it's an important thing that elections be run by the policies they represent.
Well, I know that there are a lot of people who riot in the streets, but I don't know if that would be considered gerrymandering. I don't know if you guys have that type of
No, you know when you go to vote, you vote in a district, right? Like, do you know your congressional district or state house district?
No, I don't really.
So let's just use your state house district as an example. I don't know which state house district you're in, but the state house district is drawn probably in Washington State, is controlled by the Democrats, to favor a Democratic choice. So that means instead of the district being neutral, like 50-50.
Is it a district like a county or?
No, a district is considered the political geographical range inside. Inside which a representative represents you.
Okay, so just the landscape of the decisions people make.
You know, I feel like I'm making this too intellectual. You want to like?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right. Let's just simplify it if we can. So how it works: the party in control of redistricting, which happens after each census, draws district lines to either cram as many opposition voters as possible into a few districts so they can waste votes winning by huge margins, or split opposition voter concentrations across multiple districts so they're a minority in each one. For example, if a party has won 60% of the voters statewide, skilled gerrymandering can still give Party B. So if Party A has won a 60% majority of voters in statewide, skilled gerrymandering can still give Party B a majority of the seats by concentrating Party A's voters into a handful of landslide districts. So I don't know. It's hard to explain, I guess.
Yeah, so you're saying that like the district is basically which way you're voting. It has nothing to do with like the property line, the area of.
I think it's
drawn around political identity. So if you have, say, a major city that tends to vote blue, and you're in a blue state, typically the gerrymandering will look like taking from the center of a blue city, which has lots of people, and lumping in the countryside, which has no people. Therefore, it's a Democratic gerrymander, and then they decide by how many points. Right? So go ahead.
In simplified terms, the core idea is just dividing a large area into smaller chunks so each chunk has its own elected representative or governing body. Making
you're saying like the area of people.
Yeah, so like congressional district, so like there's congressional districts and then state legislative districts, right? Congressional district, each one elects a single member to the U.S. House of Representatives. There are 435 of them nationwide, with each state getting a number proportional to its population. So like me in Montana, for example, I have 2 state legislative districts. So similar idea, but for state legislators, most states have both anyway. So yeah, so like redistricts are redrawn every 10 years after the census. The census for how many people we have as population shifts, right? Each district is supposed to have roughly equal population, 1 person, 1 vote. District boundaries are usually drawn by state legislators, which is why gerrymandering is possible. So that's what I say. Like the core idea is dividing a large area into smaller chunks. So each chunk has its own elected representative of governing body. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
By the way, is that put on people's ballots to vote on too? That was the other thing. I know in California we did that.
Depends upon the state and whether they operate through referendums.
Okay.
Like Virginia and California and a couple other states, they operate off referendum.
I didn't know some states don't do referendums. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Like Texas doesn't do referendums. We do constitutional elections, and the mid-decade gerrymander was decided by the legislature, and the standing committees of the legislature, because we only meet every 2 years, and given approval through the big 3 in Texas, which is lieutenant governor, the governor, and the speaker of the House. And that's a little bit different than, say, maybe how Tennessee draws maps. Tennessee draws maps purely by legislature.
So there is some variety to all this. So like the subcommittee, they can just throw up a subcommittee like they did. I forget which state it was. Was it the Virginia one that they threw up a subcommittee and they just started redrawing it? I don't know.
No, special. It was a special session.
Oh, okay.
And the rule in Virginia is that when you pass a map, there has to be an intervening election to throw the bums out and replace them with new bums. And Katie Porter and the Democrats in the state maintained that the election was not early voting, which was already underway. The election was day of. And the Virginia Supreme Court did not like that argument. They're like, nah, it's bullshit. You can't do that.
Yeah, I heard about that. And then you hear what they're trying to do, right? The congressional Democrats are asking the legislature to literally limit the age of the Supreme Court justices of Virginia. Did you hear that?
No.
Oh, shit.
But the Democrats have a habit of rediscovering limited government every time they're out of power.
I'll pin the article. It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy, too. Like, yesterday, there was some guy who was talking about how we just need to fuck the laws and we just need to do it anyway. And that's, what happens, man. That's why we get in this mess. Because as soon as, one gets power, we're going to cram it in the ass of the Democrats or the Republicans. And then that other party gets in power and and uses it against them, or changes it. It's not the country. Ultimately, I think suffers because of this shit.
They do the exact same shit to each other.
Yeah, exactly.
The reason the filibuster hasn't been tossed out, by Republicans, is because we'll get to cram the SAVE Act down their throat, and we're going to get to cram several other bills down their throat. But what happens when they're in the majority and they can then force it down their throat, and we have no protection against that?
Dude, they're going to try to go hard on us. You know they are.
No, I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying, the rationale in the party to protect the filibuster is if we decide to be so ambitious.
Yeah, you say the same thing over and over again, Marshall. I've heard you say this for years.
Yeah, you can either rebut it, but you don't need to tell me I've been saying it for a long time. I know what I've said for a long time. It's not necessary for you to remind me. He's just an asshole. Just ignore him.
Yeah, that's projection, Pepper. That's a you problem.
Go look at it, Marshall, what they plan on trying to do.
Oh, Kitty, that's wild. I think that when the Democrats eventually do get power back, dude, they're gonna try. This is why, I don't want to get religious here, but I don't think America's gonna be around in the end times.
Well, on this app, they love to say when things go back to normal. I hear it all the time in Politically Correct. When things go back to normal. It's never going back to normal for these people. We have opened Pandora's box, and we're not turning back. Their reign is over. The incompetent clown world is never coming back.
I am mad at you, John, for not beating the shit out of that punk ass bitch Illumi. He keeps fucking ruining every theology room that I'm ever a part of. And the fact that you're stronger, smarter, wiser, cunninger, you're goofier, you could do it, John, with a snap of your fucking finger.
Got it, Kitty. Okay. Well, don't know what to tell you, Kitty. Maybe you're your own worst enemy, Kitty. Maybe you are your own worst enemy, Kitty. Hello?
John, take care of this guy.
John, you bitch, okay?
There's no stopping R-word clown world people.
No, and that's not going to go over really well. He's going to be clown world. He's going to be an insistent asshole.
No. Marshall, you don't even know who we're talking about. It's a guy named Illumi.
It's Cynic Mikhail. See, people just repeat themselves. Oh, we got Augustus in the house.
He doesn't stop, John. He doesn't stop. And you're the only person that can fucking fix it.
Okay, Kitty, just take a deep breath and relax. We've been witnessing Clown World on here for many years now. Nothing's new.
I'm gonna kill him, man. I'm gonna kill him, John.
The only word you'll get from me, next time.
Just saying, you probably shouldn't say that on an app that records you and has a specific prohibition in saying those very things.
Marshall, grab your vagina and go fuck yourself.
No, really.
If you want to get your account clipped, that's your fucking business, not mine. I'm just telling you, that's the kind of shit to get your account clipped.
70 fucking accounts, more than John's had. So go fucking kiss my fucking little
missing the point, which is if you don't want to lose the account, don't say dumb shit like that, which is clearly a violation of the terms of service.
Not only that, dude.
Wait. Don't scare.
Oh, no.
Don't scare.
Listen, no, let's just
Hey, Kitty. No, Kitty's my friend. Kitty. Hi, Kitty. He's my friend. I got it. Please. Marshall. I got it, my brother. I hear you, my preacher brother. Kitty. Hello, love.
Sorry.
There's a way that we talk. I know. You're passionate. I know you're passionate. I know. No. I'm just as passionate as you. How you doing, love?
I'm fine.
Okay. Happy Mother's Day to you. Okay. It's your world. I just want you to know, right, that the things that you're hearing, right, will engage you into some type of vortex that will push you into a certain rhetoric where you will Right?
I have some of the smartest minds.
I know.
I have some of the most ridiculous
Please
minds.
work with.
On
I
the
know.
stage.
Just work with me, Kitty. Work with me. I'm here
I'm
for
fine.
you.
I got Fix's here, Pepe's here, Matt's here, Don's here. We're good.
Yeah. All good. And I'm just checking on you, okay, Kitty? I'm worried about you, Kitty.
Fine.
But listen, man, let's not center on Kitty.
That's all. Can we just wait?
Oh my God, bro!
Let me Moan. It's me, brother.
Let's have a
It's me, brother. I'm not hurting you, brother. My patriot brother.
Don't give a boom.
Mal,
Shut up.
Yeah, clear up.
I ain't gonna let no homosexual tell me to shut up, Pepe. Shut the fuck up.
Oh shit! All right, let the man fight.
If I go to Montana, I smack the fucking shit off of you. Your fat ass hasn't taken a bath in a couple weeks. You know it.
I'm in Missoula, bro. I've told you that many times.
Yeah, I know. You're in Missoula. You fat fuck.
Yeah, well, I know that you're in fucking where?
Arizona.
Yeah, I know exactly what city though. I'm not gonna dox you. So, but you know what?
You need to stop that shit, Mo. Come on.
Go ahead, coffee together.
Keep it political, bro.
I'm just saying, bro. Like,
no, brother. Brother. Come on, brother.
No, King. Listen.
I hear you,
bro,
though.
let's stop centering on this chick, bro. Like, but I will say
it ain't about centering
the reason why Marshall is saying that, and John, is they've like, it's true, man. You realize that this app is just a data collection app, right? It's for large language.
But that doesn't mean that you need to mine that data too.
I'm just saying.
We John Kitover. We got John right here. He knows that. And he sells it. But he doesn't do what you do.
Yeah, listen what I'm saying.
Come on, brother.
Threatening people on here will get you nowhere, bro. It'll either get you arrested
you're doing it,
or
though.
kicked off.
Everybody gets upset.
I'm gonna go as soon as I go to my Missoula. Next time I'm up there, I'll take a detour. Okay, and I'm gonna drag you out of your work. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull down your pants and spank you in front of all of your fucking coworkers. You fucking bitch. You fat fucking slob. You better watch your fucking mouth.
I'm about to get out of here. This room is dangerous. I thought I could go into the white room and be like more safe than like the black room. But the white when the white rooms are more dangerous than the black rooms, it's time for me to get out of here.
You're more dangerous than the dark side.
I'm about to go.
Don't go.
I'm about to get the fuck out of here. Look.
These white people that really
You get a car.
You get a car.
I'm about to get a bus. You hear me? What? The girl that I love just waved me. I'll be back. Hopefully you guys haven't destroyed each other.
Go get that pussy. Go get that.
You know I will.
Where we go?
She's safe in here. She's a white guy.
Guy is the right guy, King.
She's safe.
I'm
She's
white.
a white woman.
I'm white.
You guys hear me? Hey, how you doing, buddy? There you go.
Nah, man, we can't hear you, bro.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, you're good.
Keep trying.
Listen, I need John to shut up this Lumi guy.
Oh, dude, shut up.
We'll get him soon enough.
Okay.
Promise. Anyway, where were we?
Gerrymandering, and I think, dude, things are looking good for the republic, for the country. The Democrats, we got them on the ropes, and then we got fags like Pepe who want to focus on Israel and Jews. You're ruining the movement, bro. Think about the bigger picture, asshole. All right, that's
I haven't said one thing about Jews on this stage. The fuck are you talking about? We're talking about gerrymandering. We're talking about internal politics.
Yeah. Today earlier you were too busy talking with those Muslims, by the way. What the hell were you doing, you anti-American dude? What the
Which
fuck?
Muslims today?
The Iran room, bro. Like they're
she's
sick. You sick bastard, Pepe.
She's Palestinian. She was the only Muslim in the room, and it was other Jews in there. What the fuck are you talking about?
Gotta stop entertaining these people.
Allow me at the one Muslim.
Okay, you gotta listen to what Pepe says sometimes. The other day, he said he is a 1990s Democrat. That means Pepe stands for abortion, open borders, and every other issue that Donald Trump has fought against.
90s Democrats are anti-open borders.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, sure. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Just because you say it, it's true. Put a link in the chat.
26 years, I voted Republican. Unlike a lot of you cocksuckers that ended up, I don't want to be a Democrat. I've always been a Republican voter. You guys just suck my fucking dick.
If you were a 90s Democrat, then you were a pro-cigar. Okay?
I'm for closing the border. I do think that I'm 100% anti, socialism, all of that shit. You don't let Wall Street, but you do have to check Wall Street. That kind of stuff where, I would be
I mean that to ding the bell on the fact that you, as far as this kitty's concerned, keep your cigars, Clinton, medicine pussy check.
I won't stick it in your cooter. I'll stick it in your bum.
The cats are cool.
Oh, we can talk about my ovaries. You want to talk about my ovaries?
At your age, they're probably not. I knocked up a bunch of sticks, and they're not to call me father. I don't even want them to be seen near me.
No, Father's Day's right around the corner. Let's talk about Augustus's kids. Let's talk about your kids.
My kids are in Mexico. They're fine. I hope.
Oh, wait. He was fucking silent that day. Augustus was fucking silent.
That's a good way to avoid child support, man. That's a good,
Yeah, they can't go. They'll get deported as soon as they try coming here and suck my fucking dick.
I had kids. I don't know what you're
talking about. Augustus, you could suck my fucking dick.
Jesus.
You dirty foul mouth, bitch. Watch your fucking mouth.
Oh my God. Jesus.
As a man, honestly, at the end of the day, I got kids. I celebrated Mother's Day with my wife.
Yeah, you don't take care of them. Which wife? Which wife?
Oh, he has a wife. He has a wife, kitty. Oh,
Several times.
He looks like he's topped you there.
No, he doesn't. Yeah,
he's married.
Married?
Yeah, are you married?
No, you're not.
I'm married. Yeah, I have a wife.
Pepe, just because you're homosexual, of course you're on the man's side here, bro. Come on. Stop that.
Well, as a man, I'm telling you now, Kitty, the way that you're speaking to other men in this room, they force it.
Find what a man is.
Again, I want to talk about.
I just want to say, Augustus, I'm really happy that you had a great day with your family. That's beautiful. Tell your wife I said Happy Mother's Day.
And fuck with me again, and Ann will fuck with you, Augustus.
What's that, Ann?
And I'm so glad to see you back on the app. Me and Jokiro have missed you dearly. Without you, these halls are extra annoying. Extra annoying.
Let's fucking go. Let's.
Did you take a little break?
Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day, Ann.
Now, did you take a little break or something?
Thank you.
Happy Mother's Day.
No, Matt's been here. I've seen him.
I mean, I've been around. It's not pushing around.
You say you've been starting rooms. Yeah.
Hosting rooms is a pain in the buns.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, don't even get me started.
Yeah.
Pain in the bones.
Also, if Joe Hero is calling, I'm gonna tell him.
What happened to that Persian woman, bro? What happened to that Persian woman, Sarah? That was always talking about how she was the voice of Persia, and she was sure that. What happened to that chick?
She'll be
I
back.
love you, Ann. I fucking love you, Ann.
Sarah, hopefully Sarah's getting fucked right now, because I feel like that's like probably something that balances her. Like there's something about her, she needs a strong man to caress her in the right kind of way, and I feel like that would get her under control. I'm saying you have to be a bull, and you have to be able to stroke her and caress her in all the right ways, and you can get her to calm down. I just have a hunch about that one.
And Persians are all crazy, I swear.
But where are they? That is a good point. I mean, in
fact, they're disappearing.
Because these rooms going ham on everything, and now they're.
Oh man. Well, I'm disappointed by both sides. I think both sides are hiding. Even the IRGC is hiding. The IRGC supporters are hiding because the IRGC side is hiding because they're not doing very well, and also the pro-Iran. We're gonna take the. Have a civil war.
There's Sarah. There she is, Sarah. Come up here.
You're not gonna fucking do shit.
Sugar tits, get up here. I was talking about how I know what needs to cure you and balance you. You need a nice, strong man to have lots of rough sex with you and to calm you. That's how you need to calm down. And hopefully you've been getting that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, now this is fucked up, man. I was supposed to start a room today. If you were Iran, can I ask a few of you? And we're not terrorists here, so I think we should be able to answer this freely. If you were Iran, if you had the keys, if you were strong, what would be your strategy to eventually prevail against America? Not even win, just prevail. Again, what would be your strategy?
What can you do to what strategy would Iran have to do to win?
No, man. No, listen, man. That's not true. Listen, Iran's still got quite a few missiles. Their country's vast, and they have their nuclear stockpile still. But so this is what I would do, and this is fucked up. This is very fucked up. I know it, and I hope they're not listening. But just for entertainment purposes, if I was Iran, I would threaten to say, if you continue with this war, we're going to give our 60% enriched uranium to our proxies, and you will not know who those are. And these proxies will hold the world hostage from Britain or from Paris, France, to New York City, to wherever. If you continue this war, our proxies will get this enriched uranium and do dirty bombs around the world. That's fucked up, but that's just something I thought about the other day. Like, what if they do this? That's a nightmare scenario.
I think that.
If they give these,
if I was Iran,
proxies,
I know.
They
don't want to they wouldn't want to give it to their proxies because you can't trust them. But
dude, that'd be so scary.
If you're asking if I was Iran and I wanted to do what I wanted, I mean, this is not my opinion or what I want or my value.
No. What would you honestly do if say you hold the keys, brother?
If I was interested in only Iran remaining in power as an Iranian, or I should say as an IRGC member, I could imagine. I want to inflict a lot of damage on Israel if possible. I don't know if they can even do that. But my goal would
destroy Jerusalem, although they don't really care too much about Jerusalem, but it would just destroy too many Palestinians. That would be so counterproductive.
We're talking about what would you do to actually prevail here.
Sure. So imagine. Okay, so that dirty bomb. First of all, I don't see how they get that into Israel. Period.
The only use for an atomic weapon is for deterrence. So it's like
no. My scenario. Listen, this is true. If you release 60%, so listen, man. We know. I have pictures of it. They can carry the.
He's got the inside. Go ahead.
They can carry the. Bro, I have pictures of their casks that they carry that shit. It's not that big. Like you can carry it in the back of a large 1-ton pickup, or even smaller.
How do you get that to Israel?
Well, they love their Toyota.
You don't have to do it to Israel. Brother, you can just hold the world hostage.
Israel has nukes, and I don't know how to put it. You use something like a dirty bomb, which is unprecedented, and let's say you take out any large number of people, the nuclear option perhaps is on the table, but what will happen is you will get an absolutely merciless, devastating fucking strike against Iran, and that is when you probably would get a buy-in from the American public to put boots on the ground, and they will stomp the living shit out of Iran, and then all of the Europeans. All of the European countries, similar to like Afghanistan and Iraq, they'll join in and they will fucking obliterate Iran.
But listen to me, Pepe. Think about this scenario, okay? Remember, we talked about it the other day. North Korea has stated that if we attack North Korea, not only will they launch a nuclear bomb now, they just changed their constitution if we assassinate Kim Jong-un, but they will start attacking Seoul, South Korea with artillery shells.
That's been known for decades.
Anyway, so listen to what I'm saying, dude. Have some control. So this same scenario, what if all of a sudden a proxy a proxy jihad group that the Iranians gave 60% of their enriched uranium to, and they say, hey, do you want to continue this, or we will open these casks on the edge of Paris, France, on the edge of London, UK, right in the heart of Manhattan. If you want to continue this, we will deny you these areas for hundreds of years, because that's what a dirty bomb is. It's not an explosion, it's nuclear contamination, nuclear fallout. That's so heavily contaminated, so fucking, off the charts.
Sure, I can tell you what would happen.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can tell you what would happen then. So all of these countries that are not very happy with Israel and don't like the war in Iran, as soon as Israel does that, a direct attack or direct threats to their countries, and of course, they're going to be really worrying about their health and their future and their safety. They are going to go, they are all, just look, Europe, the European countries, NATO, and of course, America, Australia, New Zealand, us going into Iran, that's it. There's no the IRGC will no longer exist. They will not remain in power. They will be fucking crushed. Okay, it's going to be, instead of maybe a few days, it will be perhaps a week or two until they're just decimated, and we're having to literally drown all of the rats out everywhere they fucking hide. But that is how the war will go. Right? There is no winning this. We outnumber them, okay, numerically. We all outnumber them. They have no real fucking allies. China won't go to war for them. Russia won't go to war for them, but everybody will go to war with if they did something like that against the UK and France.
I have somebody else here because Pepe is so certain and stuff. He's not listening to what I'm saying.
Oh my god, dude.
Hi guys, can I speak with you, please?
Yeah, please.
If you're from Iran, please speak to us, please. We need full knowledge of what is happening. Go ahead, Miriam.
Let's introduce myself first. I am Miriam Muhammad Karim Aminat Halai. I am married, guys, with Muslim men. And also, I am baby Muslim girl. I am 22 years old. And also, my husband is 26, 27 too, okay? And I am so happy with my husband. He is amazing. And
okay, Great. What the hell is this?
Please keep going. Keep going.
And
This is another beater.
No, hold on. I'm sorry, you were saying how your husband loves you?
Continue.
Gonna free ride one bite at a time. We're gonna get the nuclear material and shut down their crimes. Because Netanyahu's on TV saying the war ain't over till we get their nuclear material.
I want you to know I have a hand I have sex with every night. I love it. I call it Angela. Angela. I love it.
And there's a Charmut in fucking Missoula, Montana that he's a white boy who likes to get his butt plowed, and I do it all the time.
And also, just
Oh, she really serious. She gonna keep going. Okay, she holding up the carrot down. Let me see where this shit goes. Hold on.
and also he's
Give me your love.
he's just in IRGC سپاه پاسداران جمهوری اسلامی ایران, and he do nothing. He just soldier of Iran, and he should do that. And like you guys, like every man in the world, guys, he's so kind. He's friendly. He loves me a lot.
This is the way I think about my hand, dude. I'm talking about my hand about this thing about the.
I cannot understand you.
You know, this app is also an ESL training simulator for people who don't speak English so good and stuff. And I want to thank all the non-native English speakers in ESL, challenged people who come here to try to improve their English language skills and also spew their propaganda, and their own mental illness and hate speech onto everyone else. Projection truly is what this app is all about. Hello?
And shut up, you fucking retard. Thinking of American.
My hand every night.
Matt, cool. What's up, Matt?
I can't.
No, I'm just kidding. It's kind of scary. Stop doing that.
I'm sorry.
What's up, Matt? Cool. Hey, what up, buddy? What's going on? Miriam, did you land, or are you done, or what's going on?
I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover.
I cannot
There's
understand
network
you.
breaking
Is that please?
Oh, I can't understand you either. So we're good. Just mute up. This is all good, man.
Candles.
Hey man, happy Mother's Day to everybody. And Mother's Day was started right here in Philadelphia, 1908. The first Mother's Day. Yeah.
Are you a father?
Yeah, I'm a father. Yeah.
Do you pay a child support or alimony to any of these hoes, or are you married to her? She's not a hoe.
No, I'm not married, but I have children. Yeah.
Because I don't pay a goddamn dime to those bitches at all. Amazing.
I just pay for my kids, man.
I don't even do that. You know what's funny? Yeah, thank you. That's the funny thing is we get to do things. There's rooms all day about black men getting bitched at because they're poor fathers. But here I am, like guilty as hell, and nope, don't give me a goddamn thing.
They don't give you no grief, huh, Pepe?
I don't know why you guys keep picking the whores. Like, you could just solve all your problems picking.
No, because they're in Mexico. They can't do anything. I was like, okay, come up here, bitch, and get it. Come get your money. Come get it. Come here. Woohoo. But she'll get deported, and that's my plan.
You know they call the whores in Mexico. Pepe.
Putas.
No, they call them mangoes. Where the mangoes at?
Call them tortas, man. The big ones.
That too.
Yeah.
No,
I think I'm going to Vietnam. The only thing I have a problem with is Vietnam, right? But dude, the Vietnamese girls love Americans. And I like boats, bro. I love boats. So, I think I'm just going to like the southern part of the country. And
I'm going to Leon.
Hey, Mountain, make sure you go legally.
Of course I'm going.
Yeah, when
They eat so many dogs, it's disturbing, and cats.
when the Vietnamese mafia ends up putting you in the bottom of your boat, you'll know that you made the wrong choice.
They don't have much of a mafia in Vietnam.
Oh, really? They don't have mafia in Vietnam. Have you been to Vietnam, Little Pepe? Little Pepe, have you been to Vietnam?
No.
Okay, I rest my case.
Have you?
Yes, and I know somebody, and I know an army veteran whose business was taken over by the Vietnamese mafia, and he was run out of the country.
That's not fucking.
Yeah, sex tourism. No. Cambodia, Southeast Asian countries in general have been a place where Western people go because there is quite a bit of poverty there, where they will go and they'll try to children or whatever stupid sick fuck and shit, and then they rape little kids. That's what they do. It's a pedo's paradise out there.
What is?
Southeast Asia.
The whole place.
When it comes to Thailand, Vietnam,
What democratic country?
It's so we call it sex tourism for a reason. People go.
Any time in history has gotten 95 to 99% approval from voting.
I guess Democratic Republic of North Korea.
No, that's 99.9.
I think you got 100%.
Oh yeah, it's around.
They're called the Democratic Republic of North Korea.
Marshall, I get your point, but people, like the majority, however the numbers are coming out, the majority approves them. No matter what, even if it was fair elections, they would still win.
You can't argue that they would elect somebody else if he's getting 95 to 99% of the vote.
This was my hair 6 months ago, and this is my hair now. I'm so happy I caught this flash sale and stocked up on stuff.
Not fair elections, right? We say
Take my crown.
we have acknowledged.
No flesh and blood manifestation.
Yeah, what about the
No
voting?
political savior.
Here's
No
some polling
economic
data.
savior.
Want some polling data on
No
this,
false pastors and false teachers. Realize that the kingdom of God is within you. That kingdom is the consciousness of the living Christ. It is yours. Worship the one God and worship Him only.
So,
Russia's state pollster, VTCOM, reported a lower figure roughly, recently 65 to 66% approval in April 2026, down from the low to mid-70s earlier in the year. Kremlin Phone polling, another agency, showed 73% recently.
So anyways, it's over 60%, which you would still have the majority, and he would still be the president, correct? Yeah, is that what it's showing?
That's just his approval rate. What it doesn't show is he's running against person X who would win.
Got it.
That's what it doesn't show.
Yeah, like if you were to run against Alexander Navalny, what would the vote be?
Exactly.
Okay, I don't know. But yeah, okay, it makes sense. My bad. Yes, that makes sense. Okay.
But Rafi, it wasn't what I was saying. In the last 20 years, whenever Islamic Republic was killing Putin and Russia were on its side. They supported it all the time. All the time they supported our killer. Okay, no, what I'm saying is that
I'm not disagreeing with you. Again, guys, I'm just repeating to the room. I'm not defending Russia. I'm defending it for argument's sake, but I'm not defending Russia like in a serious way. But I'm gonna say it this way: you have to understand, Russia, by the same people that you're asking that your country to be free, this Islamic states, correct? They're not the countries like America or England, whatever country, Germany you're asking, they weren't, my dear uncle, they weren't Russian friendly. So as a country like Russia, and it needs an ally. So if America doesn't want to be its ally, what is Russia supposed to do, Masa? If I don't want to be your friend, what are you going to go do? You're going to go find another friend, right, Masa?
of course, but it's not what I'm saying that I understand that some people
hold on, all these good countries that we see as the UK, America, Canada, and Germany, the good countries that we see, they united together and then let Russia come and play in the sandbox. So what is Russia going to go? They're going to go play in their other sandbox. The other sandbox is designed with the IRGC, with China, because it's their sandbox that they were pushed on.
I think we made a bad decision at the end of the Cold War. We shoved Russia out. They've always wanted to be a European state. They've always wanted to be. That's who was Western Europe.
Yeah,
If we had simply brought Russia into the fold, we're probably looking at a much different situation with Russia. Also, if we had made them set up rules for their economy before they started their business, there wouldn't have been so many oligarchs and there wouldn't have been such violence.
I agree. I just wanted to say that, like, I think we should all learn Russian, and everyone would appreciate borscht so much more if we didn't like I don't understand this American hate towards Russians.
Are we letting women talk in this room now?
Of course we are. Wait, you don't understand that the word distrust of Russia?
It's mothers that we're going to let them speak.
What did Russia ever do to you?
Yeah, happy Mother's Day.
So let's start at the Yalta Conference.
I feel like
Russia decided.
Shout out to me.
Russia decided to.
You didn't say Happy Mother's Day to me, so I'm quite offended.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
I didn't know you were a mother. We didn't Happy Mother's Day.
I mean,
Not that time. She is a mother.
Rita only found out yesterday she was a mother.
yeah, me too. I just found out.
Oh my God. Right in time for Mother's Day. Somebody hit you up for.
I want to recommend a book called Red Notice. Maybe you guys.
I've read it. It's such a good book. Sergei Magnitsky.
Okay, so you understand why the U.S. was trying to work with Russia to make it into a modern capitalist state, and everything was going great. There was freedom. There was commerce. They were trying to make a stock market. And
Bill Browder was there in the early days.
Correct. And then suddenly everything took a left turn and it reverted to a kleptocracy. And that's, I think, when the Western world pulled back. Said, we can't trust you guys. You're going to be the same as the Soviet Union, only you're just going to be on a smaller scale with no communism. But you're still going to have the KGB and the secret police in charge. There's something weird, and no offense to any Russians in the room. I love you guys. And I know you understand what's going on in the West, which is sort of a creeping mind control virus and communization. But Russia is still a place where the rule of law doesn't apply. The institutions aren't sound, and it's impossible really to have a good relationship with them because they're not honest and they're very brutal. There's kind of midway between the Middle East and the West, and in some ways they're even worse than the Middle East.
It sounds like Canada too, Norman.
Well, it's happening, man. But Rafi can tell us what
they're turning into Russia.
What's that?
I said Canada's turning into Russia.
Canada's worse than Russia.
No, but no, it's not worse than Russia. They're very brutal there to their own people, and they're just throwing men into the
What were they wearing, Norm? Did they deserve it?
That's a good point.
Thank you.
They were, they probably were.
I always like to elevate the conversation.
Well, this is why we like to include women sometimes. I'm making a mock anti-feminist joke.
I didn't realize that.
I've been kidding the whole time.
I
did have borscht with Reno once while she was kidding.
It was lovely borscht. It's probably the best borscht I've ever had.
All right. I feel much better. Anyway,
the amount of flirting going on right now.
The reason why the whole conversation was brought up, and I'll tell you why. Yesterday was Victory Day for Russia. And it was a victory day that they liberated Germany, I guess, from Nazi Germany, and that they basically helped free the Jews. And there was parades in Russia, which they still had, but like people would organize them in New York. I'm pretty sure you're aware of it. People would drive a lot of cars with the Russian flags in Brooklyn, just a kind of like a line of cars. They would celebrate it. Everybody would celebrate openly, And now it's getting kind of silenced, this holiday. And this holiday, why it's getting silenced due to the Russian-Ukrainian war. And Ukraine kind of participated in helping the Germans, a part of Ukraine. And especially what's always happening with the Jews now, to kind of to silence something like this, it's really interesting during the times now, not to speak about it.
Rafi, Ukraine definitely went Nazi at that crucial moment.
Not all Ukraine, but
parts of it went.
Parts of Ukraine. But now, due to this war, we're kind of silencing history that should be spoken about.
You know what's kind of cool? We celebrate VE Day on May 8th. So why is it May 9th for the Russians? Because Germany capitulated on May 8th. It was May 9th in Russia. Time difference.
Well, probably different time zones.
Yeah, exactly.
Better than VD did.
So this is interesting that nobody speaks about. That, like, you can't celebrate such a thing. Because right now it automatically comes back to Russia. And even though in modern day Russia, yes, I understand they're the attackers, they're the aggressors, and this and that. But we are silencing history. And we're part of that history. And I'm not speaking only as a Russian, I'm speaking as a Jew.
How many did Russia lose in World War II? 10 million? 20 million?
No, more 16 is 26,
I thought it was like
26 and
20 to 30 million, actually.
Yeah, about 27.
Yeah.
That's military and civilians.
Yeah.
And without Russia, we lose World War II.
Yeah, that's why I don't really understand the sort of like demonization of Russia.
Because as soon as World War II finished, Russia's idea was to conquer the rest of the world. I mean,
but according to who? Was that according to the Russians? Like,
according to our intelligence.
Right, but
And their posture.
I don't. You don't know that that's fact.
Yeah, but no, you know the story. But according to intelligence, you guys had reason to create NATO and start a Cold War with Russia.
Forget about intelligence, facts on the ground. All of the countries in Eastern Europe.
Because Russia never attacked after, right? They never threatened to attack realistically on the world stage.
No, but they did the exact opposite in the United States, where the United States rebuilt these places and let them be free. The Russians hid them behind the Iron Curtain and repressed them.
They blockaded Berlin against the agreement to divide Berlin into.
Well, I was thinking specifically of Tito in Hungary the Russians putting down that uprising under Gorbachev. They sent Soviet troops in and they killed all those people.
They had a coup d'etat in Czechoslovakia in '48. They were behind that. I guess my point is, while the United States let these places be free under our alliance, the Russians did literally the exact opposite. They took them all and mandated and with under a repressive Soviet regime, zero freedom, zero Soviet access. Well, like Soviet life, yes. But my point is, like, we didn't do the same things at the end of World War II. The Russians clearly took over and repressed their people, where the United States let them live freely under our alliance.
I mean, communism doesn't work. Stalin was a mass murderer. It's not like this was controversial. We all knew what was going on. Our alliance with them was in order to defeat, not because we had any trust in them or we had any confidence in them.
Yeah, Roosevelt said as much at Yalta.
Patton wanted to continue after he defeated the Germans.
Yeah, Patton and MacArthur wanted to go on to China and Beijing, but that shit was nuts.
No, MacArthur in China, Patton in Europe wanted to push back the Russians.
That's right. Yeah, I'm saying that was nuts. There was like the American public was
that idea. We understood that their designs were on all of Europe, and I think the same.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It was what do they call it in Norway? It was something of convenience.
A marriage of convenience.
Yeah, alliance of convenience.
Alliance of convenience, yeah.
That's when Operation Barbarossa started. They weren't allies when they Poland. They got invaded by Germany. They became allies.
Plenty of New York intellectuals in my circle, really generation ahead of me, older than me, were pro-Soviet.
They're still around. That old.
Oh, come on.
No,
Really, Rita?
Yeah, be nice, Rita.
Don't tell me what to do, David.
Yeah,
I'll just make a joke.
stop oppressing women.
Yeah, don't oppress me.
Anyway,
Press.
I mean, the full extent of the Soviet being murderousness is only coming out slowly. You know, Stephen Kotkin, I think we talked about this, Marshall. He's got the definitive 3-volume biography of Stalin. And again, he ruthlessly murdered his own people, and he ruthlessly murdered everybody around him, all of his top advisors. It would be as if Trump murdered his entire cabinet, you know, and all the top people and all of the federal agencies.
15 other million people.
Yeah, but I'm saying even his close friends, even the people that he was working with, Stalin would periodically slaughter them all.
That's right. My favorite movie is Death of Stalin. Does a great job with it. With a comedic, spin to it.
That's not to watch.
Okay, Lauren, but it was only once in a while.
Yeah, we can.
We did it once in a while, you know, it's not so bad.
It wasn't all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it was continuous, that would be
Like a
problematic for you, Rita.
What?
If it was continuous, that would be problematic for you.
Yeah, I mean, that would be bad, obviously.
Well, that would be wrong.
Well, any genocide is bad.
And once in a while isn't wrong also.
Genocide, bad.
Rocky, I didn't mean to take it a different direction.
Yeah, I did. I meant to take it into a different direction.
It's fine, listen.
It's getting a little boring.
You let the women in and they take over.
See what happens when we have fun.
It's not like this is the UN, guys. Like, this is Clubhouse. You're, like, talking amongst each other. Make it more fun.
It's
Make
more like
Clubhouse fun again.
It's more like UK Parliament where they screw over each other.
Well, that's fun, actually. That's way more interesting. Sometimes they beat each other up, too.
Speaker's Corner, yeah, I went to. You've got to be really careful.
That's Parliament is in Speaker's Corner. I thought that was just debating.
No, they stab each other and kill each other next day. And it's mainly the Sunni, by the way.
I thought they actually clamped that down more because of all the Eid laws now.
What, the stabbing?
No, not the stabbing. The free speech.
No, it's still going.
They still take the king hostage.
What?
And we're making a reference.
Santa Clara District Attorney Jeff Rosen was taken off of
No, I heard that.
a case of someone being prosecuted for death to Israel by a superior court judge. Can you imagine?
Yeah, well, you can't trust the Jews.
Imagine like an Asian district attorney prosecuting.
Well, if there's a crime with a woman, you shouldn't have a woman.
Happy Mother's Day to all your women.
All the mothers who haven't had children, happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, not every woman has it.
Well, if they're not a mother yet, he's offering. That's what I'm hearing.
He's offering to make them up. Only feeds. Only feeds don't count.
Good personality.
Namaste.
Well, fuck, you're a great person. God just told me that.
You speak to God often?
Yeah, I just talked to that nigga. He told me not to kill your ass.
Whoa.
Wow.
Crazy.
God,
He told me that dude over he stole $25 from you. You don't know about it. guy down there, he be robbing like jewelry stores and shit.
You gotta cut back on the smokes.
No, I'm just telling you what God be telling me.
Maybe you went down the wrong pipe.
Who's Matthew Preston? Is he running for Congress?
Dude, you know what? They should rename Happy Mother's Day to Happy Wolf.
Not every mother's milf.
Not every milf is a mother.
But every milf, no. By definition, David, it has to be.
Well, I'm glad that was sorted out.
By the way, I dropped that back. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I guess you don't want people like talking about murder and stuff here.
Yeah, that kind of changed direction. It's like, whoop.
Alright, well, I think I elevated the room enough.
Oh, now you're gonna go after it's been elevated?
Yeah, I'm abandoning you.
Typical.
Like an orphan child.
Fine.
David Bobadilla, you're in Tennessee? No. I won't be in Tennessee until.
Wow.
I heard you were in Tennessee. No, not until I think I go in June or July. I'll be there.
No. I heard somebody else met up with you or something. Oh, whatever.
No, I was in Tennessee last year, but I was really young.
Where have you been?
Well, I'm bouncing around. In Vegas, and Austin, San Diego, Toronto. Just bouncing around.
Though I could never see it as idolatry. Like whatever says that's foreign, this is us.
Well, I don't expect anybody to abandon the God or the gods that they hold to if they feel like they are in a covenant that is rewarding them somehow. If they feel like this is in sync with reality and reality is giving them the maximum positive or a very constant positive, then you are in a proper covenant. But if you feel like the gods have failed you, then you join in a covenant that actually rewards. And you want the example of nations? Here we are. We're the Semites, we're the Ishmaelites, or the Israelites, and here we are. Our tradition has taken over the Western Hemisphere and has literally reached China. So in that sense, so we're testimony of this covenant.
Don't forget about the the Japhethites.
Yeah, the Europeans.
You gotta give us some due.
Yeah, you're our Egyptians.
Yeah.
The Egyptians in this Western Hemisphere, we're in it together. Wherever Alexander the Great stopped, we're all in one hemisphere.
I mean, one thing we can all unite on is fuck the Jews, baby. Yeah.
Oh man, but Moses is black.
They confuse that with him. Hopefully you read the Quran, and maybe we can follow up in this conversation after you read.
Yes. If you read the Quran,
possibly, man. Hey, thank you so much for the enlightening conversation.
Sound like someone.
And
to our faith.
Peace be with you.
You, inshallah, may God guide you. We're sincere in actually taking on the Quran.
Yes. No, I ordered it.
Just read through it, just no confirmation bias. I'm not saying you believe this is God, but just like be open to that it could be done. That's all.
Yeah, no, I see it the same way I see the Bible now. Like, it's just different wisdom.
The Bible is inspired by God via the apostles. So it's different. This is inspired. We're talking the Quran is first person God.
Get ready to find out how much God hates atheists.
So just understand that in context.
Oh,
You're
dude,
not
everyone
reading the
hates
words of men.
atheists. Hey, fuck Jews, fuck atheists. Hell yeah.
Just because CM is disrupting, I don't want him to get offended.
No, it's all good, bro.
So we can fucking crash out on this guy and you're not gonna.
I'm probably just gonna meet up. I might leave here in a bit. I'm trying to read through Mein Kampf currently.
Yes.
But thank you so much.
I want to thank Illumi for that very enlightening.
After everything you've said.
Very, very enlightening.
I'm pretty much done.
What did you say?
I'm surprised you haven't read it yet.
Oh yeah, no, I'm working through it. I listened to the audiobook. I watched Your Uncle Last Battle. So we're getting there.
You fucked up.
Yeah. Alright, later guys. Have a good
Later, bye. Thank you, Louis, so much for that slide.
I did it because that's my obligation.
Yeah, but I also enjoyed your stories and your esoteric analysis. That was very beautiful.
Questions. I told him this is the literal. If you want to hold to literal, or here's my. I was very. Just I don't appreciate where there are people who are claiming to hold to Islam or this tradition.
I fucking see it. I really don't. And it would be.
And then you don't understand that there might be repercussions for them.
Yeah, exactly. So, Sam, please mute up.
Hey, Arbon, are you there? Do you think Cynic is a Muslim, even though he's a Trinitarian?
He is a Muslim.
Like coming from UCM, someone who should have an understanding to what metaphysics is and should not be held up on terms or variables. Like you understand math. Like for someone who's gonna come and say, like I'm gonna get hung up on what you use as a variable. You can't use A, B, C. You have to use D, F, G or something like that. Like, bro, what if? How? This must be what happens when you go to a state university.
No, bro, it's
community college.
It's
Community colleges. I went to a community college. They're much more difficult.
Can we address
my house more times?
And there's a huge Muslim community. There's like 7 wards in my fucking town of 300,000.
Okay, so what you need to do,
Yes.
you need to become Catholic and you need to ask for holy water to be sprinkled where they stood. Okay? That's what you need to do.
We're not seriously.
You're so confident. Please provide a check.
These wards are like
Why are you so
individual, like boundaried
Yes, like walk there.
So it's like, hey, if you're going from like this zip code or from like this area, the boundary is set for you to go to this specific ward. Because then it branches out to say, hey,
come here. Actually, I really violate you. You're my bitch. You're my bitch. You are my bitch. Always remember that. They can ring in your head.
I love Alex's voice. It's so strong when he speaks.
You fuck someone up, yeah.
Dude, when he starts talking, he doesn't know how to
fucking schlong.
He's Californian, right? Galaxy, you're Californian.
Yeah, he is. I think so.
No,
where are you from?
Who's jealous? Oh shit.
He doesn't have to answer that question.
Toronto. Galaxy is from Toronto.
From Toronto.
You're Canadian?
I'm a lesbian, you fucking idiot.
Oh, pretty similar to California.
Where, like Toronto?
Toronto Tracy's, yeah.
Wait, so you're not even bisexual?
There's no way.
Yeah, I love Zabu. I have a crush on her.
I'm talking about Zabu. She's not a lesbian. She's bi.
I'm everything.
I earn more Bitcoin every month. Take the account spot, you rich, you'll be rich. Done. That one's married, bro. She's married.
That's cool, guys. I think we summed it up. Pleasure being on with you guys. Enjoy the rest of Mother's Day.
Well, yeah, everybody knows families are great.
See ya.
Belongs to another man.
Bailouts are not the answer. Bailouts are not the answer.
To be clear, it's not us we're worried about. You own Bitcoin, you're fine. You're in the lifeboat. It's everybody else. And you can say, I'm not saying
Cora told me her
shit about that, they're stupid, and they got a low IQ, but you are going to.
reuniting with her, so that's it. She's got me.
Very happy for you, Cora.
No, he's not.
Although he looks 19, for God's sake.
He's 51.
Yeah, but that picture you showed me, like, freaking looks straight up like a undergrad.
Cora, there's nothing out there.
Which is a good thing. Like, shit, that's really good for a white person to look like that at that age. But you could tell this is military. He's, like, military. But you're saying that's not going to go through anymore? Like, oh, what happened? I thought he left
But it
his
wasn't
crazy.
I was just like reveling in like all my predictions coming true about that fucking crazy news.
But he reached out to you, didn't he?
I mean, do you think Cynic is a Muslim?
So you're not interested?
I'm not interested until there's like 500 miles between him and that crazy woman. Right now, she lives down the road.
Yo, what's up, man?
I get what you're doing, man.
Is Cynic a Muslim?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a Muslim. But I think he's a bit confused on his.
Sam, shut up. I vouch for Cynic as a Me too. Everybody. I mean, he is kind of kafir, but mostly, I give the consensus. As much as he's removed me from the fold of Islam, I think he is a Muslim.
Well, I'm not a Muslim, and I've removed him. But on the authority of every other Muslim in the world.
That's not true.
He prays to a three-headed God.
Shut the fuck up, he doesn't. He called out Andrew for it. Are you a lunatic? CM is so stupid. Yeah, are you a lunatic? He's not a social trinitarian. That's what social trinitarian is. I just never.
What was that
He
word?
doesn't get to do a single thing.
Social Trinitarian? What did he say?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Andrew takes to it. It's where the three beings, three minds.
Three minds. That's tritheism.
That's tritheism.
I'm so glad that out of everything I've been saying on this app, CM agrees with me on that thing.
Yeah, so CM thinks that what Illumi has debunked is what Illumi believes. This is how.
If your God has three heads and three, you're tritheist.
It's not what he is saying. He's debunking the other guy for it.
Love that.
CM is so dumb. Why should I be vegan siding with Illumi right now?
Yeah, I mean, how many people can say on this app they convince CM of something?
It's not even hard.
Not a lot, man.
I know, like, I fucking deserve a ribbon just for that.
Yo, but CM.
You didn't convince me of that. Like,
who's knocking on whose door? I'm confused.
Okay, I mean, you can take it on from here.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. It is you, my lord. It is you, my lord. It is only you.
So, hold on. Is Nargis a Trinitarian now, too?
No, I'm a kafir.
Yeah, I know. That's why I love you, Nargis. I know you're
Bro, why do you say this to yourself, even as a joke?
Because he hasn't walked it off.
He has admitted it to me.
He portrayed the atheist over.
Okay,
Ethereum does not cause it.
A takeover is illegal in many circumstances, especially.
I don't care.
That's so wild. Say that again, Sam. You gotta say it slower this time.
Whisper it.
Basically, he's saying with the karma is not even a concept.
Whisper it in his ear.
You gotta say it slow.
So I only care if God has a causal effect on the universe. If he doesn't, and God exists as much as
Say when you are talking.
Say about mathematics,
yeah, if the status of God, if God
No.
is
What did you just say about What did you just say about mathematics and the nature of math?
It has zero causal influence.
You say it again, but slower.
My boy, say it again, but say it slower this time.
Alright, chill out with the gay voice, bro. That's Michaela's job.
Now you're gonna be a philosopher, Sia. That's my promise to you.
My God, Riddle has a killer voice. Sing it one more time, Sia, baby. One more time. Slow and steady.
Sorry, it's you all loud.
Say one more time. For Middle and me, can you say it one more time?
For you, anything.
Wow. Please don't give him so much credit. He's not going to be a philosopher.
No causal power.
I promise.
Basically, you're rejecting just cause and effect altogether. When did you become a human?
I've always been. I love humans.
Yeah. And what about Kant?
He can't do it.
Kant is his.
Because he likes Plato.
Because
This
he
is the
can't.
reason. Because he likes Plato. Because he knows that he needs to appeal to Platonian mathematics at some point or the other. Yes, he does. If anything, you're going to be inclined to Platonian math.
Can you imagine somebody like having to shove that truth down so hard that they like have to act this dumb because they're like repressing
It's dogmatism.
the truth, you know?
Yeah, it's just secure that identity, right?
BRB.
Yeah. So
Wait, what happened to that?
identity. She said BRB. Did you not hear?
Oh man. I like hearing her talk about me. She loves to do it.
Why do you fight her? Well, that's really bad.
Dude, she fights me. She was a nobody to me until she started like fucking, I don't know, first pretending like we were like friends from a long time ago. And then once I was like, what the fuck, I don't know you. Then she all just magically said, now I hate you. And fucking goes into Andrew's room and talks shit about me.
About large
I
slots.
want to tell you something. Like, I'm saying this with love, right? Why don't you keep an open mind a little bit? For the sake of truth itself, right? Of course, you're going to obviously find it ridiculous. Like, these are myths and legends from the past. Paganism was never dead and will continue to live, okay? And that is because its stories are so thriving and so influential to add like moral value to society. So keeping that in mind, like, would you not want to like look into just basic philosophy and metaphysics and the different god models that are built for thousands of years, right? Just using rationale, logic, and sometimes even like storytelling, adding meaning to life, etc. Even if you're an existentialist.
So you're admitting it's all a bunch of stories.
Of course, I have held to the repurposed myth and legends.
You're an atheist. Welcome to the club.
How am I atheist?
A bunch of stories. You just admitted.
Dude, all stories are not false. Metaphor from storytelling. Still
God is a
holds
metaphor,
true.
got it.
No, I never said that.
is the metaverse yet? What are all these terms that we use? Language itself. What is language?
Yo, what happened to me?
Hello. He truly believes in what he says. It's really nice to hear it. Like he's worked on it, he's dissected it. He has one metric and he's built his truth off of that. What is your metrics, yeah?
He has permanent AI brain rot.
Okay, maybe he does indulge in AI, but he's utilized his power. If you use AI, you can call out his AI.
Cynic has to ask AI if he's gay. Like, that's what the fuck. And he won't believe it until AI says it.
Yeah, okay, so you're showing excessive dependence on AI, so it still doesn't mean what is AI saying. No, but you have a close mind to AI.
I like AI.
We all do.
Yeah, it has its place.
Exactly.
It's here now. What can we do about it?
Correct. I just started using it a couple of months ago. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's been here for a long time, honestly. It used to be called statistics back then.
So Riddle, I had an objection to it because I thought like it would kill art, it would kill design and things like that, right? And perhaps like wouldn't let us engage in our reasoning mind and things like that. That's not true. Now that I look through that.
If you look at the history of Photoshop, the technique of Photoshop has existed since they were doing like made animation in like Disney. Those techniques have always existed. It's just computation, computer science that accelerates, and the tools they become easier and easier to use.
So I've seen like the more religious minded, like dogmatists, completely deny it, right? And very, like, I don't know, few of them. I'm thinking perhaps because like certain truths may come out and this entire pyramid that has been built over fucking 3,000-4,000 years might just collapse, things like that. I mean, I can see that.
It becomes though because it's they don't have it's like everything. It's after this like metaphysical, weird, philosophical inflection point. A lot of these billionaires, they just want to create life that they don't even understand the nature of reality. So how are they That's basically how they would treat kids if they do kids. Every aspect of your life, much as possible. Income.
read ads about things they already own. They don't read things to buy them, but to feel reassured that they have already bought the right thing. In other words, they get huge information satisfaction from ads, far more than they do from the product itself. The Senate, where advertising is heading is quite simply into a world where the ad will become a substitute for the product. And all the satisfaction. You know.
This is.
Too heavy for average men. The iconic mountain gemstones hit different, featuring bold cuts, serious weight, and a presence.
Hold it down.
No, we're
about the 1942 Water Treaty, which governs how much water the United States gets and Mexico gets. We're supposed to get 1 acre-foot to every 2 acre-feet of water they get. They've been getting something like 4 to 6 acre-foot of water for every 1 acre-feet of water we get, which that doesn't sound like a lot. What it really does is it dispossesses our farmers. So they're like, they were in the old law of something else, and Brooklyn's like, we ought to go talk to it. So they went and talked to it. And the president was like, that's a great idea. Pulls out his phone, gets the Truth Social. Ted M. Rollins literally dictate the Truth Social. And he sends it. So, from what I know of him, and I only have one small window into this, so maybe he's a totally different person from what I have a perception of. But from what I understand, if you're the last person in the room and you're the most ardent speaker, he's the most likely to listen to you. I'm not judging whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying, from what I know of people who work in Washington, that's what they say. That he listens to the last person in the room and the person who's the most ardent.
Yeah, and most people that work and live in Washington, I just recently moved from Washington, D.C. Everyone says that the Israelis are the country that spies on us the most.
Also, he was using like an esoteric traditions in the Quran, right?
The Israelis spy on us a lot, like not nearly as much as the Chinese MSS.
And prior to that,
or the Russian FSB. Like the Russian FSB, when it was split in the early 2000s from the KGB, they kept the exact same generals in charge. So Directorate 1 under the KGB, which was America, is Directorate 1 under the FSB and controlled by the very same general who served under Vladimir Putin when he was head of the KGB.
Marshall, where you from?
Yo, how the fuck did I, yo, what the fuck? How the fuck did
I just want to make
Jay,
I'm from Houston, Texas.
You're related to Gertrude. She never told me that I had a son. Grace was my waitress. Time for your medicine. Thank you. Dr. David from my heart. I forgive you for all your past transgressions. He's notorious. It shows me the killer has changed. Like the fabric. Father, his condition's gotten worse. We're not having. He's confident. He's trying to change his will. Yes. Thank you so much, Grace. I want you to have it all, my son. This house and all that's in it. First thing tomorrow, I'll have my lawyers draw it up. Oh! The children don't really want Charles, Sasha, where are they? You thought they tasted the same, but Sasha. No,
derogatory to say?
For sure.
Yeah, why would you say something like that?
You haven't met Pierre before, Abby. This is his MO. He's my hero.
Some of the codes will get together and feel bad. I love them.
Talk shit about any group of people.
Or D&D. You know what? Oh, you should put that in a gaslight tracking handbook. I heard if you don't like something now, you should journal it and write it down when, where, when, and who said it, and keep track of when you get emotionally upset. When some
That is an acceptable.
Kick her out. No, don't do the white thing. Just kick her out.
Don't look at us as Americans. We were kind of being attacked with our agenda.
You think that's appropriate?
I think it's so many quotes that.
You know why people love me?
No, I don't. I actually don't eat it at all.
I think the Dutch love me.
I'm a mustard.
I mean, the Dutch love it like a sloppy amount of mayonnaise. Most of us are not like huge mayonnaise
You think
fans.
anyone at Chompy eats mayonnaise?
And y'all take a
Not at all.
I've never seen anyone eat at Chompy.
I actually, now that you say it, I have it. Like, I'm trying to think, you have like your rabbit. And so, like, they do have like.
She's Daddy Trump! She's amigo. Okay.
Shut up, bitch.
Thank you.
Shut up, bitch.
Somebody's having a mental health episode on stage.
Matt, please, bro. I don't want. Come on, man.
I didn't mean to do that.
Matt, incest is not bad.
That's like, I don't know why it's so hard to get over all these rules.
Matt, I don't want to tell you how to mod a room, but like, god damn.
What? Yeah, bro.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, Matt, just.
Mountain, you know, Mountain, like,
on taking pot shots at.
Amazing. I actually want to have a conversation.
Marshall, I'm sorry I had to comment on that, but I just don't like it.
No, I mean, I appreciate you saying something like that to you. It really means a lot. I just want everybody to know. I'm like, that stuff rolls off my back. If Pierre wants to call me out like that,
will be on a chair and turn to your favorite content. Yeah, I mean, Pierre's a dirty, angry little nigger, and he can talk about us however he wants. That's fine.
We are out of line and not cool. Stop.
Wait. You did the hardy Alright, do it again. That's what we hear one more time.
Nah, nigger.
There you go.
Yep. Okay, so me talking about y'all eating mayonnaise now that
you can eat mayonnaise. No. You called him mayonnaise. You're making fun of his skin color. Look, I'm somebody who does find it. Do you find Hold on. Yeah, what I said was racist. You know what I always found really funny about black people is there's one word you can say to them where they lose all impulse control, they lose all free will, and then they can just like act like a bunch of fakes and do whatever the fuck they want in response to you.
Hello? Hello, Andre.
How are you?
Well,
How's it going? Fine, thanks. Okay.
Narjas, I like your PTR with the Daniel Nero necklace. It's awesome. So, Rabboni Shalom, it's been an exhausting day here in Megatron's Bible and Quran. We've heard it all yet again. The same characters reading the same scripts, the same lines, completely unaware that they're actually repeating themselves. And I just find it amazing, the level of toleration and the disregard for one's personal well-being by wasting an entire beautiful Sunday listening to Illumi just basically filibuster, hypnosis, just whatever, no purpose, no goal, no syllabus, no framework, nothing. He claims he's already started on his notes and his organizing and all this, but, I just say, to me, a book is worth so much compared to listening to somebody just, make these little micro statements. And at the end of the day, there was no meditation course.
Is it like a lifetime sentence or?
No, I went for a jog today. I had a great day out in the sun. I gardened. I watered all my, growing flowers. And I just recorded, the entire day in multiple recording studios. That's the thing is, I don't want to listen to the people here anymore. I just want to record the people here. But I can also, I'm struggling to find the willpower to want to read a book. That to me is very difficult because it seems that the social aspect of communication is so much more desirable than the hard work of reading a book. And that is what's truly so, challenging about life is that you have to do something with yourself, which is work. And that's a job. But coming here 7 days a week and calling that work, it's not work. It's just birds in a tree just going. That's it. That's all that's happening. Hello?
You can always go on YouTube and watch garbage AI werewolf romance stories. Those are cute.
Yeah. Just go for the Japanese cat videos.
What are you talking about? Werewolf AI? What do you think Clubhouse is? That's what Illumi is. He's just a werewolf person. He's a vampire type.
He's a real person. We've spent hours, both on cam on TikTok together, so he is a real person, don't you worry.
I think AI couldn't come up with the things he comes up with.
Mom's face, like, we're gonna lick it all over. We're gonna lick it all over. I know your white ass wanted to.
No, I know. No, she was waiting for you to come home to lick it off for her. So.
What did you do? I didn't hear what you said.
She went to mass, she said, and I asked if she had brunch.
Church, and then me and my daughter went bike riding, and we went shopping, and then just spent time with each other. Thank you.
I'm actually recovering from like foodborne illness because I was eating with Baby's mom, and she cooked a white dish where she didn't season the chicken at all or cook it properly.
He's a degenerate. But like my husband.
No, but you know who's
Yeah, who's your husband, Jay?
Yeah, I lived for the whole past week because I was keeping it up with Pepe's mom.
Oh shit, that's something different. You may want to go get that shit checked out.
Oh, you guys, Jay is Dr.
Anytime you're around a white bitch, you gotta like look at that shit. You gotta look at it.
I thought I recognized you, Jay. You're Adams's boo, right? You're his man, right?
Oh my God! Does he know you're on here, Jay? He probably thinks.
I know. It's weird to probably you just on here, not Adams. Where's Adams right now?
Are they polyamorous? Oh wait, you mean Adam?
No,
yeah. Oh my.
Is the nigga gay?
Hold on, I can't hear him.
Yes.
Goddamn, hey girl.
Well, Michael J, shut up. Go ahead, Jay.
Oh wait, he's there. Adams is with him.
Oh, Adams is up.
Jay, I didn't know what you look like. You know
Adams, what are you doing back there?
I swear I heard Adams' voice, but maybe not.
No, I heard something back there. Adams.
How's everything going, Jay? How
I'm doing like
Jay,
my name is Joel.
Hey, Joel.
Nice to meet you, Joe.
I don't think asked you what your name was, motherfucker.
Gay guy that married a very close.
Everybody asked you what the fuck your name was, nigga. My name is Joel. My name is Joel.
Okay,
Who the fuck asked you? Who the fuck asked you? Oh, no, man, my name is Joel. My name is Joel.
We got other minorities that we can.
Yeah, there's a man that is lower. Okay, hold on, Pierre. Okay, Pierre, here's what you're missing, okay? We have somebody who's lower on the oppression totem pole. Okay, he's a nigger and he's a faggot. And his name is Adams, okay? And he will come on here with his loud mic. And, okay, can you please tell your husband, and please don't tell him that I called him a nigger faggot, but can you tell him that there is some business to do with Pierre. Pierre is being belligerent.
He getting bent over by a black man.
No, I don't know who's the top or the bottom. It's not my concern. It's not my concern.
So you get your ass getting bent over by a black man.
Not my concern.
Getting bent over by a black man.
I think Adams is the taker myself. Or Wendy.
Adams has one black parent.
I think one of his parents was like Panamanian, and the Panamanian parent was black looking from what I remember seeing. And if a lot of you know, like they have an Afro Latino population and a nigga population. Yeah,
you know
exactly. Okay, amazing. And in Panama, and so like he is somebody who's black.
So he is at home right now sleeping because he's sad. This is his second Mother's Day without a mother.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I know. I did hear.
We give a fuck because and why do we give a fuck? Why do we give a fuck?
Tell this fuck. You don't have to listen to this game, Jay.
That's not cool, bro. Come on, man.
Change the subject. I'm gonna filibuster. You guys, I'm gonna filibuster. Leave them alone. Leave them alone.
Alright, we're
not talking about Adams.
No, we need to talk about Adams because we have this fucking porch monkey. You dirty nigger. You are literally derailing. Okay, you know what? We were having a normal conversation, man, before. Okay, kick this nigger to the goo. Kick this nigger to the gulag. Okay, you cannot be here.
You gotta be quiet. You have to get back to the conversation.
Can I just know why?
So he's allowed to call me a nigger, but I can't say anything.
Well, it is what it is.
Shut your nigger mouth, bitch.
You can read the house rules too, Pierre. I have some rules around that. That'll help you out, by the way. Go for it.
Can I just
Anyways,
so
in your house,
Okay, do this nigger. He won't shut up. He won't.
Pierre, why are you so angry at your mother?
Why? Shit, see that because you're black. Oh my.
No, you just seem like
Yes, if you're right.
Why are you riding my dick with no license?
Oh.
Yeah, I have a topic.
All right, let's get this going.
I have a topic. This is the topic. Did Iran beat the U.S.?
Oh, shit.
Did Iran beat the U.S.? I'm gonna make a claim. I'm gonna claim. Oh.
Can we make that the title, please, Mods?
No.
Damn, that be my that was a thing.
I mean, it's still Mother's Day for 50 minutes and wins. He's gonna stand for me because you know that we will. So, 30 minutes of MAGA Mama, and then you got a pre-gaming precursor to topic coming up in 30 minutes.
Yeah, my old ass is gonna be snowing in about 30 minutes. Yeah, my old ass back.
Me too, bro. I think that's like.
I don't know how to tell you, but we redistricted the country, and the New York area doesn't control anymore. There was a redistricting that just happened, and now the middle of America is actually controlling the time zone on how we determine Mother's Day. Oh, damn, well, we already know. It's a redistricting. It went all the way to SCOTUS. They determined our time zone is Anne's time. And that's exactly why I reject these systems.
But Pierre, you know what's been extremely racist is Father's Day because it makes men feel black men. You know,
The MAGA mothers, though.
You know, it comes to hold on.
We only have 27 more minutes of MAGA moms.
Okay, sure, but inequality of outcomes. Okay, equals inequality, and so because you have so many more black mothers as opposed to black fathers, you know, at the end of the day, that's racist. And you know what? Celebrating Father's Day is racist. Is we're holding black people to this European white, male standard where we have to. It is so disgusting. I got about it. I got something for you, Pepe.
Well, actually, the term grandfather. Actually, Pepe, the term grandfather is considered. Hey, Rafi. No, you know that, right? We're not allowed to use the term grandfather anymore. So we want Pepe to explain to us.
When you get bent over and another man inserts his dick in your ass, do you call me?
Okay, but Pierre, I know you're talking about very violent chimp sex rituals, okay, which we don't do that stuff.
Would you say like, yeah, Daddy?
I understand you guys want to exert your dominance in very primitive ways. That's fine. You can do what you want. You can say ooh ha 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 ha. Okay, amazing. Evolution is really not really improved.
More evidence is
all I'm asking is, when you say,
5 minutes into MAGA mothers.
Or do you say, damn, Daddy?
I don't know what you're talking. This is more chimp coke. I don't know how.
Can you explain to the room why there are 3 numbers between 1 and 5 and 4 numbers between 5 and 10?
You had a nigga in that boy. Stuttering.
I'm not stuttering. I'm listening. I'm literally listening to somebody just like chimping out. I don't even know what to say. You get backed up in every fucking room you go in whenever you have to intellectually debate something. Like you never win. You're just a loudmouth.
Let's talk about Chud.
You say daddy.
Since we're gonna do this, let's talk about Chud the Builder. I guess he got arrested. Did you see that thing?
Yeah, I saw that. The thing is, though, is I get it because look, there is 2019 to I don't know 2021.
Can't even get his words together. You think that's dick in his
Okay,
ass?
God damn it.
Pierre, can you get your stack normal for like a minute? Like I'm doing really well. You know how crazy
Yeah,
it is.
this is fucking retarded.
I'm actually fucking behaving myself. If I can behave myself, you can behave.
Like no, this is literally where like okay, people use the term nigger fatigue for a fucking reason.
I can behave. I already got
Okay, there's a reason. It's called nigger fatigue for a fucking reason. Like here you are, mostly in a white space, but here, who's the person acting like a nigger more than anybody else? It's a black man. Amazing.
Have you ever had?
Okay, can you put the skip in the group?
Don't do the carrot shit now. Like that. Don't start doing that.
No, you should put this chip in the goop. It's like you cannot talk while you're on the fucking stage.
We can since it's supposed to be MAGA mothers, we can put.
I want to answer your question, Matt. I want to answer your question regarding Chud the Builder.
He hasn't answered it yet, Matt. What the fuck?
So Chud the Builder. Okay, he's somebody
Chud the Builder.
Can you just shut the fuck up and learn, you fucking retards?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so Chud is somebody who originally he became viral because there were these 2 African American men that were parking in an emergency spot or something like that, and he's like, why are you guys parking there? And then he's pointing his camera kind of at himself and them, and he's like, am I on camera? And he's like, yeah, why? You don't like looking ugly, on camera? And then they're like, oh, what'd you say? And then he's just like, oh, what you gonna do? And he calls them the N-word, hard ER. And then it was kind of funny, and he's like, oh, look, they're tripping out. It was funny.
And it took off from there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it took off from there, and it was funny.
But it's kind of.
But then it's just like, okay, you did it once, bro. It's okay. Some comedic value in what you did, but it's after that, it's just like, okay, so you're gonna go around and you're gonna call people the N-word, hard ER, and say it's a freedom of speech.
No, I'm saying you already said.
Okay, but then that you can say. Okay, but freedom of speech has to do more or less with whether or not the government can prosecute you. Now, okay, so I remember after October 7th, anti-Semitism, for example, was really high, and there was, I forget the name of this guy. He lived in Texas, and he was saying like, I don't get it. You can't just go to a black neighborhood and just call people the N-word and not expect consequences, but you expect it with us. And one of the things, like, he was not realizing at the time, is just like, okay, when you have people with nothing to lose, or a higher proportion of people with nothing to lose in a specific community, and they likely are criminal, have low impulse control, are much more likely to react violently, yeah, you're going to be cautious with what you say around them. Kind of like how you're going to be cautious.
Isn't this all just common sense, Pepe? Aren't you actually describing what you've done for years on this app, which is just go around and say the N-word? N-word Tourette syndrome?
You're letting these retards call it up to your stage.
You just said a whole lot of nothing.
Okay.
Let me finish, but let me kind of land. his mayonnaise plate.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You get mad.
Yeah, so they're obviously he's definitely gonna come out. Okay, I'm listening to these fucking faggots spring out. All right,
Just make it short.
Go ahead.
So yes, you're going. Okay, there are certain Okay, let's juxtapose this with the Jews.
He can't even talk.
Oh my god. When it comes to when it comes to the Jews, for example, you look at a population that has, in general, a lot to lose. In comparison to the black population, which a much higher proportion of them have nothing to lose, especially in the ghetto. And so you're not going to go into their environment and disrespect them, because they're far more likely to react in a way that you would not like. Just like I would not go. Okay, I would feel safer going into an upper class black neighborhood and insulting them than I would be going into like a lower class white neighborhood and insulting them, because the white class people, the lower class white people are much more likely to, react violently.
We gonna kill you. We gonna kill you.
It's just fucking common sense.
All right, that'd be cool. Pierre, you get a little time here.
Socioeconomics. That's what you're talking about.
Giving you some time to speak. Go for it, man. You got like a minute or two, then we'll move off this. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just because he has a gay accent and he's fucking white doesn't make this motherfucker Albert Einstein. This nigga just told us basic social economics. He's just talking about basic social economics. No, nigga, I don't give a fuck where you at. You got some black people talking the way you talking, they gonna bust your ass. Suburbs, the hood, wherever.
All right. Sweet and short, the way I like it, I guess people aren't interested in that particular event that we were just talking about that day. But, I don't know.
No, I'm talking about Nilo. That's what he said.
Wait, who's Nilo? I don't know who Nilo is.
Nilo.
Oh, Nilo?
The weird gay guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Milo, whatever the fuck.
Apollopolis, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, the gay Jewish guy. He's got fucking, what is that? Macular degeneration. You got macular degeneration. His eyes are fucking going cross-eyed. I can't see anymore, bro. Yeah, flip. Yeah. It's like the Lord struck him down, bro. He's like, fuck you. Show your eyes.
Should we get back to the topic? Should we get back to the topic or not? Because I was going to ask Abby about what she thinks about. I mean, we already had this a little bit, but the redistricting that's going on.
Can we get back to the
topic?
Shut the fuck up. Can we get back to the topic?
Did you see the 60 Minutes piece on this tonight in Louisiana?
Okay, I didn't hear that. What, the 60-minute piece?
60 Minutes did a piece on it tonight in Louisiana, and they interviewed the member of Congress that's going to lose his seat. And then they were just talking about the redistricting there and the lawsuit. But
you give a fuck because.
Wait, you don't care
out of the fucking room.
Hold on,
God damn it, man.
All right, guys. I can mod the room.
Pierre, are you not feeling well tonight? Is there something wrong? You got like some problem?
Why do we give a fuck? Because we have to be his.
Like, are you not well, Pierre? Something wrong?
Black people aren't allowed to ask questions.
Are you black or are you Asian? I thought you were Asian. Anyway, so it looks like, I mean, if it all goes through, it looks like we're looking at 6 to maybe 12 seats. Could be that much as a pickup. I mean, if you just tally it.
Why the fuck do we care about that ass crack mistake?
Sorry, you're sad. Sorry, Pierre.
His ass as hell.
Poor sad, because you're Democrats.
I'll try to post a link to, I think that I can find it online. The Virginia one is really interesting.
Yeah, that's the one. That's I hate Abigail. Yeah, I can't have my chopper no more.
Pierre, you know what? Like, you gonna be all right. Just breathe. I learned how to breathe a long time ago when I remembered that. I realized that. I realized that my life was a lot easier. Breathe. We're gonna be all right.
Wait, that's what that nigga do when he busting that.
Is this just a crash out rip, or is it like a genuine conversation?
Who's asking?
Vegeta, why don't you sit your ass the fuck down?
You're
The goddamn room. How about that?
Yeah. I mean, I actually want to have a real conversation.
Yeah, I want to have a real
We
conversation.
could have a real conversation, but y'all ain't trying to be serious.
Hey, baby, no one can fucking hear you, and I am glad we can, because you can't do it.
Yeah, we can't hear that.
Yeah, it's voice shit. That
I mean, if you want me to crash out, I crash out.
Dick in his ass right now, y'all. That's why we can't hear him.
I'm glad the Republicans finally fucking grew a fucking spine, because this is the game the Democrats have been fucking playing for how many decades now? These motherfuckers have been running around, redistricting all of these fucking coastal states, and all of a sudden, Republicans start doing the same shit, and oh my God, it's damn, look at what they're doing. This is all cut. Shut the fuck up. I lived in a fucking state for 9 years where 40% of the state votes fucking Republican every fucking election cycle, and these motherfuckers never had any fucking Republican representation. You want to know why? Because Democrats were running around with the crayons, and you know what happens when you let the retards run with the crayons. Please, learn, children. Don't run with them. They end up in your nose, like Democrats.
It's true. I mean, they were dominating
State
from
were
the
you in,
60s,
Pop?
the 70s, the 80s, and 90s when gerrymandering the Democrats were. And we flipped the script in 2010. And, now they're pissed the fuck off, and so I'm glad, man. I'm glad things are looking up, for the country.
Black people originally voted Republican, by the way.
That's true. Actually,
That's a fact.
I actually looked that up a little bit more. You are right. From I don't know what that is. From back late 1800s to a certain amount of time, like 1930, then it stopped for a little bit, and then,
It was the party of Lincoln, Matt.
No, I know, I got that. I don't know why they did the Republican Party. But I was looking that up. It was interesting to see where it stopped and now but the modern day, Democrats have just gone totally bonkers. I don't know what happened to them, but Pierre, what do you say?
The Democratic Party is not the national party. It's the party for the gays. So all of your rights are
No, really got what that shit up here.
Your party. I mean, it's a party for you. They're gonna support anything and everything that you do.
So wait, what are you talking about? The gays and who? What are you talking about right now, Pierre? Which party?
So the gays are going to. I mean, the Democrats are going to pass bills that work for the gay community, for the Jewish community, everything except
They're not doing anything for the Jewish community. Trust me, it's not happening.
Just call the Democratic Party anti-black.
But look at the northeast of the country and tell me how many Republican. Wait, hold on. This dude just. Matt, can you mute him for a sec? Tell me how many Republican.
Adams in 20 years.
Tell me how many Republican representatives there are. No, dude, shut up. How many Republican representatives are there out of Congress and Senate in the northeastern part of the country? Buddy.
You're asking to mute me.
Yeah, I think you should be muted. I think you should. It's Mother's fucking Day, and you should be muted. And can you explain that one? I'm going to interrupt you.
Don't interrupt other people.
No, I'm going to interrupt you, and you're disparaging.
You're literally doing the Karen shit.
So to answer the question, Matt, how many representatives in Congress in the northeastern part of the country? How many representatives in the northeastern part of the country are Republicans?
Okay, this is a discussion between Pierre and I. Actually, I just lost my place on here. Fuck. Am I still here on this?
There are 0 representatives from New England that are Republican. Did you hear the point I made, Matt? There are 0 representatives
conversation with Pierre. Just hold on, I'll let you come in. Pierre, are you for the redistricting or not? That's what I was mainly asking you. I don't know what you're doing. You're talking about gays.
They don't know.
Pierre, are you there or no? Now I just
What state?
Just anything. I don't know. I didn't even know what your stance is. That's what I was asking you about redistricting.
No, redistricting of what?
What is going on right now?
He's a black conservative. He's anti-Trump.
No, like redistricting of what? Like so, like how they're moving.
Conservative. No stating his position.
All right.
No, it's not. It's a shit talker.
Okay, guys, I'm the one.
I was talking to Matt. You fucking crackers.
Yeah, he's talking to the cracker.
What the fuck are y'all? Why are you talking to y'all now when I'm talking to Matt?
Anybody that comes out.
Y'all motherfuckers is crackers. I ain't like y'all. Don't do that mayonnaise shit with me, nigga.
Okay, check this out. The cracker up here is talking here.
All right, and I'm talking to the cracker up there. Yes, Lord. Yes, yes.
Okay, so do you know
I'm not talking to none of these other crackers. I'm talking to
I'm gonna move you. But they're gonna move you. You know, we gotta be quiet. Okay. What is so? Do you not know what's going on? What we're talking about a little bit here. I've been meeting you.
I, for one, personally think Pierre is a great addition to this room. We need more gay black representation.
I was trying to respond to Matt, but crackers are talking over me. So am I allowed to speak, or are crackers going to talk over me? Let me know. Matt, I'm trying to reply to your question, but there's other crackers getting in the way.
I'm moving them down. Go ahead.
All right, so in my state, I saw that they rezoned fucking districts and zoning lines and all that shit for specific votes in like
Zoning?
in particular
You
counties.
don't know what zoning
and
means.
all right, and another cracker talking over me. Go ahead.
Silence yourself, cracker!
Because zoning has nothing to do with redistricting for voting.
You have a conversation. You have a conversation, cracker bitch. You have a conversation. Go
Dumbass, zoning has nothing to do with redistricting for voting.
It's fine.
It's like an idiot. What does zoning have to do with it?
Why y'all not gonna let him finish though? Pierre sounds like you went to Lyric Center. Nah, come on, man.
Here, you mean they redistrict?
Okay, go on.
You fucking 6 years old, and y'all acting like little fucking kids.
She thinks he's right.
Let him finish the song.
Talking to a woman like that is fucking dumb.
What man? This is America. This is equal opportunity. Brassy, fucking cracker. What the fuck is wrong with you?
We're just correcting that zoning has nothing to do with voting.
Let him finish and then correct him. Why I gotta get the whole thing?
This is dumb.
You meant to say that they were redistricting.
Right away.
All right. Let them land, and we can correct them afterwards. They got a point there. Okay, go ahead. Pierre, do you want to finish your submission or not? If not, we'll just keep going.
I'm not talking to no more crackers.
All right, he's specialist.
Matt, it's better that he stays quiet. Trust me, bro.
So going back to answer to Pop's comment and to answer, out of all of New England, and I put it in the chat, there is one senator then there's no one in the House. There's not one representative in the House from all the states in New England that is Republican. And there is one senator from Maine who is up for re-election. But essentially, so to his point, to the Republicans that live in all of New England, who represents them in the House?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
He said he's like,
I told you guys, he's tore up. He's tore up every time he comes on stage.
This is a pure learning, Lyric Center. Sorry, not learning, Lyric fucking center, fucking education.
yeah, so this white bitch just like made us all be quiet for what? What the fuck did she do? Fucking
correct your misinformation.
Yes, for an educational purpose.
I responded to what Pop was saying.
Hey Pierre, can I draw your attention to my PTR? Pierre, I'm wondering why in all of your PTR photos are you doing the OK hand sign? Are you like a black stormtrooper or something? Why do you do the OK hand sign over and over again? Oh, Dr. Adams is here. Thank God. Your counterpart is here. Your clone has arrived. The gay token black man has arrived.
member. Like, you're the last one to be talking about somebody's fraternity.
I'm a Red Lodge member. What the fuck is a Red Lodge member? What's a Red Lodge? Riyabia, the first day I heard you on this app, you were talking about how you had to get the bus camera footage because you were attacking and abusing young girls on a bus and you couldn't get prosecuted because you got the bus footage. So I don't know all these dispersions that you say I'm like a Red Lodge member. Maybe it's called I read books and such. I'm in a book club. I pick up a book and I read a book and then I come on Clubhouse and I just laugh at how stupid you are. Hello?
Pretty sure you did a lot of faggot shit in your lifetime.
I'm running
Being a
one
part
of
of
the
a faggot
oldest,
fraternity.
prestigious black fraternities of all fucking time.
Well, shut the
You
fuck up
white
here.
ass gonna go shoot my
Do they have hazing in black fraternities? Do they haze in black
Yes,
fraternities?
they whip them with a
Or
belt.
how do they haze them?
They whip them with a
You
belt.
guys are like a little white bitch. Yeah, that's what
Did they haze you? Were you hazed?
No, I don't fucking know. You asking white people questions.
No, I.
Pierre, you actually make Dr. Adams look good. I just gotta say, Pierre, you make Dr. Adams actually look great. Dr. Adams is so successful compared to you, Pierre. It's unbelievable.
They're Eastern Star, so whatever they do.
So you said you're in a black fraternity. Did you have hazing when you joined?
They do the same shit that you do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're a damn Eastern Star.
Eastern Star, Riyabia. Ain't nobody in the cult. Ain't nobody in the craft up in here, Dr. Riyabia. Dr. Riyabia, try going to the gym and do something with yourself. I mean, come on, Riyabia. You got an extra 50 pounds you got to lose on that big old belly gut you got, Riyabia. Maybe try a new update to the name from Riyabia to like Kevin, your name, or like Steve, or whatever the fuck your name is, Dr. Riyabia.
Fuck, I can do every day in the day, motherfucker. You did.
Okay, Dr. Riyabia. He's a tough guy. This is a UFC superstar we got here on here. A Jew hater extraordinaire. Go ahead, Riyabia. Tell us your worldview. Who is in control of everything? Eastern Star. Every man and every woman is a star. Do you read books, Riyabia? Do you read any books? You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy.
Right. Anybody got a topic? Like, I'll let someone else pick a topic, or are we just crashing out? I don't know what's going on around here.
You wanted to crash out, I
Let's
guess.
talk about that dick that's in Pepe ass.
Right. That's not really a topic, I don't think. So, you had one earlier.
One in my PTR?
Yeah. You wanted to talk about the war, right?
So, Rich doesn't fucking.
Yeah. I remember you over redistricting. We're not talking about that.
We've talked about it a lot.
So excited to this topic.
Man, I heard it's about to fall. I heard that I heard Cuba's about to fall. Well, no, I don't have any information to prove that's true, but my name is Mountain Mouth.
Okay, bro. I'm just saying, man, they don't have any oil left and they're making negotiations. Well, they're talking to us at least. I mean, I think that it's probably what we want to do is probably normalize relations and get rid of the Castro regime or any loyalists. But I mean,
yeah, guys, like it's probably we have to like get rid of the negotiations and like suddenly get rid of the regime. Like, all right, shut your white ass.
So can you do a public service? Can you do a public service announcement? The account is on the stage. That if you click on it, it will freeze you.
terrible.
And yeah, but everyone just
that,
none of us have to agree on stuff, but on that one we all have to agree on.
It's like it's not happening. Like, you hear it? Like,
Has Michael Bronstein ever said anything intelligent on Clubhouse ever once? Like, Michael, like, when did you get hit by the donkey in the back of the head? What happened to you, Michael?
Oh. All right, I brought my Temple Joe as a moderator. You guys heard this pain.
Oh, Joe!
are you a butt fucker also? Are you a butt fucker also?
Joe, I have a
have a couple things. So
That's a quick exit.
Dima, do you want to respond to my question that I had about the all of New England and how you feel about that?
And we're going to talk
Oh,
politics.
I don't know what question it was.
Bima, you had a topic for us about an hour ago.
Yes.
Did you? I'm giving you the stage. You're going to lead us with a topic. We're going to talk up here politics now, and I'm going to mod this stage, all right?
Oh, thank you, Joe. So there's a couple things. I'm going to offer 3 topics. One pretty controversial. I'm going to say the topic, just title, Did Iran Win? I am going to make the claim that at this point, I think I've seen enough to say they've done what they needed to do to outlast strategically, like endurance-wise, the U.S., and everything that the U.S. has tried to accomplish, it has not been successful. So I'm going to make that claim. But before we get on that, because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people who say that, two other things. One, there was an update to the North Korean constitution. Jim, call me. It has it.
Kim Jong-un.
Jim Jong-un, thank you. He's freaking out over there. He wants to be involved so bad. He's so sad that he's just changed the constitution that if the leader gets assassinated, there shall be an immediate nuclear bomb. So I'd like to talk about whoever's unmuted. The feedback is killing me. You know, my brain can't do that. If you could just mute up.
It's Bow Wow. Don't click on his profile.
So the question is, now how would we handle something like that? I mean, I think he pretty much just put himself and his country into, I'll let you guys discuss that, because now how will we handle, right? I'll leave that open to you guys. Right. And then the third topic, real quick, is just the hantavirus thing. We know that we had this cruise. The cruise is going on. Some guy dies on the cruise. He gets off he dies on the cruise, 70-year-old man. He gets off the cruise with his wife. They don't test him for anything specific. He's now, the wife is traveling through the airports. She ends up getting taken off a plane, and then she dies in an airport. They still don't test for anything. Then another guy, a British guy, he ends up dying. So now they test it. Okay, now he has hantavirus. Now they figure, oh, wow, we have hantavirus, Andy strain, human-to-human transmission. Interesting. 47 people had gotten off at this one point where they had gotten off. So now we have a bunch of people just flying around the country or flying around the world, going, whatever. We have one now positive American that has tested positive for hantavirus, and it seems that it was from the Dutch cruise ship, the Hondius, and so this is interesting because a lot of people are talking about, this whole thing. So that's something else that we could talk about. And those are the 3 topics. Thank you.
I just want to say, when it comes to the hantavirus, it's interesting. So hold on. That is something that
you didn't bring up the aliens.
Pepe, he's the fucking mod, bro. Chill out.
I can't see you talking.
I'll let you talk next. I just want to kind of set the ground rules. Look, those are great topics. Let's try and pass the mic after making one point. Let's not pancake. So Pepe wants to talk about the hantavirus. Go ahead, Pepe. What you got on the hantavirus?
Virus. So that is something that when I was in middle school, so my dad worked for the federal government, and we would have to go to different parts of the country, and then.
Aren't you supposed to make a point and then pass the mic?
Amazing. So when it came to the Four Corners region of which is Navajo country, the hantavirus, that was something that was happening. People were just dropping dead while they were just driving in their cars, all kinds of weird shit. That is something that you still, if you look at the communicable disease reports here in Arizona, the hantavirus is something that you still get every year. There's several people who will get diagnosed with it. Now, this is something similar. I mean, it is a hantavirus, but it's a little bit different, I guess. It's not quite the same as the one that you would get here, but I don't think that it's from everything I've heard, it's not something that is easily. It's more transmissible.
Yeah, Democrat and like administration, they would probably try to lock us down and overblow us, but
amazing.
it's not going to happen like that, bro.
Amazing. So it is not.
Is this the Pepe show? Can you like make a point and then just go on mute and pass the mic?
Shut your goddamn faggot mouth.
Joe, can you do your job?
So look, let me help you out.
So
We're
shut the fuck up.
We're just trying to make points and pass the mic. So look, the hantavirus is rather largely overblown. If you look at the past years, there's been more cases of the hantavirus than what we've had so far. It's rather just a media hysteria hype.
Yeah. Joe, real quick, did I hear that there's a version of it that seems to be airborne?
No. It's still not airborne. Yeah. And so, it generally, when it came to like field mice in Arizona, that's how if you came into contact with like the mice droppings, that kind of shit. That's how you would get it.
Right.
It was kind of hard to catch it. So only a few people would. And of course, it is like a horrible illness. But this, I guess it was there's a variant of it in South America where bird watchers, there was a bird watcher basically.
He was by a landfill.
He was by
a landfill.
Yeah, in a landfill. It was actually in a fucking landfill. It was
literally
pictures of a
bird.
Yeah, endangered bird.
Why are they doing bird watching by a dump?
Because where they congregate.
Yeah, I don't know.
They congregate by the landfill, picking up resources.
Really? Yeah, they want to try to,
And then they were stepping over rats or dead rats with droppings, and then they apparently inhaled, certain contaminants from the actual fucking droppings itself.
The piss or shit, yeah, it's the piss that.
Piss or shit.
Okay, at least when it comes to epidemiologists, because here in Arizona, we're hantavirus. This was a state that was the most affected by it, at least in North America. Going on a few decades, it's not something that's easily transmissible.
Right, it's really transmissible, but once you catch it, it's a 40% survival rate apparently.
It's a horrible illness to be. To catch, but it was not.
Look, they have tracked patient 0 to. They did visit an Argentina dump where rats were present. They've been able to track
watching or something.
Yeah,
so that's what we're talking about. They're
ornithologists or whatever their correct nomenclature, what they are. Their hobby practice is he's an ornithologist or whatever. He studied birds. Yeah, he was. That's right. But no, 40% survival rate. It's rarely transferred. It barely is able to go from human to human if it jumps. So they're thinking that maybe possibly rat droppings itself or contaminants of rat droppings entered the actual ship, and it's like touched other people. People were able to smell it, and somehow got airborne. But it's like there was another epidemiologist came on TV and then basically said you have to have almost like anal sex essentially to transfer the fucking hantavirus like that. Like it's very, 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 very rare.
Well, I'm not sure if that makes sense though, because when they're talking about it, they said that there's like something like 40 to 50 different strains or species of it, or however you want to say it. And this one specific type, this Andes version, is spread person. So if it variants. So if it's spread person to person, right, and you have direct physical contact, or however they're saying all you got to do is be in close quarters. I mean, we're talking, we've now had a person that has been positive that's been on the ship that's now in the United States, and they've tested positive. They're this is a lot of whatever. So I mean, I'm going to challenge to say that the Andes version specifically, I do think it's airborne, not like the measles type airborne, but I'm saying all it requires is for a person to be close contact with a single. Okay, so then that's okay, but that's not
on the way. It's like
right. Right, but that's not the standard because these people were all
aerosol droplets.
Isn't it how Gene happened down? Isn't that how Gene happened? White
Getting those droplets, yes. It's aerosol, and research it like that. Research it it's a certain type of what do they call that fucking?
we all learned this stuff during COVID.
Yes, not Ecuador, but it's the Andes mountain, like rats that have certain trends, like
Well, don't you think though? Do you believe that, like, I mean, not to bring conspiratorial kind of crap, but like, don't you think the media kind of is also their job to bring dramatization?
And now everybody's just latching onto it.
They were trying to do what the measles, remember?
Yeah.
They were trying to do what the measles,
with
with
Ebola.
RFK.
I started to think that.
That was the one that they.
That was hepatitis A.
No, they're talking about.
Like it's finally springtime here. The sun's beautiful. Maybe in the street.
The AIDS. I wonder if it was
because it's blood transfusion.
He's walking, and the sun is in his face.
Yeah, because when you fuck somebody's butt, you're not looking at it properly.
I mean, it's like, has like, you know, like he looks dead.
I know a lot about that, but please, by all means, educate us.
Let's get
And then I was whatever, like, I was like, oh,
Thank you, man.
and
So how many people got FEMA, how many people got all the coming into the country before it was detected?
There was a point when the wife and the dead man, I don't know how to refer to it, just they got off, and 47 other people got off during that point. And so they went to wherever, all different places.
Was it Israel?
No, it was some other location. I think it was off of Cape Verde or something.
Weren't they going to the Canaries?
Just went so.
So having seen that it's rodents, the most likely
Yes, that's what it was.
would be the rodents got into the food and then people ingested it.
Say this again. Say this again.
So if you have rats on the boat, and those rats are on the boat, they have this virus, and then they're laying droplets and urine, and they're also feasting on bread and stuff like that. So people aren't properly checking, the products that people are ingesting, and that would be a
In real life?
So let me just interject real quick. The CDC reports there's been no outbreaks in America from the Andes strain of hantavirus right now.
Really,
So they're on this ship, and the ship then goes
But it means it's something when somebody says my full name,
crosses the Atlantic,
and it makes me feel
and ends up in the Canary Islands. So it crosses the Atlantic down. Where did it cross over, and did it make any stops along the ports? Do you know what I'm saying?
And then you got rats that are stowaways on the food and stuff like that. That already transmitted their urine and feces onto the food.
So where did they do the crossing? They started in Argentina, right? And then they crossed over, but then did they stop at any ports before they got to the country?
They stopped at St. Helena. That's where they stopped at St. Helena. That's where the wife and the guy and the other people got off. They got off there. The wife died. There was she had already taken a full flight. There was some connecting flight. She got all the way to Johannesburg. That's where she died. The British passenger was evacuated to South Africa. I think he had gotten off at that same point. And then that's when a German died on board. Like that. So it went to the island, like you said. So it stops in the island, right? St. Helena. Then it goes to South Africa from there. That's what you're saying. Over to the boat. Yeah, I then did go anywhere else in Africa before it went to the Canary Islands. It's a long journey.
Did somebody call them?
I think there was. I don't think that there was any off-boarding of people. I'm not sure, but I know that there was supposed to be Argentina, and then they made stops in Arnbad, South Georgia, Nightingale Island, and then Ascension Island. So those were the. That was the trajectory of the ship. So ended in St. Helena, I would assume, the route.
And I go to I leave the table, and all these young women are like wearing.
This is gonna end so bad. Whatever Japanese haircut we want, we can get it on red. It looks like majority vote won. God, it was a haircut. That would have been me. Touch myself. I never know. When it comes to the issue of that is where.
Honestly, but when it comes to the issue of that is where it's very peculiar. It's just like a mistake.
This is why blocking is
Yeah, I think I don't know if it's
'There still are protocols when there's an outbreak. So if you don't have
Imagine you stop at Thailand and you pick up a little fucking, they get off and start biting everybody. I think they're pretty liable for that. It's different than like people just talk.
There's maritime law.
This
I
thing
mean,
is paused.
not to get
It's
into it.
amazing.
So the thing was, is they should have what you're saying.
On stage is right here.
It was such a ride back for the last 2 years. So I got the whole itinerary of what it is. So it started off by Argentina and Kitover. So they departed from Argentina. Okay, now it's April 4th, 7th goes up. That's the first day to stop after they left Argentina. Then they get April 13th to 16th. Okay, they get to Capuna area, and they let's see, and Nightingale Island. And from there, one crew member disembarked in 6 ships embarked there according to the table, the operator's table of the ship. Now, hold on, when, what was the period of when they were, so the period was, let's see, the first patient died on board on April 11th. Okay, so keep that in mind. The first patient died on board because women died on April 11th. So let me go back to.
You said on the 13th.
So April 4th to 7th. Right. So from April 4th to 7th, they were, that was the first stop. Then April, so April 13th to 16th, they stopped at the Capuna area.
Stop for a second before you go on. You said there was
Right, yeah, they're
knowledge on the 11th.
And they didn't test anything. They actually, there was a video of the captain speaking to everybody and saying, unfortunately, the guy was probably natural causes or something like that. Like, they have no idea. So, the first time somebody found out that it was wasn't until April 2011 when the British captain was evacuated. And they tested him then, all the way April 27th. So the first guy died April 11th. He was just going about the series like something. Well, once he died,
So guys on the 11th, they just keep the body on board? Do they evacuate the body?
Yeah, the body kept on board until they got off the April 24th at St. Helena. So from April 11th to April 24th, the guy died April 11th. They took the body off April 24th at St. Helena. Then
His hair is long
I'm not reading an article. I'm reading a bunch of articles telling you guys.
Even
So see,
Hold on. What are you reading? I'm reading the bullshit article.
Lisa can't let any of this.
so why don't you do any
I still do. I'm wearing skating shoes right now.
But you don't skate, you just wear the shoes.
Oh yeah, what's called? So it gets to a point where you get like really tired of getting hurt. Like I don't mean like I was like doing little shit. I was jumping stairs and shit.
I just want to say that as a bald man, you never see bald men complaining about like the discrimination that bald people suffer at the hands of women, employers, neighbors, people on the internet. Like you never see bald people, claiming that there's this disenfranchisement.
Rolling over Benny Autumn earlier.
Well, I'm just trying to come up with new things to complain about to compete with all the other complainers. That's all I'm saying.
Can you share a picture where you're not wearing a hat so we can see your bald head?
Oh, he's bald.
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Yeah, but I want to see it. There's no picture of him with a bald head. It's just him with hat. It's fun.
There is a dimple in the apex of his skull. He's got.
I want to see him. Picture your bald head.
so hot.
If you're, hey, this is true, right? If you're not bald by like 35, then you're not gonna go bald, right?
No, you're supposed to go bald.
I mean, well, yeah, like I don't care if I go bald when I'm 7. I mean, like going bald in your like 30s or 40s, that's what sucks.
But Alistair, can you post some pictures so I can see what your bald head looks like?
Yeah, can you look at this picture, PTR?
Do you think bald heads look like big penises?
No.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know why Nari's photos with Lumi fucking enrage me.
Because you're jealous. But
I am.
you never hold a dominant position like that.
Okay, PTR. PTR Zabu.
Okay.
Look at the bald head and we.
You're cute. You don't need to keep wearing hats, you know.
I know, but it's just like style. I like to be more fashionable.
You're a good-looking guy, John Kitover.
Yeah, you look good. And why do you have such good skin?
I didn't think it's the radiation from all the cell phones.
Don't go outside. Like, do you go outside?
No, I actually lay.
He goes to bars.
Usually about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, when the sun is like peaking in my living room, I turn on Clubhouse, I pour myself a beer mimosa and lay in the sun butt naked and tan my butthole.
Oh my god, is your butthole hairy?
Yes, but I trim it and I shave it and keep it nice. Nice. No, I listen. It takes time to groom. If you're working hard, huh?
Do you bleach your asshole?
No.
Oh.
He's not gay. He's just a metrosexual.
I'm just seeing how far it goes, you know?
I'm not metrosexual. I'm just a human being
Yes, you are.
who has some like higher level standards.
Your good life is a very, very clear cut.
Even his nails are very clean. Like,
Yes, I've seen his nails too.
Like, I wonder if he ever gets a manicure or he just.
Please can you look at the prompts he uses for his pictures?
Like, his nails are so clean. Like, it's like
He's a privileged Jew boy. What do you expect? John, can you?
I'm not Jewish and I'm not privileged. You're talking about I'm fucking bankrupt.
John, you're a house arrest. What a crazy combination of things.
John, can you put on the freaking the one with the septum and the little string if you don't want it?
Oh yeah.
The one he buys septum like Amazon. Yeah, but he's a snake. Like he buys these fake props and stuff. Look at the freaking snake in this present picture. Just look at that.
Okay, I want to see.
Hey John, like what do you think would happen if you ever got a girlfriend, like took her home, and she saw those bones? Like, what do you think she would?
That would be so much fun. Oh my god, I would put on a show.
Well, this room could be considered like a podcast studio, but when you go down into my yoga room and you see the tripods and the cameras, that's when they think I'm up to something, some OnlyFans sneaky shit. That's when they pan for a panic attack.
Yikes.
You do yoga as well?
Yeah, I do yoga on video for all the world to see.
Okay, so there's 2 pictures I want to see. One with you
Hot
jewelry that
He has YouTube videos.
and 2, I want to see you doing yoga. So send me some evidence of you doing yoga.
Can you send it to a section ring and then wondering one? The one you buy off of like in I put it on. I was like,
You want me to go to my jewelry box and get it?
Yeah.
She's pissed.